realistically need at least 25 yards. Love. Pressure up the middle. Runs away. Throws across his body. And that is picked. 49ers have it. Greenlaw. Still up. He needs to get down. Greenlaw still on his feet.
He's got to go down.
Just go down and the game's over. San Francisco takes over.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I got flashbacks from Marty Schottenheimer in the football life. Who's the safety for the Chargers who fumbled an interception, and Schottenheimer told him before the game, hey, you're going to come up with an interception. I need you to get down as soon as you get the interception. Well, the young man for the Chargers, and I know somebody on the Comcast business text line or on YouTube will come up with the name from the Chargers. He fumbles the interception. The Patriots get it back. Brady and company went on to advance to the NFC Championship. Marlon McCree was his name. And I got flashbacks to Schottenheimer right there in real time with Dre Greenlaw, not once but twice, with his 2 interceptions there in the second half. And the Niners, as we say, oh, baby, survive and advance, folks. Survive and advance. And your football team is in the NFC title game for their 5th time in the last 5 years. I don't care how it happened. I don't care what it looked like. And we'll get into everything. Purdy, the defense, the run defense, the lack of a pass rush, McCaffrey, Debo's injury. But the name of the game is survive and advance. And you're not getting style points for playoff wins. I'm not going to sit here on a Monday morning and apologize for the way the Niners won. They won the game, and now we move on to play the Detroit Lions. Good morning, Shasky. What's up?
Wow. I mean, we've seen some incredible 49er wins over the last couple years. That's Shanahan's 7th playoff win as the Niner head coach. One more, he ties his dad, okay? He's a couple away from Seifert and Walsh, who had 10. It's just unbelievable the way they won that game. Unbelievable. And 2 guys to me are on either side of the ball are the reason why they won. There's many guys that contributed, but Dre Greenlaw, phenomenal. Are we ready to put him up there? Are we ready to put this guy in the proper perspective as one of the great Niners? Like, seriously, this guy has given his body. He's not a huge dude. He hits harder than anyone. He makes some wild, borderline plays at times, but you need a psychopath like him walking the edge at every single turn. Dre Greenlaw was amazing in that game. And then on the other side of the ball, Jawan Jennings. And I was frustrated with Jawan Jennings, tweeting out about the Eagles and putting stuff on Instagram. And I'm like, all right, Jennings, you're the 3rd wide receiver. Oh, no. He came through in a huge way. Multiple big catches for the Niners in traffic, contested, contorting his body. Jawan Jennings was outstanding in this game. And the block on the Kittle play right before the CMC 50-yard run, unbelievable. Jawan Jennings was a tone setter.
Yeah, Jawan Jennings was special, stepping up for Debo Samuel, coming up with some huge catches, including that 3rd down over the middle where Brock Purdy, when he threw it, I go, oh, boy, that's an interception. It barely got over the fingertips of the Mike linebacker, and it dropped it in the basket. Jennings holding on to that football there. He's a tough SOB. Jawan Jennings earned his keep with the 49ers. That was a huge game for him. A big catch by Chris Conley on the sideline there on the final drive as the Niners come back and rally to win 24-21 again. Their 4th NFC title game in the last 5 years. We're going to talk all about it here on the Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Good morning to YouTube. Good morning to Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. 888-957-9570. This is your show. You know what we do on a Monday, on a Monster Monday? We go to the lines. We go to the lines all morning long to get your perspective on what went down Saturday night. Let me tell you, Shasky, I'm thinking 34-16 all day, right? And then the drive to Levi's Stadium happened. And pulling up to the Hilton Hotel at Levi's, you got that fog, you got a little bit of rain, and I thought to myself, boy, this may be a grimy game. This feels like one of those grimy, old-school Candlestick Park games. And you know what? It played out as a grimy game. The run defense wasn't at its best. The pass rush wasn't at its best. Brock Purdy wasn't at his best. The offensive timing and the rhythm and the play calling wasn't at their best. You want to blame it on Russ? I don't know. But the Packers controlled most of that football game. But like a great team does, you just find a way. You find a way to win a football game. And when it was money time, in that 4th quarter, down 7 going into the final frame, and we all know the record of Kyle Shanahan when he goes into the 4th quarter, trailing a football game. Had won one down 7 or more. Had won one. Well, they got one. and it was led by Brock Purdy. Some great catches by Brandon Ayuk again. Juwan Jennings, Kali, George Kittle with a big play, and Christian McCaffrey finding the end zone there for a second touchdown of the game. The great teams find a way, and you survive in advance, Shasky.
Well, and they took advantage of some of the miscues, like Green Bay turning it over, the Niners getting stops, the missed field goal. Like all of these things, the Niners benefited from them, and they took advantage of it. You talk about that Brandon Ayuk catch. The throw was a tough throw. It was like the only window to throw that ball into. It was a really good throw from Purdy. I thought it was one of the best catches of Brandon Ayuk's career, given the magnitude of that drive and where it happened on the field. I mean, that was a monster.
For my seats, I couldn't tell if he caught it or not. I remember I texted Thread and said, did he catch that? Because on a Levi Stadium board, and I get why they would do it.
Yeah.
They didn't show the replay. They didn't show a great replay angle of that Brandon Ayuk catch because Matt LaFleur is looking up at the scoreboard pointing, thinking, I need to throw my Rand challenge flag. What's going on here? But apparently he did catch it after watching the game back at home a couple times. You could tell that Ayuk made a great catch.
Oh, it was an unbelievable catch. I mean, that right after George Kittle just a flat-out drop off the shoulder pads. So, yeah, it's just – what a game. I mean, just what a game. And at the end, Dre Greenlaw, everyone and their moms is like, what are you doing? You're holding the ball like a loaf of bread. Go down, young man. Go down. You even see John Lynch on the sidelines like, go down. It was just, what a game. I mean, what a game.
No, what a game. What a game. What a win for the 49ers. And they'll host the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions are coming to the West Coast to fight Dan Campbell's, something we'll break down later into the week. And look, we're not going to overlook Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions. That is a physical football team, and they believe they're a team of destiny. They really do. So don't think that Detroit's going to come here and lay down and just be out here taking pictures in front of Santa Clara in the press box or whatnot. They're going to come out here to win, and they're playing some really good football right now. The Niners, if they play that type of game against Detroit, you may be going home, and there may be no trip to Vegas, but you find a way to do it. But there's a lot of things to clean up in this football game, and we're not going to sugarcoat it. And it starts with the quarterback. Now, Brock Purdy through 3 quarters, he was not good. He was not good at all. Let's just be real. He threw a couple of no throws. On the first possession of the game, Darnell Savage dropped a pick 6. He did. Now, he didn't catch it, and you live on to see another play. But Brock Purdy through 3 quarters was outplayed by Jordan Love. Now, the great thing for the 49ers is Brock Purdy woke up in the 4th quarter, and he played his best football. And the more they stayed in that football game, Brock Purdy got more and more comfortable. But, boy, if he plays like that for the first 3 quarters next week, our tone could be a lot different next Monday. He's got to play better. I don't know if there were some bad reads. I don't know if he was on the same page. How much the Debo Samuel injury had anything to do with it. But for 3 quarters, Brock Purdy was not good. And then the 4th quarter happened, and he found a way. So with up and down performance from Brock Purdy, you can't sugarcoat it this morning.
Well, and I think that's where I'm looking at this defense, and this defense really bailed out the offense on a day where they just didn't have a lot going offensively. It was very frustrating. Thank God they held them to field goals early on in the game. It should have been a bigger lead. They had time of possession, and they were marching down the field. And I thought the 49er defense did a great job with the bend, don't break. And obviously generating the turnovers when they did. Jordan Love, that final turnover, throwing across your body on first down with a timeout in the back pocket. It didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I don't get it.
Didn't make a lot of sense for the young man who played a really good game, I thought. I thought he played a really good game. And I know we can talk about statistics and this and the other. My eyeballs. I'm going off eyeballs. Bonte, what was the play calling from Kyle Shanahan? We're going to spread them out in a monsoon? Like, your quarterback is struggling to throw the ball in the rain right now. Like, that is something I'm really worried about, is just him gripping the ball. You saw it during the game. Glove, no glove. Then he's wiping his hand as he's throwing. Decision-making was a little questionable and erratic. I thought the play calling to go 3 and 4 wide over and over and over again and basically put Jennings in the Debo role, at least that's the feeling I got, and to not deviate from the game plan when clearly your quarterback is a little off, I was kind of losing my mind. Now, CMC ends up with 25 touches, 7 catches, and the 17 rushes. That's a 30 to 35 touch game for CMC. Yeah. It's a 1-score game the whole game. He's the best player on the planet. So, to me, yes, Brock Purdy was not good, and we'll get into it all week. We got a ton. He delivered in the 4th quarter. Kyle Shanahan delivered with some great play calls in the 4th quarter. But, man, Run the ball with CMC. It's a downpour. It's a one-score game. They're not a good run defense.
I thought he got away from the running game at times. He got a little cute. I thought the clock management before halftime was atrocious. The way they handled that situation. Again, we discussed this going into the week. Clock management with Kyle Shanahan. Now, at the end of the day, they scored with 1:07 left, and you left the Packers with 1:07, and you were able to get the win. But at the end of the first half, I don't know what that was. Up 7-6, and you end up settling for a long Jake Moody field goal that gets blocked there in the rain. And I know everybody's like, oh, boy, Jake Moody. But Jake Moody, he bounced back in a major way with that long field goal in the fourth quarter to make it 21-17.
Yeah.
Huge kick for, 52 yards?
Yeah.
So good job by Jake Moody there, nailing that field goal in those elements there. But at the end of the first half, whether it was not calling a play or not calling a play before 3rd and 1. I would have ran the play and then call a timeout. You call a timeout before the play, then you run the play, you get the first down, you call another timeout right away. You burn one. I just thought the whole sequence, once they got the ball past midfield, was atrocious. You got to be better in that situation, Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan coached a little tight. I thought he was a little nervous in that football game. LaFleur was the better coach for the most of the game.
Well, it felt like once Debo came out, they didn't have a changeup, right?
Right.
It felt like they were running the same thing. The amount of Ray Jennings formations, 3 and 4 wide receiver formations in the rain, given that the quarterback looks a little off, like he did. He just looked a little off for the majority of the game. Right. And then you have CMC. It was driving me insane. They cannot play a game like that if they want to win and advance against Detroit. The other thing that I can't unsee, look, B, I kind of laughed at this. Like, oh, Purdy can't play in the rain. It's like, come on. It's a one-game sample. Things happen. I'm talking about the Cleveland game in particular. Now I'm like coming around, I'm like, all right, and this is now multiple times where for the majority of the game, he looked a little off when it comes to just the accuracy, the touch, all that stuff, his feel for the ball. If it's raining, Purdy just is not as good.
I can't accept that. I can't accept that if it's raining because listen, I don't.
Am I tripping?
No.
Am I tripping? He didn't look right.
No. He didn't look right. But I'm not saying he didn't look right because of the rain. We never gave Jimmy Garoppolo that same type of clout. We never gave Trey Lance that same type of clout in Chicago last year in an absolute monsoon. So I'm not looking at the elements. Jordan Love had to play the same elements.
Yeah.
Hey, Jordan Love threw dimes.
He also threw 2 interceptions.
Yeah, in the fourth quarter. So I don't want to hear the elements. The elements had nothing to do with those interceptions with Jordan Love. He threw it across his body in the middle of the field. That's a terrible decision. That had nothing to do with the rain. All right? So I don't want to hear anything about the elements and this guy's struggling because of the elements. All these guys play the elements. We just watched Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes for 2 straight weeks playing cold-ass weather.
Quarterback form.
And those guys are throwing dives. Lamar Jackson in the rain in Baltimore throwing dives against the Texans. I don't want to hear anything about rain and elements or whatnot. Stop it. I'm not here for that today. Both quarterbacks had to do it. All these quarterbacks have to do it at some point in time. Brock Purdy struggled for most of the game. But he stepped up when he needed to and led the game when he tried to get us to the NFC title game. But I'm not sitting here going to say the elements. When I'm watching the game in real time, the elements had no factor on me. The problem to me is the Niners don't try to throw the ball outside the numbers for whatever reason or deep down the field. And against Detroit, there's deep shots to be had.
Okay.
Will the Niners push the ball down the football field? I don't know if they were hesitant to do it against Green Bay. I don't know if they didn't want to do it. Throw outside the numbers. I don't know what was up with the game plan, but overall the offense is very, very pedestrian in this football game for the most part.
No doubt. And look, we expect the playoff games to be a struggle. Like you're not going to throw up 60 on a team in a playoff game. Like they're in the playoffs for a reason. They usually have a good defense. They usually have a good offense and a good head coach. But in this one, I was flabbergasted with some of the situational play calls and their inability to get CMC going. Everyone is on their couch or in the stadium screaming like, you have the best running back on the planet. Run the ball. That's I don't know. I don't know. They're so lucky that they survived and they advanced, and thank God that Drake Greenlaw got the interceptions that he did. Thankfully, Green Bay missed the kick that they did. The Niners took advantage of that. I mean, there was a special teams gaffe after they scored the touchdown on the CMC run. Guy goes 50 yards on him. He fumbles. The ball bounces right back to Green Bay. What a wild game.
It was a wild game. And you know what? I got to give Levi Stadium some credit. At the Hilton Hotel after the game, go to the restroom. There's a Packer fan. He's from Wisconsin. He's got his Jordan Love jersey on. And he goes, man, I've been to U.S. Bank Stadium in Minnesota, and I thought that was the loudest stadium I've ever been to. He goes, Levi's was on a different level today.
Really?
He said Levi's was deafening. And despite, some of the inconsistencies on offense, the lack of a run defense, the lack of a pass rush, special teams being up and down, Levi's Stadium did show up. And that fan base, this 49er Empire, showed up and shut out Saturday night. They did what they had to do to help this team get over the hump, and I think it helped at times. Levi's Stadium, that was the loudest I've ever heard it. Before the game, during the game, after the game, Levi's Stadium showed up and showed out. So credit to the 49er fans for bringing it in the rain.
Wow.
Seriously.
Really?
It was that loud there. It was deafening. Now, I was quiet because your boy was a little nervous. I was like thinking to myself, boy, we about to get cooked after all the talking we did last week.
Well, I mean, I completely devalued Green Bay, and I feel very foolish, and I'm absolutely not going to do that when it comes to Detroit. But B, what happened to this pass rush? Like, what is going on with this pass rush?
You tell me. You tell me. I've been
the biggest Bosa supporter. I love the guy. I think he's been all world. The fact that he's gone, and there's more to the game than just pure sacks, right? I'm not denying that there isn't other ways to impact the game. Tackle for losses, pressures, batting balls. There's a lot that goes into it. Setting the edge, containing. Like, there's a lot that goes in to being a great defensive end. But 0 sacks in his last 4 playoff games?
Where's Chase Young at? Y'all still want to pay Chase Young? Chase Young's got a couple games here to prove his worth.
He flashed a little in the game.
I'm disappointed.
But the combination of Hargrave, Armstead, Bosa, and Chase, it's not. I'm not reaping the rewards that I should be given how much money we've invested in them.
And I
just can't believe it.
Aubrey Thomas.
Oh, my goodness.
He's getting picked on left and right.
The 30-15. They pitch the ball or toss the ball to Jones. They're like, all right, here we go. We're going to get a stop here. Gets a big fumble on that play. Second down, they throw a little short pass. And then it's 3rd and 15. Jordan Love's just throwing it up. Make the receiver make a contested play. He tackled him. The second PI for him at that point in the game because he tackled a guy earlier. Or at least
that
grabbed
would have
the
been
hips.
a touchdown, right? That was Romeo Dobbs. And he had to do that. He had to do that and prevented a touchdown. And you know what? The Packers had to settle for 3. So it's actually a smart penalty by Thomas to commit that pass interference because the Packers only scored 3, and somehow, some way, early in the second quarter, the Niners are only down 3-0 instead of being down 10-0 because the Packers didn't get it all 4th and 1. So the defense bit but didn't break. Brock Purdy made the plays in money time. Shanahan called a hell of a last drive. All the players made plays, stepping up for Deebo Samuel. There's a lot to correct. There's a lot to correct. But, folks, I'm here to tell you, it's all about surviving and advancing. And the 49ers, for the 4th time in the last 5 years, are back in the Final Four. And guess what? We get to host this NFC title game. It's right here in the Bay Area, at home, 3:30 p.m. Sunday afternoon, and the Lions have to come outdoors. Doesn't get any better than that.
No, it's
This is
amazing.
what we wanted before the season, right, Niner fans? This is what we wanted. Survive and advance. And it's a lot easier to clean up the mistakes after a win than it is after a loss.
They need Deebo. Like, Deebo going out in this game was massive. I know that they were saying it was the shoulder. I didn't know if it was the concussion at first or the shoulder or a combination of the both.
Yeah.
Like, he missed 3 weeks earlier this year because of that. Well, I guess technically 2 games, 2.5 games, and the bye with the shoulder injury. He sounded confident like he was going to play. I mean, the offense missed him bad.
Yeah, I don't know if you can win next week without Deebo Samuel, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, you were sitting in the stands. I want to know, were guys running wide open? Did they just miss Deebo? Was he a huge part of the game plan?
Green Bay did a good job of covering the 49ers, but also Brock Purdy missed a lot. They were not on the same page. Brock Purdy missed a lot. Whether it was Brandon Ayuk underneath on drag routes, whether it was Brandon Ayuk running deep, they were just not on the same page. And Brock Purdy struggled through 3 quarters. But you know what? He got on the same page for the final drive when it mattered. So, look, we're just going to keep it a buck here. There's nothing about that game that reminded me of Joe Montana. I know there's a lot of chatter going on social media. It was like, Joe Montana did the same thing. Let's stop. Let's just stop and let Brock be his old guy. Because I'll tell you right now, Brock hasn't had a playoff game better than Colin Kaepernick. Brock Purdy's best playoff performance was not better than Kaepernick's best playoff performance whatsoever. Brock Purdy struggled Saturday night, but he stepped up when he needed to. And it's okay to say, it's okay that our second-year quarterback struggled and still found a way to win a football game. I'm okay with that.
There's no doubt. I mean, he had the mental toughness in that 4th quarter The throw to Brandon Ayuk was amazing. It was just a great toss where only Ayuk can catch it. The Connolly pass was beautiful anticipation. I mean, you're throwing to Chris Conley. The season's on the line. You're throwing to a guy that the majority of Niner fans didn't even know caught 3 passes this year, for crying out loud.
Right.
And then the scramble run to slide to set everything up.
We got some breaking news here with Adam Schefter. I guess he just tweeted this 29 minutes before we started our show. 49ers consider it 50-50 as to whether wide receiver Deebo Samuel will be able to play in Sunday night's NFC Championship game versus the Lions due to a shoulder injury he suffered. Can I read the goddamn report before we break? 50-50. 50-50, Levin. 50-50. We'll get to the calls coming up. 888-957-9570. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Niners survive and advance in the NFC title game.
The Niners are going back to the NFC Championship game.
617-957-9570. We see YouTube and Twitch humming. Niners win 24-21. They advance to the NFC title game for the 4th time in the last 15 seasons in this organization now.
It's unbelievable.
They've now gone to this is the 17th championship game since 1980 for the 49ers. That's the most in the NFL during that span. Think about this. 17 title game appearances.
How many
conference title game appearances since 1980?
How many overall? I know the 69 first ever NFC Championship game against the Cowboys. I believe 71 or 2. So they have 19, 20? How many total?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, my bad. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
17 since 1980. I'm sure we'll get that coming up in a second. But no, I mean, they're up there with the greater organizations of all time. You know, the Cleveland Browns, the Green Bay Packers, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Dallas Cowboys, of course. So the Niners going to their 17th NFC Championship game since 1980, man. That's the most in the NFL during that span. They survive against the Green Bay Packers. They've won 37 playoff games now, tying them with the Green Bay Packers and the New England Patriots for the most in the NFL history. Now, if they win on Sunday, they break that tie, become the leading franchise in terms of playoff victories. And now Shanahan has improved to 7-3 in the postseason, including 3-0 against the Green Bay Packers and Matt LaFleur. So a lot of good things here, a lot of positives to take away from this win. Whenever you win and you advance to a title game, this is all we wanted. As Niner fans, all we wanted was to host the NFC title game to get for a chance to get back to the Super Bowl. We got that. We got it right here in our backyard.
I mean, you're in the Final Four. You're exactly where you were last year before your quarterback went down. And the only real, the only big-time concern coming out of that game, because you win in advance, obviously, but the Deebo Samuel injury looming large. And then, straight up for me, and just me. Other people can feel however they want, right? For me, it was a roller coaster watching Brock Purdy. He had a dime to George Kittle on that rollout where he threw it over the top, that layered throw. That was just a beautiful play to George Kittle. He had a couple of really nice throws to Juwan Jennings over the middle. He had a nice little check down, if you will, to CMC, the throw to Ayuk. I mean, he had some nice throws. He also had a ton of bad throws, and it was a roller coaster. An absolute roller coaster. And I've loved Brock Purdy, and I've been as high as can be. That was the first time I was willing to say, because I've been defending him as way better than Jimmy for a long time. All year, pretty much. He's better than Jimmy. He's way better than Jimmy. He's way better than Jimmy. That felt much more like a Jimmy G game than I was ever willing to admit. And it was frustrating. Now, what he did that Jimmy didn't have the opportunity to do in the playoffs, he did it in the regular season, was to have those fourth quarter drives, those drives to march down and punch it into the end zone and get this team past the opponent and moving on in the playoffs. And really, you're judged by how you close games, right?
And he closed the game in a very, very fantastic fashion. Very fantastic fashion, Brock Purdy did. Leave the game when he drive with over 6.5 minutes left to go down that field. When you had to have a play.
Yes.
When you had to have multiple plays. The out route to Collie with the corner underneath. What a throw by Brock Purdy there on the sideline. Hitting Brendan Ayuk there on the quick slant. Getting in the right run game, right run play so McCaffrey could go into the end zone of the red paint and flex on everybody. That was big time. Look, this game did not go the 49ers' way. They did not. They got away with some turnovers, some near turnovers. They got away with a blocked field goal. They got away with a bad special teams play on the kickoff return. They didn't play the run well. Logan Ryan step up and make a tackle on Aaron Jones in the hole. Instead, he goes for over, 50, 60 yards on that play? Unbelievable. You allow a 100-yard rusher for the first time in 51 games. But Brock and his offense saved the day for the last drive, and they got it done. And survive and advance. Survive and advance. By the way, 18th title game appearance for the 49ers. 18th overall.
Okay.
Had the 17th since 1980, so a lot of them happened once Bill Walsh came aboard with the 49ers. So 7-11 in those title games. 7-11. That's the record for the 49ers. So hopefully make it 8-11 on Sunday against the Lions.
Look, there's a lot to think about in this one, and you never apologize for winning a playoff game. In terms of all the playoff games that Kyle Shanahan has won, this was one of the few ones where I came out of that game being like, We dodged a huge bullet, like a huge bullet. Like all his other wins have felt very statement-esque. Either they were the underdog clearly coming into that game, or they won emphatically toward the end. This one, it was just an absolute roller coaster.
No, this one reminded me of the Cowboys game from just a season ago, the divisional round, same damn round. The Cowboys controlled the tempo for most of that game.
They did.
In the divisional round.
They did.
They out-hit the 49ers. I thought they out-blocked the 49ers. Now, the Tony Pollard injury in that football game really flipped it because the Niners had no answer for him early on. The drop pick by Diggs in the red zone was huge. This had a feel of that Cowboys game where you just try to find a way. You just try to find a way. And what the 49ers did Saturday night is they just found a way to win the football game. That's a game they don't win earlier in the season. They don't win that game. You know, they lost that Cleveland game.
Yeah.
They lost Minnesota, grimy football game, Cincinnati Bengals. We've seen them lose those type of games this season. They didn't on Saturday night. They found a way despite not having their best stuff, and now we get to talk about a Final Four appearance. Now, leading into that, and we're going to break down this football game, it's okay to say Brock Purdy didn't play his best. We're not critiquing the young man. The young man found a way to get it done on the final drive. But, boy, what you said there, and I tuned in real time, the first three quarters was very reminiscent of a Jimmy Garoppolo game. A guy we ridiculed throughout his tenure with the 49ers. There's a lot of oh-no throws. A lot of them. Okay? But you know what? In the fourth quarter, Green Bay couldn't take advantage. They only had a 7-point lead, and the 49ers were able to score 10 in that fourth quarter. Big field goal by Moody, big final drive, and now we're here talking about an NFC title game appearance.
No doubt.
It is what it is. But there's a lot to clean up.
And thankfully, you look across at the AFC. Thankfully, you don't have to go through that gauntlet of quarterbacks as you watch Allen versus Mahomes in just what an incredible matchup that was. And then you get now Lamar versus Mahomes. Right. Thankfully, one of those two is going to take the other one out. You have to handle business at home. This is what you wanted all year.
Right.
You wanted Detroit at home, or you want whoever at home. NFC Championship game, 60 minutes to go to the Super Bowl.
I'm so damn thankful I walked out that stadium with a win.
No doubt.
You know, I did not want to get in my car after a loss.
I can't believe they pulled that rabbit out of their hat.
I mean, they pulled that off. Green Bay dominated that football game. But the Niners, they showed a lot of resolve. They showed a lot of composure. And that's what great teams do. You just find a way to win the game.
Yep.
You just find a way to win in January. We're not going to apologize. They're on to play the Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell. Green Bay's cleaned out their locker rooms today. Life is good out here in the Bay Area, folks.
It is.
Life is really good.
This defensive line, like what has happened to this defensive line? I for the life of me, I can't understand. Bosa was so dominant for the first couple of years of his career. He averaged essentially over a sack a game. And it does feel like this year, last year's playoffs, something has changed. I don't know what it is. Is he not winning one-on-one matchups? Is he getting chipped about? Like, I saw him get stood up by wide receivers and tight ends over and over. I'm like, what is going on? Where is Nick Bosa?
I'm sure people are going to blame Steve Wilkes.
No. I'm looking at Bosa. You're the highest paid player in the league.
I thought this defensive line was very disappointing, and they've been disappointing for a while now.
Yes,
it's been a while since the defensive line has showed up and woke up. And you know what?
Aaron Jones was awesome.
Well, the most expensive defensive line in pro football. You better wake up for next Sunday because you got an even more physical team with the Detroit Lions. They're literally biting kneecaps off. David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs are the truth. They're a problem. And once they get their play action pass game going on, Detroit's offense will carve you up. So this defensive line is the biggest deal to me going into this week. Now, Brock Purdy's one thing. The defensive line getting pushed around up front and not getting any pass rush, it's a problem.
A big-time problem. And then I'm looking at, like, just stuffing the run. Like, the toss plays to the outside were killing them. They're gashing them. I don't know what has happened to this defensive line. And in terms of like stopping the run, it's always kind of been the quiet little secret against the wide nine as I get like real schematically dorky here. But like they got to clean that up, man. They do. Aaron Jones, if you're asking me why Green Bay looked bad in the fourth quarter, they got away from Aaron Jones, even with a 50-yard run baked in there.
They did.
I thought he was awesome in this game.
Also, Logan Ryan playing over Jair Brown.
Joseph Day?
Shanahan
getting major run?
Shanahan explained the Jair Brown situation. It's something we could get into a little bit later. But Logan Ryan got most of the snaps, and he whiffed on a few tackles. He was not impressive. All right, we got 2 minutes here, Lubman. 2 minutes to break. 2-minute warning. All right, 2-minute warning. Let's take, I was going to take David. Let's go Rob and San Bruno real quick before the break. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? I want to shout out Lenore for setting the tone because he want to smoke the whole game.
Good call.
And then, big play, Greenlaw, he been doing it. I remember when I was the first one calling from the start, and y'all was talking about the other dude was not y'all, but people talking about the other guy just faster. No, big Greenlaw's a 49er Hall of Famer, pretty much, man. I don't care what nobody say. Secondly, and last week I called and I told y'all this is about Kyle Shanahan, not Brock Purdy. I said, if Kyle calls a good game, Purdy's going to play well. Through the first 3 quarters, Kyle was passing the ball like he had Peyton Manning back there and not the best player on the field, and you see what happened. To be honest, the Niners didn't win this game. Green Bay choked this game away. When Aaron Jones went 50 yards, they should have scored right there. That game would have been over. Then they missed the field goal. Once they missed the field goal, we got the ball at the 40. I'm like, it's over. We can go 60 yards. Cal can get back to the dink and dunk game. It's a wrap. It's over. So we got a lot to clean up. And Detroit got their own CMC, number 26. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a problem.
He's nice.
He's a problem. And then they got receivers. They got cornerback. And one more thing. Goff is the best quarterback in this, man. I'm going to tell you why. Goff then took 2 franchises that was not winning, and now he is the second NFC Championship game with his second franchise. We need some respect on his name. Goff is the best quarterback heading into this matchup, but I'm going to say this. The NFC is JV. The varsity is AFC. I think the real Super Bowl is in the AFC, to be honest with y'all.
Wow. Well, something we'll get to. Thanks for the call. Rob, we'll get to Ricky in Danville on the other side. 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about this win? Where's the excitement at? 4th NFC title game appearance in the last 5 years. People panicking? Do we sound like we're panicking?
No.
We're just assessing a football game. And they won.
That was a roller coaster.
But you can't tell me that was pretty. And you can't tell me. If you walked out of that game without any concerns, I would love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Because I've been searching for a 49er fan over the last 36 hours who is not a little concerned about what they saw on Saturday. Let's just be real. Do you want the truth or do you want us to wave pom-poms? You let me know. 888-957-9570. Would you like me to wave the pom-poms and say, hey, everything is okay, they played great, or would you like me to tell the truth? Because if we start telling the truth, I'm not sure a lot of y'all can handle it. I'm not going to say a lot of y'all, but some of you just can't handle truth. And the truth is, the 49ers got away with one. Now, it's good to get away with one in the playoffs and you invest in the NFC title game. That's Green Bay problems. But let's be real. The 49ers got away with one. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Thank you, Bonte.
The Niners are going back to the NFC Championship game.
888-957-9570. Niners going back to the NFC title game. 4th time in the last 5 years. Who's not excited about that?
It's really incredible with Kyle Shanahan. Like, look, again, he drove me crazy with the play calling in this game. He really did. He drove me crazy because it's like, dude, you have CMC. They're not a good run D. Just use him more. And he gets the 17 rushes, and he gets the 7 catches. To me, in a one-score game, in the rain, when your quarterback looks a little off and you have no Debo, deviate whatever the game plan was heading in, and like that's a 35-touch game for Christian McCaffrey. Or here's a thought, and this is something I was thinking about while watching the game. I'm like, all right, everybody says CMC is the best route runner of all the running backs in the league. Line him up in the slot or at receiver and give Mason or Elijah a touch.
Well, you may do that this game. When you get a player hurt like Debo, Shanahan explained it after the game on Saturday. Debo gets hurt, and all of a sudden you got guys scrambling out of position, which is why Juwan Jennings ends up in the backfield on a rushing play. You know, he runs the ball on the RPM. But that's what happens. So I think if they know Debo, and again, the report from Adam Schefter this morning is that Debo Samuel is 50-50 for Sunday's NFC title game. Now, also, you got this Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trash talk with Debo Samuel from earlier in the year. So you got that playing out here. But Debo Samuel is 50-50 for the NFC title game. So a lot of guys were scrambling out due to shoulder injury.
So it's just the shoulder, okay.
Shoulder that he suffered against, the same shoulder injury that he suffered against Cleveland, in which he missed 3 games here. He's going to do everything he can to play. I have a hard time believing the shoulder injury is going to keep Debo Samuel out. I feel like Debo Samuel is going to find a way to show up on Sunday and play in that football game against the Detroit Lions. I have a hard time not seeing number 19 in uniform. Debo Samuel's about that life. What's that? All right, here's Ian Rappaport on the injury, NFL Network.
There's no fracture in the shoulder of Debo Samuel, which is good news. It was actually the same shoulder as he injured last time, had a hairline fracture, missed a couple games, did all the tests this time. They believe no fracture. That is good. As far as the actual status going forward, that still remains up in the air. Kyle Shanahan going to talk to reporters earlier today, likely to get some clarity. The belief is this is not a major injury. Samuel got to work on rehab right after it happened and has been telling people he thinks that he will be okay.
So, like, watching the game back multiple times, because I'm a sick person, it did feel like They just put Jennings in the spot where Debo would be. You saw Jennings coming across the formation on runs to CMC. The defense was not guarding in terms of like everyone
They don't react to
yes.
the same way to Juwan Jennings as they do to Debo Samuel.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a better way of putting it. But Jennings made some big, tough, contested plays downfield. Now, on that gun run to start the second half, okay, everybody splits out, and you got just Juwan Jennings to the left or to the right of Brock Purdy. If you watch the play back, Brandon Ayuk immediately turns to the sidelines. Now, Brandon Ayuk was very animated throughout the game, but he turns to the sidelines. He's like, what are we doing? What was that? So there was obviously some sort of a mix-up, and then in the post-game presser, someone asked Shanahan about that, and he's like, yeah, that wasn't necessarily the main play. It was an option off of it. So they read something, or Brock read something, or maybe it was a mistake. Right. I'm not really sure. But everybody, and myself included, was like, what are we doing?
But you know what? Juwan Jennings, 5 catches, 61 yards. Turned out to be him.
He
stepped up in a major way. Also, one underrated aspect of the football game on Saturday.
His blocking.
The Niners were 10 of 16 on third downs. On third downs, for the most part, they were able to extend drives. You go 10 for 16 in a playoff game, you convert 62.5% of your third downs.
That's good.
That's one aspect that I think was overlooked all weekend long. Was like, wow, the Niners on the money downs, even without Debo Samuel, were able to extend drives and find a way to score points there. So the Niners did what they had to do to invest in NFC Championship. But Juwan Jennings, man, 5 catches, 61 yards, all huge catches. The throw Brock Purdy made over the middle of the field, Juwan Jennings was just making his cut, his break inside on that end route. And to get it over there, to fit that ball over to Mike linebacker in between 2 defenders behind him, hell of a play by Brock. Hell of a catch by Juwan Jennings.
When he let it go from my couch, I was like, oh, no, that's going to be picked. My heart stopped.
Well, I did, too, from my seats.
Yeah, what was you, from your angle?
I was like, oh, my God, he's about to throw a pick.
What a great catch by Juwan Jennings. I thought one of the best plays that came was Juwan Jennings finishing the block on the sideline on the Kittle play, because it was like an enforcer play. Right. Set the tone. And then on the very next play, apparently, I don't know how demonstrative he was, but CMC basically had to tell Kyle Shanahan, we're running this play, and I'm going to score a touchdown on it. And then on the very next play, they ran that play, and CMC scored a touchdown. CMC's unreal.
Yeah, no, CMC, they called it AT Mike. Shanahan was explaining after the game. He said, AT Mike. CMC said AT Mike, but they got a different look, and they still scored. Christian McCaffrey's so special.
Oh, my God.
To me, he's the best offensive player on this football team. The yardage, like, you look at his touches, okay, 17 for 98. He averaged 5.8 yards a carry. So Aaron Jones on the other side with 18 for 108. McCaffrey's right there with 17 for 98. You know, the 39-yarder in that football game. 2 touchdowns. Another 7 catches for 30 yards. I wouldn't have been mad. If he got 40 touches on Saturday.
This is my thing. Like, it's the playoffs. Like, you use him a lot throughout the regular season, and then come playoff time where he's on a pitch count. And I know he came out, he had like the cramp or something was going on with the thigh, Charlie horse. I don't know what it was. But like, in a 1-score game where you are going up against a porous run defense and your quarterback looked a little shaky and it was tough to throw, run the ball. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone and I'm just complaining even though we won. I'm just saying, my God, CMC, if your season had ended and he only had 24 touches in that game, I think all offseason we're talking about how do you not give the ball to Christian McCaffrey more?
We're talking about Shanahan's play calling, which was a little tight on Saturday night. Shanahan got a little tight into the first half, clock management. I thought in the third quarter at times there were some hairy moments for Kyle Shanahan, but you know what? It doesn't matter. They're playing the Lions on Sunday. You can wash away all the bad. Hopefully they got all the bad and all the rust out against the Green Bay Packers because they survived and they advanced. And that's the main thing here. They survived and they advanced.
God.
And the season prologues here. They don't have to clear out their lockers today. Instead, they're getting ready for the Detroit Lions. By the way, the segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's go out to the Lions here, man. Ricky in Danville. Get us started here. Ricky, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas, man. Happy Victory Monday. I don't care, man. That was one heck of a game, man. And you know what? Rain, go away. Purdy doesn't have to contemplate wearing a glove on Sunday. You know what? That's it, baby. Maybe he's just not a rain player. But that guy showed up when it mattered at the end of the game. The whole offense showed up when it mattered at the end of the game. My main worry is our defense. Our defense needs to step it up this weekend because one thing I've noticed about the Lions in the last, 2 weeks that I've actually watched the Lions game is their receivers catch the ball.
Yep.
They don't drop the ball very much. So we need to make sure our D-line is making Goff make those Jimmy Oh-No throws, because Goff will hand it to you. If you have pressure.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta, we'll break those guys down. Jameson Williams is starting to come on, and Jared Goff is coming back home. And you know Jared Goff wants this. He's tired of hearing that, oh, boy, he's 0-5 against Kyle Shanahan. He's 0-5. Well, guess what, folks? This is a whole new Jared Goff. And this is a whole new football team. They're playing with some big-time pride out there in Detroit, man. That's a physical football team. And his defensive line on Sunday. We're looking at Nick Bosa. We're looking at Javon Hargrave. I'm looking at Armstead. I'm looking at Kinlaw. I'm looking at Gregory. I'm looking at Chase Young. I don't give a damn what your PFF grades was on Saturday. My eyeballs tell me you didn't do enough on Saturday night to make Jordan Love uncomfortable.
Well, and it felt like finally a team was like, oh, Ambry Thomas is the weak link. We're just going to keep picking on him. I mean, they've got to – I don't know what they got to do. Is it Isaiah Oliver?
No, hell no. You don't put him on the field. But you got to live with Ambry Thomas and just say, dude, you're going to be on the island at times. You're just going to have to play well.
And Diamond Lenoir's playing such good football right now.
Him and Moody Ward. Moody Ward had a really
good breakup in the end zone early in that game.
But what are you going to do? Play Isaiah Oliver? You really want to do that? You want to go back down that road?
No, I don't. I do think that they're going to try to isolate him because they have personnel that can do it, right? They've got 3 really good receivers, and they've got a good tight end, a great tight end, really, and 2 really good backs. So I think this is a very stiff test. We have all week to break that down. Yeah. But, going back to this game, Ambry Thomas was a huge liability, and he's playing 30 yards off guys. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. It was very frustrating watching.
No,
I don't have a lot of faith in him.
Ambry Thomas he struggled. But you know what? Committed to pass interference on the first drive. It prevented a touchdown, and guess what? Green Bay had to settle for 3.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So that was a penalty.
But it was a long
taken.
third down. I would like to see a guy make a catch.
Trust me, it happened right in front of my seats. He got cooked at the line of scrimmage. I was just like,
and he just grabbed the hips.
Just grabbed the hips. Hang on for dear life.
Was dancing.
Give up a penalty.
Well, the other thing that I want to talk about is the rain for a second, and look, I laugh at those kind of things normally. Player X can't play in the rain. Tim Lincecum, remember the long Timmy can't pitch in the heat in Washington. It's shut up. That's so dumb. There is something now because this is multiple games. Purdy in the rain. I don't know if it's the glove, no glove. I don't know if his arms aren't big, hands aren't big enough. I don't know what it is.
Do they practice during the week with wet footballs?
They were talking about that during the broadcast. And
they don't practice with wet footballs?
No. And
why not?
Greg Olson was saying sometimes you'll get 10 minutes a week of throwing with a wet ball, compared to the rest of the time practicing, and Shanahan doesn't believe in it and blah, blah. I think you might need to start if you know it's going to rain, and it's rained for weeks on end in the Bay Area, and you're at home, you should kind of have a feel for the rain, right? Am I tripping?
Purdy found a way in the rain, but I'm not going to sit here all morning and say, oh boy, he just can't play in the rain and chalk it, because guess what? In the future, you may have to go to Green Bay,
what I'm saying,
Chicago, New York, Philadelphia. You're going to Washington. Who knows? Seattle. There's places that rain in the Bay Area, folks. Guess what? It rains. I can't buy this thing that, he can't play in the rain, so now we got a specialist at quarterback? No, he's got to figure it out in the elements. You got to figure it out.
But there is something to and again, I'm not losing my mind over it, but this is now multiple games in the rain where his accuracy has not even been close to what we're accustomed to seeing. That was the big thing with me.
Right.
We can harp on decision making. The accuracy was nowhere near what I expect from Brock.
No, it wasn't there, and I don't know how much of a factor the rain was in terms of the accuracy, but I'm not here to buy that excuse.
Okay,
you figure it out. I'm watching all these quarterbacks all around the league in these playoffs throwing inclement weather, cold weather. Guys are throwing dimes in 15 below. 0 degrees.
It was
wind chill. Winds were blowing left and right, 20 to 30 miles an hour.
It looked very cold for Lamar.
Yeah, I'm not here to say that this guy can't play in the rain. I don't want to buy that. I pay you at quarterback. You're my quarterback. I expect you to play in all weathers, in all types of weather. All right? I'm not buying that. Let's go to Carl in Fremont. Carl, what's happening? Carl, you there? Oh, you gone. Let's go to Manny on the DeBarton Bridge.
Hey, Manny.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Long time no chat, man, but what a hell of a game that was. I was getting kind of annoyed at some of the guys that I was watching it with because they were saying, "Oh, the Niners are going to get what they get." I was like, "Come on, man, you got to stay faithful." But that being said, here's my theory on why Brock looked like he was off all night. He got spooked early, man. When Savage almost took it in for the pick six, I think that might have rattled his brain somehow. Because if you look at the body language right after that throw, it took him a while to get his groove back on, but he got it when it counted, like we've been saying all day long. That being said, he needs to have a lockdown game from kickoff to the end of the whistle. The one thing that I'm really concerned about, I know it's all in the back of our minds, is like, what are we going to do about Ambry? I mean, he straight up mugged everybody that came his way. And against Amon St. Brown and even Porter or
Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
Reynolds.
Yeah.
They got, who is it? Reynolds? Yeah.
I mean,
they got some ballers over there.
All of those guys, man. We gotta put Commodore 64 back in on that side and have him play inside, man, because we can't have that kind of performance. That's what got us cooked early and often. That's what got us behind the 8-ball. It wasn't the fluke fumble or anything like that. It was, if you look at it, that game should not have gotten the way it was if Ambry played solid. And so I'm really worried about that.
All right, good call. Hey, good call, man. Yes, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates, a super simple online application process. Sellers of Comcast Business Text Line, as well as a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. So Manny brought up 2 things. One, Ambry Thomas. Yeah, he's a problem. And he's a concern. He's got to play better. That's all I like. You're playing off and giving up 8-yard routes. You're giving up 10-yard routes. You're not playing physical at all. Ambry Thomas has got to step up his game. But he also brought up the Brock Purdy, the early Jimmy O'Neill throw that he made to Darnell Savage. And Darnell Savage made that play the week before against Dallas. That football hit him right in the heads. He's going the other way for a pick six. It's 10-0 Green Bay. But fortunately for all Niner fans and for Brock Purdy, Darnell Savage dropped the ball. But Manny said something there saying maybe Brock got a little hesitant after that throw. I can subscribe to that. Because all of a sudden in the football game like that, these playoff games, Trey Aikman always talks about it, Bill Cowher, Boomer Esiason, all of a sudden you start worried about, boy, I don't want to be the guy to turn the ball over. Boy, I can't throw that again. Boy, I'm a little gun shy. I don't want to throw a pick, so maybe I'll throw it at somebody's feet or throw it at somebody's legs. Manny may have a point there that Brock did get a little gun shy there after that near pick six.
Interesting. Well, I don't know. He did make an unbelievable throw to George Kittle on the move that was over the top, and you would think maybe he would take more of a check down throw if he was a little worried about that. He threw a couple of over the middle passes to Juwan Jennings. After that, I just think it was a roller coaster performance from him. You know, that's really what it was. And when push came to shove, fourth quarter, I mean, he delivered. And that's really all that matters, and they move forward. But there's no doubt, he can't play that sloppy with the ball, and that's the part that was the most uncharacteristic. Yeah. And, like, it's hard for me, like, the veneer of the Purdy thing, like, I have been basically saying he's so much better than Jimmy, and I felt this way. And the effort that he's put on tape, so much better than Jimmy, so much better than Jimmy, so much better. But in this game, now, he had the drive that Jimmy has never had in the playoffs, but Jimmy had those drives in Week 18 against the Rams one year, in Week 17 against Seattle. I think we have selective memory at times.
The Saints?
We have selective memory on Jimmy because he didn't do it in a playoff game, and Purdy has now. He's done it in the Dallas game in the fourth quarter, delivered with some throws, and now he's done it in this one. And that is the separator between them. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that my confidence in Purdy is at the most shaken it's ever been. And I've been one of his biggest defenders. And he didn't have a great game.
I'm going to go the other way with it, though. My confidence hasn't dissipated with Brock Purdy because of that performance. Because you know what? You mentioned something that Jimmy in the cold against Green Bay. I know everybody's going to say, well, he headed off to Debo. He threw one pass on the drive or whatnot. Look, they kicked the game with a field goal. They invested in the NFC title game. So Jimmy gets credit for that. But Brock deserves a lot of credit for having that type of performance. and to be able to compartmentalize everything that happened in the first 3 quarters and to wake up with 6.5 minutes left and lead that touchdown drive, I actually became a lot more confident in Brock Purdy because I'm thinking to myself, okay, everything was stacked against him. Mm-hmm. He was having a C- game, maybe a D+ game. He was not good. Trust me.
Him and Shanahan were having like D games. Yes.
He woke up when we needed him to.
Yes.
He made plays when we needed him to. The third down, quick slant to Brandon Ayuk, there was nowhere to throw that football. He fitted it in. Hell, he hit George Kittle right in the numbers on second down. George Kittle dropped it. What about dropping it over on the out route to Conley there on the sideline? I've been waiting for him to throw it outside the numbers all game long, and he makes it happen on the final drive. So you know what? I'm a little more confident in Brock Purdy because he did bounce back when we needed him to. He didn't wilt under pressure. How many 49er quarterbacks I've seen throw picks in that situation or fumble the ball or not get their team in a position to score? He got them in a position to score, and they're advancing to the NFC title game. And I'm trusting Brock Purdy to learn from all those mistakes in the first 3 quarters and be a lot better next week against a Detroit defense that I don't think they're as strong as Green Bay's defense whatsoever. Really? They give up a lot of yards. Okay. A lot of yards. Deep shots. Tampa Bay had their way. Tampa Bay, if you want to be real, Tampa Bay may have. Now, Jared Goff did his thing there in the second half, but I thought Tampa Bay left some meat on the bone there yesterday in Detroit. Okay.
Well, like, I do think baked into the whole Purdy equation, like, not having Debo is huge for him. Debo's a blanket for any quarterback. I mean, I felt like the whole entire game plan was centered around Debo Samuel. At least that's what my eyes felt like they were telling me. And when he stepped out of that game, I think the coach had a tough time deviating from the scheme that he had worked so hard all week on. I thought the quarterback was throwing to guys that maybe he didn't have the same rapport with. And also, maybe there was some rust.
Right.
Like they hadn't played for a month, it felt like.
Right.
And it looked like they hadn't played for a month. The timing clearly was off. I think Green Bay gets a lot of credit for causing that timing to be off. I think the rain's a factor. There's a lot that goes into it. So, look, again, I'm not saying that the sky is falling and I don't trust Purdy at all. But, like, I'm just saying my confidence in the guy, which was sky high,
you're a little panicky.
The veneer is slightly off.
Yeah,
the polish could come back.
He sounded a little edgy this morning, Shasky.
It wasn't a great performance from him or the coach. Like, the coach frustrated me in that game. Hand the ball off to CMC.
Morelli, Bonte, what about his scramble in the final play to pick up 8 yards?
That was a great run.
Brock Purdy, great decision making right there. Great decision making. It's all good. It's all good. The Niners are going to the NFC title game, 4th time in the last 5 years. I'm going to celebrate that.
Yay.
Now, we're going to clean some things up. Yeah, I know. Hey, y'all don't know about that.
Now
over there across. We'll get me started over there, silver and black.
You talked about, like, the final 2 minutes. And I don't know if this is coach. I don't know if this is quarterback. I don't know if this is organizational philosophy. Like, the entire 2-minute drill, 1 minute drill now, but, like, it left a lot to be desired. And I don't understand their allocation on timeouts. Shanahan, for 3 quarters of the year, maybe 5-6 of the year, brilliant at scoring before halftime, getting the ball back, and scoring again. He was brilliant all year. In this game, it's 3rd down with a minute to go. They're at the 42-yard line. They let 32 seconds off the clock and then call a timeout.
Yeah, it didn't make no sense.
Like, just run the play.
Just run the play and get the first down and then call timeout.
Exactly.
I get it. I didn't like it.
Me neither, all right? And then on 2nd and 1, they throw a check down after burning 2 timeouts essentially back-to-back. They throw a check down to CMC, and then they spike the ball with 30 seconds. Run a play. It's 2nd and 1. Give yourself the 2 chances, 2nd and 3rd down, to either get a first down or get a touchdown. I don't know, man. You basically walked out with no points because of blocked field goal, and you still had a timeout in the back pocket.
You didn't score after halftime as well, so you did double up.
Yeah, the 3 and out.
Double up. You had a 3 and out right after halftime, so Shanahan got tight. We can talk about that as well. Shanahan did get tight in this football game. You can't get tight against Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell lets everything loose. That Detroit team plays so loose. They're aggressive. Shanahan, I think for the most part this season, has been aggressive. But, boy, Saturday night, he was tight. Got to wake up, Shanny. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We're dissecting Saturday night's win over the Green Bay Packers. Niners advance to their 4th title game in the last 5 seasons. But are you a little concerned with the way they looked against Green Bay? It's okay. If you're encouraged, or are you concerned? 888-957-9570. That's coming up on the game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
All guests during the postseason appear on the Boxer and Girth.
down. Blitz is coming. Purdy has a block. Floating one downfield for Kittle. He's got it. Touchdown, San Francisco.
I mean, I think it is important. Earlier this year we had games like Cleveland and Minnesota and Cincinnati at one point. You're down and you got to find a way. It's fourth quarter. It's the NFL. And then obviously we're in the postseason now, so we were all like, all right, this is it. This is our season. And so for us to capitalize like that was huge for all of us. And then obviously for myself as a quarterback, it's good for confidence and all that. But we have too many good players, man, on this team. So many players that are difference makers, and we got a great defense. And so for us to not find a way, it's not right. So for us to finally have a game like this and pull through at the end was huge for all of us. So, yeah.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That's Brock Purdy there. Brock Purdy helped lead the game-winning drive for the 49ers. That was huge. They got the ball at the 13-yard line, and they go right down the football field. Right down the football field, and they survive. They survive, folks. And they win 24-21. 24-21 to advance to their fourth NFC Championship game in the last 5 years. Brock Purdy was special on that final drive. He really was. 12 plays, 69 yards, 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Elapsed off the clock. It started with a Juwan Jennings catch. It ended with a Christian McCaffrey touchdown. And although it was ugly, and although Shanahan coached tight at times, and although the pass rush was MIA at times, and although the run defense was non-existent at times, they're hosting the Detroit Lions next Sunday at 3:30 p.m. for a chance to go to another Super Bowl. That's what it's about. You're in the Final Four now. We ain't apologizing over playoff wins.
No.
You're not getting style points like this is the BCS back in the day in the 2000s in college football. Win or go home. And the Niners found a way to win.
Look, they're where they need to be, right? They're in the Final Four at home. I mean, given how long an NFL season is, Debo being 50-50 heading into this game as the major injury concern, you're right where you need to be in terms of health and having the home field advantage and being one game away from the Super Bowl. These are now one-game samples. That being said, it is each run is different. You know what I mean? Each playoff run that your team goes on is different. When you watch the Niners of 2011, oh my God, they came out of nowhere. And and it was heartbreaking that they lost the way they did. But you contextualize that with 2013 when they lost to the Seahawks in Seattle. It was like a gauntlet of losses. And eventually it was are we ever going to win one?
Yep.
And so this doesn't hit the same way. My appreciation, I admit it. I'm raising my hand. My appreciation isn't exactly the same as what it was in 2019 when the Niners came out of nowhere and went to the NFC Championship game. That one was oh my God, Jubilee. I'm just happy to be relevant again.
You were not happy after the Minnesota wins.
I'm a
you were not happy after the 2019 divisional round win.
You know why?
And that was the first playoff game we had in 7 years.
Because I'm looking at this team and I'm saying to myself, no, honestly, look, each playoff win is special and you take them and you don't apologize. And I understand all that. This is a little different. We've got a core here, right? And they've got a lot of money tied in to this team and they've been excellent all year. And you look around the NFC, it's this is the year, right? Detroit's a formidable foe. I don't want to sleep on them, but you've been one of the most dominant teams of this year. You just broke a ton of records. You've got everyone under contract, and we know how violent the game is and how quickly you can be one of the top teams in the league, and it can evaporate tomorrow, right? You have small windows, and it's I'm watching that game and the roller coaster of oh my God, we're going to have to talk quarterback and coach all offseason? That's what I was saying. Really? We're going to have another window conversation all offseason? So to pull that one out, it's oh, thank God they pulled that one out. But this is the year to win the Super Bowl. And coming out of that game, I'm not as confident as I once was, but I'll take it, man. I will take it. And I maybe sound defeatist or whatever, but they feel very lucky that they dodged a huge bullet and got here. It's a wake-up call to the entire team, and they have to play better and more buttoned up, and they were lucky to prevail, and I feel very fortunate to be in this situation, and I am not going to take Detroit lightly.
Well, you know what? Number one, it's always been Super Bowl or bust, all right? That's been baked in all season long. That's what the season's all about. Let's be real. It's been Super Bowl or bust. Number two, it's not going to be easy. Who said winning in the playoffs are easy? They're never easy. You expect this team to win 40-10 every week? It's not going to happen. And you look at the other side of the bracket, Kansas City and Baltimore won't be easy if the Niners are able to get past Detroit. That's going to be even harder, especially after a bye week. So, again, I'm taking this thing one game at a time. You knew Green Bay was coming in hot. They were confident. They were rolling. Jordan Love was playing as well at the quarterback position as anybody in this league over the last 8 to 9 weeks. All right? Jordan Love was humming. That receiver core was humming. Green Bay, that Aaron Jones was humming in the run game. 4 straight games with over 111 yards? Are you kidding me? This was going to be a tough game, and it was grimy. But you know what? The Niners got tested. They showed a lot of resolve. The defense bit, but didn't break. Brock Purdy made the final plays on a 12-play, 69-yard drive. Shanahan was in his bag, and we advance. And we get to go down to Levi Stadium next Sunday for a chance to watch confetti drop, for a chance to watch Jed York pass the NFC title trophy to Kyle Shanahan and his father, Mike. That is all on the table, folks. That is all here. But they got a lot of things to clean up. There's no doubt about it. But you know what? I'd rather clean them up after a victory.
Of course.
After a victory. And you know what?
Of course.
Listen, a lot of us said we need to see Brock Purdy come back in the fourth quarter. We need to see Shanahan come back in the fourth quarter. Well, what did they do?
Well, they did.
They came back in the fourth quarter.
Without Debo.
Without Debo Samuel.
In the rain.
In the rain. At home. With your backs against the wall. As a number 1 seed. With all the pressure on you. They did that. Check. We move. Let's go to the lines here. Doug in Wichita. Wichita, Kansas. What's up, Doug?
Hey, bang. Good morning.
Good morning.
I got to tell you, man, I'm watching this game with my boys, and they're just all nonchalant, wanting the Niners to win, but like, Dad, I think we're going to lose. And I'm thinking, man, I wish I could be that lighthearted about it. But like I told his call screener, I felt like Red Fox. I thought I was on my way. And they pulled it out, man. I was so happy. So let me say this. This is what I think we need to do on offense. I don't know why we didn't do it, Saturday night, but we got to get Elijah Mitchell going, especially if we're going to be missing Debo, because we can split. We could split CMC out and do the same thing, in my opinion. I'm not taking anything away from Debo. Better with him than without him. But I think we can make up for that loss if we mix in some Elijah Mitchell to get them hard runs up the middle. On defense, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but hey, my man Greenlaw, when you get that pick, brother, go down.
Oh, my goodness.
This ain't a dance floor, my man.
Oh, my goodness.
So, hey, man, bang, Niner gang. Looking forward to beating the Lions. And if we don't, I'm pulling for the Lions because I don't want to see Kansas City get another one. And I can't stand Baltimore either.
All right, Doug. Good call, man. Good call. Yeah, Drake Greenlaw, get down. Here's George Kittle on Drake Greenlaw.
Yes, Drake Greenlaw, get down.
Were you yelling for Dre to get down on that second?
I think the whole stadium was yelling. I think I could hear you guys up there yelling him to get down. Yeah, see, they were in the back. Goodness gracious. You know what? I was like, dude, Dre, what are you playing backyard football? Oh, my goodness. Like, the game, just go down. Especially, like, every time he cut, it was like an NBA crossover. I was like, oh, my God. So, yeah, that might have been the most stressful part of the night was his interception. Both of them. Just didn't want to follow the convoy. It is what it is. We'll learn from it.
We'll learn from it.
The entire defense, I'm watching them. I'm like, do any of you realize just get down and this game's over?
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, my God. Greenlaw was awesome. He had a whap hit on Kraft, the tight end, trying to block. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable hit. Also, Diamond Lenore got offensive pass interference on a play. He almost had an interception. I thought the refs were sketch in both directions, both against the Niners, against Green Bay. There were a lot of questionable things. But the play that no one's talking about, that I was surprised they didn't have Jordan Love get checked out under the tent, the 4th and 1 hit by Dre Greenlaw, helmet to helmet, which if you're going to like put your head in there on those quarterback sneaks,
you're going to get hit in the head.
You are.
It's going to happen.
And I'm not condoning helmet-to-helmet hits. It's kind of like a byproduct of that play.
Right.
I thought Greenlaw was awesome in this game.
No,
and Fred Warner in the first half was awesome.
Fred Warner now third all-time in 49ers history with 71 tackles in the playoffs.
Really?
Bowman's number 1 with 78 tackles. Kid Norton Jr., number 2 with 73 tackles.
Wow.
Greenlaw now in 5th place with 62 overall tackles. If he amasses, say, 10 next week against the Lions, well, he'll be in the top 3 alongside Fred Warner, Kid Norton, and, of course, Navarro Bowman. So Greenlaw, 2 interceptions. He was huge. Fred Warner played really well, but that front four, and, there was a Packer fan behind me. He goes, Brock Purdy ran out of bounds on one play, And the Packer fan goes, take the 15, basically saying, hit Brock Purdy. So I waited till after the game. I was like, hey, man, you can have a 15. I'm going to take the dub. And he just looked at me and goes, you've been waiting all night for that, huh?
What did you make of the Deommodore Lenoir push? Because it was Jordan
legal.
Love was stiff-arming him going out of bounds, and I'm not sure if they showed the replay.
Yeah, I watched the game back twice yesterday. I watched it back that night, Saturday night. I watched it back in the morning before, and then I watched the game back before I went to bed. It was a legal play.
I didn't like that they gave double penalties. 71 or 72 for Green Bay was the one 71. Who initiated the fight. Randy Gregory was just walking over. There were two bad plays. The Trent Williams one on the punt return or the kickoff return. Trent Williams, what are you doing?
Josh Myers, the center for the Green Bay Packers, came in to defend his quarterback. It was much ado about nothing. Let's go to...
It did feel like, real quick, Bonte, that the Packers were definitely told to bait these guys throughout the game. It did feel like they were getting chippy after, but that's playoff football.
Playoff football.
It is.
And on the road, right?
And you're the underdog.
Exactly.
So you do what you got to do to really charge up the favorites here.
If I'm a Green Bay fan, I am sick to my stomach that you lost that game, right? Like, you missed a field goal. You turned the ball over multiple times. It felt like you left Aaron Jones on the tarmac at the end of that game.
Well, first two drives, you don't score touchdowns.
Exactly.
You settle for 3.
Exactly.
And you don't get one on 4th and 1 inside the 15-yard line. So
and you
should have walked away with 10. Yeah, you should have walked away with 10 points.
So if I'm Green Bay, I'm sick to my stomach. On the other side, looking at Green Bay, I'm saying, all right, now this year's this year, but moving forward, that's a team with a lot of young talent.
Yeah.
They're a very impressive team, and I think they're going to be a factor, and we're going to get Niner Packers again.
Yeah, we may see that at some point. No doubt about that. Let's go to, a lot of lines here. Let's go to Jason in Wisconsin. Jason, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Let's go, Niners. Good morning, boys. Live from Green Bay home. I couldn't be happier to get this win. And check it out. The boys struggled in adverse conditions. We know how they play in the rain. But I tell you what, Glock Purdy and the boys, 6 of 7 in the final drive. He put it together when it mattered. If it was Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, anybody else doing it, we would have said, man, they found a way to win. And dang it, man, the Niners found a way to win, and we're moving on. I couldn't be happier for the team. Couldn't be happier for them boys in the locker room. Did it without Debo. Hope he gets back. I love you, boys. I need a little more energy, though, after the win. Let's go,
Niners. What you need from us? You're not getting enough energy? What's up, Jason? You're not getting enough?
Man, Bonte, there was no oh baby this morning.
No.
You didn't drop no oh baby this morning. I need a little bit more, boys, respectfully.
All right, I got you. Maybe I'm old babied out. Maybe I'm just exhausted. Saturday night was exhausting. Sitting through that game, stressed out. Anna told me after the end, she goes, babe, I've never seen you that quiet during a football game. You were shook.
That's playoff football.
And I was like, you know what? I was a little shook. I was talking to Dumas yesterday.
Oh, wait, the guy who says he watches sports super calm and chill?
No, I usually do. But I was shook. When Green Bay came right down the field and ate over 7 minutes off the clock, and they kicked the field goal. And then Brock Purdy on the first drive of the game almost throws that pick six to Darnell Savage. I go, oh, boy, it is going to be a grimy game. So, yeah, I was nervous.
What was the energy like in that parking lot heading in there?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah?
It was great. It was old school Kettlestick vibes.
Yeah?
It was great. It was rainy. It was nasty. You just knew it was a fist fight coming. You heard the beats, and I was just like, boy, this. I told Anna and my sister Brittany, we're walking there, I go, I feel like this is going to be a grimy one. This has grimy written all over it. You know what? It turned out to be grimy, and the Niners won. Brock Purdy came through in the clutch. Kyle Shanahan called some damn good plays on that final drive, and we survived, and we advanced. But I'm not going to lie to you guys. Yeah, I was shook.
That was a roller coaster game.
I was exhausted, and it was a sigh of relief after the game said,
well, that's what makes this one different than some of the other, nail biters that the Niners have won. Let's just go like the Green Bay game where they went to Lambeau a couple years ago. They were the underdog, right? Yeah. Green Bay had the Hall of Fame quarterback and the all-world wide receiver. Right. And the Niners were limping in, even though they had beat Dallas the year prior. Like, they were the team that was the hey, we just got into the playoffs, and we're here to upset you. Niners were 10-point favorites in this game. And as soon as that first drive, they took 7.5 minutes off the clock, I was like, well, all of my predictions are going out the window. I mean, that game, the field conditions were sloppy. Gibson's still falling all over himself somewhere. The fact that they found a way to win that game was nothing short of a miracle, quite honestly, if you watch that game all the way through. No, a lot of things had to break their way.
No, it did. It did, no doubt.
LaFleur was very good in this game.
No, he was. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Jose, what's happening?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Jose.
Good morning, guys. 3 points, I'll make him quick. Moody, he has only one job, to kick field goals. He missed one, just like you can guarantee the guy is going to miss one per game.
Well, that was a block.
Also, his kickoff, he on the kickoff, he get the Packers the ball, at the 39-yard line. It was a short kickoff. And now moving on to Wilkes. He had 2 weeks to get ready. 2 weeks. His game plan didn't change. It seems like the guy has the same game plan every single time. And the only thing that saves this guy is the fact that we have some of the best defensive players in the game. That's the only thing. But I see no imagination coming from him. You know, man, I miss Saleh. I miss D'Amico Ryan. Honestly, this guy, if we could play in this game and we make it to the Super Bowl, I mean, either the Ravens or the Chiefs, they're not the Green Bay Packers. And let me tell you something. Yesterday, honestly, the Packers deserved to win that game. We got lucky that we got away with that one. With 2 weeks,
doubt.
That was a shameful job as far as them getting prepared.
Well, I want to get into Wilkes just a split second here, B. Some of these personnel decisions, I saw Joseph Day. Joseph Day was playing heavy snaps. I didn't understand the rotations. Oren Burks out there for lots and lots of base down snaps. Like, we miss Al-Shair. That's number one. Number two, then Logan Ryans at safety? Who? He's been here like a month and a half, and you're playing Logan Ryans the entire game? I don't know. Some of the personnel decisions regarding who was playing were driving me crazy.
Well, I'm looking at the snap count here, especially for the defensive line.
Yeah, give it to me.
Javon Kinlaw played 20 snaps.
He actually had a couple of pressures.
Chase Young played 45 snaps. 45 snaps. Oren Burks played 20 snaps. 20 snaps for Oren Burks. Interesting there. Day, here, I'm going to pull up the rest of the stats. Joseph Day, yeah, they just signed up for the Chargers, which we all liked, right? We all liked that move.
Yeah, as a 50 tackle.
Yeah, but, you know.
Not playing the first quarter. Like, they rotated the first two drives. I was like, Bosa's been off a month. I'm paying him $130 million. Get him back on the field.
Yeah, no, Bosa.
I've had enough.
Bosa in the snap counts is a little weird.
What is Bosa's?
Let me try to find it right here. We'll go to a line, and I'll look for it here. Let's go to
Adam in
Armstead
San
finally
came back. I just wanted to see him play more.
Adam in San Francisco, what's going on?
Guys, good morning. People were saying, not having the fire this morning. I'm with you that, like, it's taken me 48 hours to just emotionally recover from that game. Like, my God, like that game took years off my life. But here's what I'll say is that, yeah, the team looked like they hadn't played in 3 weeks. I mean, you had the bye. You didn't play a lot of the starters against the Rams. And so the last meaningful amount of football that they played was the Commanders. So, like, that's what I think coming in. They've like Shasky said, they had that wake-up call. The rust has been shaken off. And it's like, it is, nut up or shut up time now. Like, this team coming in is hot. Aaron Jones ran all over us. Well, now you got Montgomery and Gibbs to worry about. You got St. Brown. You got Laporta. I don't think their defense is all that great, but they can make timely, big plays. Aiden Hutchinson's a problem. Branch is a problem, but I'm so happy, obviously, but the amount of growth in that final drive to come back, win the game the way they did, I just think that now the wake-up call has happened. The rust has been shaken off. The weather is supposed to be better next week, so I don't think our defenders are – I mean, how many plays did we see a guy wide open and then you see the replay because the guy slipped? I'm like, what's going on? So we're good. I didn't go to Moonshine like I said I was going to, so maybe, I don't know, a little – superstitious there, but we got the dub, guys. We're good, and we're going to win this Sunday. On
the touchdown pass that Jordan Love threw to Melton over the top where Gibson fell, Gibson was getting beat on that play whether he fell or not.
Right.
The two guys came flying up on some bubble screen fake that they were doing. Gibson was going to get burned on that play. Now, whether it would have been a more contested catch, because Melton did have to get his feet down or whatever, like, whether he fell or not, they were getting burned on that play. LaFleur was in his bag.
Well, a couple things here. I keep hearing the turf, right? The Niners slipping and
both teams
turf.
have the turf.
Well, the Niners are their home team. How do we not adjust to our own grass at home? I can see if we're on the road and we're slipping around. Green Bay didn't have a lot of slips like the Niners did. The Niners practice here. All right? So they got to figure that out. That's inexcusable to not know your field and be the team that's slipping around and stuff like that. I have an issue with that. Yeah, I have an issue with that. Now, in terms of snap counts, Bosa played 63 snaps. That was the most of any defensive lineman on the football team. Eric Armstead played 46, Chase Young 45, Hargrave 44. Joseph Day only played 10 snaps. Felt like 10 too many at times.
9 too many.
But he only played 10 snaps. So the rotations were a little tighter, believe it or not, folks. Bosa played 63 snaps. You get paid that type of money? I don't want to hear that maybe it's too many snaps for Nick Bosa.
No, that's not.
You got to perform at a higher level.
100%. Dude, again, I'm critical of Bosa because I believe him to be one of the greats, right, in terms of talent. I watched him get stood up by 13, the receiver, and multiple times. It's like, come on, dude, you got to know the chip is coming.
Yep, no doubt.
If this pass rush, we could talk about Ambry Thomas till we're blue in the face. If this pass rush doesn't get home with the amount of money that they've invested into it, we're in trouble.
Let's go to Miguel in San Antonio. Miguel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Victory Monday, Quest for 6. Hey, I'm with y'all. You know, I was having a couple of heart attacks, but I think what's going on here is we need to change the perspective that everyone had coming into this game. Number 7 seed versus number 1. You know, the Packers. Everybody's thinking of the Packers from the beginning of the season, but I'm telling you, since week 11, that Packers team beat the Lions. They beat the Chiefs. They went to Dallas, where Dallas was, I think, 16-0 at home.
They lost to the New York Giants.
Beat them.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, but you know what?
They got 30.
They played. No, let him cook. Let Miguel cook because he's on the
good, but like,
he's right about that. They played playoff games. They slipped up against the Giants, but they came back and beat Minnesota. They came back and beat Chicago to win or go in a game they lost last year against Detroit. They get credit for that. Now we can't be nitpicking wins and talk about strength of schedule and all that stuff. That's a load of crap. Green Bay deserves credit.
Let's say that statistically coming in, they were one of the hottest teams coming into the playoffs. They did what they did. They did what they did to the Cowboys. They come in, they try to do it to San Francisco in a game where we lost our last rain game. I'm okay, that's out the window, whatever. You know, they're trying to come in here and set the underdog tone, but you know, the Niners, they held on against a coach that knows our coach. We lost one of our weapons. You know, a lot of the narratives were changed in this game. Purdy had everybody Brock 30, Brock 30. The only meaningful 30 was the 30 losing streak that we had trying to make comebacks. We changed that. You know, there's a lot of things that happened in this game where the narratives were changed. Our kicker made a 52-yarder, which is the point that won the game.
Huge clutch kick.
You know, their kicker missed. All right, change that around. Our 7th round pick had a game-winning drive. You know, quarterback sneak, a scramble, you know, dots when he needed to have dots to IU. When, you know, Conley, 3 catches. Conley just turned around and caught that ball. It was right there. Like, oh, thank you. You know, he put it together, you know, and what does the first round pick, you know, do? He throws a game losing interception, you know, and credit Greenlaw. Greenlaw was a beast. Lenore was a beast. I am pumped. I think we need to change our perspective that this was a 1 seed, 7 seed. You know, this 7 seed beat the 2 seed. I don't care what anyone says. I was at the 2003 January 5 of the 2002 wild card comeback against the Giants. I was at that game going crazy, lost my voice. My brother was at the game on Saturday. He lost his voice. We were talking about it. There was so many comparisons. Levi's was the loudest it's been. I mean, we got to get pumped up for this team.
No, I hear you. I hear you, Miguel. You're on it. You're on it. Look, I'm not gonna discredit what the Green Bay Packers did down the stretch. Beating Detroit on Thanksgiving when nobody thought they could. Beating the Chargers at home, but the Chargers still have something to play for. All right, they lose to Pittsburgh, they bounce back, but you beat up on the Rams team. All right, they did what they had to do to get into the damn playoffs, and they deserve credit for that. They deserve credit for that. And you know what? They didn't look like no 7 seed on Saturday night. They had us shook. The Green Bay Packers had every Niner fan in that stadium shook up. Now, the fans responded. They responded, but I'm not going to take away credit for Green Bay. Jordan Love played very well down the stretch. For 3 quarters, he was the better quarterback on the football field. Then the fourth quarter happened. So you know what? They deserve credit because they controlled most of that football game. I don't know why you're laughing, Shasky.
No, I mean, the fourth quarter was the differentiator in the game. There's no doubt about it. I'm laughing because Brock was excellent in the fourth quarter. His third quarter wasn't as great. I mean, he was off, even though they scored points in that third quarter. His second quarter wasn't great. In the first quarter, he wasn't excellent. Not by his standard, but the fourth quarter, he was much, much better. And Jordan Love was cooking in that game. But he had, I believe, 3 and out, and they got a punt. Yep. They had a missed field goal. Yep. He had multiple turnovers in this game. Like, it is how you finish, and that is a part of it. There's no doubt about it. Like, it's undeniable. Look at the Buffalo Bills this morning. The Buffalo Bills had opportunities to put away the Kansas City Chiefs, and they didn't. And Mahomes is going back to another AFC Championship game. Yep. And all Buffalo's going to talk about is the woulda, coulda, shoulda. And all Kansas City's going to say is, our guy always wins somehow in the fourth quarter. Whether he's got the better team, the lesser team, it doesn't matter. They win. And right now, the Niners are going to be hosting the NFC Championship game against Jared Goff.
4th time in 5 years. 2nd time in 5 years they'll host the NFC title game. 18 title game appearances, most in NFL history. All right? 17 since 1980, the most in the NFL during that span. I'm not going to be doom and gloom all morning long because we won a game. I'm not going to apologize for the Niners playing subpar and going out there and balling. But to Jordan Love, over his last 8 games, this was a hot quarterback. And I don't even count the Dallas game. But Jordan Love, in the last 8 regular season games, completed 70% of his passes, threw 18 touchdown passes and 1 interception. Threw for over 2,150 yards. So this was a hot quarterback that the Niners had to cool off. And you know what? They cooled him off just in the nick of time.
Yes, they did.
They cooled him off in the fourth quarter. Steve Wilkes and that defense gets a lot of credit for that.
And they got some stops early in the game to force field goals that were the difference in this game.
Yep.
I mean, if you looked up and you were looking at just the statistics, and I know stats can sometimes be skewed or lie to us, I mean, they had the ball for the majority of the first 2 quarters, and you look up, it's a 7-6 game.
Exactly.
And I don't know any Niner fan, even though they got blocked at the end of right before halftime.
Lucky to be up at the half.
What?
Lucky to be up at the half.
Lucky to be up? Of course they were lucky to be up. I was thrilled because I was sitting here saying, like, Green Bay's going to rue the fact that they don't have 14 up on the board or more right now. No question. No question. And I thought the defense's bend, don't break attitude was a big part of that.
Dude, to allow just a field goal on the opening drive, to get the stop off 4th and 1 on the next drive and keep them out of the end zone. Even when Green Bay was driving later in the second quarter, to hold them to 3. To hold them to 3. Green Bay was a top 5 team when it came to red zone conversions and the touchdowns. Green Bay was on fire. They get into the red area, they score 6, not 3. And to hold them to 3 multiple times, job well done by this defense, man. They stepped up.
And they got a 4th down stop on that 4th and 1. Like, so
that's what I said.
There was a variety of things that they did.
No, they did. They do it.
I mean, you talked for so long. I didn't know when I was getting in there.
You just always do that.
I mean, Jesus.
You just always do that. I just mentioned it. Just follow along. I said that.
You're reading a novel over there.
Man, no, don't come up. You've been out here talking for 3 minutes at a time. Speaking nonsense.
Thank you, Spadoni.
Let me carry the flag for the Niner Empire, man. You sound shook this morning, man.
I am shook.
Yeah, well, that's
a
problem.
Shook.
Well, that's why. Let me take the reins and let me calm the waters here. That's why I'm the voice of reason.
This is the funny thing. Right? Anybody who wants to be hyped up, great. I'm happy for you. I'm glad. I'm thrilled. I want to be where we want to be. I want to win a freaking Super Bowl. I've been Brock's biggest supporter all year.
Oh, no.
But I'd be lying to you.
That's tough. That's tough.
What? What?
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Thank you.
The captain is going on over here. I've been the biggest Brock Purdy supporter.
Okay,
you know what? I'm not even going to get caught.
Willard's been bigger.
No, whatever.
I'm just saying in general.
You are so capping right now.
In general.
The hat, you can't even fit that hat anymore. You're capping so hard. Come on. Oh, come on. Jay in Florida.
So you're the biggest Purdy fan?
No, I don't care about that stuff.
Well, I do.
I
thought he was significantly better than Jimmy.
I'm the biggest Brock Purdy fan. Woo. No, I said Brock Purdy leading this offense is going to score 30 points a year. Right? We don't need to get into the dialogue again about Brock Purdy. I know what I'm saying about Brock Purdy all year.
I think it's a big part of it.
I know about my receipts.
I thought he was infinitely better than Jimmy Garoppolo, and for the majority of that game. Now, the fourth quarter is the differentiator between him and Jimmy, no question about it. He looked like Jimmy for large stretches of this game. It was all over the place. And then the fourth quarter came around, and the guy did. He nutted up. He played great.
Let's go to Jay in Florida. He did. He did in the fourth quarter. Jay in Florida. Jay in Florida. Jay in Florida. You're talking now. Let the callers get in here.
Jay's going to be there. But I'd be lying to you if I said, dude, zero concern throughout that game. I was ripping my hair out. Who wasn't? We had the number one team heading into the playoffs, and we looked like we had never played football before for large stretches of that game.
Jay in Florida. Let's go.
Hey, guys. It's truly official quest for six time.
Great call. Great call. It's just amazing. You waited on hold for 45 minutes to say that. Robin in the city.
Hey, Robin.
Hey, guys. So, I don't know if you guys saw any of my videos. We went off in my house. But anyway, and I had to go lay down at one point in my 2-year-old granddaughter's bed because I was so upset. She was like, "What's wrong, Yaya?" I was like, "I cannot believe they getting ready to lose." Anyway, this is what I want to talk about.
Oh, gosh.
Are you kidding me? Anyway, special teams. They were horrific, okay? Okay? I don't know what the problem was. I got to go back and watch this game again because my anxiety level was just too high to be analyzing. But I didn't have to analyze too deep to know the special teams sucked. And then the second thing I'd like to say is Love, he was picking our DBs, our secondary, apart. I mean, was that blown coverage like on that 2-point conversion? He was wide open, and Fred Warner had to go over 3 people. He couldn't get there. I mean, whose fault was that? And that happened more than just once. That's blown coverage. But here's what I want to say to you guys. Football.
Oh,
she's ripping the special teams, and they weren't great. But that, what was that, 52-yard field goal?
Jake Moody.
I mean,
Jake Moody.
That was a hell of a kick.
Jake Moody.
That was a hell of a kick.
Oh, man. Let's. I don't even know if we should go. You know what? It's going to VO at Texas. To hell. These last 10 minutes of this segment has been one to sit to the Radio Hall of Fame, man. This is
I am shook.
Riveting radio. VO at Texas.
You already pulled that one around. I like that.
VO at Texas.
I am shook.
VO at Texas. What's up, man?
Fellas. You know what I saw Saturday night? I saw early 2000 New England Patriots. I saw championship football. If you heard Gronk at the end of the game, he said, we got outplayed 58 minutes, right? But in the last 2 minutes, they won when it's counted. How many times have you seen the Patriots in the past get outplayed in the playoffs?
That's true.
And come back and win when it counts.
Win ugly. Yeah.
Come back and win when it counts. Look, the narrative we got from the media is that we're front runners, right?
Right.
Well, we showed everybody that when everything isn't going right, when your quarterback's playing bad, you lose a player, we still find a way to win. So like my man said, we changed the narrative. Guys, we should be encouraged.
Hey, listen. You know what? VO in Texas, I'm starting to come on that. I'm starting to drive down that lane. By any means necessary, you find a way to win a playoff game. What the hell? Like, we sound awful this morning as a fan base. Most of us. We're complaining about, you know what? I'm enough of the nitpicking.
No, we're talking about the roller coaster ride.
We're going to the NFC title game for the fourth time in 5 years. My quarterback stepped up in money time, and made a game lead a game-winning drive. My head coach, who's been here for 7 years, helped orchestrate a game-winning drive, and the defense stepped up when they needed to. And damn it, we're playing the Detroit Lions next Sunday for a trip to the Super Bowl. All right? Brock didn't play great, but you know what? It's not time to start jumping off the bandwagon now. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of you out there are snitching on yourselves. Y'all would rather watch Brock Purdy struggle. Some of y'all was hoping Brock Purdy lost. It's a damn shame how some of you United fans act. It is. It's really embarrassing. It's really embarrassing how some of y'all act after a damn win. We're out here nitpicking playoff games. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Injury report. Let's go. Damn shame. Damn shame.
from the maker of This Is a Legacy Quarter.
This is Minnesota 2019 all over again. That's all it is. That's all it is.
So should we go full disclosure?
No.
In the text thread, Bonte put out, Kirk Cousins is eyeing Shanahan in the offseason.
Yeah, no, he is. Shanahan is eyeing him, but we're not there yet. The offseason's not starting. We're not there yet. But we're out here complaining. We haven't had a Super Bowl in over 30 years. We're out here complaining over playoff victories.
We know they can win playoff games.
I'm not going to be not happy about winning a playoff game. Well, you know what? When I was on the Super Bowl or bus training camp, could you just enjoy the season? Can you just enjoy the season? And now that we're here, oh my God, we got to win a Super Bowl. Yeah, duh. We knew that back in July.
Wow.
We knew that in July
Who's
in training
hurt?
camp. Jesus. We knew this was about the Super Bowl. And now that we're here, we're one game away from the damn Super Bowl, and y'all out here crying and whining. Oh, my God, the defense. Oh, my God, this. Oh, my God, that. Oh, my God, this. You know what? Oh, my God, we're playing the Lions for a trip to the Super Bowl. That's what I'm oh, my God about. Damn, man. Deebo Samuel, 50-50 for next Sunday. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Guys are unbelievable. Helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I told you, I don't care if they won 3-0. Damn it, just win the damn game. And the Niners won the game. They go to their 4th championship game in the last 5 years. Go cry to your mama about it.
I am shook.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Perfect the breakfast.
Niners are back in the title game for the fourth time in the last 5 years, and boy, did they survive. But that's the name of the game at this point of the season. Survive in advance, and that's what the Niners did on Saturday. 24-21, comeback victory over the Green Bay Packers. A game Green Bay Packers team. It wasn't pretty. The quarterback performance was up and down. The head coaching performance was up and down. The defense's performance was up and down. But damn it, you got to win. And now you're hosting the Detroit Lions next Sunday at Levi Stadium at 3:30 p.m. for a trip to Las Vegas to play for the Super Bowl. This is our Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com, YouTube, and Twitch. Good morning to you. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates. It's super simple online application process. Good morning to Spinoni, Lupman, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. I met a couple over the weekend. All the doctors, all the nurses. Mills High School had a great turnout at the pancake breakfast, raising money for the Mills High School athletic department. Good shout out to the girls basketball team. We won CCS last year, Division III. A lot of people in Mills High School. Boy, let's go. YouTube numbers are humming. Twitch numbers are humming. Shasky, the Niners won. That's all that matters, right?
It was a classic drive me crazy 49er playoff game where I was ready to pull my hair out left and right. But yeah, of course they won, and it was amazing. It's just, that game had all of the emotions wrapped into one. The jubilation of winning, the surprise of how the hell did they pull that off, the craziness of why are you not going to CMC more, Deebo Samuel getting injured and seeing him walk back out onto the field in street clothes, you're like, oh no, we really have no Deebo Samuel. The befuddlement of watching Shanahan before halftime and the clock management, and then seeing the special teams gaff, the bounce on the return where the guy has like a 60-yard return, he fumbles and the ball bounces right back into a Green Bay Packer as he's diving down. That game was insane. And I can't believe they won it. I really can't believe they won that game.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky.
I'll take it.
I'll take it all day long. But down 21-17 with just over 6 minutes left in the game. Niners, it was a do-or-die possession, the most important possession of their season. They go 12 plays, 69 yards, and they make it happen. They end it with a Christian McCaffrey run for 6 yards out for the game-winning score, and they gave Green Bay back the ball with 1:07 left. 1:07 left, and they were able to get the interception. Drake Greenlaw, of course. Get down, Drake, get down. But the Niners were able to figure it out. Look, there's a lot of uneasiness. There's a lot of Jimmy O-no throws. At times, Brock Purdy reminded me of Jimmy Garoppolo. But then in the fourth quarter, his cape came on. And he led the Niners to 10 points. And you won a playoff game at home. And you won a game that you had no business winning. That's a mark of a good team.
Did anyone in all of the week buildup, we had basically 3 weeks off, but in the week buildup, did any analyst in the entire world go, with the season on the line, watch out for Chris Conley?
Right.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, Chris Conley is catching passes with the season on the line, and credit him for being ready. I mean, what a perfect throw and a perfect timed route from both people to be on point with the entire season on the line. The Brandon Ayuk catch that preceded it was, right. I think it was his best. I know he had the touchdown catch where he was diving in the end zone earlier this year, but not with the season on the line like he did on that play. That was unbelievable. And the jump cuts from CMC all game long, I mean, he was outstanding. It's just, what an improbable win.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Drake Greenlaw, huge. Christian McCaffrey, big time. That's why you trade for running backs. By the way, after watching this weekend of football, don't ever tell me running backs don't matter again.
Yeah, ask Kansas City.
Running backs matter. All right, James Cook running hard for Buffalo. All right, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery in Detroit. Hey, this year Rashard kid in Tampa Bay was running hard as well. Made some plays for the Buccaneers. Christian McCaffrey, Aaron Jones. Running backs matter. The difference between great to good running backs, like we had a caller earlier today saying, play a little more Elijah Mitchell. Play a little more Elijah Mitchell. Walking out of that game, I don't think a lot of Niner fans are saying, boy, we need to give Elijah Mitchell more carries. It was number 23 needs to touch the ball more.
Yeah, and even if you have to create different ways, everyone keeps telling me, CMC, he runs routes better than anyone, and he does. But well, then split him out. Put another running back out onto the field. Split them out. You clearly are lacking playmakers right now, and I don't know. It was just very frustrating. I think that had the season, and we're so lucky it didn't, but had the season ended, we would be talking about how 25 touches for CMC is not enough, period.
But you know what? The season's not over.
Thank God.
Shanahan will address the media today at 3 p.m. The players will get back in the room. They'll get their recovery, rehab. They have an extra day of rest against the Lions, and now we get to break down the Lions. So the season's not over. The lockers won't be cleaned out this week. You got to get ready for a game. And guess what? The NFC Championship logo will be painted on the field. The red paint will return in the end zones. And Detroit hasn't won a road playoff game in quite some time. It's been a while for them. Now, they've got a brief history with the 49ers in the playoffs. It's not much of a history. Hell, the Lions don't have much of a history when you think about their franchise and what's going on with them. But look at this. The Detroit Lions, they've lost 11 straight road playoff games. It's the longest streak in NFL history. Now, they haven't been in the playoffs much, and history has no bearing on this game whatsoever on Sunday. History has nothing to do with it. Now, the Niners have not lost a home game against the Lions since 1975. 1975. But again, history, I don't think it have any bearing or history, any impact on this game whatsoever on Sunday. It's all about the guys up front. Will this pass rush, led by Nick Bosa, get home? Or will they let that Lions offensive line that is physical, nasty, and mean? Will they let them get downhill on them and create running lanes for Gibbs and Montgomery? We'll see. We'll see. But you know what? The Niners are not going home, folks. They have another game. The Green Bay Packers, they're cleaning out their lockers today. The Philadelphia Eagles, they're already in Cabo. The Rams, they're in the DR. They're chilling somewhere. They're not playing football. And the Dallas Cowboys just rehire Mike McCarthy. So I think we're in a good spot this Monday morning as a 49er fan. Think about the alternatives. You could be Buffalo.
Poor Buffalo.
Think about how miserable their winner is about to get.
Poor Buffalo.
You could be the Texans.
They just got suffocated in the second half.
You could be the Cowboys.
Tampa.
You could be Tampa.
Ran out of gas.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're not. You're in the Final Four.
I know we've got all week to break down Detroit and the 49ers, but when I saw this come across the timeline, I believe it was you that sent it to the group thread. 1957, last time the Niners and the Detroit Lions, squared off. It's one of the worst comeback wins for the Detroit Lions and then one of the worst losses for the 49ers.
Right.
A 20-point comeback in that game back in the 1950s. Y.A. Tittle was the quarterback.
Yep.
Hugh McElhaney had like a 60-yard run, and then they ended up getting a field goal. I go way back with this one. This is fun. This is an old-school matchup.
66 years since the Lions have won a playoff game on the road. Now it's in the 1957 NFL Championship game. The Lions will go on to beat the Cleveland Browns for the World Championship. Now, the Niners and Lions did have a playoff game in 1983 at Candlestick Park. It was a week before the Niners lost to the Washington Redskins in the NFC title game. They were down 21-0. They came back. They caught a terrible defensive hold / pass interference on Ronnie Lott. Redskins went on to lose the Super Bowl to the Raiders. But in the divisional round, the Lions were up 23-17. Montana leads a game-winning drive. Eddie Murray, the longtime Lions kicker, Eddie Murray, shaped one wide right in 1983 Candlestick Park. It was a chip shot field goal. Lions did not win. They lose 24-23 Candlestick Park. So that's the last time these two teams played the playoff game against each other.
It's hard for me to even, I know we're ways away. We're going to keep digesting the Packer game. I have zero ill will toward the Detroit Lions. I can't feel any negative emotions whatsoever. It feels like America will be rooting for them.
Oh, yeah. It's America versus the 49ers. Everybody wants the Niners to lose this Sunday. And you know what? They've got a great thing going on in Detroit. The story of Jared Goff, Dan Campbell, building that thing. And we're going to get the Detroit superfan on. Remember, we talked to him before the first game that Dan Campbell ever coached, and they just wanted new hope. Well, they have a lot of hope. And if you look at their locker room speech, Dan Campbell said, that's 2 down. We have 2 more to go with the bye week in between. They're coming here to win, folks. This ain't just, hey, we feel good to be back in the NFC title game. The Detroit Lions, they bring something to the table that we haven't seen all season long. So Ross Tucker, who's going to join Steiny Guru later in the week, he said Santa Clara doesn't know what's coming. As if Detroit is these world beaters. So by the time Friday rolls around, I'll find everybody something to hate about when it comes to Detroit.
Okay. All right.
Ill will as of now? Nah, I feel good about the win on Saturday. But I will find some ill will. I'll find something to be mad about when it comes to Detroit Lions. I guarantee you that.
Going back to Green Bay, what was the element in the game that for you was shocking while watching? Like, what was the part of the game, a phase for the Niners, Packers? Was there something that happened that took you by surprise?
The lack of a pass rush.
Yeah.
And a lack of run defense. Very alarmed at Nick Bosa, Armstead, Hargrave, Chase Young, Gregory, Day, Kinlaw. Very shocked that they allowed Green Bay to control the tempo and control the line of scrimmage. Very surprised at this defensive line. Very disappointed in this defensive line. All the resources that John Lynch has pumped into this defensive line.
Yeah.
And you got the best D-line coach, Chris Kosaric, on the football field, and you can't get home, and you can't stop the run. That, to me, was the most disappointing aspect of the football game.
I don't know. The play calling offensively, with Debo goes out, it felt like to me they went more 3 wide receiver sets than I'd seen in a long time. A lot of empty sets, and I just thought we were passing way too much. I mean, 40 dropbacks, 40-plus dropbacks, as he had about 5 or 6 scramble runs, Brock Purdy. That's just way too many in a one-score game. With this team, when we are led by the run game, like that is what our ethos is as a team. We are going to run over the left side every time that we can, and we're going to continue to pound it and feed CMC. I just thought we went away from that, and I was really surprised how little they ran.
Yeah, Shanahan, he discussed it after game. He was talking about Brock Purdy being very comfortable in empty sets, and that's what he did at college, and he wanted to cater to Brock Purdy and whatnot. So, look, the game plan was a little off-kilter, but you also got to remember Matt LaFleur knows Shanahan inside and out. The Packers know the Niners inside and out. It's almost like it was a divisional game because we've seen Green Bay so many times over the past few years that they know what's coming. They know the slants are coming, and it's another area I'm going to add to whatever I just said here about the pass rush and the run defense. Throw it outside the numbers. Everything, for the most part, was slants, in routes. Everything was just so congested over the middle of the field. I would like to see the 49ers, especially this week against Detroit, take more chances outside the numbers, on the sideline, deep down the field. Now, again, it was raining a little bit, but it wasn't like pouring and dumping. Their lack of aggressiveness going outside the numbers, that was another area I want to see the Niners clean up this Sunday.
Well, who's winning matchups on that side? Not because I know we're going to point to the quarterback.
There was just not a lot of routes ran outside the numbers.
That's what you're saying.
A lot of drags and a lot of in routes. But even then, there was a couple times Brandon Ayuk broke free, or Juwan Jennings, or even Raymond McLeod on that play where there was a miscommunication. I would like to see guys throw outside the numbers a little more, create some pass plays outside the numbers down the field.
Yeah, like if I was going to give out game balls from this one, obviously Brock Purdy's fourth quarter was outstanding. I would give it, though, to Juwan Jennings. I thought Juwan Jennings had some huge plays in the pass game that were just, he had a big third down conversion on an little quick 5-yard out pass, and then obviously the big catch that he had over the middle, that was the layered throw from him, and then some of his blocks were incredible. I thought he was ready to answer the bell when Debo Samuel went out. And then the other side, obviously Dre Greenlaw is going to get a game ball from most people. I thought Deommodore Lenoir was really good too.
How about this? Some breaking news here with the Detroit Lions. You can play it. Go ahead.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
I'll give you a reason to hate the Detroit Lions. Because Danville native Zach Ertz, 3-time Pro Bowler, tight end, is signing with the Detroit Lions today. Ertz will start on the practice squad with plans to potentially elevate him for the NFC Championship game, a boost for the final stretch. So Sam Laporta may be a little banged up.
Because of that knee.
But they're signing Zach Ertz, so another playmaker for the Detroit Lions. Zach Ertz going to the Lions.
Interesting.
Could he come sign with the 49ers?
I wanted him.
Monte Vista High School, you don't want to come back home, buddy? Come on, man. Let's go to Austin, Redwood City. Austin, what's happening?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I want to say that when I seen Brock Purdy come out with that glove, I was like, oh, no. We ain't never seen Brock Purdy with a glove on. When he took that glove off, then that's when he started to cook. But other than that, our defensive line, man, the Green Bay offensive line beat us to the punch every single time. Without that rain, man, we couldn't blitz how we wanted to blitz. So this weekend or whenever they face the Lions, we're going to see a lot of blitz from this coach for the 49ers. We're going to see a lot of blitzing. What y'all think?
Be careful with your blitz. You don't want to leave Amon-Ra St. Brown or Jamison Williams one-on-one against these corners. Sam Laporta, you don't want to leave him one-on-one with a linebacker. As much as I love Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw, Laporta's the truth. He is really, really good. So be careful with the way you blitz.
Is this the best personnel? I mean, we're way ahead of ourselves, but is this the best personnel offensively that they've faced all year?
Outside of Baltimore, yes.
So you got Baltimore won them too.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Baltimore, it's hard to deny Baltimore. Even though we played them without Mark Andrews.
Mm-hmm. Everybody wants to see the Lions in the Super Bowl. That's okay. That's okay. We're going to disappoint a lot of people. David in L.A., what's happening?
Hey, David.
What's up, guys? Honestly, Bonte, thank you. I got to say thank you because I was coming in hot with all these concerns and complaints. But yes, you're right. Like, we won the damn game. That's fine. But it's Monday, so you got to let me vent a little bit, man. There were two things that I was really concerned about, and I hope by Friday that maybe by listening to you guys every day and listening to Shanahan, I can maybe calm down. Ambry Thomas, man. Is Odom a safety or is he a corner?
He's a safety, but he's more of a special teams player than he is anything else.
Yeah.
Man, I was like, please get Thomas out of there. Like, Dobbs sunned him. Like, he literally sunned him that game. It was bad. And I think, Joe, you had mentioned it, the play calling at the end of the half, the time management, and the 3 and out in the beginning of the third quarter. Yeah, what was that? I don't understand. And you're going to run a jet sweep to Juwan? Yes, Juwan's third and Juwan. He did really well. But like when you got Debo out, that's what I don't like is that he's so stuck to this game plan. I get scared because he just will not deviate when things happen, when he loses a player or something like big. Obviously, you can't predict Debo Samuel and leave him, but it happens. It's a game.
Well, that clock management at the end of the halftime, again, we discussed that Friday. One thing we want to look at is Shanahan and clock management. It's a problem. And it reared its ugly head at the end of the first half. Now, the Niners were fortunate to be up 7-6, right?
Yes.
But the heck with that. It's a 3rd and 1. You let over 30 seconds, you lapse off the clock, and then you call a timeout before running the play. How about just get the first down, and then you call a timeout? Then you have 2 left. Sandy burns one on 3rd and 1. You get the first down, then you burn another one right away. Now you're left with 1 timeout, 30 seconds left, and it's like, wait a minute, you're still technically not in field goal range. So Shanahan mentioned after the game that, here, I'll let Shanahan explain the lack of aggressiveness, Shasky, here, and then you can chime in on this.
I mean, I like that they didn't score. I like that we won at the end of the day. We did try to score. We had a chance there right after on 2nd down. Thought we had a chance for BA over the middle. Would have been a big play that got us inside the 10 with 2 shots to take it to the end zone. We didn't have the time to get it over the mic, and we ended up checking it down, and then we didn't get it. But that's how it works out. I thought we make sure they don't get another chance, but it's not like we were just playing for a field goal. We called for a big play. They played pretty deep.
Interesting. I don't know. The entire sequencing of some of the play calls and just their allocation of timeouts wasn't great. But I have to be fair here because the final was like 6:20. They got the ball back in the 4th quarter. I thought they did a great job of realizing this is probably going to be our last possession of the game. And, marching down the field the way they did because, I'm watching the game at the house. Rocco's over, Guido, and we're talking about I'm like, you just got to score. You can't worry about the clock and all that and trying to milk off all that time. Like, once you got down to the goal line and Purdy had that slide in and they
score.
Yeah, just score. And they gave the ball back to Green Bay with a minute to go. I thought that 5-minute drive, I thought they did a great job, though, just allocating time, being patient, calm. Shanahan, Purdy, the two of them, the play calls were great. So, as bad as the end of the 2nd quarter was, I have to say you got to give him credit for that 4th quarter.
Yeah, no, the 4th quarter drive, and he mentioned it. He basically, Shanahan said halfway through it, you're thinking, oh, boy, this may be the last possession of the game, so maybe let's take our foot off the gas pedal just a little bit here. And you know what? They did that. 1:07 left with that defense. That should be enough time to close the deal and get to the NFC title game, and that's what they did with the interception there. But the first half, I wanted more aggressive. I want Shanahan to be a little more aggressive at the end of halftime or at the end of the first half. That was unacceptable.
Well, and I know everyone's pointing at the block kick from Jake Moody. He hits the big field goal later on in the game. And the extra point. Don't sleep on the extra point because then it's just a field goal wins the game for Green Bay at the end of the game. So I think the extra point was something we overlook.
Yeah, Jake Moody was very, very, very solid. That was not a gimme kick. That was big time.
How hard was it coming down in that 4th quarter?
Not as hard. When
was the hardest part of the game?
I would say maybe early in the football game, but it was just a light drizzle. It was a light rain. It was light all day long. It just was constant.
Gotcha.
But it wasn't to me Now,
It wasn't a
seats,
downpour.
my seats, I'm protected by the rain.
Okay.
But it wasn't a downpour like, say, the Indianapolis Colts game.
Okay.
From a couple years ago.
Okay.
Remember that Sunday night football
yeah.
game against the Colts? Wasn't anything
or
like
the
that.
Washington football game.
No,
years
not even
back.
close to
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Not even close to that.
Okay.
Let's go to...
It's always tough to
boy.
tell on television.
Oh boy, we got some heavy hitters here. Oh boy, let's go to Brian and Palo Alto. We'll go there first.
What's up, BPA?
Morning, guys. How you doing? Just driving in this commute, which is not pretty, but yeah. So I think let's call a spade a spade. It was the worst coaching performance, in my opinion, as a head coach for Kyle Shanahan since he's been at the 49ers. The team was unprepared. Wilkes was unprepared. He didn't coach scared. He coached terrified. I mean, that end of the first half sequence was horrendous. And Shasky, I've been harping on this for a while. Couture's been low-key bad this year as a D-line coach. First drive of the game, after you've waited, 2 months to get a healthy Armstead and all these other guys? Sebastian Joseph Day, Javon Kinlaw, Randy Gregory on the first drive.
I was going
Green Bay is cruising down the field.
A 7-minute drive.
It's like, what on earth is this staff doing, right? They're running this like it's an exhibition game. And that was the whole tone of the game, right? Like Green Bay was out attacking and putting it all on the table, and the Niners just were like, we're just going to throw it out there. We're not going to do a whole lot of coaching today. They were easy pickings. Wilkes, no disguising coverage, no pressures. Hey, when they chip Bosa every play, that means they're basically taking a receiver out of the route, which means you could send a guy, right? Like, there's things,
Well, do you want to blitz, though, BPA? Do you want to blitz knowing that Ambry Thomas is struggling on the edge?
Missing tackles.
You know what? There's a thing called safety help, right, that you can do there, right?
Whoa.
So, on the other side,
you trust Logan Ryan? Logan Ryan on that play when Aaron Jones broke that long run. Logan Ryan definitely whipped on a few tackles. Go ahead, BP.
On the pantheon of bad decisions was starting Logan Ryan, who's, Logan Ryan was, on his couch a month ago, I think, right?
Yeah.
And then Sebastian Joseph Day, I can't get this guy's name out of my head, Chad.
Dude,
he only played 10 snaps.
But I'm
he only played 10 snaps.
I keep thinking of Daniel Simpson Day from Animal House, right? One of the characters. And this guy was he was out of the league a month ago, right? For a reason.
That's what I'm saying.
And man,
he
by
played
the way,
10
Hargrave?
snaps. You know what? Let's be real. Let's stop with the Bosa stuff. Bosa's the highest paid defensive player in all of football. Stop giving this guy a pass. Get after the damn quarterback. Beat the chip. Contain in the run game. Nick Bosa starts with him, Brian. Let's stop. Joseph Day played 10 snaps yesterday. 10 snaps.
Can I make one more point?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And then I'll let you guys go. I know you guys have other priorities, but I would say this is the theme of the week. It's a bounce back week for Shanahan. Can he bounce back? Because he was a absolute hot mess on Saturday, and so can he bounce back? Can he command his staff?
So let me ask you this, Sid. You know what? Now I got to ask you this.
The fourth quarter was a great fourth quarter for Shanahan.
BPA, so are you blaming Shanahan for Brock Purdy's performance? That's what it sounds like to me.
I would say if the team was sharp, but it was just Purdy who was down. By the way, the standards we hold a second-year quarterback, right? Go look at Tom Brady in the snow game. How well did he play in the first 3 quarters of that? So let's chill out a little bit, right? If the team had been sharp, and it was just Purdy, then you could say, hey, Purdy's the problem. But come on, the whole team was terrible, and you know it. You know it. I'm right.
Okay,
and it's
BPA.
okay.
Bye-bye.
It's okay.
Bye-bye. Because now we're doing this. We hold the second-year quarterback to a higher standard. Well, I say, where the hell was that at with Trey Lance? Because, boy, Trey Lance played the game, and we took 3 games to say he wasn't ready. With the standard. No, it has to do with the quarterbacks here. Now we're being too harsh on Brock Purdy. Now he's in his second year. He's the MVP, but now he's in his second year. I expect the MVP candidate to play like an MVP. He didn't do that on Saturday. He saved his best for last in the fourth quarter, but for 3 quarters, he didn't play like an MVP.
No.
That's the standard now for Brock Purdy. That's the standard.
Well, and I think that's why I was so rattled by how inaccurate he was. Like, because he has been great all year. Like, yeah, okay, game here, a fourth quarter there. Like, but for the most part of his 25 starts, he's been brilliant. Right. And so I had never seen him that routinely accurate outside of the Raven game.
You know, did Kyle Shanahan coach scared because he says that Brock Purdy was a little inconsistent?
That I don't know.
Was because Shanahan shut his playbook down because he thought, boy, Purdy doesn't have it.
If that's the case, then why aren't you running more?
Yeah, you should run the ball.
I mean,
more.
if that, because like when you say shutting the playbook down, that means being more predictable runs.
No doubt.
I don't think they did that. I thought it felt like to me they didn't pivot off of the Debo heavy game plan, and when Debo went out, I think it threw them for a loop. And I'm trying to understand, or maybe just Green Bay had a better
I don't know.
scheme, or they were just outwilling us up front.
Players got to play better. Coaches got to coach better. But don't come in here telling me that I need to give Brock Purdy more leeway in his second year when he was an MVP candidate for most of the season, and he broke the single-season passing yardage mark in 49ers franchise history. We can't all of a sudden regress and pivot and say, well, he is only in his second year. Not when you play like Brock Purdy did. And what we said all year with Brock Purdy, doesn't look like a second-year pro. Looks like he's been in the league for 7 years.
No doubt.
So I'm not here for that excuse.
No doubt.
Not today, not tomorrow, and not next week.
Well, the thing that was baffling to me, I mean, just absolutely baffling, was the Logan Ryan's decision. And I'm with him on that. Like, Jair Brown, I don't even know if he's any good. I don't even know. I'm throwing my hands up, but he's a third-round pick. And obviously the Hufanga injury, it forced your hand, and we miss him. And you have Jair Brown playing. I don't know how well he was playing. I'm not really sure. I know people were up and down on him taking poor angles. Logan Ryan had a bad game.
He was terrible.
And on that one big run by Aaron Jones, he just comes up and is just eating grass.
No, he ducked his head and whiffed on the tackle. You can't do that.
And he looked tiny out there. I mean, this guy's been on a zillion teams and has been here for a couple of weeks. And so to see him playing exclusively at safety was surprising. Yeah, it was very surprising.
Well, Shanahan mentioned it after the game. He said Jair Brown hadn't played in a month, and they didn't want to throw him out there in the playoff game and put that much pressure on him. Well, if that's the case, then we definitely not see him in the NFC Championship game. If that's the case for a divisional round game, we probably won't see Jair Brown until next season. But you know what? Talanoa Hufanga. That loss looms large. And I think a lot of people underrated
100%.
I think a lot of people underrated him. Oh, man, he's missed some tackles. Oh, he takes poor angles. But that man is a ball hawk. And he will come and hit you. So the Niners miss him on the back end. No doubt about that.
I think you're 100% spot on with that. We absolutely miss him. He's not a perfect player, but he's a really good player. And the drop-off has been it's been noticeable. And that's when you know your safety play isn't great.
Let's go to Verducci in the El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? And, it's one of those things, man. I'm finally recovered from Saturday night. My gosh, I was sitting there sprinkling holy water at the screen, saying every goddamn prayer I could think of. But we can sit there and nitpick, but Bonte, I'm totally with you, man. We made it. It's not going to be perfect all the time. That's part of the journey. And it's a true testament to the strength and the depth of this team. Yes, Shanahan had a crummy game up until the fourth quarter, but he had one of his best quarters in the fourth quarter that I've seen. And same thing with Purdy. That was one of his best performances in the fourth quarter and leading that team. I mean, we could be Kirk Cousins right now. We could be Dak Prescott sitting at home. How many times have they had a chance to win the game and they've always come up short? So that's where my perspective is. But you know what? This game's going to be about winning in the trenches. The offensive line needs to step up and protect Purdy, and Shanahan, at the end of the day, needs to go ahead, start with the run, and where are the bootlegs? Where's the misdirection? And then on the defensive line, Bosa, no excuses for you. Just like we hold Purdy to a standard, we hold Bosa to a standard. You're worth $170 million. Play like that. You can't be getting chipped by a wide receiver. So we need to step up. Dan Campbell's he's going to get those guys ready in the trenches. That is a guy that's how we play.
No doubt.
So Levi's, step up. Let's make it loud. This is our time. Bang, bang. And then Shasky, man, thinking about your father. Send some prayers to Papa Shasky. Love him. And then hopefully I'll see you guys at the game come Sunday.
Yeah, cannot wait. Bang, bang. Very good call there, Fiduci. Very good call. It is about the churches. It is about the churches. The churches. Saturday night was dominated by the Green Bay Packers.
Kenny Clark was stuffing.
Now, Christian McCaffrey had a good game. He averaged nearly 6 yards a carry. I believe he'll be able to run the ball against the Detroit front. However, Detroit's offensive line is a problem. In Green Bay's offensive line, Jordan Love didn't get sacked once. All right? May have got hurried a couple times, flushed out of the pocket. But in terms of quarterback hits, now Bosa somehow, some way registered 5 quarterback hits Saturday night. Now I need to go back and watch it. 5 quarterback hits, Kinlaw with 1. You had 6 quarterback hits all night long. Packers had 6 quarterback hits. You had no sacks, all right? No sacks. That's a problem to me. You got to get pressure on Jared Goff this Sunday if you want to win that football game. And you got to shut the run down. Detroit runs the ball with physicality.
Yeah.
They were running on 3rd and 5 because they know they're going for it on 4th down.
Well, the big issue that I'm seeing is like those toss plays. Green Bay was hitting those toss plays with either the one cut back upfield or staying on the outside. So I just don't know, like, I don't know what happened to the 49er run game in terms of defense. It's an issue for me, especially against Montgomery and Gibbs this week.
Yeah.
They're going to have to clean that up.
No, they will. They will. 415 Comcast Business Sex Life. So both of you guys were boasting about the blood that the Niners will put on them. Now ask me who's the weakest team going into the next round. Who cares who the weakest team is? We're one of the teams going to the next round. Where's your team at, 415?
Well, I will say that I was I was way too arrogant heading into this one, and I got served unbelievable humble pie. And I will say it tastes a lot better with a win than it would have if the season was over.
This is why predictions are dumb. Who cares? We don't know how a game's going to play out. Green Bay was coming in hot. They posed some problems for the 49ers. They were able to overcome them. Now they're going to the NFC title game. So whether they won by 3, 7, 10, I didn't take the Niners against the spread. I thought 9 points was too much. 10 points is too much. But you know what? The Lions are coming. The Lions are coming here. And we got another game to play.
We're going to buy the kneecap off.
We're going against that guy for a chance to win the Super Bowl or go to the Super Bowl. So that's where I'm at right now. Let's go to the lines. Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening?
Hey, Joel.
Hey, guys. Fantastic job, Bonte, Chassis, every day, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking my call, but I wanted to touch on Chassis voicing his game ball opinions to Javon Jennings. And, man, I would not have no qualms giving that guy the game ball. I mean, there was a huge moment, second half. I mean, they started off, 3 and out. Then they got the ball back. There was a play they showed on TV where Javon Jennings, he was taking this, whoever he was blocking, took him out to get a water break already. He slammed him on the Gatorade table. At that point, man, like it fired me and my friends up. I'm sure it fired all the players up because the very next play, it was that 40-yard run. So, I mean, I know that it fired those guys up. They had that Javon Jennings energy, everybody blocking on that next play. And then, he went 39 yards for the touch. And from that point on, man, it gave us a big momentum boost. And, history from there,
Completely agree on Javon Jennings. I thought he completely gave them a jolt of energy. He was blocking safeties and stuff when the plays are getting finished. As you know, safeties try to come in and blast linemen, or they try to blast your running back. And Jennings is always in the mix with people. On that play, it was like a little drag to Kittle. Kittle gets upfield, and like the stadium, it felt like was getting energized when Kittle touched the ball. And to see Jennings, at least on my couch, to see Jennings finish that block in the sideline, I'm with him. Like I was going crazy. I was like, "Let's go, Javon!"
Javon Jennings is a physical beast, man. What a Niner he's become, huh? What a 49er he's become. He's had some memorable moments. This playoff game, what about Week 18 against the Rams?
Yes.
And a big catch in that Rams game on 3rd down in the NFC title game, which led the Niners to a touchdown and go up 17-7 in that football game. Javon Jennings quietly has had a lot of playoff moments in his young career.
He has.
He's had a few more than Brandon Ayuk. I'm still waiting on Brandon Ayuk to explode here. And obviously, he was visibly frustrated with some of the passes that Brock Purdy didn't throw to him.
There was one in particular on 3rd down in the 3rd quarter where he just totally wiped his guy out and had 6-7 yards of separation, which is wide open in a game like that. And Purdy just airmailed it like 10 yards behind him. And then he made a really nice vice grip catch on the short underneath pass where Purdy threw it at his ankles. Ayuk made a really nice play there. But the biggest play from Ayuk yesterday was the diving play over the middle. That was... I mean, that's the best catch of his career, given the magnitude of the moment.
3rd down, no doubt about it. 3rd down, a big quick slant there, no room to operate. Great catch by Ayuk. Nice throw by Purdy to get it. That was the only spot he could throw it. And he threw it there, and IU caught it. Big-time first down there on the final possession. So 888-957-9570. We're breaking down the win. And I will say this. I stand corrected. Detroit's run defense has been a lot better this season. They're actually number 2 in the league when it comes to rush yards per game given up. They give up just under 88 yards per game on the ground. Niners is 3rd in the league, giving up 92 yards on the ground per game. Chicago right there, number 1 with 86 yards per game. So, look, running the ball, I still believe the Niners should be able to run the ball against Detroit, but boy, they are so physical on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Something we'll break down all week long here on the Morning Roast. Ryan in San Bernardino, home of the San Bernardino Wolverines junior college program. Very good basketball team.
I did not know that.
Ryan, what's happening?
I did not know that.
Hey, my dudes, miss you guys, man. Happy Victory Monday.
What's up?
Hey, my friends, just some quick rapid fire here. I love our fan base because they're so right about our D-line. Like, you watched Hutchinson yesterday. He was hounding everything. Bosa, it's always a chip here, a chip there. It's like, we just need you to step up, bro. I know your effort's high, but step it up. Gregory never makes any plays. Like, never. Chase Young, king of getting close, but not making the sack.
It's true.
Talk about Debo. If he plays this week, I hope they just use him as a decoy. And if they do that, I hope he runs full speed on those motions so people actually think he's getting the ball. Greenlaw, everyone's talking about get down, but the dude had 2 picks in the playoff game. I think that's really huge. Purdy, first ever. Like, we were 0-30 down 7 going into the 4th. What he did, I don't know if it's quite as good as what David Lombardi said. Like, it was his Montana moment. But, damn, if he didn't have his moment, we're sitting at home. So I'm very excited about that. Ambry Thomas deserves a little bit of grace. He had a bad game, but I feel like he had a great season, and he has a track record a couple years ago at the Rams game, just making a big play in big moments. And honestly, Lenore made the biggest hit on the quarterback all day yesterday when you pushed Love out of bounds. That was the first time I felt like Love even knew that there was a defense out there. And finally, Gibbs, he's a problem. Not just him, but the fact that Ben Johnson is scheming up those plays. Like, we really got to come locked in and ready to play. But, God, we're right on the brink, man.
Right on the brink.
You know, it's the D-line. Today isn't the day to go full crazy on this, but you and I have had this conversation. Personally, if this is the last we see of the wide 9, I wouldn't be mad at that because I'm kind of – it makes me angry watching teams just gash us in the run game. And that hasn't been the case the entirety of the time, but it feels like whether it's the personnel fitting the scheme not fitting the modern game, I don't know what it is, but I'm open to some new ideas on the defensive line to open things up. I don't think this was a great year for Bosa for a variety of reasons, but if you want to maximize your money with him, like they gotta change it up. And to spend the amount of money they spent on Hargrave and Armstead. Now Hargrave did have a really nice pressure at one point in the game on a 3rd down to cause a field goal attempt for Green Bay, but like it's not enough bang for the buck for me.
When it comes to the wide 9, I mean the Niners just gave up a 100-yard rusher for the first time in 51 games.
They've been blowing teams out though.
They have, but still they shut down the run early. And they make teams one-dimensional. That's part of football. Teams have struggled running the ball against the 49ers. Now, as a team, there's been some games, there have been some outliers where teams, they haven't given up a single 100-yard rusher, but running backs by committee, quarterbacks, they'll get their yards. Like Arizona. Like the Cleveland game. Good. Arizona averaged like 7 yards a carry in that football game. I'm thinking to myself, man, what the hell is going on? The point is, Bosa and that defensive line, at some point, it just becomes about pride. Are you going to allow yourself to get blocked? Are you going to fight through the blocks? Are you going to fight through a chip? Are you going to contain on the outside? Are you going to get after the quarterback? If your power move's not working, what about your speed moves? What about your swim moves?
Can I get a
what about
stunt?
some stunts? I don't know what's going on with this defensive line, but that is a concerning issue. Even if they get past Detroit, you can't get pressure on Mahomes or Lamar Jackson. You're going to get cooked and blown out of the football field.
Bosa blew up one tight end on a run play where he had a tackle for loss. But like, I just in that game in particular, and maybe I'm just super focused on Bosa, and maybe I'm not being fair. But I don't see T.J. Watt getting blasted by wide receivers as much as Bosa. How are you unaware that they're chipping you over and over again?
I mean,
He's got to move it up a little, or they got to move him around. And he went to the left side. I saw him on the right side. I mean, he moved around a little in terms of what end he was on, but like not knowing that he's going to get stood up by a running wide receiver in a run game. I don't know.
I don't know what's going on with this. I don't know what's going on with this defensive line. Now the defense again bent, but they didn't break. Right? They bent, didn't break, didn't give up a point in the fourth quarter. They get credit for that. They get credit for the 2 interceptions. They get credit for not allowing Green Bay to just walk into the red zone and score touchdowns on the first 2 possessions. But overall, something's amiss with this defensive line, and it's a trickle-down effect. We always talk about it with the Golden State Warriors, right? You blew the number 2 pick with James Wiseman, and who the hell knows if James Wiseman's ever going to be a good player. But it doesn't work out. And not having that number 2 pick on your team now, contributing, is hurting the Golden State Warriors.
Yes.
Joey Bart, not, developing as a catcher or as a cleanup hitter for the Giants, is hurting the Giants right now. Now, you got to move on. But basically what I'm getting at to is the trickle-down effect from drafting Solomon Thomas and then trading DeForest Buckner. And then you keep reinvesting in the defensive line, whether it's Javon Hargrave, whether it's a first-round pick for Javon Kinlaw, whether it's trading for Trace Young, whether it's trading for Randy Gregory, whether it's signing Day off the street in the last month of the season. The trickle-down effect of whiffing on defensive linemen, it's reared its ugly head again in 2024. And right now, this defensive line, like Chase Young, I remember after the first game he played Jacksonville, everybody's ready to pay Chase Young. I was like, hold on, wait a minute. Let me see it.
Is this defense, like this year, has this been one of the best Shanahan defenses during his run?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But this was a year where the Niners offense needed to pick up this defense, and they did it for the most part. And at the end of the day, the defense only gives up 17 points a game.
Well, I just think, I agree with that. When you're paying 40 to 45% of your salary cap on D-line, I need more output. I think is where I'm
Oh, there's no doubt. The most expensive line in defensive line. Somebody brought up DJ Jones, losing him. DJ Jones
is a big loss.
DJ Jones was a huge loss. You haven't replaced him yet. So this defensive
looked compromised.
Well, yeah, he's banged up with the foot and the knee, and that's not good.
He was huffing and puffing early in that game, and I was like, because he hasn't played in so long. And then, Kinlaw had a moment here and there, but he gets pushed around a lot too.
That's a problem going against Detroit because Detroit will run the football.
Their offensive line is legit. I thought the Packers' offensive line did a really good job. I thought Love had good feel for the pocket as well.
So this defensive line, man, that's my biggest concern. Not the quarterback, not the head coach. It's the defensive line getting pressure after the quarterback is stopping the run. Let's go to Kells in North Carolina. Kells, what's happening?
What's going on, guys?
What up,
Kells?
Nothing much. Just to address the defensive thing. It's not what I called about, but from my observation, it's definitely we don't have the speed on the edges, and the aggression isn't there. We haven't been dogs in a few games. You know what I'm saying? So that's my immediate observation of the defensive line. We need some dogs, and maybe it's because we've been off for like a month, or they've been off for like maybe 3 weeks or whatever. But that's what I noticed yesterday: no speed, no aggression. But as far as what I called about was Purdy. Like, I was a Trey Lance guy at the beginning of the year, but what I noticed that Purdy doesn't have the measurables. Hands aren't big. He's not the biggest guy. In rain, he doesn't do as well. But there was one moment in the game right before McCaffrey's 40-yard touchdown. He's always aware and present. Warner was about to go in motion right when the clock was running out. And he looked at him. He said, stay there, stay there, stay there. And I noticed that immediately. You could hear it over the microphone. Warner stopped, and he was able to get the ball off in time. Otherwise, that would have been a delayed game. That Zach play went for a 40-yard touchdown. Stuff like that is where, Purdy has that a lot of our former quarterbacks did not have, just awareness and presence in the game. Even if he's not physically there and doing it in the game because he doesn't have those tools to do that, he's always present, which gives me hope with the team. For me, this is part of the process with us, you know what I'm saying, as far as, we've had the losses before. This time it was them dropping interceptions. Last year or a few years back, it was Tart dropping the interceptions.
It's true.
I think this is just a process. It's a full circle thing. We're going to get to play Detroit. I think it's full circle back when Harbaugh had the Harbaugh shake game, when we first started turning the season around, leading up to these good teams we've had more recently. Then we'll get a chance, hopefully in the Super Bowl, to revenge one of our losses either against Kansas City or Baltimore. So I think this is just kind of destiny. I'm optimistic about what's going on. I think we'll have a way better outing next week with no rain going on. And I think it's supposed to be sunny next week, right?
Yep.
Something
I hope it does rain, though. I don't care.
Would you get it out of the way?
Yeah, it's just rain. Oh, my God. Football, we can't play in the rain. Like,
No,
God,
the game is played in the elements.
So soft. Yeah, it makes it sound so soft.
But there, like, on the Purdy thing, he was a roller coaster on Saturday night. But the mental fortitude to stay calm, and if you see the juxtaposition between him and Jordan Love on the final couple of possessions, you know, Jordan Love panicked on that first down play. There's no other way to put it. He made a really bad decision, trying to do too much. And you look, whether you could say Purdy's teardrop to Jennings was a lucky throw, a good throw, a great throw, bad anticipation, unfortunate, great play by Jennings, it worked. Okay, and his two throws, the one to Jennings, the little dump off to Jennings earlier and Kittle earlier, the throw to Ayuk. I mean, he had some big-time throws, and he could have easily folded mentally, given how rough that game was. We haven't even talked enough about the rollout throw to George Kittle in the first quarter.
Yeah, that was huge. That touchdown pass, that was a dime, right when the Niners needed it to take a 7-3 lead. Here's what Purdy, he was asked about what was clicking on the final drive of the game for the 49ers.
At the end of the day, I think I was just able to go through progressions and get to the check down efficiently and move the chains and stay up rather than get behind. Obviously, we got to a third down. BA was clutch on it and made a great play, and you need that throughout a drive. But, you know, I think early on in the game, there was just moments where, you know, the check down was there and I was missing the check downs. And so their defense did a good job with playing soft, you know, keeping everything in front of them, sort of taking away our shots and stuff. And as a quarterback, man, you got to be efficient and hit the check downs. And so at the end, I was able to do that. O-line did a great job. Boys did a great job in getting open, and we found a way.
And then George Kittle, very interesting here. Really he broke down this year's team versus 2019. Take a listen.
Winning's fun. Being able to win in adversity when things aren't going your way, it's something you have to learn as a team. And if you look back at this season compared to like 2019, every single game that we played kind of seemed like it was like the stress was as high as possible. We had to figure out how to win every single game. Something bad would happen, and we still figure out how to win. This season, it was we basically blew everybody out, and then the close games we didn't win. And so it was like, okay, well, what a better time to learn how to win a gritty game than in the playoffs. You know, just a little bit of stress here and there for everybody.
That's George Kittle.
Did you see the outfit he was wearing?
I did.
I could never even attempt to look at an outfit, let alone try an outfit on like that.
Why not?
Somebody in his camp's got to tell him.
You got some swagger. You got some swagger.
The Canadian
Shasky.
tuxedo.
Come on,
the
Shasky, you can't pull that off.
This is not the no limit cash money records of the early 2000s. Jean top, jean bottom.
I'm fashionable.
I don't know. I thought that outfit was a lot. Good for George Kittle that he could pull it off. I couldn't even look at it.
Rihanna in Detroit thinks it's a lot.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
Did anyone see it? Am I tripping? I guess I'm the only one who saw it.
No, we saw it. I don't mind
it was a lot.
I'm a little. I was a little in shock.
I mean, look, all these guys, they wear outfits, and I was
know.
just like, wow.
You're right. You're
all
right.
across the league, man. I just think, damn, Buddy could buy you a lot, man. Buddy buys these dudes some things, and Buddy can cover it up. I mean, some guys can pull it off, man. Some guys can pull it off. Let's go to James in Santa Rosa. James, what's happening? James, I
You're
know.
so right.
Good morning, fellas.
What's
I
up?
just want to bring up the vibes of this show because I just feel like we had one of the greatest comebacks in 49ers history, and nobody's even happy about it. It's like I'm starting to I'm not saying that we are, but I'm starting to understand why they're calling us the whiners because we just all I hear is complaining about the game. And man, I feel like I'm feeling really happy, feeling good, and I feel like the Packers I had underrated them.
What have we complained about today, James in Santa Rosa? Because I don't know. Last hour I just went off saying it's surviving events, and I'm not apologizing for playoff wins. So I don't know what we're breaking down the game, but we're not complaining about a win. Trust me.
I was more talking about Chasky.
Oh, well, call him out then. Don't be in that boat.
Doug, so you watched that game? You watched that game?
Don't call me out.
You were thrilled? Like,
hey, hold on, James in Santa Rosa. To call out Chasky. Yeah. Stall me out here. Don't throw me in that same boat.
Let me guess. Are you 25?
No.
So you were thrilled?
I wasn't thrilled, but I also want to be positive and I feel like we played as bad as we could possibly play And I feel like
we were the
rest
number
of
one
the way.
seed. We kicked the crap out of everyone. We had 3 weeks off. We were 10-point favorites, and that game was crazy. Yeah, excuse me for being emotional. That's how I watch the Niners. Newsflash, Bonte, not sure if you know this. This team drives me insane. It's why I love it, okay? And my relationship with it is irrationally emotional, okay? For all you people like, I'm just so happy that I want to win the Super Bowl, okay? This isn't the first iteration of the Shanahan era. We have knocked on the door, and I'm so thankful and happy that we're here. But my God, there's an ultimate goal here, all right? And if you play like you did, and I'm glad we won because we just move on, but like if you play like that again, like we escaped by the skin of our teeth here. That's all I'm saying. I'm keeping it 100. That's how we talk. That's how we experience sports.
Jason.
And anybody who experiences it differently, well, good for you for being more rational. That's not how I consume it.
James, the floor is yours again.
Hey, man, I'm not here trying to hate or anything. I'm just trying to bring positive. Like, I'm trying to make us, bring down your anxiety a little bit. You know what I mean?
Keep going, James. Keep
think
cooking.
about it from this way. If you keep looking about it this way, we played as horrible as we could. Everyone played bad. Everyone had mistakes. Debo went out. It has all the hallmarks of a 49er heartbreak. I've had my heart broken so many times. How many games like that have we lost in the playoffs?
James, you're making a lot of sense.
Where we were 10-point favorites and the number one seed with a month off?
Hey, listen, all I ask.
Only one,
All I
1987.
ask from here on out. If you have a problem with Shasky or me, just call us out. Don't lump us together.
If you're going to come at the king, just come. And if you're going to come for the squire over here, just come.
Just call out Shasky. Just call him out.
I'm here, and I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and I'm not going to be apologetic about it. Brock Purdy was a roller coaster on Saturday.
No, seriously.
I'm just telling you through my prism. I was up, I was down, I was losing it. Anybody who consumes sports, they're like, I'm just sitting back, I'm just watching. Brock was fine. Like, at the end, it was great. Thank God we won. I woke up the next day and go, I cannot believe they won that game.
No, I did.
That's all I kept thinking.
That over and over.
I can't believe they won that game.
I said that over and over yesterday. I can't believe they won the football game. I couldn't believe it walking out. I can't believe it this morning. But we're here. They're going to the NFC title game for the fourth time in 5 years. However, I sent out a tweet yesterday because this is true. And I don't know why it's really strange to me where the sports fans' head is at. Not everybody. But like, right away, people started comparing Brock's performance to a performance Joe Montana had. And I'm thinking to myself, there's nothing about that football game that reminded me of Joe Montana.
Well, it's just unfair to Brock.
Right? No, it's unfair to Brock.
It's unfair to Brock.
It's unfair to
Let
Brock,
him
but
create
that's
his
not
own
being honest.
stuff.
That's not being honest, though. That's not being honest. But I sent out a tweet saying it's okay to praise Purdy while critiquing him. It doesn't have to be black and white when we discuss his play. It's like, hey, Purdy was great or Purdy was all bad. Purdy had an up-and-down football game, which he admitted. Afterwards, he was inconsistent. He threw a couple no throws. Purdy was out of sorts. And then he woke up in the fourth quarter and outplayed Jordan Love when we had to have it. When we needed to have a touchdown, Brock Purdy led us to a touchdown drive. But you can't not look at the first 3 quarters and say, boy, there was...
This is how I watched the game. I was watching the game because, come on, do something. I went, oh, my God, where's he throwing it? Like, that's what people were doing. Right. And then, oh, my God, what a dime to George Kittle. Right. Place is going crazy. Like, I was standing and pacing and kneeling and jumping. And, like, that's how it's the playoffs. It's the Niners. This is the number one team in the market, okay? The first team that taught me what it was to be a winner in this market. And they've been on a 30-year drought. And this team's been knocking on heaven's door over and over and over and over again. And I thought this was the year where the stars were aligned. And, yeah, that was a stressful Saturday night. Thank God they won. Because you know what I didn't want to do? Quarterback head coach talk all offseason. Because if you don't think that was coming, then you and I weren't watching the same game.
No, it was going to be a lot of that talk. But we get to stave it off. Our text string was going crazy. But we survived an event. Well, Purdy wasn't great, and that's okay. Guess what? Not everything's going to be 350 yards and 4 touchdowns in a playoff game. The other team gets paid too, and the other team doesn't want to have their season ended. And they were on the 49ers game plan. Whether it was more Shanahan or Brock Purdy, it wasn't a pretty game by no means whatsoever. They got outplayed in every phase of the game. Special teams, offense, and defense. But you know what? The Niners were able to hang around, and they stole one at the end. Now they're playing the Detroit Lions next Sunday for the NFC Championship. That's what it is. But we can be honest and say Purdy didn't have a great game because he didn't.
You know who had a great game? My son, LJ. All the screaming, all the yelling, getting passed around like a hot potato. Not one cry.
No, that's good.
Not one cry.
That's good. It's good.
That guy just skunked you.
See, now I'm seeing this. In the 81 NFC Championship game, Montana didn't have a great game, but he came through at the end. However, though, that was an all-time Dallas Cowboys defense.
But
ain't nobody going to the Hall of Fame for the Green Bay Packer defense. Maybe Jair Alexander. Maybe.
I've been at a lot of playoff games. When the Niners beat the New York Giants, come from behind, I didn't run out of the stadium and go, just like Montana in 81. When Colin Kaepernick ran for 200 yards and threw for 300, I didn't run out of the stadium, just like Montana in 81. Right. When Alex Smith had a subpar game, but the greatest 6 minutes of his life at the end of the New Orleans game. I didn't run just like Montana 81. Let these guys carve out their own legacies.
Well,
Stop comparing them to ghosts.
Well, I'm getting people tweet me about fair. Super Bowl 23. Super Bowl 23, look at Montana. He almost threw a pick. He also threw for 357 yards and didn't look overmatched as well as he had 2 Super Bowl rings already in his safe. So Montana deserved a little more leeway during Super Bowl 23. Brock's still a young player.
Exactly. Let it be Brock.
But boy, the book is still out on him. We still got to make a decision at some point whether or not he's going to be the long-term answer for the 49ers at quarterback. That's a real thing. If Brock Purdy didn't come through on Saturday, the conversation this morning would have been, well, boy, what do you do? Do you go after Kirk Cousins? Do you alert Tom Brady out of retirement? What do you do at quarterback? That would have been the conversation after Saturday's game because of that performance.
But thankfully, he put together a great fourth quarter, and Shanahan and him made sweet music, and they won that game. And Dre Greenlaw came through.
You know what? Even after the 49ers won that football game, I guarantee you there's some Niner fans out there when I said,
for sure there is.
You know what? Jordan Love or Brock Purdy long-term future. Jordan Love's attributes. I bet you there's a lot more Niner fans saying, boy, Jordan Love looked pretty good. And I know it was a fourth quarter in his second ever playoff game, and he threw some bad interceptions. Bad. But Green Bay's feeling good about their future.
I'm just thankful we're in the NFC.
There you go.
Because I look at the AFC. No, I'm just being honest. Like, I look at the AFC long term, and I say to myself, thank God we're in the NFC. It's clearly the quote unquote easier conference. It's got less of the superstar quarterbacks. Did you see that game last night?
Right.
Josh Allen versus Mahomes. It's like a video game. That was quarterback porn. And I'm watching the two. Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes is a match made in quarterback heaven. Yeah. Those two, unbelievable. Kelsey's been not even near what Kelsey's been the last couple of years. And then last night, boom, 2 touchdowns. Yep. So, I'm very thankful we're in the NFC. That was Jordan Love's second playoff game. That was a team that had a ton of rookies and second-year players. And LaFleur impressed the hell out of me. We were lucky to get away and get a win in that game. And I'm very thankful for it.
You know what, though? We survive in advance, baby.
Thank God.
I don't know why. Uncle Ludi's asked me, why was Purdy so off? Rest or pressure? Could be both. Could be the loss of Debo.
And Green Bay was in his face.
You know, one thing. Yeah, I don't know why he struggled so much. Brock Purdy, they didn't have their A game. They got knocked off their socks early on in that football game. It really took the rhythm out of the offense. I don't know why Brock was so off. But he woke up in the nick of time in the fourth quarter, that's for sure.
Greg Olson came on with us and was talking about how he throws from a muddied pocket really well.
Yep.
In this game, he didn't. He was better when he had time to throw and a free platform.
But you know what, though? One of the biggest plays in the game, when he made that throw to Juwan Jennings, he got cracked on that play.
He got destroyed.
That was a muddy pocket. And Brock Purdy came through with a great throw.
I like
Juwan Jennings.
I like the scramble. I was like, yes, and slide, get down.
888-957-9570. We're going to break at 9:12 today, 9:12. So let's get some calls in here. Let's go to Rocky and Vallejo. Rocky, what's happening? You're on a roast.
What's up, Rocky?
Hey, what's up, man? Great show. I like what you guys are talking about, the D-line. Obviously, cost-benefit analysis. We got highest-paid player, defensive player in the league, Nick Bosa. He had of all the D-linemen, he had the best game. I watched the game very closely. He had a tackle for loss. Hargrave, he had one play. He's had like 3-4 games. You guys haven't called out Hargrave all year. The guy has been way overpaid. Big mistake, Buckner. Why did Lynch want Hargrave? He reminds him of Warren Sapp, same body type. He doesn't like that lean, mean, tall guy like Buckner. Now you got Armstead breaking down. We need Armstead because he's the only guy that can defend the run. Hargrave, that's why the Eagles let him go, because he can't stop the run.
Yeah.
And he's not even making any quarterback pressures. Hufanga. Oh, my God, we miss him so bad.
Yep.
You notice Gibson hasn't been the same since Hufanga because he has more pressure on him. Okay, and then obviously, Purdy, after Savage, he almost should have had a pick six. He got rattled right in there, and then obviously Debo got hurt. But here's my take. Guess what? Lions are going to get destroyed by the Niners because the Packers beat their butts.
No, we can't do that. We can't do that.
I already did that this week, and I'm not doing it again.
We're not going to do that.
I'm not doing it again.
By the way, Niners are 7-point favorites against the Lions. I think it was bet down to 6.5 right away. So, very interesting line there.
So what does that mean?
So that means if it's bet down that early in the week, that means the expert gamblers are betting on the Lions.
The Sharps.
The Niners, the Sharps. There you go. They're betting on the Lions there. But that's early. That's early.
Okay.
Let's go to my main man, Clark the Shark.
Clark.
Shark. Long time no talk. Clark the Shark.
Hey, brothers. Hey, I'm Bonte.
I swear to God, he was calling us at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, let's go to Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene, what's happening, Uncle Gene?
Hey, fellas. First of all, I wasn't in shock at all what happened in this game. I fully expected it to be a difficult game. You could say what you want about the rain, how it affects both sides and all, but from what I've seen in the past, it's the great equalizer. It can throw things off. It can make underdogs favorites and favorites underdogs. So, with regards to Purdy, I really do believe that it was a combination of the rain, not being able to handle a ball, and why he wasn't better prepared to do so. Well, that's something to ask the team. And, not playing, not being battle tested for 3 weeks. So his rhythm was off. I mean, he admitted to both.
Right.
So, he'd make one great throw and then he'd sail the next one. So that clearly to me looked like he hadn't played enough in the last 3 weeks against real competition. But listen, I was stressed like hell after that game. I was relieved afterwards, but even at that, I'm not a drinker, but I needed a double shot of Johnny Walker just to settle down.
Gene,
But,
I had to take a tequila shot. I don't drink ever. I had to take a tequila shot in the third quarter of that game. Dead serious.
That's what I'm saying. But give me another moment here. So, but the more I think about this game, the better I feel about it because we checked some important boxes. All right. There was a big question: Can Purdy at the end of the game do or die drive to either win or lose? Can he handle that? Okay, check that box. He did. Can Kyle Shanahan have the wherewithal to put together a plan to drive down the field at the end of the game and win or lose? He hadn't done that up to now. Check that box. All right. Can our field goal kicker Moody can he straighten out his kick and start doing what they drafted him high for? And that 52-yarder was straight down the middle. So I feel a lot better about him. But what remains is that line that we focused on. That front four has really not done its job since the game you mentioned, Jacksonville.
Yep.
And and that game, listen, we just got Chase Young. He reunited with his teammate Bosa. There was a lot of excitement, a lot of energy. So emotion may have something to do with it, but they destroyed Jacksonville in great part because of the pressure they kept putting. And now they haven't done that. So
no, they haven't. They haven't, Gene. Thanks for the call, Uncle Gene. They haven't done it. By the way, Joe Tess 09 $4.99 on YouTube. Forget the offense in this one. Nick and Chase getting blocked by wide receivers on those tall plays that Aaron Jordan was driving me crazy. Y'all thoughts? My thoughts is it drove me crazy too. Nick Bosa and Chase Young. All the hype Chase Young received when the 49ers traded for him. And I go back to Big Dog City, and when we're at the Fiesta Bowl, we watched him against Clemson, and we were like, we're not impressed with this guy. He's not impressive. And then we sat there, we watched him in the league, and said, maybe Washington was just bad. So he comes here, he's with his best friend, Nick Bosa, and we're like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. Chase, he's balling. But then he's not. I don't notice number 92.
They were running at him, and then when he's pass rushing, it feels like all he is a power rusher. He doesn't have the spin move. He doesn't have any hand moves. He doesn't have any bend. He's very stiff and upright, robotic-like.
Yeah, I'm not. You know, and I remember the conversation we had after the Jacksonville game was like, wait a minute. If it's going to come down to Ayuk and Chase Young to get paid, I'm paying Ayuk, who's been here for the longest, has developed under the system. I don't know what Chase Young market is going to be in the offseason, but boy, it's a market price that I'm probably not willing to meet.
Were you, on the Ayuk front, just out of curiosity, with Debo stepping out of that game, were you expecting more from Ayuk, more from the play caller to direct it toward Ayuk?
Maybe it's more on the play caller to direct it to Ayuk, but I think Brock Purdy just did not see him. There was a drag route into the first half where Purdy throws it out of bounds, he throws it away, and Ayuk's just looking at him, and he gets into it with Darnell Savage. And then he's talking at Shanahan on the sideline, dapping him up, saying Shanahan's telling him to chill.
He looked frustrated.
He was very frustrated because he did break down some of those DBs. Now, on the flip side, I figured, boy, if Devo's going to be out, then the Packers are going to roll their coverage towards Brandon Ayuk.
Which they did.
They're going to double him. They're going to have a safety over the top, and they're going to make other guys step up. And you know what? Other guys did step up. George Kittle, we don't talk enough about, stepped up in this football game. Huge game
Even
for
with
George
the drop,
Kittle.
he made up for it with other plays.
Yeah, he made up for it on the same possession.
Yeah.
Chris Conley in that route to run the outright on the sideline for 17 yards. And then Juwan Jennings in his 5 catches, 61 yards. They stepped up when they needed to. And by the way, we haven't even mentioned the 39-yard touchdown run by Christian McCaffrey to make it 14-13. What an iconic run that was. You think about the run in Philadelphia? I got vibes of that with that run there, the first touchdown run of the day for Christian McCaffrey.
I did too.
Absolutely incredible.
He also had a screenplay where he juked 5 guys for a 6-yard run. It was like the most impressive 6-yard run I'd seen all night. He was really good in that game, and that's why I wanted to see him touch it more. Are you surprised that it's now multiple years in a row where you've had a playmaker go to Shanahan? I don't know what to make of it. I really don't.
No, because Shanahan sometimes you need to be checked. Hey, get the ball to the playmakers.
CFC,
run 18, Mike. Give me the ball right up the middle, and let's go. Like, come on, man. Let's go.
What are we doing?
Sometimes, you know what? You need that sometimes.
I loved it.
I loved it, too. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. And by the way, YouTube got up to about 1,400 today, maybe 1,500. I love YouTube.
Smash that like button.
Yeah, smash the like button. Subscribe to us. You guys are humming and carrying the show on a Monster Monday here. Don't forget, YouTube, Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit. You did a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business X line and the Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Any Niner fans, hit up first5california.com after Saturday night's win.
Yeah,
That's a lot of stress.
I hit up my wet bar in the middle of the third quarter looking to change it up. I did a shot with my boy Jimbo just to kind of relax a little. I was on edge, bro.
Did you
on edge?
No, first5california.com?
No, I didn't, but I should have.
Yeah, you should have. You should have. Let's go to DJ San Francisco.
That's my first drink in months.
Felt good, huh?
One shot, I was feeling it the next day. I was tired.
There you go. DJ San Francisco, what's happening?
What's good, man? I was saying, due to them being an explosive offense, the Detroit Lions, do you think we go more so run the ball heavy on the offensive side to limit the touches that they get?
I would like that.
Well,
I would like that.
I think Green Bay's game plan in this one was to run the ball to control the clock and limit the amount of possessions. There's typically about 12 or so possessions in a game for a team, and it felt like it was dramatically less than that in this one. I think it was only 8 or 9 for the 49ers in this one because of the running game. I mean, at one point, they had the ball for 14 minutes to the Niners 3.
Another question. What you guys think about how you guys think Bosa will do against Sewell this weekend?
Oh, you know what?
This is a big boy
Penny
matchup.
Sewell, the first-round pick of the out of Oregon. The Lions went with the lineman here. He's a nasty dude. He's a nasty one. Now, Bosa got the best of him. Remember, he was a rookie.
That was
when the Niners faced him in Ford Field, his first ever football game. Bosa got the best of him then. He's a new player now.
It sure feels like that game was like a generation ago because the Lions have changed so much.
Oh, yeah.
The Niners are different. I mean, Trey Lance threw their first touchdown pass in the game.
I know.
With Jimmy Garoppolo as the starter.
Yep.
They almost choked that game away,
Yeah,
too. Remember that?
we had to get off the post-game show.
I do remember that.
We had to pull off the post-game show. Then we screamed at Nahegan. I said, Nahegan, never again coming out before the game's over. Never again.
Do you know who caught that pass to start the season?
Trish Sherfield.
Yeah, and I'm watching him last night as a key player for the Buffalo Bills after being a quote-unquote key player for the Dolphins. Yeah, I can't believe Josh Allen's throwing to him with the season on the line.
You know what I remember from that game?
Huh?
Joe Shasky apologizing to Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know why that stands out. He was apologizing. He's been an all-time Niner, and we need to apologize. He let off the line.
This is what this team does to me.
Oh, man. Waterman and Corder Madera.
This is why you love me.
Waterman. Yeah, sometimes.
Nobody is a chameleon like I am.
Waterman and Corder. No, you're just freaked out right now. Waterman and Corder Madera. What's happening?
What's up, fellas? Happy Victory Monday. Anxiety level was at its highest point, obviously, Saturday night, I'm sure with everybody else. And, yes, the sentiment in the family was, how did they win that game?
Thank you.
First off, Purdy, obviously, we all know was not accurate. But things I was really upset with Kyle that I couldn't understand. I feel like as soon as Debo went out, I feel like the atmosphere of the team and everything just changed. Like, their game plan was like shot to hell, and they couldn't adjust. It took them forever to adjust. Purdy threw 39 times in this game. I don't think he's done that too often in the regular season or so far at all playing with this team. And obviously we know he wasn't great. Why they weren't trying to scramble him out of the pocket more like they did on the Kittle play where he made that amazing throw, which I know none of the critics give him credit. That was over 40 yards, right in the breadbasket. Perfect throw. Great.
Dime.
It was a dime. On the run. That was beautiful. It was really beautiful. Thanks for the call, Waterman. We're up against the break here. Waterman's right, though. Throwing 39 times. I'm looking at Purdy's game log. He's thrown it 37 once. That was against the Miami Dolphins when he entered the game. 35 times against Vegas. 37 times against the Giants on Thursday Night Football. 39 times would equal the most Brock Purdy has thrown a pass in a football game in his entire career. In the 2 years of his career, he's never thrown more than he did on Saturday night.
He essentially dropped back 45 times because he had to scramble on, I think, 6 or 7 of them. He had one was a kneel down and one was a quarterback sneak.
All right, that was a long segment there. We got to get to all the callers. Dave, Clark the Shark, Mole, Travis, David. Everybody's getting on the line as we celebrate the Niners winning, going to their 4th championship game in the last 5 years. They're a game away from representing the NFC in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. We're going to continue to talk about that, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Shop O'Reilly Auto Parts for do-it-right deals on
Not surprised.
Hey! Hey.
You know who's in the
Monster
building?
Monday. Yeah, FP Senior's in the building. FP Santangelo Senior.
He's
feeling
ready.
good. Boy, the streets are talking. FP, man. He's hitting the bar scene and the restaurants out here in the city.
Oh, yeah?
He got some good rest, though.
Little bus stop action?
Don't put his business out there. Why you got to put his business?
Help support a good place.
No. But you can't blow his spot up. Just say he was out and about. And then maybe in 5 minutes, be like, hey, Bonte, a good bar to go to watch a football game is the bus stop. But you can't throw his business out there in the street and tell him where he's at.
He'll laugh with
me. I don't like when people, hey, man, so shout out to a couple Twitter heads. I love all the faithful.
Why?
I love all the fans. They show a lot of love to their morning roast. They really do. They really do. They show us a lot of love. But, man, somebody, took a video of me, and I like her. I'm not going to bust her out, but she took a video of me of, putting mustard and mayonnaise, mustard and ketchup on a hot dog.
What?
I was like, there's Bonte Hill. And I was just, putting relishes. So I was like, hey, if you're going to say what's up to me, I'm very approachable.
There's the king, Robert Baratheon, putting ketchup and mustard on his hot dog like a normal person.
I was like, why would she do that? I'm just kidding. Look at Bonte.
That was the most humble brag.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
They don't have hot dogs in Westeros, by the way.
They don't. They don't.
Do they have sausage?
It wasn't mayonnaise. It was just mustard, relish, and ketchup. Mustard, ketchup, and relish. There's no mayonnaise. I don't mess with the mayonnaise.
Not on a hot dog.
Yeah,
I don't do mayonnaise on a hot dog.
But I just had to, the free little season ticket holders. You get the free nachos and the free hot dog, and you load up on that, and you get a couple pretzels. And it was like, oh my gosh, somebody's taking a video of me. And then I seen it tweeted. It was like, all right, I'm not that special, guys. But a lot of roasters out there. It was a lot of fun in Levi Stadium. Saw Big Boss, saw Chopped Up.
Yeah, Chopped Cheese.
Chopped Cheese was out there. By the way, Chopped Cheese. So when we host the Doobie Awards at a location later this year.
Okay.
And we're going to host the 3rd annual Doobie Awards. We're going to do it live and in person.
Now we're talking.
Chopped Cheese will be on the grill. He will be one of the guys on the grill.
I like that.
Chopped Cheese. There's going to be a lot of weed being smoked. We know our roasters. We know how y'all get down to the Bay Area.
So that sounds like we need to contact Dr. Narav Pandya and UCSF to make sure we have medical on site.
We do. Chopped Cheese, weed, and Dr. Narav Pandya for the Doobie Awards. Let's go.
People, and we're getting right back into the Niner game. Today's not the day. Later this week, the sanctimonious nature of people regarding what others put on their food kind of is weird to me. You do you. Whatever you like, just do it.
Yeah, I don't
it doesn't bug me.
Oh, since we're here, how about Tara Vanderveer?
Oh, yeah. Congratulations.
Most wins for a college basketball coach in the history of college basketball. Love that.
Yeah.
1203, I want to say.
Are you surprised that Kyle Shanahan won his 7th playoff game and is one away from tying his father? 25th. If he ties his dad, he'll be 25th, essentially. With a bunch of other people, they'll be tied.
Right.
25th all time in terms of playoff wins.
That's impressive.
It's pretty crazy.
He's now 7-3.
That's pretty crazy.
7-3. They haven't been one and done in the playoff game yet. In the playoffs, in the postseason, some teams they'll be one and done.
They win 2 every time.
They win 2 every time.
It's pretty incredible.
Can we win 3? That's the goal here.
That's the number.
Can we win 3?
Seifert and Walsh have the most wins with 10 in Niner history in the playoffs. And so I was surprised that I thought Seifert had won a playoff game with Carolina. I guess he never did.
No, he didn't. So how many Seifert has?
10
playoff wins.
10.
10 playoff wins?
I had it all up yesterday.
Yeah, 10 playoff
Walsh was
wins.
10-4 or 10-3.
Well, Walsh was only 10-3.
Yeah, we only coached for 11 years or whatever it was.
They felt like they were in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Every game.
Yeah.
Every game. Something to look up there. All right, let's get back to the lines, man. Niners, man. Back in the NFC title game. 1 game away from the Super Bowl. 1 game away. That's all we wanted all season long. The number 1 seed, we're hosting the NFC title game at Levi Stadium. And you know what? Shout out to Levi Stadium. We sure do criticize Levi Stadium a lot. But you know what? Levi Stadium showed up and showed out on Saturday night.
It sounded like it.
That was the loudest I've ever heard Levi Stadium since I've been going to Levi Stadium. I've been going to Levi's now since 2015. That was the loudest I've ever heard Levi Stadium.
Really?
Yeah, I would love to hear from people who went to the game.
Yeah, what would even come close? because that Cowboy game got really loud. And I would say going back a couple of years, the Green Bay and Viking games were really loud.
That Seattle Seahawks Monday Night Football game, the long one, that was really
10-1,
good.
9-1, whatever
that
it was.
really good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That stadium was rocking.
The Green Bay, week 3.
Yeah,
Rodgers.
Green Bay. Yeah. I mean, even Pittsburgh, week 3, 2019 was pretty loud with all the terrible towns
There
there.
were a ton of fans there. That's a good call.
That was
Saturday night against the Rams.
You know what? Yeah, that was a good one when Fred Warner had to pick 6 right before halftime.
Again, I'm usually at the game. I didn't go this time. I was sitting on the couch, and it sounded loud through the broadcast. And I got to give credit to Fox. Fox does such a good job with the little stuff. Yeah. They were showing you Brock Purdy taking the glove off, putting the glove back on, taking it off, and then in between the snap, as he's getting the ball, he wipes his hand on his
mid-snap.
Yeah,
mid-play.
I said the attention to detail from the Fox broadcast was outstanding. Then they broke down Jordan Love throwing in between the numbers, outside the numbers. Like they had all these advanced numbers. I was blown away with the Fox presentation.
Levi's was rocking. Levi's was definitely rocking Saturday night. Greg Olson, did he shout out to Morning Roast?
Oh, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
Damn, he didn't shout out to Morning Roast.
It's a shame.
We're
It's
back to not liking
really.
him.
Well, maybe we can get him back on 2 weeks in a row. I don't know. Maybe.
They said there was like basically 40 million people were watching this game.
37.5 million people, the most watched Saturday night game. And fuck, I got the numbers here. Let's go to the lines and I'll
If
pull
you
up the
added
numbers.
up all the World Series games, all the NBA Finals games, you're not getting that number.
No, you're not getting
That's
that number.
crazy.
You're not getting that number at all.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. Let's get to David in San Mateo. It's been on hold the longest. We're going to get to everybody. David in San Mateo, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Man, love your guys' show, man. You guys are the best, man.
Thank you.
249. Hey, it looks like this morning, man, we covered, all the opportunities as far as our lack of defensive pressure and things of that nature. But I wanted to definitely cover C-Mac. I want to cover C-Mac because, gosh, we're not getting to the bowl. We're not going nowhere without that, man. I don't know if you guys noticed, but that one of the touchdown runs that he ran right up the middle, the cameraman shows the picture of his face, man. Just the passion. When I looked at him on the big Tron, it just shows where that man's heart at, man. Just give C-Mac the ball, and let's stick to our strengths, man, and let's do this. Let's give the 49 wins, baby.
I'm 100% with you. And, like, my biggest gripe with the game in general, like, again, like I'm talking during the game while it's going on, if we're going to go down, we go down with our best bullet. And our best bullet is CMC.
Yeah.
And that's kind of just like my setting in sports. Like, you go down with your top dogs, right?
Yeah, that 39-yard run. 39-yard run is an all-time run. Think about that 39-yard run. The crowd just erupts as he's running into the end zone, and we're all high-fiving and hugging while he's at the 10-yard line. Reminded me of Debo down in Dallas.
Yes.
Debo gets to the 10-yard line. I'm turning around talking smack to the Cowboy fans. Like, this is 6. McCaffrey does that every single week, man. I love Christian McCaffrey. Love what he's done. Now, back to the viewership here Saturday night.
Yeah, give it to me.
According to Fox, it was projected to be the most watched Saturday telecast on any network. On any network, the most watched Saturday telecast on any network since the 1994 Winter Olympics. Wow, those Olympics played out after an attack on figure skater Nancy Kerrigan. That was a whole Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding story. I don't know if have you ever watched the Tanya Harding movie?
No.
I, Tanya was really good with Margot Robbie.
Really good. Really good.
But wait, so in this era of fragmented viewing where we have all these different apps and everybody's streaming this, that, and the other, football's still just breaking records.
Yeah, telecast averaged 37.5 million viewers. It peaked at nearly 41 million viewers. Total audience was up 31% from last season's Saturday night blowout between the Giants and the Eagles. That game was an Eagles rout, of course. Wow, Niners-Packers. Most watched Saturday telecast since the 1994 Winter Olympics.
The NFL knows, and they're going to get ratings with anyone that they put on there. Packers, national brand, even though they're a tiny little town. Niners, national brand. And it's
And now
they
you're
view.
going to get the Lions.
What?
And now people are going to lock in on the Lions.
Well,
they want to see Dan Campbell.
Doesn't it feel like early in the week, like they're the little darlings?
Oh, no, everybody's. Melly Carum, apparently our first take is talking about, I want Lions and Ravens in the Super Bowl. Nobody wants the 49ers to get back there. Nobody.
Oh, good. I love being the underdog.
I do love it, too.
Even though we're not.
I love that people hate on us.
I kind of do, too.
It's fine.
Did you see some of the memes?
No.
If the Niners are checking down 5,000 times with a victory versus Lamar Jackson. Like, it was basically all these different memes that are out there trying to discredit Brock Purdy. How everybody in the country doesn't believe in him.
Well, they don't believe him, so they said, let's get some facts right about Brock Purdy, because I don't want to confuse anybody with the facts. That's not what I want to do. So Brock Purdy, he needed to prove to everybody. Remember Ed Killian's report or column earlier this year in the Chronicle? Boy, the Niners are kind of front runners. We want to see him come back in the game. Well, in a do-or-die game, as the number 1 seed after having 3 weeks off, the 49ers rallied for a win in the fourth quarter as they entered the fourth quarter down 21-14. Brock Purdy helped lead a comeback.
In a game where your best playmaker was out.
Deebo Samuel, one of your best playmakers.
Or one of them, excuse me.
Right, you're right, because Christian McCaffrey, I think, is the best. But,
You're right.
But Deebo Samuel's out in that football game. You come back and rally by throwing the football to Chris Conley and Juwan Jennings.
Chris Conley.
All right?
I can't believe Chris Conley. And it was a perfect play from both guys.
All right? So, check. Brock Purdy led a comeback in a do-or-die game with the season on the line, down 7 points going into the fourth quarter. Brock Purdy did that. Shanahan did that. So what will they say now? What are they going to do now? Something's going on?
No. You're good.
Oh, okay. All right.
What else are they going to say?
I don't know what else they're going to say.
What they're going to say is that, oh, great, you did it against the 7-seed Green Bay Packers.
Is that what they're going to say?
Yeah, and that's
even
not
though
fair.
everybody was saying that the Green Bay Packers are hot and they're going to give the Niners a lot of problems.
That's what we do. We move the goalposts.
Okay.
You know that. That's what society does.
That's fine.
And also, everyone's going to be looking over at the AFC, and they're going to see that Goliath matchup last night, and they're going to see Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, and they're going to compare everything to that. And look, this is why the Niners are very fortunate that they're not in the AFC for a variety of reasons.
Maybe the AFC is fortunate that the Niners are not in it.
Maybe. And maybe they would build their team different if they were in that conference. Like, I think that's entirely plausible. But I'm looking at it from this point of view is like, it doesn't matter what everyone else thinks. What matters is that I thought that this team would be more buttoned up and ready to go with all that time off. I was wrong. I thought they'd be sharp coming out with a long break. I was wrong. And a lot of people were wrong. I thought that they would have a heavy Christian McCaffrey game plan. Felt like it was a Debo game plan, and they were throwing a wrinkle, right? And so I want to see Kyle Shanahan, manipulate the scheme this week to just account for Debo not being there. Because I don't think you can roll the dice thinking he's going to play this week.
Well, he's 50-50. In case you are just waking up here and joining us, Adam Schefter reported around 5:50, maybe 5:55 in the morning that Debo Samuel is truly a 50-50 proposition to play in the NFC title game against the Detroit Lions. By the way, the Niners back in the NFC title game, I saw this stat over the weekend that the Niners have participated in 35% of all NFC title games.
That's cool.
That's kind of wild, right?
It is. I'd like to win a couple and win a Super Bowl.
I want to get to the Super Bowl. This is the year to get to the Super Bowl. Lions won't be easy to beat, but you know what? They're back. They're back in the Final Four. After last year, after we had to go to Philadelphia and watch the way that game played out, we talked about the journey in late July and training camp. We're now back at this point. Now it's time to get over this hurdle, beat the Lions, and then we talk about a Super Bowl in Las Vegas.
Well, if they want to do that, they've gotten great play out of their linebackers. They need better play out of the defensive line.
Yeah,
it's undeniable. No, and I thought that this defensive line was going to be rearing and ready to go, and I thought they were better than what they are. Thus far, that is proven to not be true.
Yeah.
And I think they have an uphill battle against a Detroit offensive line that looks really good.
Well, Nick Bosa, where you at? Where you at, Nick Bosa?
He's one of my fave. I don't know where he's been, dude. I can't defend poor play.
Let's go to Travis in North Carolina. Let's get to all the calls here. We got about 20 minutes left. I'm going to get to everybody on the board here. Thank you for the patience. Thanks for all the calls, all the comments, all the texts, all the tweets, man. You guys have been humming today on a Monster Monday. Let's go to Travis in North Carolina. Travis, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Man, I'm just giving y'all a holler right now, man, because it's funny that you mentioned what else can they say after Brock did his comeback. The first thing I seen this morning was Keyshawn Johnson said, well, that wasn't a comeback if you look at it, because it was like by 3 points. If it was like by 14, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about a comeback. And I'm like, are you serious right now, dude? Are you serious right now? Like, it was a comeback. It don't matter if it was 1 point. It was a comeback, man. You know what I mean? Like, just stop it. And the only other thing that I see that's wrong with it is our D. Like our D is just like you guys were saying, our defensive line is not getting no pressure, and it's like cats are sitting in the pocket all day on us right now.
Yeah.
I'm kind of worried about that. I'm not worried about Brock. He just had a whole bunch of rust. I kept telling everybody that was going to happen. 3 weeks of no plan, it's going to happen. Practice is not like the game. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm worried about the D. But that's all I got.
Hey, Travis, great call. And on the number one worry meter, mine would be the defensive line. The most expensive defensive line in football has got to be better in both the run and pass game. It's just quite simple. And you know what? This is the next three teams. All right, whether it's Detroit, Kansas City, or Baltimore, their offensive lines are elite. They're really good. So it's an uphill battle here for the 49ers. You got to get pressure. Chase Young, you want a big-time multi-year contract? You want to get paid?
That's out the window.
You know, Javon Hargrave, you want to live up to this contract? Randy Gregory, you want some big money after the season? Nick Bosa, you want to live up to the guarantees and you want to make us forget about you holding on a training camp? Show up on Sunday against Detroit, please.
No doubt. They're going to need that. And the other thing that they're going to, I think that they're going to need some clear skies, some good weather. I mean, like,
you know what?
There's something
with the weather.
No, there's something to that. Like, they don't look good in the rain.
Well, you know what? Then that's a problem. Then.
No, it is.
That's a problem. How the hell we got all this talent on the football team and we can't play in the rain because it gets a little wet? We need perfect we need perfect conditions.
Would you agree that they're a precision offense?
I thought Kansas City was a precision offense.
They've evolved. I don't think they're as precise as they used to be.
You know, I thought Buffalo was a precision offense who likes to run the ball at times.
That's why Buffalo's at home.
You know, but they play well in the rain. You know, the kicker missed a kick. But I mean, we can't play in the rain? Oh, my gosh.
I mean, they did late in that game, but it's been a couple of games now where we've seen they have struggled to move the ball in the rain because of their timing offense. It's a very anticipation, throw into the window as the guy's cutting, and if you're slipping a little and your timing is off, like there is I'm more believing it than dismissing it like I used to. I used to dismiss it.
We sound soft.
No, I'm trying to assess what I was seeing.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I just think, maybe you need more cleats because I saw a lot more Niners slipping and Green Bay Packers slipping.
First quarter, a lot of guys were wearing the white cleats, and then second quarter, they all switched to the black cleats with the screw-ins that we were talking about.
How are we not prepared to play in our own field?
That's a great question.
How are we not prepared to play on our own field at home? That's boy, we got to clean some things up here this week. Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Yo, man, hey, Vontae, I love you, dog. But what are you talking about? Be happy we in the NFC Championship. Okay, if the Super Bowl was Saturday we won, I'll be in the street right now screaming in the rain, but we're not. And the reason I'm a little thrown off is we still got 2 games to go, hopefully, and playing like we did last night with some of the same flaws that we've seen in the past with the clock management before the half. And this crew can't play in the rain. And y'all just said the defensive line couldn't stop a nosebleed. Yeah, if we got the win, but I'm projecting, my brother. I'm thinking, okay, you play like this against the better teams, you're not going to win. So, yes, I'm just going off your energy of Super Bowl or bust. That performance Saturday was not Super Bowl or bust performance.
Guess what, though?
Touching all the negatives.
Hey, Dave, guess what, though? We didn't bust, baby.
That fourth quarter
we got another game. We got another game, Dave, to play. We got another game. Super Bowl or bust is still alive, Dave.
Play like that next week.
No doubt. And I said that all morning. What if I've said that all morning? Just look at my Twitter timeline. We play like that next Sunday against Detroit. We will be having a sad show on Monday. It'll be a funeral told next Monday if they play like they did last Saturday.
No, a funeral is somber. We'll be irate.
Oh, well.
Who are you kidding?
Oh, well. Oh, that's
I will be irate.
Yeah, I will be pretty angry, too.
I am having a meltdown, Bonte.
I'm having a meltdown. Because all I heard, because you know what? Something that I've heard all season long. Really, Bonte, you're going to take Kyle Shanahan? Or you're going to take Dan Campbell in the game over Kyle Shanahan? You know what? Dan Campbell don't coach scared. They don't coach scared in Detroit. Ben Johnson doesn't coach scared. They're running first down play action passes, knowing they need to bleed the clock against Tampa, and they're still throwing the ball because they believe in their system.
That's a sneaky storyline this next week is the conservatism between the two head coaches.
Right.
And when's it going to show and when isn't it?
Is Kyle, I hear I think he's situationally it depends on whether he's aggressive or conservative, because throughout the year he's been aggressive in those late 2-minute situations. Yesterday, I just didn't like how they allocated timeouts and how they managed the final 4 or 5 plays of that quarter. But I thought the fourth quarter he managed it pretty well.
They coached tight.
They were pretty aggressive.
They were. They had to be. Backs was against the wall. They had to be. So, Colin, listen. It's better to correct these things with the win, Dave.
No doubt. No doubt.
We got to win. And we all know. There's every Niner fan on the planet knows you can't play like that against Detroit, or we will be going home. And there will be no Super Bowl. And then we're heading into the offseason talking about the quarterback and the coach all over again. But you know what? We live to fight another day, baby. That's what it is. Clark the Shark, what's happening? Clark the Shark, talk to me, baby.
Brothers, Bonte Belafonte, Cup of Joe's, and Sam the Man. How are you brothers doing?
I feel so good now that I'm hearing you.
I tell you what, the Niners win. Life is good. God is good. The Niners are good. And I'll tell you what, it was a tough game. But I'll tell you what, I like their odds. And you know what? Is the defensive line definitely needs to step up, and so does Aubrey Thomas. But the offensive line looked bad, and I tell you, they got to block better. If you want Purdy to cook, you got to block better than their block, and that's for sure. Finally, though, just think of it. We get by the Lions, which I think we will be able to exact revenge on one of those two teams, because both of them we need to get them.
I'm not willing to go that far, Clark. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm not thinking the week ahead anymore. I did that last week, and I dismissed the Packers, and I was way wrong. And I'm not doing that this week. I'm just not me. And others can do that. I'm not looking ahead to anything.
I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that. Clark the Shark, you got more?
I'm not either, really, but one last thing. One last thing. I just want to say, hey, I really love you guys. God bless you.
Love you too, buddy.
And your show.
Thanks, Clark the Shark. Appreciate you, man. Let's go to Mole in Detroit. Mole's out there in Detroit. I know they're feeling good. Mole, good morning. How are they feeling in Detroit? How confident are they?
Dude, one thing the Lions will always do, and I was born and raised in Detroit, they will find a way to let their fans down. I'm not one of those fans. I've been a Niner fan since I was 5 years old, and I'm 46 now. The Lions are consistent in one thing. They will find a way to screw up. 2 quick points to make you guys happy. 1, Jared Goff. He's a statue quarterback. Those guys have serious problems against us. I find that we're going to decimate the Lions. I have zero worries. I don't think you guys should even blink about it. We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to put them to rest. This team is not ready for the big show. Jared Goff is not the guy. Number 2, kudos to Green Bay. I find it very amazing how they transition from Favre to Aaron Rodgers and now to Jordan Love without missing a beat.
Yeah.
There's the Miami Dolphins, Jets. They haven't had a quarterback since Dan Marino, and I can't believe how this franchise just finds guys. You undervalue Jordan Love. The guy threw 31 TDs this year. It was a great team. I think they did what they had to do, but we were the better team, and it doesn't matter how we won. We're going to go to Detroit. They're going to come to San Fran. We're going to decimate them. I'm telling you, Jared Goff cannot handle this team. It's going to be a different game. They're a different team. They're a different team on the road. Look at their road, the way they play, and look at how they play at home.
No, you're
Do
right.
not worry about it.
All right. I like that confidence, Mo.
The Green Bay portion, Green Bay's going nowhere. They've got a young team with a ton of playmakers. I was very impressed with how quickly they've turned things around. I think the key word for them is patience, because they had patience with Jordan Love throughout this year. I thought they made a very shrewd decision to give him the 2-year deal instead of the 5th-year option. And now it looks like they've got a bargain of a contract for that guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, obviously the Niners have an unbelievable bargain in Brock Purdy, but good for the Packers, man. They doubled down on themselves, and they've got a lot of weapons.
Yeah, now Green Bay's going to be around for a while. Let's see what they do with that defense. Let's see what they do with that offensive line. But Green Bay, they were very, very impressive Saturday night. That was a button-up team. I know they wanted to fire Joe Barry midway through the year, their defensive coordinator, but I thought he had a good game plan against the 49ers. They're all over the slants. They're all over the drag routes. They had a very good plan Saturday night. They should have won the football game. Let's be real. Brian in San Francisco. Speaking of the Packers, I believe he's a Packer fan that called last week. He came at you, Shasky, and he's calling back to own the loss.
Well, I mean, I was the one who was probably wrong.
I am calling back. I appreciate the remembrance, Fonte. Shasky, you said don't disappear like cats with a ghost. That's not who I am. That's not who Green Bay is. I'm here to face the music. Credit to the Niners. They made more plays on Saturday, and they deserve to win. Don't get it wrong. However, sports are all about narratives. It's all you have the narrative of Brock came back, which is true. But then, Bonte, you just said how the game between the Chiefs and the Bills was so close, and the kicker just missed the kick. Anders Carlson missed a 41-yarder too. It's all about how you spin the narrative.
Yep.
So the game was a couple plays here and there different. I could talk about penalties. That's bullshit. Or excuse me,
that's he was rolling.
What penalty? I'm legitimately.
He maybe missed intentional grounding.
Oh, on the Brock throw. Brock did throw one into no man's land that should have probably been an intentional grounding.
Yeah, no doubt.
That is, I don't dismiss that.
Joseph in the city. Joseph, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Hey, guys. First-time caller. Love you guys' show.
Thank you.
I just want to say Levi was cracking on Saturday. Took my 6-year-old for his first playoff game. This dude cried when we won.
Oh, that's great.
It meant so much to him.
That's great. That is great.
I'm looking at Drew down here. Not Drew down. Who is it? Drew Don't Care. Drew Don't Care on YouTube. I know.
You guys didn't know what to do.
I thought he was going to keep going.
I thought he was going to keep going.
Yeah,
tears of joy, I guess. But it means he cares. I didn't know what to do with that. I thought Shasky usually cleans that stuff up. He's usually the sympathetic one.
Shasky's like, kid's soft.
Yeah.
LJ didn't cry.
No.
Exactly. Hey, see?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
He's built for this. 1-0, by the way, in the LJ era.
Dude, LJ was so cool, calm, collective. People were screaming and yelling, not saying nothing. The second everyone left, he was so crying.
Oh, yeah, because he likes the attention. He likes being around
God,
people.
dude.
Babies loves that.
I was exhausted.
Drew Don't Care. It's wild how off Bonte is with this game. Now, I want to know what I'm off with. Am I off with Brock Purdy's assessment? Am I off with Shanahan coaching
Brock
too
Purdy
tight?
Assessment?
He played like Jimmy Garoppolo for the first 3 quarters of the game.
Okay.
That was a Jimmy G game. All right? Fourth quarter, he stepped up, and he bounced back, and he checked one off the list in terms of coming back and rallying the 49ers to a win. The defensive line, against the run, against the pass, I don't think they were great. Am I off on that? Drew Don't Care? Don't get me with the strong safety Logan Ryan, because he was awful. All right? I didn't see nothing from him. Nothing at all. That concerns me against Detroit. Ambry Thomas. What do you want me to lie here and say, hey, man, he did a hell of a job at corner? No. The Packers identified him and went at him all game long. It almost burned us. It almost sent us home for the season. So tell me what I'm off at. Chris McCaffrey, great player. Am I off there? Show me where I'm off at.
Had Jordan Love marched down and scored a touchdown, because the Niners, there was a minute left. They had a timeout. Like, they had opportunities at the end of that game. The amount of people coming at Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy today would have been out of this world. And Steve Wilkes.
Man.
Right? Then I'm not, look, we won. So, obviously, we don't have to go through that reality, if you will. But if you this for the multiverse, just imagine what this show would sound like from the callers, not even me and B, from the callers, had Jordan Love gone down and marched that team for a touchdown. Whew.
We'd be getting on Nick Bosa, too.
Oh, dude, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Nick started his career, I was like, man, Hall of Fame type of talent. That's what he has. This whole year, with the holdout, the amount of money, the way that him and the team were going back and forth, they wait till the last second, his play's been by his standards, not by just any old player. Like, I'm judging you, once you hit Nick Bosa status and you get 130 guaranteed, we're judging you by Donalds, Aaron Donalds, and Lawrence Taylors, and Reggie White guys. You're not even in that. You have gone sackless for 4 straight playoff games.
DPOI. You win a DPOI, you're expected to play like a DPOI each and every Sunday.
Did he play like a game wrecker in that game?
He hasn't played like a game wrecker in quite some time.
And I think that's my biggest frustration when I look at Nick Bosa, like, more than anything, more than the quarterback play, more than it's like, that is a known quantity that I expect to show up relentlessly for the 65 snaps he's out there. And I'm just not seeing anything close to that.
Right,
like Bosa needs to look in the mirror.
Well, the stats will say he had 5 quarterback hits, but the stats are lying to me because I'm at that football game and I'm saying Bosa did not wreck the game whatsoever.
Love looked more comfortable than I wanted.
And the fact is that they went out and got Bosa help.
Yeah.
Now, Randy Gregory isn't the best defensive end, and Chase Young isn't the best defensive end, but they went out and tried to get him help.
And they got him your boy.
Chase Young, your best friend, right?
Yeah, that's your boy. And they got him Hargrave.
Janice in San Francisco. Janice, and then we'll get to Anthony, and then we'll get to Fast Five. Janice, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bonte and Joe?
What's up, Janice?
Coach Joe. Hey, what's up? Coach Joe, you coached my kid at basketball in St. Cecilia. So
nice.
Just want to say.
Which one?
What's up to you, Jonah?
Oh, Jonah. Tell him I said what's up.
I will. You congrats on little LJ, and prayers going to your dad for all the healing vibes.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, thinking about you guys. So I just wanted to come in. I'm hearing all the debrief, which we need to do all week. But my takeaway from that game, and I'm not going to lie to you and say that I wasn't pacing for 3 quarters and I walked away to do other chores in the house because I couldn't stand it. But that last quarter, Joe Montana kind of feels comeback. And if our, number 1 seed, rest of our team, including the defensive line, show up, I'm pumped for this next game. Let's just get to the Super Bowl.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Have a good one.
Anthony in Fresno. Anthony.
Hey, how's it going, guys? How's it going, guys? Can you guys hear me?
It's going all right.
I can hear you now.
What's going on? Sounds good. Hey, first time caller, guys. I don't want to take too much of your time, but 2 points I want to make real fast. I was super critical on Kyle right off the back. I noticed he went real pass heavy during that game, but I think getting this win really takes hopefully some stress off his back and just kind of gets that monkey off his back coming back like that. My second point, the only thing that worries me going to the Detroit game is just the D-ends not being able to seal the edges, man. I mean, seeing Chase Young get blown up by that Packers receiver was like, what the heck are we doing here, man? I think if they can seal those edges, have the linebackers play discipline, and hopefully get Jair Brown back in that safety spot, man, because that was just criminally bad right there. I think they should have a good chance against these Lions, man, and hopefully let's get this 6th Super Bowl, guys. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get the Fast Five here on the Morning Roast. I like how we just ignored the Montana comparison.
Let her cook, dog.
What's your final thought, man? Go ahead. You get a first crack at it.
Here's my final thought. I will go to my deathbed, no matter what sport it is. You go down with your top dogs. I don't care what it is. If I'm going to lose, I'm losing with Mad Bum on the Hill, for example, in 2014. If I'm going down with Stephen Clay, pick and roll against OKC, for example. If I'm going down in the playoffs with this year's 49er team, I'm going down force-feeding Christian McCaffrey. CMC should have a minimum of 30 touches from here on out. You're not wasting anything down the line. You have no excuses. 30 or more. I just no other way around it. I'm going down with CMC.
My final thought is the defensive line. You've got to show up next Sunday against Detroit. That performance on Saturday night just wasn't good enough. Bosa, Hargrave, Armstead, Kinlaw. Nah, it's on you guys. And Detroit's coming with a physical brand of football on the offensive side. They will run the ball with both running backs. They will play action pass. That line is nasty. What you going to do on that side of the ball? You going to control the line of scrimmage? Or going to play like it did last Saturday? Because last Saturday just wasn't good enough from that defensive line. But all in all, 4 title game appearances in the last 5 years. We got another game to talk about, folks. Go ahead, Spinone. Go ahead, Lubman.
Always comes down to turnovers. The quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over in the big game usually ends up winning. Brock Purdy had chances. Green Bay had chances to turn it over. They didn't capitalize. They get lucky, but as Bob Spadoni likes to say, it's better to be lucky than good.
Ooh.
Good quarterbacks sometimes have bad days. Great quarterbacks find a way to turn a bad day and make it into a good day. Brock Purdy had himself a bad day, but then all of a sudden, he made it a good day, because that's why we believe in Brock Purdy.
And that's why he's a great quarterback, right, Lubman?
Yeah, you got it figured out.
There it is.
Also, real quick, last final thought. the fumble out of the end zone for a touchback. Single worst rule in the history of the NFL. Thank God the league committee is going to replace that thing going forward.
If you run out of the end zone,
you're fumbling the ball forward. Why should the defense that didn't recover the ball? No, why should the defense get rewarded for not getting the ball?
Thought or a final argument?
I'm done. Done.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, Next Generation JG Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now with FP Senior. FP Santangelo Senior's in the building.
Is he with Steiny or Goo?
I have no idea.
I'm out.
Oh, he's with the Goo?
He's with the Goo. Where's Steiny at? Steiny, well-deserved.
I am the system of this show.
Steiny was like, are they winning or losing? They won. I'm not coming
This would be a show tailor-made for Steiny. After last week, when he said
action.
20-10.
Oh,
never mind. Sorry. Feature starts out with FP and Guru.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood.
San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Bay Area! That FP Santangelo, who is riding shotgun with me early and often until 2 p.m., is for the Niner fans that are rejoicing in a big-ass comeback win that transpired Saturday at Levi's, 24-21, and the San Francisco 49ers will now host the Detroit Lions this Sunday, FP, at 3:30. And I got to tell you, it'll be the third NFC Championship game that the Niners have been in. Put one up for Kyle. And that game, I'm just going to throw it to you because I told Steiny, and the people want to know where Steiny's at. He's getting ready for his procedure, so he'll be back soon. FP holding it down with me. But I got to be honest and hold myself, FP, to a standard. I said in that same seat you were in last week that I don't care what the score was, Steiny, and all the listeners, I'm going to come in here because Green Bay didn't have that star power. The Niners had been off, so there'll be rust. There's nothing to see here. But it's going to be hard, my friend, to not talk to you about some stuff I saw, but it shouldn't matter, right? Because the Niners won. Good morning. How you feeling?
Dude, it's great to be here, man. Thanks.
FP.
Thanks for having me on today. I got a little raspy voice because I was screaming at the TV at a bar on Saturday watching the game, and I lost my voice.
It had to be packed, though, right?
But it was packed. We had a good time. I was at bus stop in the marina on Saturday, checking it out. Give him a little plug right now. Absolutely. Here's the thing. Like, if you can advance on your very worst day in the playoffs, that's my take on it. Like, we can talk about like how you're worried the Lions are playing well. I told all my buddies, take the Packers at 9 or 10. It's a lock.
Oh,
I mean,
I was on the other side.
Just take them. And if you can play your absolute worst game of the year against a team that's fairly hot, right? With Love, the quarterbacks
no
locked
doubt.
in. They just beat the Cowboys, and you play your worst game and you win and you advance. Like that's your close call. Like, that's how you win championships. So while Brock Purdy, with ever his hands in the rain, here's the thing.
It is weird, but he won.
It is weird. I didn't like the glove. Like, don't change anything.
Michael Jackson.
He had the Michael Jackson glove. I'm tweeting
the
like,
glove.
Bro, you
Gary
haven't worn the glove all year. You don't change things.
I didn't like it. You're
at
right.
The biggest game. I understand the grip and the hands and the whatever, but he relies on timing, right? Like, all of it. It's not like he has a cannon.
He throws to a space.
He throws to a spot. So if I'm a receiver, and I was all city in high school, so listen to what I have to say here. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. But like, if it's a wet surface and you can't like cut, you have to round out your routes. Like, where I want to plant my foot and really dig in if I'm Ayuk or whoever. Like, so if you're rounding out your routes and it's a timing thing, and you're used to putting the ball in a certain place, and I have to round my route instead of like dig my foot in and plant. Now that whole timing thing is thrown off. He threw some grenades, man. He really did. And he looked.
The one to Kittle, I was like, here we go. That's it, FP. It's about to be blowout city.
He looked nervous. He looked scared. He did. And I'm like, wait, why would you be? You won a playoff game last year. I mean, you've been in this situation.
You
won two playoff games last year. You've been in this situation before. So I don't know if I buy the nerves. You could do the rust thing. You could do the rain thing. But whatever, man. Good teams play ugly and win, and they found a way to get it done.
No doubt. And we'll cover it all because, like I said, I want to stay true to what I said about, hey, there's 28 other teams, other cities that wish their team was one of the Final Four that'll be playing this Sunday, FP. But this is not the BCS. It's not how pretty it looks. But I hold the Niners, and I have held this team collectively to a standard. And the defense, one of the highest paid defensive fronts, I expected them to just wreak havoc on young Jordan Love. That didn't happen. But at the end of the day, you know what happened, FP? As much as I want to sit here and start there, I won't. They held Green Bay to field goals. And that's why Green Bay didn't win the game. When the 49ers, however you look at it, I know they didn't get a lot of pressure on young Jordan Love, but when it was go time, including that last drive after the 50-yard run from Aaron Jones, FP, I got a different computer in my brain. I thought the game was over because I assumed Green Bay was going to score and go up 11. But the Niners held. However you say they held, Green Bay didn't do this or do that, but that was the one constant and theme that I had from the Niners defense, even the 4th and 1. For all the people that say it was a bad spot, the Niners kept holding to get them in a situation to where when they got that ball down for a touchdown could win it.
Dude, they clutched up when they had to clutch up.
They clutched up.
But here's the thing, I watched it with my son on Saturday, and I turned to him right away, and I said...
That's not a good thing. I saw your tweet.
We watched the last game we watched together. We watched the Eagles game together last year. We watched the NFC Championship game. But I turned to him, and I said, early in the first quarter, I said, we're in trouble. And he said, why? I go, I don't watch the play. I watch the line. And the Packers were dominating.
7.5-minute drive.
No, they were dominating the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
Like offensively and defensively, and that scares me. And that's what I always go to early in a game. I'm not watching the ball. I'm not watching the plays. I'm watching Brock Purdy, and I was a little bit worried because he was, like I said, he's throwing knuckleballs all over the place. But I'm watching the line play, and that's where you go first. And the Packers dominated that all day long. So I think the way the Packers ran the football against the Niners. The Lions are a physical team. Obviously, Jared Goff is playing the best football of his life with the most confidence he's ever played.
Great coach.
He struggles historically against the Niners, but the way the Lions are playing right now with their swagger and their momentum and their physicality on both sides of the football it's making me nervous. I told we had a big discussion with my buddies last night, and I'm like, take the Lions in 7. Is the line 7 right now? I would say take the Lions right now because I'm worried. And they're like, no, that was their one clunker. They're going to stomp the Lions because I think our mentality is it's the Lions, right?
Yeah.
But it's not the Lions that we
think. They won if Green Bay can take you 15 rounds, why wouldn't you think Detroit can do more?
They're a better team.
Okay, no doubt.
And you can't play like you played this Sunday and win, obviously. So maybe they got the clunker out of the way.
There you go.
And that's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, and if you're a 49er fan, I mean, I'm envious. I got to be like that just to myself. You have to be ecstatic. You can critique, and we're here for you, 888-957-9570. FP and Guru holding it down. But there's so much to this game and so many different spots, FP, that I thought, okay, they're really in trouble. But I'll say this, and I heard the morning guys, and they touched on it a whole lot. You know, I don't know what you think of Christian McCaffrey, but FP, he is arguably your best player. And I felt like with conditions being what they were, you know what? If you lose, let's lose feeding the hog. And I felt like Kyle got away with that. And maybe it's the trust that we didn't see that he didn't have for Jimmy Garoppolo. But, man, the Niners look like they had Peyton Manning back there, all the empty sets to where, you know, to me it's trust. It's Kyle trusting Brock Purdy to make the right decision. But you're right. There were a lot of Daffy, Oregons, Anaheim, a lot of Ducks in that rain. And I'm sitting here like, man, they were open, but you got a different game this week. There won't be rain. So should Niner fan just put that concern about the wet ball and the hand size away because there shouldn't be any rain in the forecast?
I mean, the best thing is Debo's 50-50. If Debo plays, it's a different story.
Oh, man.
And when once he went out, now if I'm the Packers, I'm just locking in on McCaffrey, and I'm making Brock Purdy beat me. So now you're losing your options. And
98 hard yards.
Everybody was screaming, run the ball where I was at. Everybody, you can run the ball. But if you just run CMC and that's all you do, I don't think you're going to just run it down their throat. I mean, that defensive line for the Packers was amazing. So you still had to be creative, and you still had to think of ways to win the game. But I thought Kyle was real conservative. And I think the reason he was conservative with the clock management at the end of the first half was he went back to old Kyle Shanahan with Jimmy G as his quarterback because he saw what Brock Purdy was bringing to the party.
Wow.
And now all of a sudden
because it had that Jimmy feel. No shade at Brock, but come on now.
His play calling became conservative like it does or did with Jimmy G because he was scared to take chances with Jimmy G. So you would see all these conservative play calling toward the end of the first half. And you're like, what are we doing? And that happened at the end of the first half. I don't think he had confidence in Brock Purdy. He saw the ball not coming out. He knows his own quarterback. He knows he has small hands. He knows, or whatever it is. Yeah. He knows he can't grip the ball in the rain. He's watching. He's watching what we're watching. So normally where he's going to put with Brock Purdy, his play calling with Brock Purdy has been the best we've ever seen because he can just call any play and have confidence in it. He can close his eyes, dartboard a play on the sidelines, send it in, and he knows that Brock's going to get him in the right set. He's going to check to the right play. He's going to read the defense. He's going to check down to the right receiver. So now whatever play call I call as a head coach, I have confidence in it. Now all of a sudden he's seeing what we're seeing. He's seeing maybe a nervous Brock. Brock can't grip the ball. The receivers are rounding out their routes instead of cutting the routes and running them crisp and on time. And so he started to get conservative. He started to pull back. He was going for points instead of like playing to win. I thought he was playing not to lose. I even tweeted it at the time. I'm like, if you play not to lose, you're going to lose.
No doubt about it. Almost like prevent defense. 49er fans, we are your sounding board. We want to hear from you because, FP, I don't know about you, but to me, forget Disneyland or Great America. That was a roller coaster of a game. I want to hear all your emotions. Call 888-957-9570. And the one thing you have to do when you call is be honest, because there were junctures, and this is why we love sports. There were junctures to where I was like, like the Aaron Jones run for me. I was like, you're down 4. You need to stop. This man's running fast. But they held up. And last week I used the D word, destiny. And I said, Steiny, I feel like the Niners are a team of destiny. That wasn't how you drew it up. But maybe that's why the kick missed. Maybe that's why you were able to overcome the Debo injury. So I just feel like this team is on a mission. And you being the pro athlete of the show, you know what it's like. I want the Niners to punch this ticket, FP, as far as a champion and Kyle, because 3 straight trips, 4 out of the last 5 to the NFC Championship game. Coaches and fan bases would give their right arm for that. But my point is, at some point, you got to bring that home. You got to cash that check. So that's why I'm glad the Niners, it didn't look pretty, but like the guys in the morning kept saying, you live another day, and you got an opportunity to accomplish the ultimate goal, which is the Super Bowl.
Dude, we get to see another game. On Sunday, it's the NFC Championship. It's going to be 66 and sunny is the forecast right now.
Yeah.
No Michael Jackson gloves in the game. So, I mean, you just advance any way you can. And sometimes it's just your time. I remember Tim Flannery said this back in the time. Sometimes it's just your time. But then there's this big gorilla on their back, which is the NFC Championship game. And we get past this, but I'm wondering, like Niners fans today, like we were where I watched the game with a bunch of people.
Okay.
The atmosphere, I don't know what it was like at Levi's. I would love to hear some.
Monte said it was the loudest he was at the game, he ever heard it.
Where I was, people were waiting to lose.
Ooh,
it was this kind of pall cast over the whole place, and everybody was quiet. I was looking at the people I was with. And I'm like, hey, man, there's a lot of game left. They're going to find a way to win this.
But the signs were there, FP. Yeah. They were being real.
Yeah. It's just everyone's waiting to lose. So, like, our Niner fans, like, anything but a parade on Market Street, are we all just going to be like, fire Kyle Shanahan? This is terrible. What a terrible loss if they lose to the Lions this week, or if they get to the Super Bowl and lose. I feel like the expectations are so high right now because this team is so good that if they don't win a Super Bowl, Niner fans are just going to be pissed off.
You know what? I love that, and I'm going to give you my thought after we take these calls, because today is about you, the Niner fans, rejoicing in a big victory that keeps your season alive. Let's start with Steve in San Francisco. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Good to to get online this morning. Hey, this is more, I got a question, then I got a statement. The question is, Brock Purdy, when he goes back to pass, one thing that I noticed, like you see in still shots and stuff, he doesn't switch the ball to the strings like most quarterbacks. He throws it how he gets it. So this time he'll be throwing the ball from the other side of the strings. Now, he throws some pretty spirals. I don't know if that's part of it, but that ball can slip out of your hands a lot more when you're not on the strings. So the question is that a correct statement or observation?
Well, I'll just do this, and FP, you can speak to all the different batting stances and how you hold the bat, choke up or not, but it's got him this far, and I had noticed that, but I guess what I'll say is up until the rain game and maybe the Cleveland game this season, I can honestly tell you I hadn't heard a caller even talk about that. So I don't know what was going on with him gripping the ball and how he throws it, but the dude has been stellar up until, yesterday, which was arguably his worst playoff game out of the three he's been in.
Dude, I thought Fox did a great job of it. Did you see that one replay where he got the snap?
What are you?
He put the ball in his left hand.
You can't do that.
And he wiped his hand on his pants. Did you see that?
I did.
In one
and
motion?
He got away with it.
I was like, what is he doing? Like, that's telling you right there. And, I mean, I did play quarterback for a long time in high school, and I do have small hands. And whenever it was, whenever I went to Oak Ridge High School in Eldorado Hills, and then I switched to receiver my senior year. But like my father was a high school football coach, so I grew up breaking down film. But I'm saying, like, as a quarterback with small hands, if you're looking on YouTube right now,
I'm looking at his hand.
I'm
Show him again real quick.
You know what they say about
people want to see him.
You know what they say about small hands?
They don't look small, but I got you. Yeah.
Small gloves.
Small gloves. I couldn't throw a wet ball. I mean, and I don't think anybody, even with big hands, likes to throw a wet football. And you think in the NFL that they're wiping down balls and they're bringing new footballs in every play, but like I'm just not going to use that as an excuse.
Yeah,
like, you got to find a way.
And Brock didn't do it either.
You can't.
Credit.
You can't.
We keep it real here, 10-2. I keep thinking, like, had they not punched that, got it in on that last drive, it would be Armageddon. So I just want people, gurus telling you, have some perspective, because there are some things that, you put under the concern column. But at the end of the day, you are in your third straight NFC Championship with an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl. And the last time, FP, I don't got to tell you this, that the Niners hosted the NFC Championship game, bang, bang, they ended up playing the Kansas City Chiefs. We won't even talk about what happened in that game. They should have won it.
Dude, who do you want in the AFC if they do win this week? We can't get ahead of this week. The Lions are going to be tough.
You know what? When I knew we were getting busy like Arsenio Hall today.
Who are you rooting for in the Bills game?
I'm going to tell you, I had a question for you. I was rooting for Lamar Jackson, but what Patrick Mahomes did and where I thought in the world had him and Andy at, like it was over and it was rotten, or not just his play was bad, but they were just like over. I was moved that they won that game. So I'm going to ask you before I answer, if he were a baseball player, Patrick Mahomes, who would he be? Because the dude he's special, man. And he made Tom Brady, if you're listening, this is no shade, like he's up there. Like, I want to say to you and the masses, he may be the best quarterback I've ever seen.
Wow, that's a bold statement. Joe's the best quarterback I've ever seen, period. But what Patrick Mahomes is doing, and I watched that show Quarterbacks on Netflix.
Oh,
Did
it was
you see
awesome,
that?
yeah.
That's when I fell in love with this guy. He's just a champion. He's a winner. Like the way he talks to his teammates, the way he calls a play, the way he improvises, just the mentality that he has, you can't teach. So he's got that intangible, plus the talent, plus the work ethic.
Yeah.
He's got everything. And I went from admiring Patrick Mahomes to like really loving this guy once I watched that show. And he's got the baseball ties. He was a shortstop, and he kind of plays quarterback like a shortstop, all the different arm angles. He's a great athlete back there. And I think it's better that they're advancing. And we were getting in this discussion watching the game. Everybody I was with last night is sick of Taylor Swift. And I think it's great. I can't get enough shots of her. I think it's great that she's bringing...
What's great about it?
She's bringing fans to a sport that would never watch the sport. Baseball needs a Taylor Swift.
Me up with
baseball
that
needs...
right there. Okay.
Baseball
is
needs
that it?
more eyes on the game. anything that promotes the game and gets more eyes on the game. I'm in the minority in this take, by the way. Everybody I was with yesterday watching the game was like, come on, dude, we're sick of this.
It's like sometimes she's bigger than the game.
No, she's
get it back on the players. Dude, I don't want to see her.
She's a supportive girlfriend. Right. And maybe I'm just jealous because I've never had a supportive girlfriend. And I'm seeing her up there like with just going nuts every time Travis Kelce does something. And I'm like, that's badass. Like, she's awesome. All in, dude. She's invested. This isn't about the cameras. And like I said, it's growing the game, and anything that grows the game, I'm all for.
Speaking of all in, let's go out to Dublin and welcome Jimmy to the program. Jimmy, what's up, baby?
Hey, man, I'm good. How you guys doing, man?
Hanging in there. Talk to us.
Hey, man, I just want to say, man, the Niners got lucky, man. The dudes, man, hey, they dodged a bullet. You know what I mean? They was up with the ball, up 7, had a chance to put it away. Did not, had a chance to make a field goal, to make it be 7. You know, and then it's kind of like, it's almost scripted, man. I mean, Love throws the dude with the ball, you know what I mean, and it tips off his hand, and then what do you know? Interception. You know what I mean? So if they would have played any other team, you know what I mean, I don't think they would have gave that lead up like that and blew that game. And one more thing I want to say is, I agree, man. Taylor Swift, they show her more than they show the game.
That's wrong, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, look, Simone Biles was at the Niner Packer game because her dude played for the Packers.
Yeah,
and they showed Simone Biles for 5 seconds, man. They didn't give her her flowers, read off no accolades or nothing. I honestly had a problem with that. But hey, you guys have a good rest of your day, man.
Hey, thanks, Jimmy. But I'll say this to Jimmy, what you just said, and it kind of hit me like some good cologne. Maybe that was they got their clunker out the way. This is the NFL, man. It ain't BCS. And I'm sitting here, I was nitpicking. I had 38-10, and I am like Shasky and Bonte this morning. Where is that pass rush? That's my biggest issue in the whole game is, oh, my God, if you let Jared Goff back there or Mahomes or Lamar, and real quick, we see what Lamar did already, but they won, FP. It's a tournament. So that's why I'm like, it looks like the weather won't be what it was Saturday. So if I'm a Niner fan, you got that one out your system off of a bye that you needed. Now Debo's 50-50. That's kind of scary, but as far as you live, I'm going Friday, the movie Friday. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, let's go.
You live to another day, you know, and that's another game, and that's what you want from the 49ers.
You want a hot take right now? Chase Young will not be a 49er next year.
Well, I don't even think that's a hot take anymore.
I mean, I'm watching him. He stands straight up.
He stands. I heard you this morning, but dude, you're right.
He stands straight up. And he kind of watches the play go by, and he stops.
Ron Rivera, they knew something before we did, but you are right. Because it was there. The check was blank, and it's like, man. But to Jimmy's point, there were a lot of concerning things that the Niners, just from a team-wide aspect, had to deal with. But I want to point out one individual, because I heard Shasky talk about Juwan Jennings, and he was great, and he made some big-time catches. But the catch to me, FP, I'm telling you, I don't think he got enough run. It was the 3rd and 5 on the last drive, and I don't believe a DB could have better coverage, and the ball was low to where it almost hit the ground, and Ayuk in a monsoon caught it and held on to it. And I know it wasn't for 50 yards, but we've kind of seen that type of catch from him to where the ball won't move. He has that little uncanny ability to kind of secure the catch, but that was a damn big play because I'm thinking, do they punt? Do they dare go for it? But Ayuk came up on a 3rd and 5 on that last drive. I don't want to say the best ball placement, but Ayuk did his quarterback a favor, man, and kept that drive going.
Do we watch the highlight reel? One-handed catches. The guy goes over the DB, makes a great catch. The hardest catch for a receiver on the run is right at your ankle.
Ooh,
that's a hard
shoestring.
One. That was sick.
It was.
That was an underrated
And the dude
play.
was on him.
Yeah,
had the windshield wiper hand, like trying to knock it out. I said, boy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, so that last drive, Brock Purdy showed up. That last drive, Kyle Shanahan and his play calling showed up. It was run the ball. Yeah. It was play action. It was quarterback sneaks. They went down the field methodically, and you just kind of felt it, right?
Yeah,
you started to feel it building.
Yeah, they needed
the crowd felt it building. Like Trent Williams came in the huddle and said, like, this could be
I couldn't believe that.
This could be the last drive we ever have of the season. Let's go.
I tried to rewind the game and see, when did he say that?
I don't know,
but
right?
Yeah, tell you know.
And then Brock says, like, let's lock in.
That's heavy
with
stuff.
6:30 or something left to go in the fourth.
Sir.
They realized that this is it. Our season is on the line right here.
And he told no lies.
And on the biggest stage, when he had to make the plays, when he had to make the calls, when the team had to get the job done, they did. So that was the heart of a champion. That's when you saw the Niners show up. So whatever happened before that, it's tough as an athlete to flush things, especially on the biggest stage when you're the only game on TV and your season's on the line and you know you're having a crappy game. Like the hardest thing mentally to do is to, if you make a bad play or you make a bad throw or you're sucking, basically, is to flush it. We're all sitting at home like it's a video game. We're all sitting at home like it's fantasy football and we'll just trade this guy, that guy. But like if you're in that situation and all the chips are pressed into the middle of the table and you're having a bad day, it's easy for that thing to avalanche. It's easy for that thing to go
upstairs.
Upstairs.
Man.
So to be mentally tough, like whatever you think of Brock and the hands and the rain and whatever he did, to like turn the page and flush it.
I'll give him all the credit in the world, man.
We used to always say flush it. It's easy to say flush it. When I don't even know what football is like in front of 70,000, 75,000, and you're playing to get the NFC Championship, the world watching, and things start going fast in your mind. You're like, that was terrible, that was terrible, that was a bad pass, that was a bad pass, that was a bad read, blah, blah, blah. And things start to go super fast, where it's like a hamster wheel, and the hamster wheel just starts spinning. And you got to get off that hamster wheel, have some sort of mental way of resetting.
Wow.
Mine was, I always took my hat off. If I took my hat off, all the negative...
Something that you took your hat off.
All the negative thoughts and all the hamster wheel that was going fast, I would just let the kind of like the air out of the top of my head, and then I would press a button on my jersey that was an autopilot button. Like that, like just let the plane fly itself. So you have, in the heat of battle, when things are going south, you have to have the mental toughness, you have to have the mental training to be able to refocus, reset, and get the job done. I'm telling you, it's what separates good from great. Like the good athletes can't do that. The great ones, the upper echelon, the elite athletes have the ability when, I don't know, they hit a ball into the water on 16 and they're up by 2 strokes on a Sunday to be able to regroup and to birdie 17, birdie 18 and win the tournament. Like
that's just beautiful stuff, man. That's the inside stuff right there.
It's hard to do.
Yep.
And we don't realize that. We're just like, Brock sucks. They suck. What are they doing? What kind of play calling's going there? But like when you're in, it goes so freaking fast. Like it goes so fast when you're in it. It's easy to drink a beer in the stands. It's easy to be in Greenlawn and party and go in there and just be like, what the hell's going on? It's easy to sit at home
round table
and throw your remote control at the TV while you're eating chicken wings. But like when you're doing it and you're in the middle of it and things start to go south, only the great ones, the mentally tough ones that are trained how to react to that, can flip the script.
That's
and
big.
I think Brock Purdy flipped the script.
I appreciate that. We all do. FP and Guru holding it down right here until 2 p.m. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by the First NorCal Credit Union. I see all you guys in the chat. It's a party right now. FP, you're hitting me in the cardiac muscle, because I will say this before we get to the calls, and the lines are packed here. People want to speak. I always tell Steiny there's 2 scoreboards sometimes. And when I say that, I'm not being selfish, but sometimes reputations are on the line. Some players have more equity than others, and some need it more than others. And I felt like the way that game played out, there were some Jimmy G vibes. Not his career, he's blown Jimmy G away, Brock Purdy. And I've been on that wagon. And I feel like he still gets hated on to this day because of draftism of where he was drafted. I still think a movie's coming. But my point is, he needed that drive to kind of stave off what would have come and what we would be talking about nationally, and especially here, Brock Purdy. And he got it. And he got it. And I don't think a lot of people are giving him credit for what you just broke down. He had to be mentally strong upstairs, not to say almost threw a pick in the first drive to Savage. That ball, that was just a bad read, but the guy dropped it, right? So you move on to another play. But for Brock never to be like, you know what, if I lose this, oh my goodness, at home, He didn't do that. He went and got him in the end zone.
In the fashion he did it, I was having thoughts. This is really negative, but I was having thoughts like have the 49ers. Do they need to find another quarterback for next year?
You're not the only one. That was on Twitter.
Is this your franchise guy? Question mark.
He can't play in the rain.
I didn't know. And then he took all the negative thoughts out of my head.
That's a good feeling, man. And it's real. And that's why we want to go to the phone lines just to get your thoughts. It's FP and Guru right here on Steiny and Guru. Let's go out to Marin and welcome Jeff to the program. What you got, Jeff?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. So what FP just said and what you've been saying too, Guru, is exactly where I was at. I just thought this was like, Brock's worst game, worse than the Ravens game, and I'll tell you why. His strength has been his reading and seeing the field well, his anticipated throws. And this game, he wasn't seeing the field well. There were plenty of times where, he's holding the ball too long, and he throws to somebody underneath, and you'd see it on TV. There was a Niner receiver that was wide open, like another 5 yards down the field, which normally he sees that stuff. But, and I had the same thing, like at one point I'm watching with a bunch of friends at a cigar shop, and we were like on an emotional roller coaster, right? But, he had his Montana moment. We're down a touchdown. He comes back, and he's like little mini Joe Cool, including the scramble run. The one thing I will tell you, I don't want to sound like Donnie Doom here, but you know what? We got to do a better job on defense. Yeah. I think we better spend like the first-round draft pick on a quarterback because Ambry Thomas ain't so much. I think we better get like a tackle for the future. And the other thing is this, compared to what you're seeing on the AFC teams, I texted my brother, lives back in Baltimore. He's a Niner fan because we grew up here. But I said, these AFC teams, when I was looking at the Ravens and the Bills and KC, but particularly KC and the Ravens, they are better than both the Niners and the Lions, right? They just look better. And I'm a huge Mahomes fan. I was calling up the Niners. I was emailing them in that draft, begging them to draft Patrick Mahomes. And then, we could have traded back and still had him. I mean, that's history, but but Mahomes, and I think is better than Lamar Jackson, who's having a great year, but yikes.
Yeah. Yikes. Hey, we appreciate the phone call and the honesty. I mean, man, I don't know what that game didn't have, and I'll tell you what, everything that he had on the shopping list, FP, you're not going to get by this Sunday. You're not going to get a new tackle. You're not going to get a new corner. I am surprised that Green Bay and LaFleur went away from just, hey, you know what? Ambry Thomas is having a problem with that yellow hanky and his mechanics. Let's keep going deep just to see. And they went away from that, and I thought that kind of bit him in the tail. Because, man, that's more deflating than a flag on a deep play.
I don't know much about football, but I'm pretty sure you don't tackle a guy while the ball's in the air if you're a DB. And also, that was a great call.
No, right.
And I'm going to take a quick shot at him, though. Like, do you think the Niners read their emails and they're like, oh, this guy just emailed us and said, draft this guy. And that's how they do it. No, but that's a passionate fan. And he knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll tell you what, he gave us his ranking list about if you think the AFC is better, obviously now it's Kansas City, Baltimore, FP are, better than Detroit. It doesn't matter because Vegas had the line at 9.5. You asked earlier, Spadoni let me know it started out at 7 for this game. It's down to 6.5. But I'm telling you, my friend, I just thought this was going to be 38-10. I still can't share with you all. I haven't processed it to the point to where, and I got a weird fetish. I like to watch the games again. And
that's not a weird fetish, dude.
It's just fun, man. So you don't see a lot of different things. Scotty's like, you need to get a book. I'm like, who the hell are you?
If you look at feet pictures all day, that's a weird fetish. Like watching the game again is not a weird
I ain't
fetish.
into feet. Rex Ryan, I never.
don't talk about that.
I was like, oh, boy. But, FP, I will say this. Detroit's coming in here, and you got me thinking, I know today's not the day for it, but if Green Bay did that, I'll just say this. The Niners need to get in the lab this week so that clunker or slow start doesn't happen. I'll leave that there.
Yeah, but you didn't give the Packers any credit going on the road in Dallas and just crushing the Cowboys.
I got a lot of allegiance to the team with the star. I'm a fan. You didn't even know that about your boy.
I didn't.
It was the biggest win by default. So I thought it was a collective failure. It was half quit. It was half finger pointing. So I didn't give any credence to what Green Bay had really done.
Okay.
Now I know they are a team of the future. Like, that was impressive.
But will you agree the Lions are better than the Packers?
There's no doubt, and that's why I keep reading it, hearing people call in like, "Oh, Green Bay's no, Detroit's better than Green Bay." FP,
yeah, they're way better,
no doubt. So it's not going to get easier. Is my point?
Yeah, and 6.5 is a lot, but then you go to where my mind is playing tricks on me. 66.
Ghetto
and sunny.
boys, shout out Ghetto boys.
66 and sunny. And everybody I talked to, I was with like 5 Niner fans last night, and they're all like, they think the Niners roll this week. They think the Niners stomp them by 20. That was their hiccup. The weather's going to be nicer. It's the Lions. I was disagreeing. I was being a contrarian. I was like, no, I will take the Lions. It was 7 last night. It's 6.5 now. I said, I'll take the Lions and the points. And the Lions, even without the points, if you might just talk about straight up, I mean, they're the most confident bunch. They're playing the best football. Jared Goff is letting it rip.
Letting
it rip.
Miles down the field, not these little dink and dunks. Laser, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. He's throwing the ball downfield. They got receivers, and they got a two-headed monster in regard to their running game. But why was their running game so effective against this Niner team? I'm waiting for Baldy's breakdowns. Those are where the experts come in and let me know what Chase Young, and I'm not just putting it, Eric Armstead was back, FP, so I thought the run defense was going to be stout. Aaron Jones and the Packers shoved it down the Niners' throat, and to go on a 7.5-minute drive to only get 3, that saved the Niners, so kudos to the D. But if it wasn't for Greenlaw or 54, my goodness, there's no telling what would have went down.
Did you feel the small earthquake yesterday in San Francisco when all of us were yelling, "Get down"? To Dre Greenlaw.
What do you think?
What was he doing? Well, I guess Fred told him before the game, like, I want to pick 6 out of you. But dude,
maybe in the first quarter,
we were all screaming, "Get down!" The whole Bay Area was screaming, "Get down!" And he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off. And we're like, "What is he doing?
And where are you going?
Where are you going? What are you doing?
You got enough points, dog.
The game is over. Just go." We were everybody was screaming. Go. I think it registered like 4.2.
That's pretty good. Let's go out to Sacktown and welcome Steve to the program. Steve, you got a player on your mind. What's happening, man?
Yes, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. Now, I've been listening since 8 o'clock this morning.
There you go.
And the 3 big problems we have that a lot of people have not mentioned at all. I've been a 49er fan for the last 40 years. Number 1, number 20. If they don't replace number 20, Detroit is going to win.
Oof.
That's number 1. Number 2, our special team need to take care of the problem. You cannot let that happen again. Guys, when they get the punt, the special team has always been a problem with the Niners anyway. And then number 3, our defense said those guys are supposed to rush the quarterback. We did not see that at least one time. Jordan Love was not even sacked not one time. And that is going to be a problem. Goff is going to be picking on number 20. It really surprised me they took him out after the 15-yard penalty that he grabbed the guy, and then a few minutes later they put him back.
Well,
so I don't know. I don't know what to do, but they definitely had to replace him. I thought we got rid of Witherspoon. Number 20 must be related to Witherspoon.
Well, I'll tell you what, we appreciate the phone call, FP. I don't know more, or I don't claim to know more than the coaches. They had Thomas out there because they thought they saw a light, in the last few games. But if he's out there at the start of a playoff game on a quest to win the Super Bowl, they don't feel they have anybody better. Now, that's not saying they can't make a change, but if you're doing that at this juncture, I don't think that's good for continuity. And it is what my pops used to say, son, you dance with who you brought. And right now, I just don't see a scenario to where they come out at home against Detroit and Thomas is replaced. You think?
No, I don't think so. I think he just got to play better. Yeah. He just looked like the stage was a little bit big for him. And he looked like he was playing young. So we'll see what, I'm sure if Jared Goff and the Lions are going to go after him, but then he's going to know that. And then you just adjust your defenses accordingly to maybe some zones and less man. But they've been playing better man-to-man lately, and that's when kind of the defense thing changed.
Because Lenore is balling.
And then when Steve Wilkes came on the sidelines, remember that? Like everybody was talking about he was up in the booth. What are they going to do? He came on the sidelines. The defense started playing better. But they got manhandled in the running game. Dude, I'm all about the running game. The running game sets up everything. And the fact that the Packers were getting 8, 9, 12.
From the outset,
7.
yes.
Like, oh, my God. And then you're watching. I don't know if they were on skates. Is that an excuse? Because it was wet?
Because there was.
I don't
How
know.
do you not have the. Can we tell me if I'm off here? And you guys can. 888-957-9570. FP and Guru right here, taking you up until 2 p.m., recapping Saturday's big come from behind win. That's what I'll call it, because Kyle Shanahan was 0-30, I believe, down 4 more points going into the fourth quarter, and they were down 7, FP, and brought that baby home. But how can you be at home and yet you slip more than Green Bay did?
Good call.
I just don't get that. Like, this is your side. So whoever's in charge of the cleats, and then it looked like a footlocker during the game, Foxconn. Oh, I was like, oh, brother. But the Niners were slipping more than Green Bay. I thought that was odd.
You ever drive? I mean, living on the East Coast for 11 years and coming back here, and it rains, and the way people drive around here, like it's snowing and sleeting. It's rain, bro.
We panic.
Like it's rain. People are going 20 miles an hour. I'm like, it's rain. You are not going to slide off the road unless you're doing like 80. So maybe the Niners play football the same way Californians drive in the rain.
Man.
But they're just not used to it.
Can I share with you before we go grab this call, Filmo Mike in the city, one of our favorites. I'm being honest. I have not gotten over the way that the Baltimore Ravens, and I know it's about Saturday, and I'm going to tie it in, came to Levi's and did what they did, and they kind of tricked and baited Brock Purdy. Now, I mentioned the Savage pick, which should have been a pick 6. There were 2 other throws that could have been picked off. So, FP, it wasn't a weather-related game then, but I had flashbacks of that game and how the Raven guys caught those interceptions in the end zone. So, moving forward, do you just chalk this up as they were tricking Brock too, or is this something Detroit, and possibly if they beat Detroit, you see that same Baltimore team or Kansas City? I say all that to say is I'm a little nervous now. He's not Jimmy Garoppolo. I wouldn't insult him like that. But now when he throws the ball, FP, I got to be honest, I haven't gotten over just Saturday like, oh my gosh, that could have changed the fortune of the game. So where are you at? How do you just throw that out? Nothing to see here?
No, you don't throw that out. You absolutely embrace that. And I think so many times with Brock this weekend, he was throwing like 84-mile-an-hour fastballs. He wasn't spinning it. It wasn't coming out. And
He said spinning it.
He wasn't spinning it. And that's the way he looked early in the season when I didn't think his arm was fully healed yet. And it took his arm time. Because anytime you have a surgery, it takes about a year to the day where you just don't think about the surgery anymore. Because even if doctors are telling you everything's okay, you still have that doubt in the back of your head, like, can I let it rip?
Yeah.
Is it going to go? Is it going to blow? And then once you get past that, there was like, I remember Troy Aikman on one of the broadcasts saying like, Brock Purdy told me his arm isn't 100% yet.
Why do I remember that?
And I was saying it before Troy Aikman said it on the air. And then I was like, why is Brock Purdy even telling Troy Aikman that? So now Troy Aikman's telling the world that. So now teams can like break on balls and play underneath and undercut routes, and just because they know Brock Purdy's. I mean, you could see it. The velo wasn't there. He was not spinning it early in the season. Then all of a sudden his arm strength, I think with the bye week, after they lost 3 in a row, his arm strength, he needed that rest. He's like a pitcher. He needed that rest. Then he started spinning it, and he was making some throws. And I'm like, okay. But then Saturday was back to, maybe it's because of the weather.
Yeah, I got to believe the grip had something, or the lack of grip.
I was screaming from the first play, he's got a glove on. What's he got a glove on? And it took the broadcast, I don't know, a good half a quarter to figure it out. Aaron Andrews did a nice report on why he was wearing it, that he had worn it earlier, that the grip is an issue. But it was bothering me because, like, players will tell you, like, we got here because of this reason. Like, I've heard speeches in the locker room like, hey, we got here, we're in the playoffs, don't change anything.
No
like,
doubt.
if you go out at night till 2 in the morning, go out at night till 2 in the morning. Don't, like, all of a sudden get your 8 hours sleep. Because now, just What I'm saying is, like, if, like, say you just dye your hair because it's the playoffs, now you're giving the playoffs more emphasis than they deserve. The reason Derek Jeter won all the rings is because he was just playing baseball games in October, where everybody else was playing playoff games. Impressive. We're in the playoffs. So if you do anything different from your routine for the postseason, you're giving the postseason way more credit than it deserves. Obviously, there's built-in pressure. Obviously, you know that you want to win a ring and that your season's on the line. It's lose or go home. But, like, if you do anything that differentiates from what you did all season long, then you're telling everybody that, oh, God, I'm in the playoffs.
No doubt. And something's going, because the glove, before we grab film on Mike, it was symbolic. It let me know something was going on, and as you mentioned earlier, upstairs. Because you know what I mean? Like, it was just, hey, some drizzle or whatnot. But when I saw the glove, I'm like, uh-oh, that might not. And then it didn't work out. Then he was ditching it. Then he had it back on. But when it was all said and done, the Niners are victorious 24-21. Let's go out to film on Mike. Let's see what he has to say. What's up, Mike, baby?
Hey, what's up with it, man?
Talk to us.
Yeah, for sure. Drew, I knew it wasn't going to be that close of a game. I don't think I gave a prediction last week, but I had a feeling it was going to be 38-10. But I just want to say this. We're looking at it, a lot of fans, to me, we're looking at it from the wrong perspective. I love that game. I love that game. And that's what you call complimentary football. That was a team win. FP was talking about earlier, he said, man, you know, when you're down and things are not going bad, you feel me? You have to, like, lock in and you got to get it back. Well, football is a hard sport to do that in. You know why? Because 22 guys have to lock in. It ain't like basketball, Curry, LeBron. You feel me? And do that stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody got to be on the same accord. So that's a plus. That's a great thing. We won in the rain, okay? They said that was a problem. Purdy, Shanahan couldn't come back. They said that's a problem. So we keep overcoming all these barriers. Debo didn't play the whole game. They say, oh, we can't play with Debo. You got to throw a curveball. So all these things are going to prove that that's why we're ready to, you feel me, for the playoffs. That's why we're ready to win the Super Bowl, I feel. It's a good thing we went through this and we conquered it. Last point, narratives are a very weird thing. For whatever reason, the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, they didn't get lucky with the missed field goal from dude in the fourth quarter. Oh, Mahomes is this, Mahomes is that.
Wow.
Everybody keeps saying the Niners got lucky. Yeah, well, we did get lucky. Well, guess what? Luck is a part of football. It's an option. Balls bounce. The dude hit the ball in the Buffalo game on a 1-yard line. Who could imagine that happening? It go back for a touchback. It's a lot of luck involved, man. So cut the narrative with we got lucky. That was skill. 22 players coming together. They never done it before. Now they got the confidence to go ahead and win this Super Bowl, man, and beat the Lions.
Wow. Good call, Mike.
Dude, luck is winning the lottery.
Yeah. Well, I wish I knew what that was like.
I get mad when people say, "Oh, you're so lucky to play in the big leagues." No,
but you are.
Nothing lucky about it.
You are.
You're lucky to do this show. You busted your ass.
No, I believe that.
Do this show, dude.
But that's hey, Matt Deegan, Odyssey, I love you. But MLB game, taking BP and you being one of the 1% like Top Gun.
Stop.
Oh, FP, come on.
Stop. I'll say this. And I've said this to my buddies, and I'll say it again. So gather around the radio right now and listen to my horse crap voice on the air. Championships are hard. Like, it's hard to advance. We think we were all nervous and we had anxiety. Guess what? Put your helmet on, buckle your chin strap, because this is what the playoffs are all about. It's not going to Niner fans want them to win by 40 and then beat the Lions by 40 and win the Super Bowl by 40. That ain't going to happen, man. This is the playoffs. There's going to be ups and downs. If you can't handle it, don't watch. Turn off the TV. But everyone's like, oh my God, the Niners suck. Oh my God, that was the worst game ever. They freaking won, bro.
Yeah,
They're
they
playing
did.
The NFC Championship this game. They're one win away from the Super Bowl and going to Vegas, and then another win away from a parade right here on Market.
No doubt. And I want to, man, you're on fire. Let me
do
just
an hour segment with my voice.
Can
we take a break, dude? Can I come up for
it's
air?
coming.
Jeez.
It's coming. And, well, hey, I'll tell you this. Mike said the narrative. Tell me what you get. You give me 10 cents for this take. I don't want to call Kansas City the NFL version of the Chicago Bulls, but they are in the middle of what I call it, especially now with the salary cap. kind of a dynasty, the fact that they have 2 Super Bowls, doesn't the narrative kind of naturally change when you've done it before? So then when things happen that go your way that could be called a fluke, it's kind of like the Michael Jordan, well, he really didn't turn it over. We're the Bulls. We're known to come back. So when you do it more like the Chiefs have, more than the Niners, maybe you get that benefit of the doubt that, oh, the Niners were lucky he missed a kick. And Mike's right. The same thing happened with Buffalo, but that was something Kansas City did, if you kind of catch my drift.
Yeah, because they've been there, done that.
And that's all, a couple of times. But his point was valid.
But, I mean, I think you take the Warriors and basketball out of it, because I think in basketball of all sports, it's just – it's more the skill than the luck.
Okay.
Like, do you think if
you got the best players,
you're going to win a championship?
9 out of 10 times.
But I think in baseball and football, luck's involved.
It's mental,
man. The best team doesn't always win the championship, especially in baseball.
Yeah.
And it happens in football too.
And that's why
I need a Ricola, dude.
Yeah, no, it's coming. Let's go out to one of my favorite cities, San Diego, and welcome Devin to the program. What's up, Devin?
Morning. Good morning, fellas. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Now, I just want to get at what FP was saying about playoffs. With that, I want to say you watch these other games and you see these other teams. One thing I didn't see yesterday or 2 days ago was that playoff speed that these other teams are playing with. And I think that's a big thing I'd like to see from this team as we talk about the D-line. But with that said, watching Ambry Thomas go out there, it reminded me of if you watch that Browns game, there was number 0 on their defense, Greg Newsome. Ambry Thomas did not look like he belonged in that league. He looked like a high school DB out there, and I'm not even talking about the PI call. So that's worrisome for me.
Wow.
The last take I got on that game, fellas, is what is going on? We had no rotation of backs. No Elijah Mitchell, no Mason, nobody. It was McCaffrey the whole game. I wanted to see a little mix and match to, see if we can bring a different take a couple plays.
Yeah, appreciate the phone call, Devin. I'll say this, McCaffrey only had 17 carries. I don't know if in a game that you described, FP, is messed up conditions and grimy, 24 total touches for McCaffrey. To me, that wasn't good enough. Kyle should have saw or known that the conditions were bad and his QB was having trouble with Glovegate. So you feed the beast more. But on top of that, I just felt like Kyle before halftime took his foot off the gas. Like, what was that about? Like, I felt like he was playing for a field goal as opposed to guns blazing. Let's get 7 here and did Nipsey Hussle, rest in peace, and double up and get a touchdown coming out of halftime. But he was very pedestrian. So that I didn't know if that maybe he was tightening up too.
He wasn't tightening up. He was watching what was going on. And he went back to like Jimmy G days where he's going to be conservative toward the end of the first half because he saw Brock Purdy and what was going on, same way we saw it. So instead of being a gunslinger and like just calling whatever play, and let's go for 7, let's go for 6, he decided to play for points in the field goal. I don't think McCaffrey was healthy. I don't think he's healthy.
Now that's interesting.
I think his calf is still jacked up, and he had the Theragun going on the sidelines the whole game.
When you see, like, FP, you know what? Because I thought about, had he been kind of PO'd, and the Niners do got a great culture. You never hear anybody complain in front of the cameras. But I'm like, you know what? If that was too much or not enough workload for him on that stage, we would hear something about it. And he kind of was okay with it. So maybe they know something we don't, because best believe, had they not, and they earned the bye, I don't know if McCaffrey plays if the Niners had to play in a wild card round the way that calf was feeling.
Let me put this to you. Everyone was saying you need to run the ball more and more McCaffrey. But if you just run McCaffrey every single play and on the Packers defense, and now Debo's out.
And they were pounding him.
So now I don't have to worry about one weapon's taken away. I can really focus on McCaffrey, lock him down, and make Brock Purdy beat me. And I think that's what they did.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go out to Sam in Oakland, the town. What's up, Sam?
Hey, how you guys today? Thanks for taking the call. Look, a win's a win, especially in the playoffs, but shoot, any time in the NFL, right? It's hard to get a win, so I'm encouraged. And I will say this. I saw something that at the end, that last drive, Purdy was just standing taller, his feet were quieter, and he just had this aura of confidence about him that I think something clicked. He turned a corner there at the end, and I think that's going to carry forward. So I'm encouraged.
Yeah, appreciate the phone call. And FP, that's all that matters. If he's on to something, how did you finish the game? Did we win? And Purdy took him down there and got the touchdown. So, He said he was standing tall. His feet were quiet. I like that. And they scored. So, again, a lot of other fan bases wish they were where the Niners are at. I mean, you talk about 4 of the last 5 games before the Super Bowl, which are the NFC Championship game. The 49ers have been in it, and the last 3 you've been in it. So this one's at home. And, again, I'm on the sideline just like if I'm a Niner fan, depending on how old you are, FP, I mean, who's got it better than you in regard to playing big games or the games that you lose to get to the big dance is right before you punch your ticket?
I would scream nobody if I could. Who's got it better than you?
Well, Kansas City, maybe, yeah.
No, but yeah, you're only as good as your last drive. Brock Purdy stepped up at the biggest moment of the game. He was having a terrible game. It's hard to articulate. I tried to early about how much mental toughness that takes.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, you got me thinking about, was any of that coming out of his was he losing some of that confidence? Because I'm sitting there watching him on the sideline, and FP, I'm going to be redundant today with this. I can't get over the would-be pick 6 to Savage. Like, that was just, I don't know what he saw. Was he just throwing to a spot? But that was one of those high school, you talked about it, that was a bad read. I might have been in the tank, but that's why I'm not in the NFL. And to his credit, he had a couple other throws like that, not as egregious, but could have been interceptions, and he bounced back. The fortitude, the mental fortitude that Brock Purdy showed, because let me tell you, they would be coming for his neck right now had they lost that game and he played the way he did. Maybe that's just a fact.
Maybe that Baltimore experience when he had that terrible game and it snowballed on him, and it avalanched, and he realized, like, hey, this is what I should have done that game to reset, and now this is what I need to do in this game to reset. And he did it, dude. Whatever. I mean, yeah. He did it in the biggest moment.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll continue all your phone calls when we get back on the other side. And remember, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced. Let our professional parts people test.
yards. Love. Pressure up the middle. Runs away. Throws across his body. And that is picked. 49ers have it. Greenlaw. Still up. He needs to get down. Greenlaw still on his feet.
He's got to go down.
Just go down and the game's over. San Francisco.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Yes, let's go. Welcome back, Bay Area. No Steiny today. FP Santangelo Sr. Holding it down for Steiny, who's having a hip replacement. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Well, have you had that or
no?
Nah, he looking like Goo.
No,
but yeah,
my mom
that.
had double hip replacement at the same time.
I tried to be positive with him because my dad had his left knee, then he had to do the right knee. So I keep telling him, hey, why don't you just do both? He's like, I don't need both, but that's a possibility. Well, hey, Steiny, get better, buddy. Right. We hope you don't have to do both.
That's rough.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, FP, we got a lot of people that want to talk. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. And that call you just heard, FP, I'm going to be real. I was sipping a little bit, not drunk because I take my sport seriously. But I never once thought my man Greenlaw was going to fumble the ball. But I thought a lot of people overreacted on, go down. Go down. So he's going to fumble.
Dude, go down. Go down. The
I'm
game
like,
is over if you go
down. Well, is it really good? Even the announcer, go down.
Go down.
He ain't going to fumble. Everybody relax. It's ball game. Night.
Goo, you just said something that made me think, and I've done segments on this before. I don't understand the sports fan that pays all the money to go to the game, that gets so drunk they can't remember the game. I'm the same way. I watched the game at a bar. I had 2 Coors Lights the whole game.
No drunk.
Because I got to lock in. I got to focus. It's game day, baby. I'm not trying to get I'm not trying to get sloppy watching the Niners game. And I was just at a bar.
Yeah.
I don't understand the sports fan that goes to maybe a concert. I get it because it's music, it's rock and roll, it's whatever you like. But like, as far as going to a sport event where you spend all that money and you get home and you're throwing up and you're just like, I don't even remember what happened. People do that, bro. Like, I've been to Niners games where like, you're not going to remember the game time.
Right.
And you, what are you thinking?
I don't want to go Dr. Dina Dale on you, but I think people that do that, they have other stuff going on in their life and they use the concert or the game or whatever it is to kind of get hammered. But you know what I mean? Like, that's an oxymoron, drinking and locking in. You can't do both.
Can't do both.
And that's why I like to be at the crib.
Yeah.
But this is a show of the people. We got people wanting to talk. Let's go out to Mona in Pacifica. Hey, Mona.
Hey, guys. FP, loving you on this segment. Nothing against Steiny, but it's nice to just not go into cardiac arrest today. So, loving you guys together.
Thank you. And we won. Don't forget, we won. Niners won.
We did win. We did win. But I hear, and while I agree with a lot of the callers that are calling, I'm surprised that no one has mentioned the fouls, the penalties that we picked up, that 3rd and 15, that pass interference, and then Thomas. So we did a lot. You know, we shot ourselves in the foot a lot, too. It wasn't just, Brock having his issues and the defense having their issues. It's the penalties that we seem to rack up every game. And it's not like it's rookies doing it. It's people who have been in the league for a minute. So I'm thinking if we can kind of cut down on that, maybe, we'll give ourselves a chance with Detroit. I'm not so, over the top as thinking that they might not win. but we can't cause our own losses.
Mona, let me ask you this, because I've asked FP and the listeners to be honest with me as much as you can. At what point in the game were you really worried the most? Were you like, oh my gosh, this thing might we might lose?
Okay, if I'm being brutally honest, I stopped watching in the second quarter.
What?
The only reason let me tell you, because I saw where we were going and I saw what we were doing. It was like, might as well not continue wasting my time with this. It wasn't until I heard my mother, I heard my mother and niece yelling and screaming. The only time they yell and scream is with something good. So I went back up and I'm like, oh, shoot. We're winning. Yeah, I stopped watching in the second quarter.
Okay. Mona, you sound like a sweet person, and thanks for the call. You got to put your helmet on and embrace. I call it embracing the suck. You got to embrace the suck. Like that's the feeling we're all having. It sucked. You're thinking the Niners are going to lose. You got to embrace that. You know how many cities wish their team was playing. You can't. My dad does that sometimes. He'll turn off the game. Dude, what are you doing?
Pops.
You can't turn off the game, man. You got to.
I hear laughter. Let me come back.
Dude, put your mouthpiece in, put your shin guards on, and embrace it. You got to embrace that. It's like as a fan, it's so hard when your team is struggling at the biggest moment in the postseason, in the playoffs. You're just sitting there, and it's just the most anxiety-ridden.
Dude,
but you got to like step outside and have a different perspective and look at it differently. Like this is awesome. This feeling I have right now, this pit in my stomach, this like I looked over at my son, and he had like his hand in his head like this. He's sitting there like,
oh man, I bet.
And I'm like, dude, there's like plenty of game left. Like this could turn around. But Mona just said, screw it.
Let me ask you this about. Let me give you my history on Kyle Shanahan. I've called him a boy genius, a boy wonder. No, he's a man. He's good at his job, but sometimes I question his play calling. And you being the pro athlete, I want to see if this has any merit. Because Steiny and I, when we go 15 rounds, it's just his viewpoint on pro athletes getting called scrubbed or lesser than. But I know everybody that made any pro sport, FP, were big man on campus where they're from. So I say all that to say is this will now be Kyle Shanahan's 4th NFC Championship game. He's won one. Been to a Super Bowl. I felt they should have closed that. They didn't. Lost to the Rams in the NFC Championship game up 10 a couple years ago, 2022. I felt they should have won that. So I say all that to say is I'm giving him all the credit in the world for what he's doing, but I think he is deserving of a Super Bowl trophy. He's that good of a coach. So my question to you is, am I off base if I'm holding Kyle to that standard of, you know what, ball coach, you're so great in my viewpoint and your team is loaded, I don't see any other reason why you shouldn't hoist that Lombardi trophy. So it's Steiny will say, oh, you're not being fair. I'm being fair because I'm giving him the kudos, but can you get just real quick that I want him to get that bling?
The way he does it is if he coaches this game on Sunday the way he coached during the regular season. I've seen managers.
You don't think he did that Saturday?
No, he didn't. He coached not to lose.
Wow.
You got to let it rip. In the biggest games, you got to let it rip. Like Dan Campbell is going to let it rip. He's going to go for it on every 4th down. He's going to go for 2. He gives zero F's about anything.
Yeah.
Like, I love the way he coaches. And I've seen in my experiences where managers will change the way they manage because it's the playoffs, meaning they get conservative. Bruce Bochy won all those World Series because he managed differently in the playoffs, but it was let it rip. Like, let's go. If you're not getting it done, next man up. I'm going to manage every game like it's game 7, and we're going to go for it. We're going to play to win. And I thought the way that I think Kyle saw the way Brock Purdy was playing at the end of the first half, the clock management. I said, what are we doing on Twitter? Like, what are we doing right here? They're just letting it click away. They didn't take timeouts. They had timeouts left. They could have pushed that ball. Who knows? They could have got a closer field goal attempt, or they could have scored 6. But I just think if you play conservatively and you play not to lose, that you're going to lose 90% of the time. And I think if Kyle, I'll disagree with one thing, Goo. Like, nobody deserves anything. Like in sports, nobody deserves anything. Like, you got to make it happen yourself. Damn. Kyle Shanahan doesn't deserve a Super Bowl championship. He's a good enough coach, and I love the guy. I'm his biggest fan. Yeah. Like, he doesn't deserve it, but damn, it would be super cool. He is, in my mind, one of the best coaches, if not the best coach in the NFL, and those coaches usually win championships. And I think his legacy will be cemented only if he wins a championship.
Right. Okay. And that, you know what? That was well said, and that's my greater point. We're going to go out to Bob in San Francisco in 1 second, but I want to run this by you. Deebo Samuel, I'll tell you what, the Niners struggled, and I said I was consistent all year that Christian McCaffrey is the most important offensive weapon with all this weaponry that the Niners have. And you know what? That 3-game losing streak happened. Brock didn't look like Brock. Wasn't blaming it all on him. But that's when I said, just like a nice chessboard, that the bishop, the piece that Deebo Samuel is, confuses defenses and even makes Brock Purdy's job. It makes him feel safer and more at ease. For him not to be able to come back in that game, and now I believe it was Schefter or Rappaport this morning, I heard with the guy saying he's 50-50. This is why I'm fearful. If you're 50-50 and you being the pro athlete, I keep going to you, how good can you expect Deebo to be even if you played, if you're 50-50 to just play? Just how my computer works, how would you answer that?
Dude, more than the value he brings, I think the thing I think of with Deebo is the physicality. He's going to wear you down. He's going to run you over. Dude, you need physical to win. And, dude, if it's not a hairline fracture, which they were scared of, so x-rays came back negative, shoot it up, bro.
Oh, okay.
Like Toradol, painkillers.
That'll work.
This is that time of year where you do whatever it takes to get on the field. So if he's 50-50, you're playing. Sorry.
And the Toradol, that'll do it, huh? That shot?
Oh, the shot of Toradol will do it.
Now, how long does it have? When do you take it? An hour before you perform? The night before? I'm just curious.
I mean, you take as many as you need to take during the game.
But how long before they're effective? It's like Viagra, you take it an hour. Blue Chew, you take it an hour before.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, how does that work?
Well, yeah, you take an hour before, then you're ready. But like Toradol, is it an hour before
Maybe
game
you should
time?
take a Viagra.
No, you know what I mean.
Don't talk about that.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco.
Cialis is better.
Yeah, brought to you by
better be careful.
What's up, Bob, baby?
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
I love the show, guys. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that one caller. I'd like to see a little more back rotation. And then I don't want to see the game start off with 3 straight passes. You know, that's kind of like, come on, you got the best running game in the league, and we're going pass. You know, so you're putting a lot of pressure on your offense right off the bat. So I don't know. I wasn't exactly happy with the beginning of the game play calling, but that's just me, armchair quarterback. But what was that phrase that Dwayne Kuiper coined for the Giants?
Torture. I tweeted it. I said 49ers football torture.
That's exactly what I felt.
Yeah. Wow.
That's exactly what I felt it was. But you know what? They came through. They pulled it off. They showed that even though on their off day they still had enough to actually win the game. That was an amazing game, and I'm looking forward to Detroit. I also thought that the rain was going to make it harder for us because it equalized both teams. Whereas now I see if it rains again, I see Detroit having more of an issue because they're an indoor team. That's just my thing, you know.
Appreciate the phone call. I'll tell you what, rain or snow or what have you, dry track, FP is so funny. I remember a game in Glendale. They were playing the Cardinals, the Niners on the road, and they gave up over 200 yards on the ground. Armstead didn't play, and you could have I wrote it off, nothing to see here, bad day at the office. They won the game going away, the Niners did. But I was like, okay, Then, you know, I'm sitting here watching the Ravens have some success on the ground, but I never once thought it would be something that after one playoff game in the divisional round to where I'm looking at you now and Spadoni and Lubman, I'm telling you, I thought I knew what the Niner defense was and how stout it was. I am blown away that Aaron Jones got 100 yards on the ground. Is what seemed as easy as it was, like from the outset. They had the ball 7.5 minutes on the opening drive. That was a message. Yeah, you got 3, but are you at all shocked that Bosa, Armstead, Hargrave, who you pay, like there's a lot of money on this D-line, and I don't care, rain or whatever, that was not good enough. No, they didn't record a sack, and that's Bosa's 4th playoff game without a sack.
Yeah, I'm worried about the run defense, and I was worried about it from the get-go the other day. And you've seen it during the season. The Niners' defense last year was better. It was the only defense that I can remember. I've been a Niners fan since I was 8 years old. that I want to see the defense on the field more than the offense.
Damn.
Now the offense has to work this year. They're going to score points because the defense isn't the same. I don't know if it's they missed D'Amico. I don't know if it's Hufanga's out. Hufanga's not here. Man. And Talanoa was one of my favorite players, and they're missing him right now. I don't know what it is, but the defense was way better last year. You scored 7 or 10 points, and you're winning the game last year. That ain't the case now. They're going to have to put up some points against the Lions, and for whatever reason, it's just the run defense. I don't know if Chase Young has something to do with it. I don't know. Like the one play
Bosa got Randy Gregory. You know, they went and got all these little things, and I was like, oh, you're adding to something. You're going to be unstoppable. But FP, I was like, well, if you came into this season and if you're right, which I believe you are, then one of your strong parts of your team was the D-line. Why did you need a Randy Gregory? But I was told it was just depth, Goo. It was just depth. Okay, why did you need a Chase? So maybe they saw something, but now you got me thinking about Wilkes. Yeah, because if you're right, they didn't have Hargrave last year, and he was a monster for Philly, and now you got him, and you've incorporated him in your defense. I'm not being negative, but if you got to play Baltimore or Kansas City with Pacheco and even the two-headed monster this Sunday with Detroit with their running back game, I mean, you got to fix that.
Got to fix that. And you got to stop the run. You got to make Jared Goff beat you. Jared Goff's 0-5 career against the Niners.
Bad,
He's coming home.
Yeah.
There's always that thing when you come home as an athlete, you're trying to impress.
Catholic.
I'm friends with Jared's dad. I played baseball with Jerry. Jerry's a great guy. We played in Montreal together. We played at Cal Berkeley together my freshman year, and then we played with the Expos together. I remember coming out of the clubhouse in AAA. We were playing in Indianapolis, Indiana. Jerry was my teammate, and he had just got married, and they had this little baby in their hands, this little baby boy, and I'm just like, oh, my God, congratulations, you guys. It was Jared.
Yeah.
And now I'm seeing Jared, like, on TV, first-round draft pick, like, playing for the Lions.
That's amazing, man.
But, like, talk about him for a second, because we've been talking about the Niners a lot. Like, it's hard as an athlete to like give double middle fingers to the team that got rid of you.
Oh,
like
man.
That's so hard. Like you want to impress, you want to like play great against the Rams. He wasn't good enough for the Rams. And you saw Dan Campbell's speech after the game. He gave a game ball to Jared Goff.
That was dope.
He says, you're good enough for Detroit, Jared. In the game, I got goosebumps.
That hit me too.
That gave me goosebumps, dude. I'm like, so like he's good for him. Can you imagine getting traded from the Rams and being in a Super Bowl to the Detroit Lions? And you're just like, dude, seriously? Like, I got to go to Detroit? I got to play for the Lions?
Oh, that had to be a rough
And then Dan Campbell just says, like, you're my guy, and we're going to rebuild this thing, and we're going to, like, bite your kneecaps off, or whatever he said in his first press conference. And now
we're going to bite a kneecap off?
Dude,
he got killed for that.
I freaking love Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of a closet Lions fan. Obviously, I'll be rooting for the Niners. This is a tough one for me because my dad has grown up a Lions fan. We're from Michigan. We moved to California when I was 6 years old. So I asked my parents yesterday on the phone, I said, who are we rooting for on Sunday? And they're like, Niners. I'm like, really? And then my dad's like, I don't know. It's going to be tough for me. So he's 80 years old, and he's never seen the Lions do this, what they're doing right now.
Man, it's incredible.
This is really cool for him. So for our family, I'm all Niners, obviously, because I've been here since I was 6 years old. And I go back to the Joe days, and even before Joe, the Steve DeBerg days. And yeah, so this is, I'm all Niners. But for the family, this is a tough one this weekend, so we'll see.
So you go back to Wendell Tyler, too, huh? Remember old Wendell?
Oh, yeah, Wendell Tyler, 26. Right?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, let's go out to Eric in the town. What's up, Eric?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
You know,
I'm really frustrated with the 49er defense, man. This Steve Wilkes, I'm going to call him VW, Vanilla Wilkes, man. He doesn't do anything different. This guy's supposed to be a D-back coach, but where are this guy's coverages? Why are the DNs not holding the edges? Where are the loop arounds? Where are the blitzes? Where are the five-man fronts? Where's anything this guy? You have one of the best front seven in all of football, and you're not able to do anything with them? I mean, worst-case scenario, shut down the run. Make any team. You should be able to make any team one-dimensional. I don't care what it is. If you got to stack the box, stack the box. Shut down the run. Let the quarterback beat you. But you know what? He's not doing that. I sure hope this Volkswagen, this Super Beetle, whatever it is, man, finds a job somewhere else. Get someone young, someone enthusiastic that knows the strengths of the team, because the secondary is not the strength of the team, and coaches them up, man. I'm just worried about this game this week. We got to stop the run. It all starts there. It's all about the trenches. Stop the run. Let's go, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, I appreciate your call. I hear your frustration. And FP, one thing you know about me is your boy loves his history. So I'm going to go here because I got to piggyback off of that. So I'm a black radio host. I know about the black coaches and how I always say it too. Sometimes they don't get second and third chances like other coaches. We all know that's a real thing. But for Wilkes to be demanded to come out from upstairs, there was some problem. And the average Bear could see with their two eyes, there was a disconnect. And all that I'm saying is D'Amico Ryans is having a hell of a year in Houston. He parlayed his defensive coordinator job into a head coaching job. Robert Saleh did the same thing. Aaron Rodgers went down. My point is, I got to be real here, because if you're going to tell me, like you just did a few minutes ago, that you pretty much got the same players in Hargrave. Now, you lost not household names and Ebucom and guys like that. They gone on. But I just have a hard problem thinking this D has regressed this bad. So I say all that to say, I wonder how much of this is Wilkes and what he's putting out there, his scheme. Is that valid?
It's very valid.
Because something is not right.
Something's not right. But the one thing I've go to, Goo, is that, like, you got a guy like Fred Warner. That's a coach on the field. And if you're in meetings, right, and you're Fred Warner, you know what it takes to be successful and what you've done in the past. So any good coach is going to adapt to his personnel and adapt to guys that know what they're doing. So it's a head scratcher for me that Fred, who's the best linebacker in football, hasn't said in meetings, and maybe he has. I'm just speculating on radio. Like, why don't we do this? Because this is what we did best last year. Wow. And I think there was a time this year when the defense was thinking, and you could tell they were all thinking, where should I be? What should I do? And athletes are always at their best when they're just flying around, right? And you take the mental process out of it, and you become an athlete. And it's not paralysis by analysis. And we have this new system. We're doing these new plays and these new calls on defense. You could see that early in the season. On top of that, when you have a coordinator up in the booth, which I know nothing about, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I do, but just from a human being standpoint, looking somebody in the eye in the heat of battle and being able to communicate, like we're looking each other in the eye right now doing a radio show. Like when you have people do radio shows remotely, and one's remote and one's here, it's not the same. When you have a guy up in the press box and I'm down the field and I need real-time evaluation or real-time feedback, I don't care how good you are. I don't care if you're all-pro, Hall of Famer, Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds liked to be patted on the ass and said nice swing all the time. He did. Like, do you want that feedback? Fred Warner wants to hear, like, that was great, Fred. You're flying around. Great pick. You want to hear that. You want to have to get on the phone and hear that. So when Wilkes came down the sidelines, things got better. But the run defense right now, you just watch the line of scrimmage in the first 5 minutes of Sunday. It'll tell you everything you need to know.
That was, again, if I'm a 49er, that was demoralizing how Green Bay – they sent a message from the outset, and I was like, this ain't Dallas. You're taking the ball to the floor. You're tripping. But, man, they had that ball, and they were just saying, we're not afraid. And I don't know if you remember this play, because I don't want to single one defensive lineman out. So I'm going to group them together along with the coordinator, the secondary. Everybody's off limits except three guys, Ward in the secondary and Greenlaw and Warner. But Dontavion, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Wicks, a wide receiver, had Bosa. Is if Wicks was Bosa and Bosa was a receiver, it was blocking him, but it meant with like that manhandle.
Saw that.
I was like, what is – that's when I said, Bosa, what is going down?
We said the same thing.
Oh, so it ain't just me.
No, throw him to the side like a rag doll.
Oh, my, Reggie White would have threw that dude back to the side. But that's when I was like, oh, physicality, edge goes to Green Bay right now. Like, I didn't like that. That can't happen.
Yeah, that's effort.
Ooh,
that's not technique. That's not defensive scheme. Yeah, Bosa made that one play when he got in the backfield and threw the running back down, but it just seemed like, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
I love that you saw that. I thought I was being overly critical. I
don't want to sit here and act like the guy with all the answers because I don't have them. I don't have them.
I appreciate
the defense played the way they did on Saturday. I don't know why they've been porous against the run this year.
Yeah.
I would love to tell you, like, defensive packages. I like when they're in the 4-3. Like, that's my favorite defensive set. When you see those guys line up in that, I think when they play man and they play physical man, I think in the rain you have to play man defense. But like, there's some guys that weren't suited for playing man defense, as we saw, tackling guys on 3rd and 15.
Yeah, I was like, man, Green Bay's going to keep going. We'll get into it more. Your calls right here with FP and Guru. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best?
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Tim. Thoughts and prayers continue to go out to the whole Warrior family. FP, no, last week was a lot. So thoughts and prayers to the Golden State Warriors. We are here for the euphoria, which is the Niners win over the Green Bay Packers Saturday night. And you know what I did during the break, FP? I've come to your side. Greenlaw should have took his ass down.
Oh, dude.
Why did and Draymond, if you're listening, I'm so sorry for this. Why did I feel like he was Draymond in a football pads and the helmet? Like I can see Draymond doing that. Like, I ain't going down. I'm going to the house, but he could have fumbled. We saw that with the Chargers and Patriots. I heard Bonte say that this morning, and the Patriots came back to win that game. So he should have went down. But
Brock said he went to the bench, got his helmet, put it on, and was running on the field, and Greenlaw was still running around. He was like, and everyone was screaming, "Go down." We were all screaming, "Go down." There was a small earthquake in the city of San Francisco from every 49ers fan screaming, "Go down." I don't know what he was doing, but apparently Fred told him before the game that I want you to have a pick six.
At the end of the day, I think I was just able to go through progressions and get.
So I'm pretty sure he wanted a pick six.
Yeah, usually.
And they told each other, like, hey, I'm going to get a pick six.
No doubt, FP. So I was wrong on that one. But I'll tell you what, the morning show, Sam Loveman put out a poll. What matters more, Brock Purdy struggling early on or the fact he figured it out in the end? Over 2,000 votes, 82%, he figured it out at the end. And that's what the theme of this show has been. Yeah, there was some concerns, but at the end of the day, your young quarterback took his lumps. And I'm going to say this. You mentioned this, and I love it. The monkey on the back. Kyle and the Niners were 0-30, trailing by 4 or more in the fourth quarter. Everything's not going to be pretty. So that the weather was grimy and that wind was grimy. No apologies needed, but I thought that was a big time to do that, obviously, to keep your season alive. But that's what you kind of want as you embark on two of your probably most difficult games left if you get to the dance.
Yeah, I'm going to reset. I said this earlier, and not too many people listen for 4 hours every day, but as an athlete in the heat of battle, when you're in the biggest game of your life and things are going south, it's so hard mentally to turn it around. You have to be confident. You have to have the mental toolbox to I've been there, I've done this. How do I turn this around? Because the hamster wheel in your head gets going so fast and you start to catastrophize. And I'm on national TV and I've thrown an interception and it's wet and I can't get a grip on the football. And you're a young kid, you're 23 years old and you're in your second go around the playoffs, but still the mental toughness it takes to be able to say okay, I'm going to flush that. I can't control what's already happened. It's all I can control right now. I got the best athletes live in the present. And they have memories of a goldfish, right? 10 seconds, and you got to let it go. And I think the best thing that Brock Purdy did, and I tweeted this during the game, he's got to flush it. Before the last drive, I tweeted, he's got to flush everything that has happened, and he has to get after it and figure things out and let that go. And he did. So, to his credit, it's not a video game. You're a human being, and you're sitting there going, I'm having the crappiest game of my life, minus Baltimore, on the biggest stage. We have one drive left. There's 6-something left in the game. Whatever happened, I can't control what already happened. What I can control is this right here. And apparently he got in the huddle. He said, let's lock in. This is huge.
Trent had his speech.
Trent Williams came in and said, this could be our last drive ever. This season, we got to go.
Damn,
paraphrasing.
Yeah, collectively, I don't got to tell you, rosters change.
So the fact that Brock Purdy had the mental toughness to be able to turn things around and get it done at the biggest time on the biggest stage, to me says more about the man than the player.
No, I love it. We're going to grab your calls, but first, you had mentioned you hadn't heard that post-game sound. This is Brock Purdy talking about what you just mentioned, the come from behind win.
I mean, I think it is important. Earlier this year, we had games like Cleveland and Minnesota and Cincinnati at one point. You're down and you got to find a way. It's fourth quarter. It's the NFL. And then obviously we're in the postseason now, so we were all like, all right, this is it. This is our season. And so for us to capitalize like that was huge for all of us. And then obviously for myself as a quarterback, it's good for confidence and all that. But we have too many good players, man, on this team. So many players that are difference makers, and we got a great defense. And so for us to not find a way, it's not right. So for us to finally have a game like this and pull through at the end was huge for all of us. So, yeah.
Yeah. So he's saying, echoing exactly what we are. I'm looking at YouTube, M. Patel on the First NorCal Credit Union. I don't even know what he's talking about, or her. 49ers went 3-0 without Debo last year. Awful take, Guru. I'm talking about this year. Anyway, 0-3. So I don't know what that was about. The bottom line is, I'm not playing doctor. They need Debo on the field. It's to the point where, hey, Debo, even if you really can't go, can you be a decoy? That's how much he means pre-snap to the San Francisco 49ers. And they got the win, so that's all that matters. But that was the one. You think about would Brock have struggled had Debo been out there, because they were getting their little bubble screens to him, and he was getting off. But damn, FP, I just saw him on the ground. One time it was his shoe. He limped off, and you didn't know. There was just a shoe, nothing to worry about. Then 4 plays later, he's on the ground. So hopefully Debo's able to play as they take on the Lions, because that would be kind of weak. Where I know everybody has injuries.
Go, it's the NFC Championship game. I will look at Debo. I will look at Debo differently if he doesn't play. I will look at him differently if he doesn't play.
Now that's deep.
Like, try.
You mean that?
Shoot it up. Do whatever you got to do to your shoulder. Get out there, and if it's just killing you and you can't go, you can't go. But if he just shuts it down and doesn't play in the biggest game of the year on Sunday, I will look at.
So Debo. You won't even say, "Goo, I'm going to judge him on his performance." It's just get out there. I know it was hard. You won just by getting out there. I ain't even going to nitpick about your stats.
Dude, there's things you do in the postseason as an athlete that you wouldn't do in the regular season to get out there and play on the biggest stage in the biggest game. If he shuts it down, I know he's hurt. I'm not saying he's soft, but you got to get out there and play. You got to find a way to get out there and play. You got to do everything under.
I hear you, and I see you smiling. You mean it.
Physical power, shoot it up, whatever you got to do.
Shoot that bad boy up.
Shoot it up,
drum
it up, play. Put me in the blue tent like 5 times and shoot it up during the game. I'm playing. I don't care. Yeah. But I don't. So this is getting a little deep. But I don't know if the modern day athlete thinks like that. I don't know if the modern. It's more about self-preservation, career, and longevity. Where the old school athlete, and I'm not talking about win. You can
Ronnie Lott, take my pinky.
Ronnie Lott cut his finger off.
Yeah,
these are big games.
I hear you.
These don't. As much as we are spoiled as Niner fans, these games don't come around often. It's hard to win a championship. You take a win any way you can get a win. It doesn't matter. You move on, you advance, you correct the mistakes you made this week, and you just played a really good team that went on the road and blew out the Cowboys. You played your worst game of the year, and you beat them. I don't care how it looks. Al Davis, just win, baby. That's all that matters right now. We can sit here and nitpick, and this DB sucked, and this play call sucked, and they were conservative here, and Brock and the weather.
They won.
They won. Yeah. I don't care. And we never cared how we won. We just wanted to have more points than the other team.
There it is, right there. The team. Let's go to Sunnyvale. Effie in Sunnyvale. What's up, baby?
Yeah. Hi, Steiny. Hi, Goo.
Hey, FP in for Steiny.
My apologies.
Yeah, FP in for Steiny.
FP. Yeah, I'm looking at both of you in the YouTube as well at the same time. My apologies for my voice. It's just gone bad from all the shouting I did on the last weekend game. But I have a question to you guys. I'm just listening to all the analysts since morning. The hate Purdy is getting. I mean, it's just too much to even hear about it. I've just shut down my laptop from all those analysts. And if you talk about Love and Purdy game, Jordan Love has I would say, even a worse game than Purdy. He threw a 2-pick, and that 2 minutes mattered. But Purdy lifted his game up and, just had a game-winning drive. Purdy has defense all of the time. I was just looking at the game, and in the first 2 or 3 half, I was like, what Purdy is doing, this throw is bad, that throw is bad. But then in the last quarter, I saw the defense right in front of his face, and he's having the ball on his left hand, wiping his right hand, and then throwing the ball. I mean, I had tears in my eyes, this guy is doing everything, right? And still people are not satisfied with him. I'm not saying it was a good game from Purdy. I think it was his worst game, and I intend I give a lot of stuff to the weather as well. But I would love to have this kind of game than having a blowout on Green Bay and then struggle in front of Lamar or Mahomes in the Super Bowl. I think we are going to blow out Lions. I would love this time a blowout on Lions because of the hate. And, everybody's talking like Niners had no chance just because of Purdy. He need everybody. We win in spite of Debo as well. I don't care if Debo is not there. I think we will win the next game as well. But I would love this grinding game. And I believe, in the end, we won. And 3 quarters, I was like, me and my friends drinking and saying, like, this guy is bad, that guy is bad. On 4th quarter, I said, I don't want anybody to say anything bad about any player.
Well, I'll tell you what, thanks for the phone call. She is correct in the sense that Jordan Love did throw 2 interceptions. I thought he had a critical 3rd down where he overthrew his receiver, but he should have ran. It was like open terrain, and I get it, Monday morning quarterback I am, but I was like, to me, that was one of the most egregious plays by him. But to me, I'm a big eye test guy, and if you use the eye test and you're being fair, I believe Jordan Love outplayed Brock Purdy in the sense that, not about the win, because if we do that, then it's a landslide. But there were so many opportunities for Brock to hit open receivers, and his accuracy was off, 23 of 39, but it was a bad 16 that he missed, if you ask me. That's just not what we're accustomed to when we talk about Brock Purdy, and I could count at least, and I'm doing exactly what I said I'm not, FP, 3 interceptions. I just can't flush that out of my, my telepathy of the game. Man, they hold on to 2 like the Ravens did. Then what are we talking about?
Yeah, Love outplayed Brock Purdy. The Packers outplayed the Niners.
Damn.
The Packers were the better team on Sunday or Saturday.
Yeah.
But the better team doesn't always win. And the Niners dug down deep and found a way. I think Brock Purdy's going to have to fight this his whole career just because he's Mr. Irrelevant. He's always going to have that tag, fair or not. He's played as good as anybody. There was MVP discussion during the season.
He was in it.
Till the Ravens came into town. So every time Brock Purdy's going to wobble, the haters are going to come out because he's always going to have that label and that tag. And for him to have the career that I think he can have, that he should embrace that label and that tag. He has to play with the chip on his shoulder. He has to prove people wrong every single week. Brock Purdy is never going to be the quarterback that can take a deep breath and say, I've arrived. He can't. And by all accounts, FP, he's not that guy doing that. You know what I mean? It's like, obviously he's not letting it get to him. You talking about that head space and that noise. He went out there and drove him down. And there was a lot. I know Trent was like, some people won't be here, and he was telling the truth. But the bottom line is, I know Brock's got to be a smart guy. I believe if they hadn't got that done, he knows what would have came with it in regard to the Jackals. Now, you can turn off your radio or TV, but it's kind of hard to hide from the internet. People would have been on his neck. I think there's a lot of jealousy just because of what he's doing. And I've never heard Magic Johnson be called a system player. It's not his fault the Niners drafted him, and he's driving the Ferrari like it's supposed to be driven. But again, I just want to leave this show today without letting you all know, and I said this to you early, FP, the play of the game to me, was the 3rd down completion to Brandon Ayuk. Let's hear Brock Purdy talk about it.
Yeah, I saw it was man. I saw that, the middle of the field was open, and that's where he was going. He did a great job of getting inside leverage and making his break. Obviously, it was tight coverage, and, for me, it was like, all right, just try to put it out in front of him and have it just be him be able to get it, and he did. He did a great job of getting underneath it and not let the ball hit the ground. So, BA's a baller, man. Proud of him.
Wow. Because that's 4th down. You got time left to where you could punt and try to D up.
No.
But how much confidence do you? The more I'm thinking about the D, the more I'm thinking about Wilkes. I'll save that for another day.
I got in your head, huh?
No, I'm like, but with the man, because they brought him from, today's not the day, but they brought him from upstairs to the field for a reason.
Yep.
We'll leave that there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a good reason, whatever it was. So this could just be part 2 of that. But you said it. This is the same defense as damn near last year with Hargrave. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, it's not okay to put out this performance from the D-line. I'm sorry.
I know.
If I'm a Niner fan, this is unacceptable. Let me tell you, it ain't good enough to beat Kansas City, Baltimore, and I'm throwing in Detroit.
Well, if they play like they did Saturday, they're going to lose.
Okay.
You can take the Lions and the points all you want. They're not going to beat the Detroit Lions. They know that, and they're going to play better on Sunday. I want to change the subject a little bit.
Give it to me.
Kind of awkwardly with not a good transition. But last week, Amy Trask said a lot of things about Brock Purdy, and she got crushed. And I even went on and retweeted one of her things. I said 7 terrific quarterbacks in Brock Purdy. Couldn't agree more with Amy. It's 7 terrific quarterbacks, and then the best one, the most outstanding one, Brock. So I was kind of being snarky and sarcastic in my retweet. But like when somebody gets crushed like that for being honest, and that was her take, and she did by Niner fans just get destroyed. And I saw she was on our air, and I heard
Willard
her
and
come
Dibs
on.
had her
She was
on,
on Willard and Dibs, and she came on, and they questioned her, and it was very professional. But like, is she right? Like we're looking at what Brock Purdy did on Saturday. Man. Like, is she right? So like we're so quick to judge and react. And I was with all the Niner fans. Like, what's she talking about? But then when you saw the game on Saturday, she might be right. But Brock Purdy might be the least talented quarterback in the tournament still.
I'm giving you a bro hug from over here because I wasn't ready to bring that up. But I thought she was the biggest loser. And technically she may not have been if you could just step back and kind of get what she was trying to say. But FP, I'm being real. I'm on record. I thought that was kind of a low blow. But as I watched that game progress,
I thought it was a low blow too.
Amy Dub for the win. You know what I mean? Like, damn. I know she was saying, I just can't. I thought of that. I'm just letting you know. I thought of Jimmy Garoppolo. I thought of Amy. But could you imagine the victory lap she would have taken if they would have lost that game?
I'm wearing it. I was wrong. I think. I mean, based on
you don't think
Saturday
differently
alone.
of Brock.
No.
I think to me, there's 2 Brocks now. One in the rain and one in regular conditions. Although his worst game as a pro, there was no rain against the Ravens. So I'm not nervous, but I'm like, maybe he'll throw you one. And he ain't the only quarterback that'll throw you one. But I can't come in here and tell you this dude won't throw you one because he threw Green Bay 3, FP, and they couldn't hold on to
Dude, football's been played in the winter as long as I can remember. There's rain, there's snow, there's sleet, there's hail. You play outdoors most of the time. I know you got the domes and stuff. But like, did we ever talk about Joe Montana or Steve Young about, it rained today and Steve had a bad game, or it rained on Sunday and Joe had a bad game? We never talked about that. So if you want to put Brock in this category, and trust me, I'm the president of the fan club, but it's making me think that Amy had a good point as much as we all, including myself, got pissed. And so sometimes we have the headline or somebody's wrong on Twitter, but we never recircle and say, hey, maybe give her a little bit of credit is all I'm saying. I know this is probably the worst take ever and people are going to get pissed at me for saying it.
No, it's not as worse as hers.
Do you have what she said? This is what she said last week.
4 games this week. That means we have 8 quarterbacks. Did that math all by myself. 4 games, 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. Make no mistake about it. Everybody be calm, 49er fans. I'm not suggesting Brock's not a good quarterback. He is. I simply don't put him in the same category as the other quarterbacks. So I'll say it again. 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy.
And when I heard this, I was pissed. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Because that's shade.
She has an opinion.
Yeah.
And in this, I'm going to get deep here, but we in our society, it's okay to disagree. But now the way things have evolved, if somebody disagrees with somebody, you want to like absolutely kill them. You want to murder somebody because they're not on the same side of the aisle as you're on, whether it's politics, whether it's sports, whatever. Like, it's okay to disagree with somebody. It's okay to have a debate. It's okay, Goo, if you and I go out and have a beer, to sit there and get into a little bit of an argument about Brock Purdy or whatever.
and I do it all the time.
Or the Golden State Warriors or whoever it is. We can get in a little bit of argument and then have a beer and laugh and high five.
And you learn from one another too. My ears are not closed. Like if you say something, I'll be like, FP, you know what? You've changed my mind. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
I like when people make me think. I like when I disagree with somebody and you make me think about the other side. And I'm like, damn, those are good points. And I think if you close off and say, I'm always right and I know more than you and you're wrong, how do we grow as people? So like, what she said pissed me off last week. I'm not going to lie.
But
what if she's right? Go ahead, Goo. What if she's right?
I'm shocked that then I would say to you, aren't we being unfair to Brock Purdy in the sense that we're going to use that one game, which ended up being a bad game,
big game,
to give Amy the dub? Like, okay, we're not going to remember the good that Brock is putting out. So we're going to use that one game. And it was a playoff game, but he won 2 last year against Seattle and a damn good Cowboy defense at full strength. So my point is, I did think of her comments, but to go all the way in the pool, I'm a jump in.
No, you're right.
I would be like,
you're right.
It's a little short-sighted that, you're going to take that game, so now she's right. Because she couldn't have fixed her mouth to say that before, the playoffs started.
It's kind of the way she said it, too.
Yeah,
right?
Well, now that's a different thing. That there is some merit to that.
Right? And so, I think, Goo, you're right. Like, maybe I'm doing the recency thing and it's just basing it on one game. And if he comes out and throws for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns against the Lions, I'm going to look like an idiot right now. But, he just had – maybe it's just a bad game. But then he had the one against Baltimore, and then he had this on a big stage. So we'll see. He needs – he did – I'm a big body language guy, Goo, and every time they did a close-up of Brock Purdy on Saturday, he just looked like deer in the headlights, dude. He didn't have that, this is great radio because I'm giving you the
No, gotcha.
Right,
no,
but he didn't have that eye of the tiger that looked like I'm coming after you. I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna make you. I'm gonna beat your soul. I'm gonna beat you however I can. He just kind of looked like he looked young. His face looked like cold and just like. I don't know. He had no emotion.
But the end result is what you wanted.
And he turned the page.
Yeah, the end result is what you wanted. And you know what I appreciate about you, FP, and I mean this, the fact that you say you're the president of the fan club, but you're open-minded to look at Brock Purdy and say, man, did I go too fast? Not second-guess yourself, but you're open to be like, boy, okay, this might be something that I missed. Because I still think he's a good quarterback. I can't hold him accountable for just one game.
Dude, we were both thinking during the game.
Bad game.
You guys were all thinking it during the game that is this our franchise guy? If they lose this game and he plays like this. I was saying
you can't be a franchise quarterback, Spadoni and Loveman, if you can't throw in the rain. Like, there is no, I'm good on sunny days and in the, that was going to be a problem.
I thought I was watching Jimmy Garoppolo for most of that game. Just to keep it a buck. That looked like Jimmy for a lot of the games I saw him in big games offensively. And Jimmy had some good ones.
Yeah,
that's okay. Did. And then ultimately, Brock did what Jimmy did at times and not to that level. He had a good comeback.
I was having Alex Smith flashbacks at times.
Did you guys go to where I went, though? Is this our franchise guy? That thought crossed my mind during the game. If he's going to play like this in big games, is this the guy we want?
Well, the weather.
A lot of honesty,
man. I just thought, I thought it. So forgive me.
You ain't by yourself. Twitter was off the chain.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I actually was thinking, is Brock Purdy our franchise guy? And I love Brock because his story resonates with me a lot because I always had to beat the odds and he's beating the odds every day. And I love the guy. But then I'm seeing him, and he looked lost at times. He looked there was a blank stare on his face. I'm like, bro, this is the biggest game. I need you. I need that cockiness. I need that swagger. I need that drip. Find a way to beat these guys. And I just, maybe at the end,
did.
I saw some fist pumps at the end, and I saw the cockiness come back. So like I said, you're only as good as your last at-bat. You're only as good as your last drive. And that's what I'm going to hang my hat on for Sunday against the Lions.
Yeah, and it's winner goes to the Super Bowl. Lori Matthews, she's a favorite of the show. First NorCal Credit Union chat. Spadoni, this is for you. She said the Jimmy comparisons are trash. That's Lori Matthews. She didn't like it.
So was Brock's game for the most part on Saturday.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can make an argument the Packers outplayed the Niners 55 minutes and the last 5 minutes the Niners. But this is why we like sports. I'm telling you, I'd be sleeping in my car if I didn't bet it. FP, I thought this was 38-10, and I was being generous I didn't think they had the wherewithal, the physicality. I thought Love would be under duress. So that's why later on in the week, I'm going to come down the road of the Niner defense of hey, what's going on up front, man? Bosa, you getting a whole hell of a lot of – you're the highest paid defense. What's up? And getting manhandled by receivers if it's just one play. And we got calls at P. We'll break it all down more on the other side. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, turn my mic on, FP. Rookie mistake. Welcome back. Steiny and Guru. No Steiny today. FP. Thank you. FP in for Steiny. And we got it rolling. Just reacting to a beautiful football game Saturday night.
Yay!
And 2 games yesterday. Were you locked in for yesterday's game, or were you kind of dozing in and out? Or
I was locked in for the Bills game. Bills Chiefs.
Yeah, that was the game.
That was solid. I do watch the Lions. Being a closet Lions fans back in the day. So yeah, but the Bills Chiefs game was amazing. We got robbed of another classic by dude missing the field goal at the end.
Well,
I wanted 34-34 overtime. Let's go. I see another one like last year when those two teams lock horns. We talked about it earlier too. This is another horrible take, and I've had some horrible takes today, but I like the Taylor.
You're being too hard.
I like the Taylor Swift thing, man. I think it's good. I think it's good if you get eyes on your game and you grow your game, and everybody hates that she's always getting shown in the booth after Kelsey does something, but I love the whole thing. And then I love Jason Kelsey with his shirt off, like partying after his brother scored.
I was like, how about win a game? But then it's his brother. So
I loved it, dude. He had the shirt off with he went, I don't know. Do you go like shaved stomach, hairy chest? And he had the snail trail.
That was out of.
He had the snail trail of hair going down the middle, and I'm just like, is that a thing now? Shave your stomach, leave the chest.
Yeah,
hairy?
that was out of Lambda. I don't know what what that was. I was like, oh boy, Animal House. That's what that was out of.
Yeah, everybody hates Taylor Swift, and they're all sick of it. And I'm like, why? I think it's cool.
I've said this a couple weeks ago, and I still mean it. You tell me what you think real quick before we get back to these calls. I want to see Niner Ravens part 2. If the Niners are able to get past Detroit, which I expect them to, I do got questions about the defense. We know that. But I do want to see part 2 to see if Kyle, Brock, and just the team as a whole, the defense, because they kind of, had no pressure on Lamar, but he's got wheels more so than Jordan Love. I would like to see that part 2 as far as Super Bowl.
Not to jinx anything, because you got to beat the Lions. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. But I had friends last night, and I want to get your take on this, Goo, that would rather face Lamar than Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. They're more scared of Mahomes than Lamar Jackson, and I was like, no way, dude.
Well, I'll say, man, I'm not mad at that, and I kind of expect Mahomes to beat Lamar now because they got their gig. They're like Stella. They got their groove back with Rice coming back, and they look different.
Who would you be more scared of in the Super Bowl? Which quarterback? Between the AFC guys.
You know what, FP? That's a great one, but I'm going to say Lamar because I've seen it in its recency bias. He had this Niner defense on skates. They got a physical defense. They run hard. They tackle. So
what about resume?
It would be Mahomes. And Mahomes beat him on that stage before in 2019. So it would be part 2 for that, too.
Yeah.
I'm a different quarterback.
I know. I think they both scare me. But you got to beat the Lions. I'm getting these are for next week's shows if they win on Sunday.
Let's go out to Javier in Vacaville. He wasn't too happy with the win. What's up, Javi? Turn your radio down, baby. Johnson? What's up, baby? Turn your radio down for us.
How you doing?
All right.
Oh, I ain't got no radio down. Sorry about that. But yeah, how you doing, Mr. Johnson? How you doing? FP Santangelo took a walk across to the other side. Now, I think fans are a little, how would we say? From my standpoint, it didn't look buttoned up. And it's concerning. We're all happy with the win. I'm more than exuberant about the victory. But when you look at things, it just wasn't. It wasn't dressed up. It didn't look. I wouldn't even say dominant, but past performances in playoff games, it just looked like head and shoulders we were the better team. Now, credit Green Bay, but the point is that we look at things and logistically, like the special teams. Isaiah Oliver is the field safety, and he just plays inside shade and takes, I don't even know what path. He's not on his correct track, and he lets the best returner in the NFL this year, Mixon, get to the boundary. And it's like, that's not how the 49ers play football consistently. And if we have these type of blunders where, again, we're talking about, we beat the Packers. Well, if we have run fits like that against the Lions, which lack thereof run fits, A gap to B gap, Aaron Jones averaged getting 100-plus yards, our first one in 51 consecutive games, we're going to lose. And it's nothing about being bad. It's just we play sound defense, stopping the run, good special teams, not turning the ball over. But that was the complete opposite. And we can't beat a team like Detroit. You can't beat a team like Baltimore, Kansas City playing that way. And when you have a 2-week hiatus to the break as well as the bye, you're thinking, okay, they got the rest as well as they got the bye. They should look 200% different, granted the weather and the elements. But, hey, man, this is your stadium. Why are the Niners having to switch their cleats? They should have knew the field conditions.
Yeah, no doubt. No, that's a great call, Javi. We appreciate it. That is something not getting a lot of run. Like, this is your home. This is your turf. You didn't have to travel. And I don't know if it's because Green Bay plays on the frozen tundra. There's no grass that will confuse us, but the Niners were slipping left and right, and it felt like just throughout that whole game, the duration of it, FP, they didn't get that handled. Like, they kind of lost that battle.
They don't know how to play in the rain. It's like we don't know how to drive in the rain in California.
Wow.
It's the same thing. They're not used to it. So it took them time to make adjustments, and you're changing the cleats like you're a NASCAR pit crew trying to get the longer spikes on there. And, I was worried about – I tweeted out – I had one worry, Brock Purdy in his hands in the rain. I tweeted that before the game. That was
almost like a joke because we hadn't seen it. Like, I know Cleveland, it was drizzling. It was kind of – I never really once thought that was a thing, and that's the beauty of social media. It was out there before the game. Larry Krueger tweeted last Monday, I was in here messing with Steiny about 85% chance of rain, 17 thunderstorm, and it actually rained. But never once did I really think it was going to have an impact on the game. But moving forward, like you said, you went weatherman on me. There's no precipitation this weekend, allegedly.
66 and sunny.
So he should be fine, and this should be the normal Brock Purdy. But what I'm a little nervous about, because I think I'm being positive today, because I came in saying I was not going to nitpick. The Niners, they're so good and locked in, and I mean this. Green Bay couldn't get their attention. Green Bay mentally couldn't get them for up to their A game, their standards. But you're looking at me now like, if you're a real pro, it ain't who you're playing. You just know you got a playoff game. You get yourself ready. But FP, I thought there was a part of that. So now you're telling me this is what you guys put out after 2 weeks off, which will be the same 2 weeks you'll have if you're able to beat Detroit to go to the Super Bowl. But
they had like 20 days off. Brock Purdy had 20 days off. Like, that's something I don't know that anybody's touching on today, and maybe I forgot to touch on it. But, like, 20 days off is a lot. And I know in football might be different. McCaffrey missed the last game.
But there was some bad reads.
Purdy missed the last game.
How does Savage drop that ball?
How do we see the bowl game?
He threw it right to him. Like, that's concern. That was Baltimore-esque. That was like, oh, my God. What did he say? Yeah, like, you don't just – I can't flush that out of my system. I don't know about you.
Dude, the college playoffs, like Michigan and Alabama, those guys had a month off, and they played rusty. They played.
Well, damn.
So – I'm not sure what it's like in football. Obviously, you rest, you get healthy. I thought the defense with 14 days off would be playing faster. Oh, I don't know if it was the weather that made them play slow. They looked slow. They were out-physicaled by Green Bay on both sides of the football on the line of scrimmage. But maybe they were rusty, dude. Maybe 20 days off for a quarterback and a running back is a lot. I don't think McCaffrey – nobody's healthy this time of year, but I don't think McCaffrey's like – I think he's dinged up.
Wow, that's interesting.
And that's probably why he wasn't as used as much as everybody was yelling at the TV, like, run the ball, run the ball. Packers.
Well, they did on the final drive.
Yeah, they did. That was 49ers football.
Look what happened. You got a touchdown.
And then Brock was 6 of 7. Should have been 7 and 7. Kittle dropped that pass right in his hand.
Which you don't see a lot.
Yeah, that was weird. There was so much weird stuff going on. But they weathered the storm, literally, figuratively, and they're moving on. So that's all that matters. I don't care. I'm not going to sit here.
I'm with you.
I don't care. Right. I don't care how they played. Am I worried about the Lions? I'm worried about the Lions.
Well, yeah. And I'll say this, 888-957-9570, FPN for Steiny. We are rocking and rolling until 2 p.m. The defense a concern. But let's go out to Fox in Oakland. What's up, Fox?
What's up, FP and Guru? Quick shout-out to Steiny, sending you positive vibes for your upcoming surgery. So, gentlemen, here's what I want to say. And once I wrap, please share both of your perspectives on this. No one can argue that both the Niners and the Lions are extremely talented. They deserve to be in the NFC Championship game. But here's what I'm wondering. Where is the hunger to dominate and to win? And as Guru often refers to it, where's that inner dog? That hunger or that dog can't just come from 2 or 3 guys. It can't just come from, for example, Debo on the offensive side or from Warner on the defensive side. It's got to come from more players, especially on the D-line. And Bosa, do we need to start calling you Casper? I mean, seriously, where are you at, Nick? 0 sacks in your last 4 playoff games is unacceptable. Show us the hunger, the desire to dominate the opposition instead of getting put in your place by a wide receiver serving you a weak block on the O-line. And a great example of what I'm talking about is Jennings. He showed us that he's got that dog in him. the way he was playing and getting into it with Valentine on the sideline after that one play, that's the dog-like mentality that we need to see from more of the 49ers on both sides of the ball. And I'll end with this final comment, gents. The Lions are going to be hungry this weekend. And the main question I have is, are we going to show our collective inner dog? And are we going to be hungrier than the Lions to win? And if we don't, and if not, in my opinion, that could be the difference maker that will and could be our detriment on Sunday.
Well, I'll say this to that. The inner dog, as much as I'm coming down the defensive road, they held the Packers to 3 multiple times, and that's why you had a chance to win that game. So if they didn't have that inner dog, after that 50-yard run by Jones, we've seen defenses just collapse and lay down, and then all you got to do is run the ball the next play. He's going to take it to the house. That didn't happen. So I'm with them on Bosa. This is uncanny. You talk about Fred Dean, Charles Haley, just all the greats that have donned this uniform that get after the quarterback and get paid. And from a national perspective, FP, you're that dude. You're Michael Strahan. So I don't think anybody's being harsh, but I am looking at Bosa like, where are you?
Goo, I've said this all season. There's a reason why there's training camp. There's a reason why you gear up to get ready for the season. If you miss it, I don't care if you're lifting weights every day and you're doing your sprints and your uphill sprints. There's no substitute for game speed. There's no substitute for getting in game shape. There's a reason why there's a preseason. There's a reason why there's spring training. And there's a reason why it's been for however many years that I think if Nick Bosa had to be honest with himself at the end of the season, that he's been playing uphill and catch-up ball all season. Been chasing because he came in late. He played that first game against Pittsburgh and played every damn snap, and he looked like he was gassed. I don't know what happened Sunday.
But he played damn near all the snaps. Yeah, Saturday. Yeah.
He played all the snaps Saturday, but there was times when he looked tired. Like he looks slower to me this year. He looks bigger and slower to me this year, and I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if you signed the big contract, which is human nature. I've seen this happen to a lot of guys, and you take a deep breath. You're like, I got the big contract. I'm good. I don't think Nick Bosa has that kind of character where he's going to take that deep breath. But if you watch the way he's played, I think he wasn't ready to play based on sitting out and negotiating that contract, missing the preseason, and coming in on the first game of the year, and he's been playing uphill football all season long.
No, well said. And again, at the end of the day, it's not a funeral. The Niners won 24-21. They host the NFC Championship game. The same game they've been in the last 3 years. So just think about that. A lot of fan bases would trade places with what the Niners have going on. And now you just wonder, a team of destiny. That's what I called it last week, FP, and maybe that's why the kicker missed the kick. But if you look at his record throughout the season, Spadoni was letting me know he's hooked some right and left. But the Niners move on, and now it's just about what we'll talk about this week. Obviously, we'll highlight the game, but this is the beautiful thing about being a fan, because that's what I am, FP. You're a player, now you're a fan, but I'm a fan. Pete Franklin told me, short for fanatic. But at the end of the day, it's how you feel. And if you just take a poll of the calls we've taken, a lot of Niner fans keeping their perspective. They're happy, but some are nervous because of what they didn't see Saturday night.
Yeah, everybody say they got lucky. I don't know if I believe.
You don't like that?
I don't like lucky. Because when the defense had to make a play, the defense made a play. When the offense had to have a drive, the offense had the drive at the end of the game. So they played horribly for 3+ quarters. And all of a sudden, when push came to shove and they needed stops, they got stops. When push came to shove and they needed a drive, they got the drive. So I'm just going to hang my hat on what happened last. And was I concerned? Was I worried throughout the game? Was I anxious? Of course. And I'm thinking if they bow out in the first round based on the last 2 seasons they've had, that there's going to be a lot of flack. And maybe there's changes are going to be made, and maybe that's maybe it's overreaction. Okay, and I told you during the game, and this is thinking negatively, and I'm usually the most positive dude in the room, that I was starting to wonder and my Brock Purdy fandom.
Right.
And I'm Brock Purdy fanboy over here, president of the Brock Purdy fan club. That is this our guy moving forward? Like those thoughts were creeping into my head during the game.
That's why I mess with you,
which is terrible, dude.
No, but I appreciate that. We appreciate the honesty.
I'm an open book. Like my life's been an open book. I have nothing. I like to share my feelings and my emotions. And then I felt bad for thinking that way. And there was a time when I was waiting for the Niners to lose. Like I know it was 21-17 or whatever it was. And
that 50-yard run by Jones for me had that. That's when I was
with the kickoff return.
I forgot that he fumbled and got
kickoff return. He fumbled and he got it. And you're like, the bounces aren't going our way. And to win a championship in any sport, the bounces have to go your way. And you start thinking like superstitiously at that point. And the vibe of the people I was with, I was in a very crowded bar with a lot of people. And I think a lot of Niners fans were just like very anxious and very waiting for the team to lose. They were waiting for, like, there was a lot of negativity floating through. You could feel it. I don't know. I would love to hear from people that were at the game and what the vibe was at
Call
Levi's.
us. Yeah. Give us a ring.
Was it the same? Was it quiet? Was it anxious? Were you guys sitting around waiting for them to lose, or did you have the faith that they were going to find a way to pull this out?
And you know what? And that's why I give Brock Purdy all the credit in the world. Maybe he needed this one. You know, it wasn't pretty like it normally is, and he's not perfect, and nor has he told us that, but he's been playing some damn good football at a level to where we're like, man, and I still think a movie's coming. I keep saying that if he pulls this thing off just by where he was drafted. But what about the last drive? There's no Debo, right? So I'm thinking to myself, I'm a big Star Wars guy. The Darth Vader starts to creep in if Brock Purdy wasn't mentally strong and he's thinking, I got no Debo, and, you know, now he's starting to tense up a little bit. And all he does is throw to a guy that I didn't even know was on the team in Conley. We didn't even talk about Jawan Jennings. He was great. The throw that Purdy made, that I swear to you,
that was lucky,
I
dude.
thought, but he held on to it. I thought it was a pick. But let's hear George Kittle talk about those two in particular and how big they were on that drive.
I mean, Jawan's wonderful. Like, he's going to throw his body around the block. He catches everything that you throw at him. He runs the ball now, apparently. And like, how about that third down? Was it a third down across the middle and Brock just feathered that over? Oh my goodness gracious. So yeah, for Jawan, he made a bunch of really good plays for us tonight. And then Chris Conley, who's out there, and a lot of the time he's just running deep routes to try to get the coverage to drop so we can hit guys underneath that. And he does that at 100% effort every single time. You should see him on the practice field. He does all the scout team reps. He does our reps. He's just an ultimate grinder, and that's what you want, you know, on your football team. You want guys that just love the game and they want to go out there and do everything they can to help the team win. And then finally when your number's called, take advantage of the opportunity. That's exactly what he did tonight. I'm just very happy for him, and Jawan's just being Jawan, which is really fun for us.
Man,
he's drinking some coffee.
Yeah, he's ready.
He's ready. I love it. Kittle, he reminds me of Hunter Pence. Like they're cut from the same
I'm gonna
cloth.
give you an A- on that.
Yeah, they're the same.
Have you used that before, or did that just come off your head?
No, I thought it. I've thought it many times. They have the same demeanor, the same makeup. The
fan favorite,
same energy level.
Yeah.
I'm a big George Kittle fan. Yeah, and everything you said right there, that pass that he feathered in between three.
I thought it was a pick.
I thought it was just luck. He just threw. That was like a Hail Mary where Jawan just came down with it. Like, so good for Jennings for going up and getting that ball. But there was three dudes right in the middle, and I don't know how he got that ball in there. I don't even think Brock Purdy knows how he got that ball in there.
I love it. FP, buckle up, because we take all calls. We don't shun any calls. We don't care what the subject matter is, but we got Marlon in Cupertino. I'll let him tell you what he wants to talk about. What's up, Marlon?
What's going on, man?
Talk
How
to
y'all
us.
doing over there?
We hanging in, man.
Man, it's all good. So, my guy might remember me. I called in and I talked to my man when he had his own show, and he was calling me Lou Rawls. And I learned
such a good voice, too. So I don't even have a voice today. I'm really jealous.
I've never had, yeah.
So I was not so much trying to disagree with him at the time, but I had a different stance, and I'm really glad that Steiny isn't there today, because Steiny has a problem with being humble. So the first thing I wanted to speak to was you, Guru. I listened all week. And I listened to the score that you predicted.
30-18.
And I said to myself, you can't be upset with Guru because he's just a fan. Like, he's not a player, he's a fan. So if you were a player, I think your first mindset would be like, yeah, we're not putting up that many points in the rain. That's ridiculous, right? But being a fan, your statement was, oh, the weather's not going to matter. Like, okay, you see how wrong you were.
No doubt about it.
The second step is for FP. I really appreciate you being humble today, man, because even though you're the number one for the Brock Purdy fan club, my statement to you back then was the same as the young lady said that everybody's mad about. Like, we got 7 real gunslingers in this playoff, and we had Brock. Like, Brock looked nervous at times. We still ran our system. We don't depend on Brock to be a Kansas City, a Baltimore, a Green Bay. We're talking about real legit bomb arms. We do not have that. For us to have a great system quarterback is good. Sometimes he does things outside of the systems, which are great. But the quarterbacks that we're looking at now, we're looking at like on some Rodgers shit, on some Marino type. You know what I mean? Like on some real Elway type of arms. Brock does not have that. So when I hear FP say, damn, is this really our quarterback of the future? Like, what's going on? More so than feeling like he's right or wrong, I just love when people can take a look at the other side of the prism. Like, maybe he's not what I thought. Maybe we need to take a look. So I really appreciate you, FP. Guru, I appreciate you too, but I appreciate you from a fan standpoint. Like, you should have been saying what you said. Oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But FP knows if he were playing baseball and the pitcher is pitching with a wet baseball, it's not going to be the same as if it was dry. And you were speaking of the football game like 38-10, like it's a sunny day, 70 degrees. Bro, it wasn't that.
But listen. Oh, I think you're gone. But if he can hear me, let me just say this about that. And I appreciate that call. Lou Rawls, that was a good call. What about this? If Team A executed the right way and Green Bay would have took advantage of those, what we all as adults can say were mishaps and bad reads, there's one team, not in the red and gold, that could have scored 38 points.
Yeah.
I'll leave that there. My point is it could have been a blowout. I just thought the team that would make the other team commit the turnovers would be wearing red and gold. So I get his premise of his call, but I still feel like there's a little victory nugget for me in the sense that had Green Bay 4th and 1 blunders, miss kicks, had they showed up, they could have scored more. They could have got to 38. Now, I still would have been wrong because I had the Niners scoring 38. But FP, my point is, just because there was precipitation doesn't mean you couldn't run up the score. And Green Bay was out-executing the Niners. Can I dare say 55 minutes of that 60-minute game?
But they played last week. They beat Dallas in Dallas. They had confidence. They had momentum. They didn't sit around for 14 days or like Brock Purdy 20 days because he took the last week off and Christian McCaffrey took the last week off. So what you saw was, I don't know, a combination of rust, I think, a combination of
they're not using any excuses.
One team that's used to playing in the weather and one team that had momentum, one team that came out and smacked them right in the mouth on the first drive, and they went, oh, geez, they were playing downhill football. They were physical. They were winning the line of scrimmage from the jump. I'm glad they got out of there. I'm glad they escaped with a win. As far as the baseball thing goes in the rain, baseball players are soft. We're all soft. We don't play. If it just sprinkles, we cancel the game. So we're like, we never have to worry about an Aaron Hicks fastball at 105 miles an hour hitting us in the head and killing us. Because if it rains, we just don't play because we're all soft.
Yeah, I didn't like there was a victory for me. I hear you, FP, but there was a victory for me in that phone call. And dude, we like you. Give us a call back. But we see your calls. But again, it's a victory for the San Francisco 49ers. They'll be playing in their 3rd straight NFC Championship game. And if you know the P word, perspective, just take a step back, put the drink down, just put your fork down and just think about what other team would you want to be rooting for? So one, that's the kudos to Kyle, is kudos to Lynch, is kudos to the players because it's been different quarterbacks, different everything. But at the end of the day, Sunday at 3:30, they host the NFC Championship game. They're favored again. I don't know if that's a bad omen. I may be done. I may retire. I may be calling it now. I may retire from the prediction business because, FP, I'm telling you, I felt every bit. Because the caller was saying, fan, nah, I think I'm my own John Madden. Rest in peace to the GOAT. I think I've watched these teams enough to know that Green Bay just couldn't Joe Frazier out. You weren't strong enough, and they were. And they shocked me. I got that wrong, but I expect a great game this Sunday. But the bottom line is, Wilkes, you need to get your unit intact, or whatever is not going on with that defense, you need to fix it. We see your calls. We'll get to them on the other side. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
From the team that brought you Amy Poehler's Say More.
95.7 The Game.
Yes. No Steiny. FP in for Steiny as Steiny gets some medical attention. He'll be back with us shortly. But today is about the Niners and their fans. We want you to sound off on the big 24-21 victory over the Green Bay Packers that puts the Niners in the NFC Championship game for the third straight year. We want to hear from you. We got people on the lines right now, but hit us at 888-957-9570. I'm telling you, FP, I came in here, it may sound like it, but I'm telling you the bottom line is a win, especially a playoff win. You ain't got to apologize for nothing. I think we've been pretty good on that, but a lot of people calling with the stuff that they like to see kind of fixed. We're here for you, but man, you just said it earlier. Who's got it better than Niner fans in the sense of, I go back to 2019. You were 4-12 the year before. Kyle turned that around with Jimmy Garoppolo and the team. Should have beat Mahomes. The dynasty started then for Kansas City, if you ask me. You blew that. Year goes by, you got injuries, COVID. You come back. You get to the NFC Championship again against the Rams after being 3-5. You turn your season around. That debacle in the rain against the Colts on Sunday Night Football where it looked like, oh, boy, you turn that around to get to the NFC Championship game. We saw last year that kind of got ripped out from underneath them because Brock Purdy got hurt. And, bam, here we are again with a rookie quarterback or second-year quarterback. I get if you still want to call him a rookie, but, his first full season, you're right back at the game before the Super Bowl. You can't ask for anything more from a head coach and hire. You give me what for that?
There's a lot of cities that would wish they could be in the NFC Championship game every year, but I guarantee if you ask 49er fans today, like, what is a successful season? Even if they beat the Lions and lose in the Super Bowl, I would say 85 to 90% of Niner fans would say it's a failure if they don't have a parade on Market Street this year.
So we call that here Super Bowl or bust.
Is this an entitlement? Or do you want your fan base to expect that from your team every year? Because if you talk to Colts fans or whoever, they're just looking for a good season. They're probably feeling good about what they did this year. But the standards have been set so high right here. Are we being... What kind of fan base are we today if we're just picking apart a win to get our team to the NFC Championship game, potential Super Bowl against the AFC? Is this what all cities do? If you win a game, to sit there and go, well, look, Brock Purdy sucked. The defense sucked. This sucked. Jake Moody sucked. The way Kyle called the game at the end of the second quarter sucked. They got to get better. Is it just we're worried about next week against the Lions so much that we're going to nitpick this? Or if I go to just win, baby, that's all we cared about. We didn't care if we made 8 errors and we won 10-9. If we won, we're drinking a beer and the music's on in the locker room. So we didn't care. But I guess the stakes are so high right now. And Niner fans, I've said this a lot. This region is spoiled in so many different regards, where the Giants win 10, 12, and 14. And I had Giants fans tell me during that run, I just wish they could win one at home. They always win. This sucks. I'm like, do you know how hard it is to win a championship? And I guess my point is, it's really hard to win a championship. A lot of luck is involved. A lot of it's just your time in the universe, whatever you want to call it. And so I don't care how they played. It was an anxiety-ridden game, and we were getting pissed. And we're like, oh, my God, nothing's going right. It's all going wrong. But as an athlete, when you have everything going wrong and you still find a way to win a game you probably shouldn't have, the Packers outplayed them. Packers were the better team. Love was the better quarterback. And they're still playing next week. So we can sit here because it's Sports Talk Radio, and we want to hear from the fans, of course. Yeah. But is it just being too nitpicky to sit here and be pissed that the Niners won 24-21?
Yes, and you said it. It starts with, I believe, how old you are and what type of Niner fan and what have you seen, in your lifetime. And that leads to expectations. In regard to Kyle Shanahan, I shared with you and the listeners that I feel like he needs, that Super Bowl win to kind of, solidify just how great he is. But that's neither here nor there. You are right. And again, you played the former athlete. It's about advancing. And if today is the day you want to nitpick more than, rejoice or grasp in the glory, shout out Denzel, then I think you got it wrong because you're more negative than positive. Today is about reflection. Yeah, it wasn't our best game. And I'll tell you what, I can't get over the fact that 0-30 stat was staring everybody in the face on a national stage. Burkhart and Olsen had said it, 0-30 by trailing by 4 or more going into fourth. FP, they were down 7. So now I'm sitting here like I'm up here, Daryl the Guru Johnson, I went third person talking about destiny, and here goes this stat that's about to be tested, and Brock Purdy not having his best game, arguably his worst game, drives his team down the field, not for a field goal, a touchdown. And then on top of that, before we grab these calls, a lot of people are calling saying Love outplayed Purdy. Love had 3 timeouts and a minute and something seconds to go do what he did. He could have just got a field goal. But to throw that pass, that was a rookie and he is mistake on first down, FP. It was kind of like, dude. Now I know it's the escape drill and the receivers are supposed to help their quarterback, and wherever he's running, you run on that. They did none of that. But at the end of the day, he didn't pass his test on getting him in position to get the game time field goal or take the lead. And Brock Purdy did so. Obviously, he had more time. But maybe that's the best thing that could have happened to this team is Brock faced his mortality, and he answered it. And maybe against Detroit, he'll be a better version of himself.
Dude, we had a saying, it was find a way. You got to find a way.
That sounds like a song.
Niners found a way. Like, so when everything's going south and you're getting all the calls are going against you, and I'm going to do the new Rockney speech right now. you got to go win one for the Brock or whatever. But like everything was not going their way. Whether it was drop passes by George Kittle, whether it was stupid penalties. Dude, my biggest
fumbles you can't recover.
Dude, my biggest pet peeve in football, besides missed field goals and kickers, because I can't stand kickers.
You're like me.
I can't stand.
They should ban them.
Please, don't even.
A touchdown should be 7 points. FP.
Special teams guys cannot.
Here comes little Davey to ruin this drive that these dudes put. Anyway, go ahead.
Special teams guys, can't take penalties. You can't get in a dust up after a kickoff and cost my team 15 yards. You don't play. You're on the special teams. You can't come into the game and try to be the hero and knock somebody over after the whistle and get a personal foul 15 yards on me. Those are my 2 biggest pet peeves in football. Bro, you're on special teams. He's going to kick it out of the end zone. They're not even returning it. And if they do return it, and you're going to get in a dust up after that, and you're on special teams, and now I got to start 15 yards further back because you don't even play. I don't even know who you are, and you're getting a penalty. That pisses me off. Thanks for letting me just
No doubt. I love it. Let's go out to San Leandro and see what Jonathan has on his mind. What's up, Jonathan? Jonathan. You there? Oh, boy. All right. Yeah, you're gone. Hey, Austin in San Jose, one of our regulars. What's up, baby? You calling the gloat? I know what you about to call.
No, sir. FP, nice to talk to you. You spent some time in my hometown, D.C., so I know you got some things that you could share another show maybe about D.C. and what's happening with the Commanders. But listen, yeah, I want to go a little bit. I told you not to disrespect Jordan Love, man. And I think that the 49ers, they won the game. That's really all that matters. But the young kid made a few mistakes down the stretch. Otherwise, Green Bay wins that game. He panicked a little bit down the stretch. I thought the game was won. Green Bay definitely did enough to win the game, but it came down to a few different things at the end. And, hey, 49ers walked away. But listen, Guru, you said team of destiny. In my mind, Detroit's more like the team of destiny right now. I mean,
you might be onto something.
The 49ers better not take those guys lightly. I tell you what, if they have the same attitude they had against Green Bay and you had them 38-10, that's not going to happen, man. Detroit will win this game. If the 49ers think they're going to blow them out, Detroit's going to win the game. That's all. They better play like underdogs. That's what I think they should do. Play like underdogs.
You're dead on. And the 49ers are going to be the villains this week. And America's team right now is Detroit.
Oh, there's no doubt. No doubt about it.
So the only region that's going to love this game is us in the Niners because everybody, the rest of the country is rooting for the Lions.
No doubt about it.
Dan Campbell and Jared Goff. This is a great story on how Goff got traded away to crap team, and now
people forget Goff took regardless of where you have him ranked, he took the Rams to the Super Bowl And the credit you get is the knife in his back is, you know what? You're the weak link. You're out of here. You're going to Detroit thinking, you know what? We're not going to win. And now look where he's at. So it has all the ingredients of a good story. But Austin called me Friday to kind of check me and put me in my place when I had that prediction FP of 38-10. But I got to be honest, and I was just going to ask him that. And I know we got Willard and Dibbs coming in here not too far off to get their perspective on this. I didn't think Green Bay's defense could do what they did to the Niner offense and kind of trick Brock Purdy. They were jumping in the passing lanes. They were doing all type of little stuff to throw them off. And this woulda, coulda, shoulda FP. If they would have caught a ball or two, this show is, and the morning roast and the show at Willard and Dibbs, everything has changed about what we're talking about.
The biggest buzzkill Monday ever.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what we would have called it.
But, Goo, they didn't. They won, and they found a way. Like, I know it's a simple saying, but we say find a way. Yeah. Like, on your worst day, how do you react to it? And I think on your worst day when everything was going wrong, we could sit here and name them all again. We've done it like 15 times today. Brock Purdy in the offense had a drive. He was 6 for 7. He should have been 7 for 7. He was mentally tough enough to flush all the negativity that happened the whole game on both sides of the football, if you will. And I think when Green Bay missed the field goal, that it gave all of us life as fans. The sideline said, "There's our crack." And there's the crack in the plumbing, and here we go. They're giving us a chance.
Because you know what? You just painted a picture in my warped mind of the Niners were in their grave so many times in Green Bay, whether it was 4th and 1, the 50-yard run from Jones. You can't cash that. Like, okay, we give you a field goal to where you got the Geico, the insurance of a tie. If we come down and score and you can't even get that, we're coming up out the coffin. Yep. We're going to win this game because Green Bay, they had more than a few chances.
That gave us life. Like, here we come. Don't give us another chance, and they gave him another chance.
Let's go out to Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Phil. How you doing?
All right. How you doing, Matt?
I'm great. I'm a basketball guy, so I think maybe I got a little perspective. I've been getting into the Niners because my baseball team abandoned me. They're in the top 10% of the league, man. And their quarterback is probably the third best quarterback that's left, maybe even fourth. The other two teams in the AFC have better quarterbacks, and one of them has definitely a better kicker. So if they don't have Debo, I think they're going to be in a little trouble. But they got a shot. They did something they'd never done. They won. That's all that matters. It was a little ugly, but do we care? No, we do not. It was an entertaining football game, and I just hope they're all healthy, and I look forward to the next couple of games, and that's all I got.
I appreciate it. Appreciate the phone call. Man, I mean, you couldn't ask for, as far as the advertisers and Fox who put on the game, as far as entertaining. I mean, that thing went down to the wire. I mean, they love that.
Yeah, a little more nervous than I wanted to be.
But there you go. But what's this dude talking about?
Dude, this is the playoffs, man. This is what you live for as a fan. This is what you live for as a player. And if you can't handle the heat and you can't handle the tension, like, don't be a part of it. Like, I think most Niner fans just want this to be easy. They want 30-point win, a 25-point win, a 15-point win, and we have it the whole way, and it's stress-free. But like when you're playing the best of the best and you get to this point in the season, there's a reason why the Green Bay Packers blew out the Dallas Cowboys in their own yard. There's a reason why that Love is progressing to, I think he's going to be one of the guys. He's going to be up there maybe with Mahomes when it's all said and done, because he's just starting to get his confidence and just tapping the resources that he has. So the fact that the Niners, I don't think they took them lightly. I think a lot of us fans took them lightly.
I'm one of them. They were 9-8. They got in late.
I don't want to sound like I know everything, but I told all of my friends who gamble. I don't bet. I used to, and I don't like to lose, bro. Like, that's why I don't gamble.
Good, smart man.
I hate to lose. But I told everybody, take the Packers and the points. This is the easiest bet you'll ever have. Take the Packers.
Did you say that?
I did. I got the group chat. I got the group chat proof right here. And everyone's like, oh, no, I'm on the Niners. No, I'm on the Niners.
But that signals something of the Niners, not that you weren't confident in, that you think Green Bay could have, like the Niners, they created this standard that I'm holding them to where I would confidently say into a microphone, it's 38-10 Niners. And I know Green Bay's been a cute story and they got hot late, but FP, Saturday night at home, you're the number 1 seed.
They played, though. The Packers played. Hey, how many times do you see a wild card team win in baseball? I think wild card teams don't win the Super Bowl. I think only one has. I'm not sure. You can fact check me on that. But when you're playing and you have momentum, when you're playing and you have confidence versus sitting around, it's almost like the car at the light that times the green light perfect and the other car's sitting at the stoplight. And now you got to find your momentum. The other car just buzzes right by you. Like Green Bay had momentum. They had confidence. They had swagger. They just went and kicked the Cowboys' ass.
Wow.
So like they're coming in feeling themselves. And I was worried about this game because I saw Love and what he did and the passes he was making off his back leg against the Cowboys right on the money. Like who does the things he did against the Cowboys? So I was nervous about this game from the jump, weather or no weather, because you get stale when you sit around. I know you get healthy and McCaffrey's supposed to get healthy and they need the rest because football's so violent and you play 17 weeks. Like, I get that. But, like, when you sit around, you get stale. And another team that's played and has confidence is coming into your house. They had the momentum at the light. So, just from that alone, from that standpoint alone, what I saw them do the Cowboys on the road in the way Love was playing and the fact that the Niners were sitting around, that scared me. So that's why I was like, take the Packers and the points. This is easy.
Yeah, no doubt. Lori Matthews, our girl on the YouTube First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat, stating what I basically overlooked. Weather games are obviously closer, but I knew it was going to be weather, but I was just so confident in the Niners, winning this one 40-3. But let's go out to the haystack. That's Hayward. Adrian has a different take about the game. What's up, Adrian?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How's it going?
All right.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about being positive and being negative. It's not about that. It's about being honest with yourself. And what I saw was I thought Purdy needed too many chances. You don't get that many chances in the NFC Conference Championship or the Super Bowl. How many times were we saying, okay, this is it. Okay, this is it. And on top of that, that arm, man, it's not that strong.
What about the last drive? I said, okay, this is it. And he was 6 of 7. He drove him right down the field. He should have been 7 of 7. And they won. That was the only this is it that mattered. It was the last drive.
Do you think he'll get that many chances against the Chiefs or the Ravens?
They got to get there first. They got to beat the Lions. We can't assume they're going to beat the Lions. And if we do assume they're going to beat the Lions, they're going to lose to the Lions.
And Joe Montana, and I'm just saying this to you because didn't have the strongest arm. Eli Manning didn't have the strongest arm. He has 2 Super Bowls, so it's not just about the strongest arm. But, I don't know if you watched that game, FP, and you were worried about I was just worried about more of the reads than the arm strength from Brock Purdy.
The glove pissed me off. I saw the white glove on his head. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Pepsi and Michael Jackson.
I don't know if like the grip and if you used the glove before and that's your thing, but I'm just like in the biggest game on the biggest stage. I'm like that. Here's why.
Hey, boy, man.
That means the weather and the grip, whether it was
in your dome.
Whether it was pregame or not, got in his head. And Fox had that great shot, and I've already mentioned it once on the broadcast or on our show today. Is when he caught the football, had it in his left hand, wiped his leg as he's dropping back, gripped the football, and then threw it. I'm like, all right. So the grip thing was obviously an issue. The broadcast finally caught on. I was like, first play. I turned to my son. He's got a glove on. I don't like this. He's got a glove on. Like you haven't worn a glove all year. Don't wear a glove. Don't change anything. I don't care if it's wet.
He threw it to Savage. Savage dropped that pick.
Yeah, and he almost threw a pick with a glove on. Here's the reason. Like. You don't have a feel for the football with a glove on. You just don't have the same feel. Man. You might have a little better grip, but you just don't feel it off when you're spinning it. You just don't have the same feeling. So am I making this a bigger thing than it probably was? Yes, but like I didn't like the fact that he was showing me. I thought his confidence was rattled based on just having a glove on to start the game and doing something that I hadn't seen him do before. I think my friends were saying he did it in a Cleveland game or something, but I've seen like other quarterbacks wear gloves, but they've worn them all year. They don't just wear them like in the biggest game on the biggest stage. So that bothered me.
No, I hear you. I appreciate the honesty, and I'm going to say this about Brock Purdy and why I'm giving him more kudos. He didn't have a security blanket of Debo. Once Debo went out, that made Green Bay's, as far from a defensive standpoint, that made their job a whole hell of a lot easier, not having to deal with the jet sweeps and all that stuff. But still, to me, it made Brock's job that much more difficult. And at the end of the day, he let him down. Let's go out to Los Altos and welcome Carl to the program. What's up, Carl? Carl. How about Scott and Hayward? I should have went to you earlier. Scott, what's up, baby?
I'll be your Huckleberry. Hey, guys, great show. FP, glad to hear you on 95.7. Love it. Appreciate your takes, Guru. I want to focus on the positive a little bit.
Okay.
For all the complaints about Purdy's arm, he threw an absolute dart to Kittle where only Kittle could have got it in one of the tightest coverages I've seen. That showed me that he was shaking it off a little. Niners defense made a clutch stop on 4th and 1. And on that last drive, there was that pass to Kittle right in the breadbasket that he tried to turn upfield and run with and dropped. A lot of quarterbacks would fall apart. A lot of teams would fall apart right there. That put him in a really tough 3rd and long. And on the very next play, threw a seed for the first down. I knew they were going to win the game right there. So, let those Motor City kiddies come over to the grass field, slow down that track meet for Gibbs and Montgomery. Goff is prone to throwing picks a little bit more than some of the other quarterbacks that were in the playoffs. Hopefully we get Jair Brown back, improve the secondary a little, and hopefully the drive field let some of our burst defensive linemen like Bosa get to the quarterback. We'll see what happens, but hey, go Niners.
There you go. Yeah, so he's happy. And, I ran down how many times this show, FP, the resume for Kyle as a head coach with the Niners, just numerous accolades in regard to Super Bowl visit, the 4th NFC Championship game. But you threw this out to the fans. I mean, does that make you as a fan, all dependent, again, I guess, how old you are, if you hadn't seen the Niners win one, be that more thirsty for like, hey, this is all cute and good, but, dude, I've been watching this thing. When are you going to cash that ticket? Because I see both sides. If you're older in the fifth, you've seen the Niners win it before. But, man, if we're going back, they lost to the Ravens. You remember that heartbreak? And then you lost to the Kansas City. And when do you get thirsty of, it's cute, but we got to get it done?
That's where everybody's right now.
Wow.
Everybody's there right now. I feel like 95% of Niner fans, if they don't win a Super Bowl, are going to say this season was a failure. Not that this was, tough to live with. They're going to say the season was a failure. And they've built these expectations. And when you look at like what they've done in the past and what they're doing right now, I think they were a better team last year. I do. I think without Debo,
that's
the thing that I worry about with Debo is not that he's just another weapon. It's the physicality that he brings. Like Debo's going to knock you in the mouth. And you can zero in on the other options like Ayuk or Kittle, and now you can lock in on CMC. If I'm playing the Niners and I'm Dan Campbell, and by the way, Dan Campbell scares me. He's a riverboat gambler. He's gonna go for it on 4th down and the whole time, and he's gonna make decisions that are wild and crazy, and that could work for him or work against him. But when you look at the Niners offense right now, if I'm the Lions defense, I'm stopping Christian McCaffrey.
Damn.
I don't care. That whatever I'm doing,
I think that's the cat's out the bag now. You're right.
Purdy's beating me, Kittle's beating me, Ayuk's beating me. You name it. Everybody else has beaten me except for Christian McCaffrey.
No doubt about it. That man, that voice you hear is FP Santangelo. We got you until 2 p.m. We see your calls. When we get back, more Guru and FP right here on 95.7 The Game.
The Niners are going back to the NFC Championship game.
Throws across his body, and that is picked. 49ers have it. Greenlaw.
The Detroit. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes. Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game, and a monster win by the your San Francisco 49ers, 24-21 in a thrilling fashion. I thought it might be OT because I didn't know if Green Bay was going to get the field goal, but FP, it's about the listeners. They've been chiming in. And speaking of the callers, I'm going to go out to Vince in the city because he says, get off of Brock's back. But before you go, Vinny, I'm going to call you Vinny because I love you. That's not us. That's just what you're hearing, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of, what's the dude's name on ESPN that was bad-mouthing Brock? Like, come on, dude. He's checking your quarterback. I for once, I can say I agree with Richard Sherman, which is weird because he was a Seahawk for so long. But he had Brock's back, and it's that same point. Like, why is Brock being held to this crazy standard? He's second year. He went to the NFC Chip game twice, and he got hurt last year, which is the only reason why we didn't win. So, I don't know. Get off his back. He had 2 drives this season where he gave us a chance. Obviously, we missed the kick against Cleveland, but then he got it done on Saturday. So get off Brock's back. He's fine. He's got his second year. He's still learning, and Devo is gone. So, yeah, get off his back. My main concern, though, is our defensive line play. Wow. I don't know. It felt like they were gashing us up the middle with their rushing attack. I don't know why. It seemed really weird that their defense could get push and penetration, but ours couldn't. And they were just finding gaps and holes. And it made for a really even game. If you look at the stats, time of possession was damn near the same. Yards were almost the same. The difference in passing and rushing, it evened itself out. And the score was 21-24. The biggest difference, though, is the defensive line play. I feel like we're giving up holes and we're not getting pressure on the quarterback. And then the penalties, of course, with the secondary. I mean, those 3 PIs were big, and I'm surprised we were able to overcome those.
You know what? I'll leave you with this, and a great call. Tom Cruise said, FP, show me the money. My dad's name is Norman. He said, son, always follow the money. And if you look at this Niner defensive line and what they're getting paid, start with Bosa, that's where it's a problem. I feel like they were outplayed by the Packer defensive line, and the offense saved them Saturday night. So for Niner fans calling in, I know it's Victory Monday. I get it. But that is not what you can repeat if you want to get to the Super Bowl and win it. And I just don't have a good answer as to why they couldn't get home, unless you're going to look at me and tell me, Goo, it might have been the cleats. Okay, no. I'll say then why did the sorry-ass Arizona Cardinals rush for 232 on you in the regular season? Nothing to see here. So I thought, but there is something to see here.
Well, you better believe the Lions are going to try to run the football right down their throat, right? Just like the Packers did. It was like 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 yards of carry, and you're like, can we stop these guys? And I think the low-hanging fruit here is to like get on Brock for having like a rough game. For me, whether it's a goalie in hockey, a quarterback in football, I guess in the old days, a starting pitcher, nobody cares about wins anymore. It's just win. Like that's the only stat that matters at the end of the day. The only stat. We can sit here and break down all this stuff.
Yeah.
When you're in the playoffs and you're a quarterback, if you got the big W by your name at the end, because Jordan Love had a great game except for the 2 picks to Dre Green.
And I'll say he didn't have a great game, FP, because you can't have 2 picks in a great game.
You're right. I will defer to that. But he looked like the better quarterback for most of the game. He's the next guy for me. I love
he had a 3rd and 2 where he could have ran. And he threw a high pass.
Good.
But when he gets seasoned, maybe he'll know I could have just – John Elway would have ran it. Steve Young would have kept it.
Yeah, but I think the low-hanging fruit here is to like over-evaluate Brock Purdy's performance, and maybe we just look at the last drive. But the one thing that really concerns me, and it concerned me from the first snap on Saturday, was the defensive line in the Green Bay Packers running the football.
I can't wait
like
for
they
Willard
did.
and Dibbs to come in here because I'm going to run that by him. FP, I am so bad at analogies, but I love them. Can I say Brock Purdy, in a baseball analogy, was 0 for 4, 4 Ks, but got the game-winning hit on his 5th at bat? Are the media going to talk to him about the 4 Ks, or are they going to talk to him about the euphoria of the game-winning hit?
Yeah, he did. He got the game-winning knock.
No, I don't know why we're not doing that for Brock on a day that it was miserable for him, and he played bad, but he was good enough to take him down when it mattered the most.
Is it draftism? Is this going to be his
really believe
his whole career?
FP, it is haterade one, that so many know-it-alls missed. 2, that the Niners have been what they were before young Brock Purdy. I mean, you talk about brilliance. Kyle Shanahan got Jimmy Garoppolo to a couple NFC Championship games in the Super Bowl. My point is, I just hate to see the dude's a product of a system because of things you have around him. He's Mario Andretti. Okay, yeah, I got the engine, but I know how to drive it. And that's what Brock has shown. The ability to keep his eyes downfield, feed everybody. There's no fluke in football. Maybe a fluke in a game or two, but FP, I really believe now that people from afar, the media, look at the Niners as maybe they're onto something. They're about to be around for a long time. The way Brock dresses, it's at a Sears or Sears Roebuck. Is a shout out to my mom, rest in peace. He ain't trying to wear Gucci and all that, but I think that stuff in a crazy, sinister way, people use that against him. Like we want him to have more swagger, whatever. It's haterade. Why this dude is disrespected the way he is, man.
Yeah, and the fact that he's this young and he was able to turn a 0 for 4 with 4 Ks into a win. If I was a younger player and I was 0 for 4 with 4 Ks, I'm striking out my 5th time.
Wow.
And it takes a lot of mental toughness and experience, which he doesn't have yet. He's got experience, but not a lot of experience to be able to turn that game around. When I was a younger player, if I made an error, I was making 2. If I made 2 errors, I was making 3. And then it took a lot of mental focus, experience, and training to be able to flush the first error, and it's what you do with the next ground ball. And I cut down my errors immensely just from a mental standpoint. It had nothing to do with technique. It had nothing to do with taking 150 ground balls. It was just the fact that, okay, I made that, it's gone. And I think when you talk about Brock Purdy, as a young player, if I was 0 for 2, I was 0 for 4. I didn't have the mental capacity to turn an 0 for 2 into a 2 for 4 or a 0 for 2 into a 1 for 4. I didn't, because if my game was going bad, I wasn't mentally strong enough as a 23-year-old, like Brock is, 23, 24, whatever he is, to turn that game around. So the fact that, per your analogy, he turned an 0 for 4 into a 1 for 5 with the game winner, is like, that speaks volumes to the man and not the player. Felipe Alou used to always say, I learned about the man, not the player today. And I think we learned about the man and not the player in Brock Purdy on Saturday. So we could sit here.
That's a dope-ass line.
We could sit here and talk about the interceptions or the near interceptions. We could sit here and talk about how the ball wasn't coming out. He had a glove on. We could talk about how everything was going the wrong way for the Niners all game on Saturday. But we learned about the man. I wasn't sure about the man against the Ravens when he threw all those picks and it just snowballed on him. I wasn't sure that he had the mental toughness, the experience to be able to overcome being the game on national TV. Everybody's watching. All these accolades are coming my way. It takes a strong person to deflect. You're never as good as you think you are. You're never as bad as you think you are. But when you're doing sit-downs with Aaron Andrews and everybody's talking about how great you are, sometimes that can filter in and then become like a cancer almost.
Yeah.
And your success is moving forward. But the fact that he had a crap game, I'm sure if he was sitting, he would say, yeah, I didn't have my best game. But he had the mental toughness, he had the makeup, and he had the character to say, look, I'm going to command this huddle. When maybe a lot of guys would be over on the sidelines sucking their thumb in the fetal position, going like, it's just on my day today. We'll get them next year. Oh, my God, this is really hard. Like, we saw Brock Purdy, the man, 23 years old, do what he did on Sunday. Like, or Saturday. That's what I'm hanging my hat on for this Sunday against the Lions.
And you wonder how that resonates with his teammates, and why we not wonder, but we hear them talk glowingly of young Brock Purdy. Let's go to, Steve has a conspiracy theory. Steve in San Carlos, what's up, baby?
Yeah, I do, and I hate conspiracy theories.
Oh, my bad. That's how I registered it. Yeah, go ahead.
When I watched, so when Debo got hurt, it struck me bad. When he got hit by two guys, and they kind of held him up, and a third dude came out of wherever at pretty good speed with his shoulder and smacked Debo right on that shoulder that he's already been hurt with. And then that didn't get him down. The guys kind of held him there, and that same dude that hit him went around completely to the other side and smacked him again on the same shoulder. And he was out. I think Debo was targeted and taken out of the game.
I appreciate the phone call. All right. FP, I took it as, and I'll let you go, it was gang tackling 101. It was Green Bay saying you wanted part of your heart and soul is Debo Samuel, and he's intimidating. He's hard to tackle. We see people make the Deion Sanders business decisions to get out the way. So I thought Green Bay was doing that gang tackling mentality to kind of show everybody and Debo we're not backing down. I don't think they took him out.
Dude, if I'm in a playoff game, and it's for all the marbles, and I could take somebody out with a clean hit, I'm taking somebody out.
Well, yeah.
Like, if I can.
But you never have that.
Who had the bounties? Remember the bounties?
Greg Williams.
Yeah, was it Sean
New
Payton?
Orleans. Yeah, well, Greg.
So, I mean, I'm sure this goes on.
Sean will tell you it was Greg.
I'm taking McCaffrey out if I'm putting a bounty on anybody. Like, if we're going to play that game, I don't think that happens. But, like, if somebody's standing somebody up and I'm coming in late, I'm going to get you, dude. Yeah. And if it puts you out of the game, it puts you out. This is big boy sports. This is me getting to the Super Bowl and getting a ring and going to Disneyland or whatever it is. So, like, if you're standing somebody up and I'm the third man in, and I can take you out, I'm going to take you out. Sorry.
Did you know immediately when because Debo plays with a flair.
No.
He's like the boy that cried wolf. He's all, he's so powerful, and he'll get up a little gimpy or whatever, the Bobby Brady ankle, but then he's back. So we saw him go off, and when he laid there, did you think, oh my gosh, he might be done for the game?
I thought when he blew a tire and his shoe came off early that he was kind of like, oh no, and then they zoomed in. He just lost his shoe.
The shoe.
I was worried because I had like shades of the NFC Championship. Did Fred Warner get hurt on the first play last year?
But he came back.
And then Brock Purdy got hurt, and then Bosa's sitting on the sidelines, and somebody running down a kick hits him in the leg, and everything that could go wrong did go wrong. So I would just sit there going, no, not again. Like, what's going on? But yeah,
he needs to be in that. What do they call it? The chamber. What's the Michael Jackson chamber that Terrell Owens was in to get his ankle ready for the Super Bowl?
I don't know if we should talk about the Michael Jackson chamber.
They still play his music. Yeah, what the bar? I forget the chamber. FP, my bad. Let's go to Joe in the Sunset. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, Goo, FP? Thanks for taking my call. I just kind of want to say a couple of things about the game on Saturday. Like you guys had mentioned earlier, like as bad as the offense looked for 3.5 quarters, I was pretty encouraged with the way they fought back, came back with some really horrible conditions to get with that game-winning drive for the offense. So that's one definite takeaway, a positive takeaway you can get from the game. The thing I was encouraged about, though, was the defense and obviously the way they play, and everyone's been talking about it. But I think if there's a get-me-right game that could happen for their defense, it's probably going to be this weekend. And a couple reasons why. One is because out of all the 4 quarterbacks remaining in the playoffs, I believe Jared Goff's the least mobile quarterback. I think we all know that. So they can get to him. I mean, granted, they have to get through Penei Sewell and their center Ragnow to get through it, but that's what's going to make legends and not myths. And the other thing, too, I want to say is that Jared Goff's thrown 12 interceptions this season, and 9 of them have been on the road. So he's definitely prone to making mistakes. And so if there's a game where defense can come back and show what they're really made of, I think this is a Sunday to do it. So, but thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate the phone call.
Goo, you know what I heard about when I had my show all the time is like, well, I need Brock Purdy to show me that he can orchestrate a comeback. Like he's not the guy until he comes back and has a late fourth quarter comeback. And he did it on Saturday.
Down 7.
And people are picking them apart today.
But that's what people needed to see. Yeah, that's what the Beast will do.
Well, the quarterback bar has been set very high for the Niners, right? You got Hall of Famers all over the place. So maybe what we saw with Brock Purdy when he first came in, when Jimmy G got hurt, we saw it. We all know what it is because we've seen Joe, we've seen Steve. We know what it is, and he had it. And so has he wobbled a little bit? Is the league figuring him out? Is he readjusting to the league, figuring him out? Is his success based on timing and routes? And were those routes run as crisply as possible on a wet track? When he doesn't have the arm strength, he doesn't throw a 98-mile-an-hour fastball to be able to make up for a bad route because he's going to throw it to a spot. And if you're at that spot when you're supposed to be at that spot, it's going to look ugly. There was some throws where you're like, bro, there was no pressure on you, and that could be intentional grounding. Like, what are we doing? And then they had some shots of him screaming at receivers, which I haven't seen this year. Like, what are you doing? You could read his lips. He's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you had some licks at him, too, like, what's going on?
So there was stuff going on, and I'm not blaming it all on a wet track, but I feel like timing could be off because of a layoff. They were 20 days. Brock Purdy hadn't played in 20 days. Timing could have been off because of a wet track. And so he found a way on one of his worst days to figure it out and get a win.
There you go. Let's go out to the Haystack, Hayward, California. Welcome Mike to the program. What's up, Mike?
My favorite answer. You're doing a great job. They should give you some more money, man. You're great.
Oh, boy. I love you, partner.
And I think that Purdy did what he had to do, man. I mean, the defense didn't play as well, whatever. The bottom line is, the last drive, he took it down there, and he did what he needed to do. And the reserves played well, right? They came right in, caught the ball, and McCaffrey, he got loose on him in the second half. So you can't can't worry about the defense. It is what it is, and I think that when Detroit comes, they're gonna get whipped up. And you're right. I think you're gonna see some sacks on Sunday. You watch. And I think that layoff kind of like messed the rhythm up a little bit. But I think stay up, man. It's going to be all right. We're going to the Super Bowl.
All right, listen to us. Super Bowl. Remember that 49? They had that video back in the
49ers.
There you go.
Yeah,
back when they played Cincinnati.
I don't know the rest of the words, or I'd sing it.
Yeah, but he's super positive. I just want to put caution to the wind. A lot of people think the Packers are better than the Detroit Lions. I don't believe that to be true.
No way.
The Packers have some good things going for them. So just don't do what I did last week and predict 38-10. Just put some respect on your opponent, which is Detroit, who throws the ball downfield with the best of them, and they have a two-headed monster running game, and they're physical, man, so they're coming, and you're going to have to earn it. But I just need Wilkes and company to go to the lab, and hopefully he's right about manufacturing or creating that pressure, because that was the one takeaway on the negative tip that when the game was over and I changed and went and watched the morning show, which is on Apple TV. If you're not doing anything, you got time, FP, it is so well written and done, the morning show on Apple TV.
Yeah.
But I went to watch those. I couldn't believe that the defense was that just soft. It was SOFT, Whitner.
Dude, the one play that keeps coming back to my mind, and you've mentioned it a number of times today, is when the receiver, whatever,
What was that?
It was just like he cracked back
Who was
on
in
Bosa,
Bosa's uniform?
and Bosa just like surrendered.
It was like an arm wrestling Pee Wee Herman against Debo, and Pee Wee won.
Dude, throw him aside like a rag doll and go make a play. That kind of pissed me off.
I rewound it. I said, you know what, Epi? I figured it out. That's the cleats. That had to be. Bosa didn't have the right leverage. But that's your track, guys. Won't be any precipitation this Sunday.
66 and sunny, dude.
There we go.
And
Grandy, you did a phenomenal job on the post game. I had to get my dose.
Thank you, Goo.
Yeah, I just had to get my dose right away. But again, you won. Nothing to apologize about. It's just about now, like you said, can they bring their A game? Because that was not their A game against the Detroit Lions, and fans should be all excited in the stat.
Dude, I got it going two ways, and I could be wrong, and it wouldn't be the first time. I
was going to say, win or loss.
I have the Niners big or the Lions winning, one or the other.
Ooh. Okay.
Niners really big or the Lions are going to win.
And you had Green Bay close.
I don't know what that means. That's kind of like cover both sides. That kind of sounded better.
That's how my computer
That kind of sounded better in my brain before I said it out loud. But I feel like the Niners are either going to blow them out and roll, or it's going to be a close game and the Lions beat them.
Wow. And I'll tell you what, to that point, the NFL playoffs, nothing's easy. And shame on me and a lot of others, and even Vegas thinking outside of you thought Green Bay was going to put up a fight. But I just saw that as a walk in the park. But that's over. The Niners sent Green Bay home. Now it's just about execution and the bounce back from the Niners. I won't even put it on Brock Purdy, just the Niners as a whole to be the offense that we've, become accustomed to seeing week in, week out. Now, I will say this about the Debo thing and your Toradol thing.
Shoot him up.
It is incredible because, look, the three-game losing streak, the one constant or 2.5 was Debo was out. And FP, my affinity for him grew because I just was like, oh, they got so many weapons, it don't matter. And now I'm ready to put Debo as number one. We played this exercise, Steiny and I, many a times, and number one was McCaffrey. I get it. Sometimes Debo was fourth. I was like, you don't even need to re-sign him. You can move on. Now I'm like, this dude is everything. So imagine them taking the field against Detroit already kind of quote-unquote without that. And all that matters is not Kyle, because you talk about – I hated the one play where they gave it to Jennings in the backfield. I know you –
Yeah,
can we change it up on the fly, Kyle? Debo's out, and it just got wrecked. But my point is, come on. That one – I was like, oh, Kyle's
what are we doing
Yeah,
here?
He's tripping now. You just gave a down away. But I say that to say is I just don't want Detroit to have that energy of, oh, Debo's out. Because it will make – it's like Klay Thompson being out for the Warriors in their heyday. There will be an impact of that,
Well, Debo has to be playing all week, whether he plays or not. Because if I'm the Niners, I want the Lions to prepare for Debo.
Good. No,
they have to. And if they say Debo's questionable or he's out, now we can really lock in on the other weapons. But I need Debo there. I need Debo there for his spirit. Like when they come out of the tunnel and they got the boombox going, it's him and Trent Williams and Chase Young, and they got the swagger and they got the big boombox. I didn't
see that the boombox Saturday.
I didn't either.
Did you?
I don't think Fox showed it.
Oh, okay.
But I need that. I need his spirit. I need his physicality. I need his threat of running. I need his threat of returning kicks. It's a big game if Debo's going to return kicks.
That's what I was going to get to. Thank you for bringing that up. The 415 text in. Said that Debo got hurt on the kickoff. I don't believe that to be true because you ain't hurt until you stay down.
It's
right.
football. There's no hairline fracture. The x-rays are negative. It says 50-50. And if you're out there going like, there was a guy on the radio saying, shoot him up. Right. Guess what? That's the way pro sports works.
FP, my dad taught me the only dumb question is the one you don't ask, so I got to do this because I'm thinking about Toradol. Do they shoot you in the area that's messed up, or is it just a shot like –
It
a
depends.
COVID shot.
Well, I've never taken Toradol.
Oh, okay.
I've never had a Toradol shot.
I wasn't out yet. Yeah.
I've never had. I've never had a numbing shot in my life.
Okay, wow.
I mean, I've seen guys do it. I know that you can take a Toradol shot, and it works for your whole body. I know that you can take a numbing shot right in something about the joint in a capsule. I don't know how that works. Right. He's going to get like a cortisone shot, which is an anti-inflammatory steroid that's legal, and it brings down the inflammation. And then you're going to get ice and stim and treatment all week. You're going to get there early. You're going to hook up to all the machines. You're taking anti-inflammatories. You'll probably take a dose pack, which is another anti-inflammatory steroid. You take like a pill a day. Like I've done all these things, but I've never gotten the numbing shot before. I had a shot of cortisone in my ankle once, and the doctor hit the bone. Oh, and like a reflex. This is a true story. I kicked my leg up. The needle. See this roof right here? The needle did end over end and stuck in the roof of the training room, and we were all laughing. But he hit my bone, and I just went and I kicked my leg up. Like in baseball, in my experiences, I don't know what it's like today, is you'll have them, the cortisone shots lined up. Cortisone never worked for me. Right. Some guys swear by it. Some guys will get cortisone shots left and right all the time. Some guys do the Toradol thing. But I know it's a little more in today's game. You have to get prescriptions. You have to get, back in the old days, it was wild. We could just go grab a handful of pain pills and go play from the trainer's medical kit. But now it's like a lot more. It's measured now, and you have to get prescriptions for everything. But in football, man, you got to shoot it up and play. This is a big game. I don't care. I said this earlier. I'm going to repeat myself. I will look at Debo differently this week if he doesn't play.
That voice you hear is FP. I'm Guru. More of us when we get back right here on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. FP and Guru holding it down for Steiny as he gets medical procedure done. He'll be back soon. My man Steiny getting a new hip. That'll be dope. He'll be feeling good. We miss you, buddy. And also, FP, it's just about, I'm going to go, the A's used to win games. This is sad.
Wait, we're going A's right now?
No, they used to win the game and Celebration would play. Celebrate. Who sung that song? What group? Cool in the Game,
dude.
Thank you.
I grew up going to A's games
all right,
and Giants games.
Good God. And that's what we're doing is we're celebrating for Niner fans. This is where you sound off, stick your chest out, and just tell us how good it feels. And for the honest ones.
Does it feel good, though?
Ooh.
Like, where are you today?
That.
Do you feel like this is a Super Bowl team all of a sudden?
Because that's what I was going to say. At any juncture, we had our young lady, what was it, Lola or Leela, that said she left in the second quarter. Who was our girl?
She turned it off. She couldn't watch in the second quarter.
I will get back to you tomorrow. We didn't like that. But my thing is, at what point did you think it was really like teetering to where, oh, boy, we might not escape, I like to hear that, too, because you talk about the scary part of it, but also we want to hear about the euphoria aspect of it. And the euphoria aspect of it is you got a game Sunday, which is the NFC Championship game. But what we haven't talked about, FP, is you're a Swiftie. I'm not. Niners had some star power, some celebrities in the house at the game. Simone Biles, she was there. Is she married to Jonathan Owens? They're married. She's married. I don't know why she don't have his last name. I'll leave that alone. But they're married. The rapper 2 Chainz was there. Did you get to see him?
I did not.
2 Chainz. And then, oh boy, I better remember this, Grandy. Who was the other R&B artist? Saweetie. Yeah,
okay.
She was there. She got from Oakland. She was at the game.
Dude, here's my take, and I said it already, and I'm in the
Jerry
minority.
Rice, but he's there all the time.
Yeah, Jerry's there all the time. He should be there all the time.
Yeah, he's a goat.
I think that Taylor Swift, everybody hates this. I don't know why everybody's hating on Taylor's. I'm not a Swiftie. Like, I don't listen to her music every day. Like, I'm kind of an EDM hip-hop guy, if you want to know, like, what I listen to. And I will go old school rock and roll on you every now and then.
Any Tupac?
Yeah, I love Tupac, too. I love Drake, too. Drake.
Yeah, he's the GOAT for one of the GOAT.
But I think it's good anytime you get more eyes on a sport. And she's getting more eyes on football. And so, like, I did my part as a football fan. I started listening to Taylor Swift a little bit because she was doing it. So if the Swifties can watch football and you got more eyes on a sport, baseball the commissioner would love to have a Taylor Swift for baseball. Where you get more eyes on you just get more eyes on the sport, man. It's not a bad thing. And I think it's cool how she supports her man. I think it's cool how she gets all emotional and she's hugging and
because he had been struggling. He looked good yesterday. They made it happen.
Yeah, but maybe he's not as focused as he used to be for obvious reasons.
But again, you cannot on this day, I believe, FP, talk about Kyle Shanahan, the job he's done, where the Niners are at, what they've accomplished. And at the end of the day, all it boils down to me to solidify this is to get that Super Bowl victory. Like, obviously everybody wants one, but FP, 2019, you were in the Super Bowl. 2022, you had a 10-point lead against the Rams. Last year against Philly. So, you know, and that really doesn't count because you lost your quarterback. But it's like Kyle could have 1 or 2 rings. I say that to Steiny, his head will explode, but those are facts. This fan base is not like Detroit, you know, been waiting forever to even get in the playoffs.
Lions
They've
fans,
been close.
Lions, great point. You just made me think about it. The Lions fans don't care. They want to get to the Super Bowl, but their season is complete. Like there's some place
this
they haven't
is house
been. Money.
It's the best cracker I ever had.
They're chanting Jared Goff.
No, they are.
So they're happy. If the Niners beat them, obviously they want to get to the Super Bowl. They're America's team right now. The Niners are going to be villain number 1 on Sunday. Get my days mixed up. The football got to play on Sunday. But on Sunday in the NFC Championship, the Niners are the villains. This is the only part of the country that's going to be rooting for the Niners. The rest of the nation is all about the Lions.
Good
and
point.
Dan Campbell and the Cinderella story that they are. But their fan base right now, they haven't been in the playoffs in 32 years. They haven't been in this position since like the 50s when they won NFL championships and there wasn't even a Super Bowl yet. That's the last time they've tasted this. So like their fan base is they're full, they're set, they're good. We're good. If we win, great. If we don't, like we'd love a parade, we'd love a Super Bowl, obviously. But like Niner fans' expectations because of the past successes, because of
and failures, if you want to call them that, on the biggest
failures
stage.
that you just mentioned, and because of the Warriors with 4 and the Giants with 3, and
I hadn't even thought about this.
This is an
Warriors
area
with
that's
4.
super spoiled, if I'm going to be honest, on the fact that it's Super Bowl, World Series, NBA championship or bust for us as sports fans. So yeah. I mean, Sunday's big, and you could get a big gorilla off your back if you're Kyle Shanahan. But if
I appreciate you saying 1 is on there. Like that, I love that. You know what I'm saying? Like you could say, "Hey, Goo," and you did. I'm president of the Brock Purdy fan club. That's the honesty I love. But I kind of was not shook a little bit, but you know, I had some thoughts in my mind. Like I appreciate that realness.
Dude, my mind went to a dark place on Saturday and when he was playing poorly, and I started thinking like, am I going way too out on a limb? It's like, is he our quarterback forever?
We got breaking news.
What do we got?
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Kyle Shanahan is currently on his conference call with the media, and he has said on Deebo Samuel that he does not have a fractured shoulder, which, quote, is a good sign, but there's still a lot of pain, which makes his status fuzzy for Sunday. Shanahan thinks he will have a better idea of his availability come Wednesday, but no fracture for Deebo's shoulder.
And I'm going to give my partner the win because now it's just about pain tolerance, and you said shoot that bad boy up with whatever.
There's 2 things you ask.
Okay.
You ask the doctor, can I injure it worse? Is this career threatening? Or is this just is this just a pain tolerance thing? And if I get the latter and they say it's a pain tolerance thing, what do you got for me?
Kirk Gibson going up to bat.
But this is baseball though, and this is football, not baseball.
That was my bad.
I'm not running into this door over here in baseball like Deebo's going to.
So and get hit on that thing and get to wear it fractures.
I don't know, man.
And for him not to come back in the game, my point is it had to be hurting.
It's hurting.
It had to be hurting. But I guess no fracture is good news, right?
Yeah, the X-rays were negative yesterday. There was no hairline fracture, which sometimes you can't tell on the X-ray. Not that I'm a doctor, but I've had X-rays before, and you have to get the CT scan to make sure there's no hairline. That you could damage more, right? That's not a pain tolerance thing.
That's a good call.
So we'll see, man. We'll see how it reacts to treatment on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. How are you feeling on Wednesday? How are you feeling on Thursday? And yeah, I think they can win without him. I don't think this is like a deal breaker or I'm going to panic, but they do need him.
Yeah, and I'll say this before we go to break and welcome Willard and Dibbs on the other side on the changeover. He missed 3 games or 2.5. And I know it was regular season, but I think Deebo is one of the most, if not the most physical dudes in the league. So I say that to say it shocked me that he missed the Minnesota game. It shocked me that he didn't come back in the Cleveland game. And then it also shocked me he wasn't there for, oh my God, you remember Cincinnati game, you know, when they just came in and did what they wanted to do. So he is to me, very important. But what I think a lot of people have been missing is how important he is to Brock Purdy. So hopefully, you know, that was the one thing the one bad real thing that you take away from that game that now has it in flux in regard to if he'll be out there for the NFC Championship.
Dude, besides the things you mentioned, you're absolutely right, and it's a great take. He's their spiritual leader.
Oh, man.
He is. He comes out of the tunnel with the boombox, him and Trent Williams. That part, to me, is just as important.
I love it. When we get back, we'll be joined by Willard and Dibbs right here on 95.7 The Game.
The Niners are going back to the NFC Championship game.
Throws across his body, and that is picked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny. FP filling in for Steiny. As Steiny gets, gets a new hip. Mark Willard as we're joined by Willard and Dibs. Dibber Claus. So we're rooting for Steiny. He'll be back soon.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
When you said medicals, I thought he was just sick.
Well,
I'm like,
Willard,
sick.
Not missing today.
I
want
to try to put his
like,
business
come on,
out
Steiny.
there, Willard.
Come on, Steiny. Get you back in the studio.
I'm trying to
Like, oh, he's having surgery? Now I feel bad. Now I feel bad. Like, never mind.
He went roll call on us, FP.
So I'll change my criticism. Why the hell you scheduling hip surgery for the day after the divisional round?
No,
come on, man.
He's in pain.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we love you, baby.
No, I hope he's doing all right.
I got a question because I've been throwing it by FP, and I'm going to say it because today is a glorious day for the fans. Forget the Brock Purdy, or you can bring it up if you like because we'll talk about it all like we do every day. But as black on black crime, I just can't get over how porous the Niner defense was Saturday. Then I think about the 232 yards they gave up on the ground to Connor and the Cardinals on the road. Came in here that Monday, nothing to see here. I know something happened with Boothgate with Wilkes that you had to come down to the field. Am I wrong to just problem solve and think you got the same player Saleh had and D'Amico Ryans? How can you tell me, and FP says the defense was better last year. You didn't have Hargrave, you got him now. Am I off base by saying maybe Wilkes is calling it wrong?
I mean,
or tell me what's not happening, because that is bigger than anything I saw.
Dibs thinks our perception about at least a part of the defense is wrong.
Yeah, I think you're all like way out of bounds. So they gave up 136 on the ground, and 53 of that was on one play. And on that one play, I don't believe it led to them scoring. So if you take the 53-yard play out, they gave up 83 yards. And red zone-wise, the Packers were 1 for 4 in the red zone. The red zone defense was great. And yeah, the run defense between the 20s was a little suspect. They gave up plays, but they won the game.
But they were also a victim of, not cutting you off. Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
They were a victim of a bad spot on 4th and 1. You kept the ball for 7 minutes and 50 seconds on the initial drive and ran the ball down your throat. So I'm asking you, are you acting like you didn't see any of that?
No,
because
I saw
the
it all.
things you state are facts, but Green Bay shot themselves in the foot, and young quarterback.
Now, what does that mean, they shot themselves in the foot?
Missing a field goal.
Okay.
The bad spot, which they blundered. And I just felt like they did anything they wanted on the offensive end.
Right. The bad spot was, I agree with you. I thought that he had gotten the first down. But, when it comes to spotting the football, it's the most inexact thing that we do in sports, maybe outside the block charge. As far as like the human eye, you're supposed to look at it, and the ref is supposed to see it, like where the ball is. You got 18 to 20 people on the Packer push. I thought he had the first down. They didn't get the spot. Tough break. But to me, that's on the Packers for a bad play call.
Okay.
And, you want to talk about like things that went your way or didn't go your way. To me, the Packers can kick themselves on the Niners' opening possession when Brock Purdy throws the ball right to the Packer cornerback and he drops it.
It's probably a pick six.
Oh, my problem.
Exactly.
And they probably lose. I mean, they'd lose the game.
They lose the game.
The Ravens
Exactly.
caught those passes, right?
So if you want to talk about the things that went the Niners' way or didn't go their way, that to me was a big moment where it didn't go the Niners' way, but it turned out it did because it was a drop. So it's football. It's 60 minutes.
So I'm being too harsh to think about Wilkes collectively on why this defense didn't live.
I think so.
But Bosa, fourth game, playoff game, no sack, and that defensive line, one of the highest paid in the league, did nothing.
See, the Packers won the line of scrimmage.
They did nothing. That's what's shocking to me. And I'm thinking about, you got Detroit. What if you get Baltimore, KC? I guess that's how I'm looking at it. I'm projecting that.
I think about it week to week. So they didn't get home a lot.
Okay.
They didn't blitz a lot. We know that. And they got in the red zone, and they chose to bend but not break. And they bent, but they didn't break. And I look at the red zone defense, and the Packers go 1 for 4. And yes, we all want to see the eye-popping stats of the big sack and, the fumble and the ball's out and all the rest of it. But you forced him into 2 interceptions, which you capitalized on. And Dre Greenlaw, I think, is still running at Levi's. I'm not sure.
Good Lord.
I got to ask a source about that one.
I almost lost my voice during that
and
one.
Everybody, right?
Oh
That's
my
why
God.
FP can't talk today.
Go down.
12 people.
Go down. Which is a dangerous phrase normally, but like when these guys running around, go down.
I mean, it's like I have mixed feelings about the whole process of it being funny because everyone's laughing about it after the game.
Right.
And it is funny.
It's funny.
Do you realize?
It's the Three Stooges.
Do you realize how not funny that is?
That's the Chargers.
If he fumbles, if he fumbles, that is the least funny play in the history of the San Francisco 49ers.
Maybe in the NFL, it could be the biggest blunder.
I mean,
right?
Wrong way, Regal.
Like, good Lord, like it's funny, but it's not funny. Go down. Go down.
Yeah.
You're coming in here with all your facts.
No.
Spitting facts. I got the text at 8:30 to do this show, and you're coming in with like facts.
No, you're doing great, and you guys sound awesome. And I just did my
I've
guru.
been having fun.
I just did my guru thing. I did a rewatch because I worked.
But did you watch the line of scrimmage, Tibbs? Like
that's what I'm shocked
Green
that you're
Bay's
not
offensive
mad.
line kicked our ass.
They did.
And Detroit has a good one too.
And they're better.
They did, and this has been happening.
I know, but to the tune of what? To the tune of.
We almost lost to the tune.
I know, but the running attack. Yes, you had the 53-yarder, and if you take that out, it turns out they go 27 carries for 83 yards. Thank you, Mark. 3.1 yards per carry. So, and I know there was a big -11 on a fumble on the toss that Aaron Jones couldn't catch. So there was plays either way. But I thought that even though they got pushed around, they still didn't give up giant plays. They still didn't dig a hole. No. To me, the big takeaway is the one thing that we've all been waiting for, we got. Can Brock Purdy lead this team back? Forget the Raider game last year. Yeah. You were down, you had 6 minutes left, and you had no Debo. And
he was struggling.
Brock Purdy, and it was raining. Wow. Brock Purdy at the 25.
The glove.
6 minutes to go. Can you score and can you win it?
He did.
And they did. They did because you had, is it Chris Conley?
Chris Conley.
Yeah.
I was like, who's this guy?
That was a good throw.
84. I thought it was Kendrick Bourne. I'm like, attaboy, Kendrick.
That was
that
throw.
was like 5 years ago. The Brandon Ayuk shoe topper.
I have no idea.
That's incredible.
I have no idea how he caught that.
It would have been fourth, and do you punt it? Do you go for it and not get it? That was a big boy.
And your boy Kittle like a niner. He actually caught one that was thrown right to him. And I know he had a big game. I'm not trying to make fun of him, but the other one was like, oh no. Yeah. When George dropped that other pass, it was like, they're going to lose.
Oh, man.
My thought was, he drops that, this is an L.
Well, I'll say,
my little baby, my 16-month-old.
Dibs, I text you during the game.
Me and you both, I
text you during the game.
Yeah, I was locked in.
You responded with Purdy.
Yeah.
But they're down 4, the Niners defense, this vaunted defense, and you give up a 50-yard run to Aaron Jones. My God, I thought was going to the house. But Willard, in my mind, I look at sports like a team that's buttoned up, they're gonna score and you're down 11. How can he get loose for 50 with your playoff life on the line? And that's why I'm bringing up Wilkes, because I can't. FP, it can't be the players. I know you said last year's defense was better. You might be right, but they didn't have Hargrave. I have no answer as to why this defense did. If you don't want to blame them, I get it, Dibs, because they did hold them out the end zone 3 or 4 times. But that's not the Niner defense I'm accustomed to.
No, it's a head scratcher. It's a complete head scratcher.
I'll take that all day.
And if they have 0 sacks again this week, they're really in trouble because
Goff?
Jared Goff doesn't move that well. And
St. Brown.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get him. They're gonna have to move him off his spot because they're all about timing. And Jared is very, very accurate if you leave him on his spot. You get him off of his spot though, he becomes not a very good quarterback really fast. So that's going to be the matchup that we're all watching, and it's a total head scratcher. And they did. They got away with one. They got away with a bunch. And I'm not saying you should be upset about it. You never should be upset about a playoff win.
Right.
But the bottom line is you can look at these numbers any way you want, right? They only scored 21 points. That's not crazy. Dibs, okay, take away the 53-yard run. They only did 3 yards of carry. Then again, they got the 53-yard run. And that's part of the deal. The same way the Niners had a breakaway run, and it ended up being a touchdown. Add into the fact that Green Bay's kicker is not very good, and he missed a very makeable kick, and the Packers got stopped on a 4th and 1, which we don't even know if they actually got stopped, and they dropped a pick 6. I mean,
and a couple other interceptions.
Four different ways that thing could have gone the other way. And
absolutely.
And the reason I wrote what I wrote on Twitter after the game, that
hit me.
The least enjoyable win I've ever seen in my life, is not because I'm a spoiled Niner fan and they've been to 35% of all the NFC title games in history, which is a crazy stat. Absolutely crazy. But I said that because it never felt good. We sat there for 3 hours and 7 minutes, and it was painful.
Yeah, but
the whole experience was stressful the whole time.
But here was my take, and it's a different perspective, and I agree with everything you just said. It was painful, but like on your very worst day, against a team that was playing really well, that went into Dallas and boat raced them on the road, against a quarterback that was fairly hot and kind of finding himself and is on the verge of being something really special. And a team coming in with momentum while you've sat around for 20 days, and on your worst day, well, Brock Purdy sat around for 20 days and Christian McCaffrey did, and on your worst day, you get a win.
Yep.
To me, you got away with one, and now you go. Like, I'm okay with that. That's how teams win championships.
Absolutely.
That's how teams win Super Bowls.
Now I expect them to look very, very different this week.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? Like, this is going to be a warm weather day. It's the warmest day of the week based on what we're looking at the Doppler radar right now.
Nice.
And the Lions do not have a good pass defense. Brock Purdy should have a great game.
Baker was on fire yesterday for a little bit.
Brock Purdy should move the ball. He should absolutely
hopefully
move the ball
Debo will be there. That hurt, man.
We could have had Baker, by the way. Just going to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Niners could have had Baker.
You'd rather have Brock than Baker.
Nah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, at this point.
Amy Trask says otherwise.
I know.
What was she going to think had they lost this game?
Well, so
she was kind of right.
I heard that earlier from you guys.
She was kind of right.
Yeah, here's
for 1 week at least.
The beauty of
3.5
Brock Purdy.
quarters.
This is the beauty of Brock Purdy.
Talk to me.
Is you can come out of lots of games, and this one might be the poster for it, and everyone thinks they're right. If you hate him, you're like, see? And if you love him, you're like, wait a minute, you asked all year for him to come from behind with no Debo
they did that.
in the rain, and he was perfect on his last drive except for a Kittle drop, not his fault.
Yeah.
He was fantastic. That's what you asked him to do all year. He did it, and everyone is going to walk to their corners after the game and go, see?
Yep.
I was right.
Got to go to the judges' scorecards after that one.
Interesting question to ponder as we talk about that. And this guy, I think he wrote an article about it. This got sent to me last night. Ethan Strauss and I were talking about Brock Purdy because he's fascinated by it.
Whoop.
I'm fascinated by it. Thank you very much. Ethan's a great writer. And he goes, just tell me this. He goes, if Brock has Jordan Love's game, what are we doing today?
Ripping it. Because I told FP that wasn't a great game by Jordan Love. You can't have 2 interceptions.
I don't think it's just. I don't think it's
first
just
down and you threw it wide when you could have ran.
There's only one stat.
I don't think it's ripping him. I think it's literally an off-season talk of replacing him if he has Jordan Love's game. Yet Jordan Love had Jordan Love's game. He's actually been in the league longer, has started almost as many games. He is a year older than Brock, and we walk away from the game and go, dude, that's the next big thing.
Wow.
So just acknowledge acknowledge the ism, whatever you want to call it, draftism,
Oh,
Brockism.
we talked about it. That's
just
what it
acknowledge
is.
it.
It's there.
It is completely there.
Shortism.
Brock Purdy does not.
Handism.
Little personism.
Yeah, he does
Gripism.
not. He does not get the benefit of the doubt
Slipperyism.
that other players get.
No, you're right.
And he's still a young player himself.
And I wish people would just be honest with, like Ryan Clark went in today. I'll let you do that, Willard.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, because I didn't have it.
Just do that thing.
I thought
He's got to pull out his readers first. No, it's illegal. And it's always, at 2 o'clock, it's always dramatic because either Steiny freelances and gets it wrong. And God love you, Steiny, and best of luck tomorrow with the surgery. Yep. And it's more than a procedure. It's a surgery.
Okay.
It's big time. But
yeah, it's big.
Well, thanks, Dib. Now, give me a double.
No. It's okay. And,
now we're
you know,
nervous.
Yeah, I heard the roast this morning, and they were kind of roasting him, like, how do you miss a day like today? And I'm thinking,
what hour was that? Shame on my guys.
9:58.
I gotta send
it
them
was
a
right
tip.
about at the end of
Forget
the.
the hip. How do you miss?
Yeah, my hip and my back.
It's about the chip.
But the legal's always dicey. Go ahead, Mark,
All
and
right.
make it right.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. It's always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
You could have done it like your guy Kapler, who apparently has thoughts on walking versus taking.
I brought it up,
Uber.
did my man.
Dude, I saw the Twitter this morning, and
it's getting weird.
Dude, the comments.
It's getting weird.
It's getting weird.
Dude,
it's getting
the
really
comments.
weird.
The comments. You got to read all the
I didn't
comments.
read the
below.
comments.
It's
No,
great.
I didn't do the comments.
This guy managed the Giants. People are saying like his pregame speeches must have been incredible.
Did you all play it so people know what we're talking about?
No, we did not.
This guy
we all
goes,
in on
can we
the
play
nine.
it?
posts something.
Can we play it?
25 seconds on Instagram. He's turning into somewhere between like Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy and a caricature
Totally.
of himself.
Walk faster.
He just, yeah, he's like, he's like, I want to talk to you about Google Maps and whether or not you drive or
Oh my
walk.
God. Dude, I'm in the kitchen with my wife, and she's laying out the daily plan, and she's like, are you listening to me? And I was not listening
You're like,
because I
no,
was listening
I'm
to,
not.
if you walk fast, it will shave 2 minutes off your estimated time.
Our guy,
Randy's got it. Randy's got it. Play this thing.
Play this.
If you're trying to decide whether you're going to walk somewhere or Uber or drive, and Google Maps says it's going to take you 10 minutes via car, it's probably about right. But if it tells you it's going to take 15 or 17 minutes to walk that same distance, it could be wrong. All you have to do is walk fast, and maybe you're cutting that down by 3-4 minutes. So don't let that make you get in the car. Just walk faster.
I mean,
I was looking
just
for Rick
walk
Ross.
faster.
I said maybe something's going on.
No, I
Rick
want
Ross playing.
I
Here
want a
he
hat.
comes.
I want a hat. Just walk faster. That's
my
going to be.
God.
I want a
Whoa,
shirt.
man.
I want a hat. It is getting really
And
weird.
where was he going, Dibs?
I don't know, but I
Doesn't matter.
could be on the couch tonight because I was ignoring my wife as she's leaving for work because I'm listening to that thinking, yeah, all
Yeah,
right,
just
walk
walk
faster.
faster.
I like that, Gabe. I like that skip.
We all need our mottos to live by.
That was
and
wow.
one of Gabe's is just walk faster.
Yeah, but the math, dude. The math is what got me.
Yeah. By the way,
not a math professor.
But he's not wrong. He's also not wrong.
Yeah,
I do
if
want to
you're
say
in
that.
the Uber
Have you
wait
ever done?
wide,
But
though.
have you ever done Google Maps? Like how long's the walk?
Yeah.
I always find it to be like it's wrong.
Yep.
Like I get there quicker than
I
what
do.
Google. So I'm like, Gabe, I got you, bro.
Yeah.
You're right. I don't know why the hell you're saying this right now.
Factor in the
But you're
Uber
right.
wait time,
Of
which
course.
is never right.
Right.
3 minutes Uber time is like 7 or 8 minutes.
I mean, Gabe
you
is-
can get there if you walk fast.
This is
Especially in this
this is-
town.
This is for
It
the
was just
environment.
walking
weird.
home
right?
after
Yeah,
this.
that was just
Yeah.
weird.
I'm
This
going to
is-
walk faster home after this.
I love that.
This is for the environment. This
My
is for
God.
your health. You
It's
get
for
exercise.
Gabe. It's for Gabe.
Of course it is.
Do it for Gabe.
Yeah.
Walk
Last-
faster. for
Last
Gabe.
thing about
Walk
Kyle,
fast.
do
It's a new
you think
charity.
he puckered up a little bit? What was going on before halftime?
Well,
it was
he's a-
reminiscent of the Super Bowl 2019. When
It's what
Lynch
he
is
does.
looking down
Yeah.
like timeout.
That's his belief.
That's
That is his
exactly
belief.
right. Like sometimes with people, whether we love them or hate them, you kind of like this is like everybody in here is either married, has been married,
Yeah.
whatever.
Are you a Methodist or are you a Baptist?
Well,
I've been married more than all you.
I've got
That's close.
I got my lovely Christy, and she knows
Our
that
girl.
she's got to accept
You'd be surprised.
some of my quirks. She's got to accept some of my. You have to accept other people's
Man,
quirks sometimes, especially if they're largely successful. This isn't to excuse the whole thing. I get how it can be kind of annoying what Kyle does, but this is really one of his quirks. Man. He is obsessed with not letting the other team have the ball at the end of half.
And stuff.
To the point where he would almost rather just like, let's not score.
Dude,
But they're also not going to score. And, I mean.
That can come back to get you.
You're looking at that going, okay, you're going to at least get 3, and then you're going to be up 10-6, and you're going to get the ball.
17-6.
And there was 18 minutes later, you had nothing.
Right.
Nothing. You had a 3 and out and a punt, and Green Bay went right down and took the lead. So it blew up in his face this time. But
they won the game.
I accept this as one of Kyle Shanahan's quirks. Walk faster.
Well, and exactly.
That's what I'm going to say to the Niners. Walk faster. They could have scored a touchdown on that drive.
And if you accept Kyle, then you have to accept that, because I do believe Mark is right. This is what he believes. He's not going to change.
But I think he's thrown all that out the window with his confidence in Brock Purdy recently, and he's taken chances at the end of the half. And the reason he didn't in this game, because it was so big, and he was seeing what we were seeing with Brock Purdy, so he reverted back to the conservative Jimmy G play calling at the end of the half, because he didn't want his quarterback, who was throwing change-ups all game,
there were some
bad
misses.
There
were bad misses.
Well, I love what you said about the glove. You saw the glove right away.
Michael Jackson.
And you're like, that's not good. And it's odd, too, because I heard Tashawn Gibson talking about this last week. They were asking him about the players, and especially Brock. He's like, a glove, and what do you think? The rain's coming, and Tashawn goes, this is not the week to try something different.
Did he?
Like, we're the 1 seed. This is not the week to try something different. And then Brock came out and tried something different. And he's wiping his hand. I heard you talk. Like, that was crazy. He's wiping his hand. So, look, it bothers him. We now know. Like, here's one point you can make.
Yeah.
Okay, you know how everyone wants to go. Now, it's like the Draymond thing. Put Brock on another team. Would he actually be good? I think he would be. Maybe not Buffalo. Maybe not Cleveland. If I'm those teams, I don't think I'd be interested in ever having Brock Purdy.
In New England.
Yes, because it snows here
Philly
in January all the time.
Small hands.
But he's on the 49ers.
Smells like cabbage.
And, important rain games happen maybe once a year.
Last year, you had 2 home playoff games.
Maybe once a year.
Yeah, that was weird. But
and I heard this a lot. None of us went, right? Y'all watched it on TV?
No.
Did y'all hear this from people? The people, I had some buddies there. They're like, TV, watching it after the fact, did not do justice for how hard it was raining.
Oh, wow.
It was pretty intense.
I heard Bonte say it was loud as he's ever heard it. But the rain was hard. Huh?
Yeah. And look, Jordan Love, he looked better for 3 quarters. But again, what would we be saying if you play 3 quarters of good football, get a lead, and then you've thrown 1 pick in 9 weeks, 1 pick, and you come out and tuck 2 of them into the 4th quarter?
Oh, man.
And both of them were bad picks. Yeah. Those were bad quarterback interceptions.
It was first down, young man. You don't need to risk it all.
Right.
Yeah.
But his receivers didn't do the scramble drill. You got to help them come back.
But that's the one where it felt more desperate than the situation called for. You had $1.08 to go, right? Yeah. And it was first down, and you didn't really need to make that throw, but that's what you get with Jordan Love. He's a guy who loves to throw off the back foot, and that's how they got here. That was one of those throws where any coach would cringe because you're trying to go from the right sideline all the way to the left hash, and that was an easy pick for Dre.
Well, it's different. I mean, Fred picks it if Dre doesn't.
Should have been a pick 6.
Most likely.
Well, he's still
running. Bummed he didn't get down.
He's still running somewhere.
Why did I feel like this is so wrong, but follow me? I felt like Greenlaw was Draymond in that uniform. Like, that's what Draymond was.
Yes.
Like, Draymond tried to take it to the house. F everybody. I ain't getting down. I'm taking it to the house with risk involved. That's what I thought about.
Can we take stock of Dre Greenlaw's season for just a moment? The dude's amazing.
Oh,
he's a phenomenal linebacker.
Beast.
But he is someone who allows emotion to overdo his brain in the game. The Philly situation, we know Big Dom because of Dre. How many personal fouls this year?
I hate that guy. He derailed the Eagles' season, by the way.
Single-handed.
His big Dom was off the sidelines.
I'm not saying I'm not here for it because he's fantastic, but Dre pushes the line.
No doubt about it.
And think about the fourth down one that you talked about, the spot that you thought was a bad spot. I agree. Yeah. That was Dre Greenlaw coming in and snapping Jordan Love's head back.
Yes, he did.
With, not helmet to helmet.
No.
He gave him a forearm, and then he finished high to the chin, little chin music.
Oh, he's a runner. He's a runner, so you can do it a little different when you're a runner.
You sure can, but that was Dre Greenlaw as well. He had a great game beyond the 2 picks.
But no doubt, like the majority of the night, you would say Jordan Love looked like the better quarterback. But if you asked me at the end of the game, which quarterback's night would I take? I mean, duh. The one who won, the one who didn't turn the ball over in the fourth quarter. I know he got a break here or there, but he didn't turn it over at all.
People are in love with the Love story more than the Purdyism, if whatever you put words in.
And I'm not saying Love is not going to be really good. I think he is, but the isms are just...
2 picks is not a great game.
No, they're oozing out of this. And I thought that was a great question that Ethan asked. It's like, there's 2 ways to do it. If Brock Purdy has Jordan Love's night, I think that half our calls today are calling to replace Brock Purdy next year.
It would have been a whole different energy.
What if Josh Allen, because I used Mahomes as an example outside, and maybe that's a bad one because
he's so good.
He's 2-time champ. What if Josh Allen had Brock Purdy's night?
Oh, we'd be ripping him.
No, I don't think so. I think
he missed one throw yesterday. And
Josh Allen was better than Brock Purdy yesterday.
Of course he was, but that's
that game was amazing.
He missed a throw,
but he missed throws in the end.
One throw,
sure.
And Josh Allen, if he had a bad night, but then you rally and with 6 minutes to go,
of course,
he's a hero.
He's a hero.
Any quarterback would be.
He's a hero. Well, except for one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my Steiny. They need me. I'm gonna record something. So
okay.
Well, can I just leave Niner fans that are upset with the game just with one thing? If you don't like what happened yesterday, walk faster.
Thank you.
There you go. That's a good take.
Thanks.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hang on a second. We're moving slow today. Everybody's moving slow today. All right. Listen, ain't nothing gonna break our stride, right? Let's go. 888-957-9570. We are here for any sort of reaction. And by the way, if you are a spoiled Niner fan, I got your back. You're allowed to be spoiled.
Sure.
35.2% of the NFC title games in history have included the 49ers. They've been to 4 of the last 5, yet we're supposed to be overwhelmingly thankful that we made it. I get it. They won. That's wonderful. They're hosting the NFC title game. That's the tail of the tape, so who cares how you got there or how it looks. But, our experience is our experience. And this is what being a 49er fan experience has been. We are not going to get all sentimental about winning a divisional round playoff game. So I get why a lot of 49er fans came out of that one. And I don't want to say have mixed feelings. There's only one feeling. You won. And so that's wonderful. But at the same time, you're looking at a goal of winning 2 more games, and that performance did not bring about the confidence that you were hoping to walk out of the weekend with. That's fair.
Yes, but if you carry that confidence or lack thereof into Sunday, that's a you problem because every game is different and every opponent is different. And I don't think that the 49ers are getting into Monday today and thinking, geez, man, we barely beat Green Bay. I'm not sure if we can win on Sunday against Detroit. I don't feel good about that being favored at home against a Lions team. So it's a fan thing. And I understand that Saturday was stressful, and you and I talked about it on Friday, and I said, I'm here for a last-second Jake Moody game winner. I'm here for that kind of game. And I worked all day, and I got home, and I watched the game, and we got to the fourth quarter, and they're down, and it doesn't look good. And Aaron Jones runs for 53 yards, and now Green Bay is in scoring position again, and you're thinking, oh, geez, if they score a touchdown here, now they're down 11. Kyle Shanahan doesn't come down. He doesn't come back from down 8 or more in the fourth quarter. He doesn't do that. So if Green Bay scores a touchdown here, this thing might be cooked. I was nervous. I was worried. And then Carlson misses the field goal, and you get the ball back with 6 minutes left, and I'm thinking, all right, here we go. Here we go, Brock. It's graduation day. It's time. And I know you've done it twice, but the last 2 times you did it weren't like this time because now you have expectation.
Well, and you needed a touchdown, which is very, very different than needing to go down and get a field goal like the Cleveland drive.
Right, but that wasn't playoffs.
No, correct.
I'm talking about his 2 previous playoff wins, which last year Seattle was a little bit of a shootout. You led early in the third quarter, and that was it. Dallas was a grinder game, and you scored in the first play of the fourth quarter, and you never looked back. Now here you are. You haven't played well, Brock. 6 minutes left, and you've got the ball back, and you need 6. Here we go. 6 to go. You need 6, and you haven't been great, and you don't have Debo. Good luck.
Right.
And he did it.
And he did it.
They did it.
And yes, they did.
Yep.
And so that is fantastic. I do want to draw a line, though, between the 2 things that I hear people say. You said I'm here for a close game, a stressful game. And yes, that was that. But I think there's 2 kinds of stressful close games. Even if we go back to last Friday and we think about what does that mean to you? Well, you remember Larry came on with us. He's like, it's going to be close.
He said 24-21.
He said 24-17 or 24-13. Remember I told him?
I thought he said 24-21.
No, he goes 17 or 13 because remember I go, do you realize how different
you're
those 2 scores are because of the spread? But anyway, he was pretty spot on. But when you think about that in your mind, that meant to us, the 49ers won't be able to shake the Packers, and it'll be a little bit uncomfortable at times. That's not what this was. That's not what this was at all. It wasn't close and stressful. I would like to use a different sentence. It felt the whole time like they were going to lose. And I explained this to everybody in the group we were watching the game with over at the lovely Christie's house. I looked at them because everyone kept looking at my face. In every commercial break, they're like, dude, are you all right? I'm like, I'm not all right. I'm not all right. And they're like, okay, a lot of 49er fans in the room. And I'm like, this is 2 things at the same time. Y'all got to understand this. And I'll be, I'll be a little open with our audience here. There's the fandom, but I'm an adult. I can get over that.
Sure.
If my football team loses, I'm not going to let it crater my life. But this is 2 things at once. If the Niners lose that football game, it is a professional disaster for us.
We talked about it.
It's a professional disaster. We would come back here today. Everyone would be livid. Farhan ain't done crap. Warriors haven't played in a week and a half. And the Niners would be done. And we'd be sitting here trying to figure out if you've got your quarterback or not. And I'm like, that just sounds really unpleasant. Really freaking unpleasant.
Yeah.
So this look on my face that you all are seeing, this is not about, poor 49er fan who's not going to win the Super Bowl again. No. I'm like, do you realize what's on the line here? And that's what I think of them too. You think of the players, the coaching staff.
Yeah.
How many near misses can you have? And so you said this last week. If this team loses to Baltimore in the Super Bowl, it would be completely disappointing, but it's a very different vibe to walk out of than being a first-round 1 seed out as a 10-point favorite.
To the 7.
That would have been a disaster, and it felt for 3 full hours like it was going to happen.
I didn't really have that same feeling the whole way through because they were up at the half, and even though they didn't get the 3 at the half, you're still up 7-6, and you're getting the ball to start the third quarter. When they go 3 and out, and then Green Bay comes down and scores, that's when I thought, oh, God.
Yep.
Because Kyle Shanahan and his beloved blueprint, we score before the half, we score out of the half. Well, blocked field goal, and then you get Bupkis coming out and a 3-and-out, and then they march down, and they go all the way down the field on you again, and now you're down. Now you're down 14-7. That's when I thought, oh, geez. Even though they come back and they score their touchdown and it's even up and the Packers score and you're thinking, okay, shootout. But then there weren't any more points for quite some time other than, and give credit to Jake Moody for a huge 52-yard field goal in the driving range.
Which felt disappointing in the moment because you're down by a touchdown and you're like, we don't want to be down by 4, but you're absolutely right. We went into this thing worried about Moody. And I will say, it's a good thing that first one was blocked because probably was going to miss anyway.
You think so?
He pulled it.
It was going left.
He pulled it. He pulled it. He definitely pulled it. It might have tucked inside the left upright.
I don't know what the break was like on that thing.
Yeah, gosh.
If it was my drive off the tee, that thing's down the middle.
Dude,
he started that pretty far left.
He started it pretty far left. He kicked it where Tyler Bass needed to kick it.
Oh, boy.
I know. Like sometimes,
bad weekend for kickers.
Sometimes in sports, you look at it and you're like, I'm not a fan of this team. Like, we laugh at each other's pain. That's part of sports. I felt bad. Wide right? Are you kidding me? Tyler, if you're going to miss that one, yank it left.
Sure.
Don't go wide right.
I'm with you.
Those two words are in the nightmares of Bills fans.
I was having dinner with the father-in-law and the mother-in-law. They came over for carnitas, and we're watching the game. And,
sounds delicious.
Dinner was served with about 8 minutes to go, and normally we go no TV during dinner, but, playoff football, so we muted it, of course, appropriately. We're still watching it. It's on mute.
I don't know how you do what you do.
Well,
I've
got a baby, and I've got in-laws, and there's a certain, for me, amount of decorum. I'm not going to... It's either pause it and we watch it 20 minutes later, or we're going to watch it on mute. I'm not going to blare the audio.
I get your decorum, and you don't need to blare the audio. Listen,
we had to mute it.
I met Supper. I've never met her parents. If I were in a room with them, I would say, would you three potentially be open? Just would you be open to the idea that this is this man's job?
Of course.
Okay.
But do I need the audio in order to watch every play and see what happens?
How can you get mad at Greg Olsen if you can't hear the audio?
Well, that was the earlier game, so I got my Greg Olsen fix, and I love Greg Olsen. Yeah. I thought he did a great job. And then
that was a good game for him.
We're watching Buffalo get down to the point where they're going to kick a field goal, and the father-in-law, he better make it. And I'm like, I know it, sir?
He's not going to make it.
Well, if he misses it, now we've got ghosts of Scott Norwood, and he missed it. And like you said, wide right. What a game, though. That game was amazing.
It was incredible.
And we could talk about the touchback rule. I know you and I have different thoughts about, and I haven't even heard your thought. I heard the guys after you last night on Fox talking about your thoughts, and I heard them, and I'm like, I think that Mark and I have a difference of opinion. And I have a difference of opinion than almost everyone.
For sure we do. I don't even have the exact solution. I just know that rule, that's stupid. It's so punitive, and it does not make any sense. Like, I'm right here, I fumble the ball, and then it goes 2 inches forward, and now the other team has the ball at the 20-yard line.
Yeah.
Like that's way too punitive. It didn't end up mattering. The Chiefs won the game.
Wow, yeah.
But man, if the Bills had won that football game, that's all America would be talking about today. And the NFL is going to change that rule.
I wonder what they're going to change it to.
Yeah, I do too.
Because to me, it's a further softening of America, not only football, but all of America. Here's an idea. Don't fumble the ball near the end zone. I mean, is it that hard?
Yes.
Hold the football.
Like, football's hard.
Hold the football, Mecole Hardman.
Football is
Here's an
hard.
idea. Don't cough it up at the 2.
Don't do that.
No, I just did.
No, people fumble the ball.
Yeah.
Like, that's part of the deal.
If you fumble it at the 2, then that's what happens.
But all anyone's saying is let the punishment fit the crime. And no one's saying it's not a crime. But let the punishment fit the crime. That's too big of a punishment.
What are you going to give the defense the ball at the 1?
Maybe. That's one idea.
Just give it to him at the 20.
No.
You coughed it. You know what? Give it to him at the 50.
Well, you lose.
That's really punitive.
They're gonna change it.
We'll see.
No,
we'll see.
Yeah, that was the talk last night.
Yeah.
A lot of the NFL media saying there is plenty of momentum behind changing that rule. But Josh Allen needed that game. He didn't get it. And Josh Allen is right now on a one-way trip to Patrick Ewingville. Like he's got Michael Jordan in his way. He's a great player. And we'll find out next week if Lamar Jackson is Reggie Miller. And he just can't get over on the great one.
Ewing missed that layup.
The layup.
Ewing.
Gosh.
Yes.
So anyway.
It's a teardrop.
Let's get to your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Any reaction that you have over what was a frustrating 49er game, but it was a win. And here we go on to the next. It is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
The Niners are going back to the NFC Championship.
already have like 3.
Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
Here's Moody. Field goal kick is tipped and it's blocked and it's no good. Colby Wooden got his hands on it and it keeps it a 1-point game.
I mean, I like that they didn't score. I like that we won at the end of the day. You know, we did try to score. We had a chance there right after on second down. Thought we had a chance for BA over the middle. Would have been a big play that got us inside the 10 with 2 shots to take it end zone. We didn't have the time to get it over the mic, and we ended up checking it down, and then we didn't get it. But that's how it works out. I thought we make sure they don't get another chance, but it's not like we were just playing for a field goal. We called for a big play. They played pretty deep.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Does that bother you, Kyle's obsession with holding the ball at the end of the first half and getting it in the second half as well?
It doesn't bother me until it doesn't work. So, when it doesn't work, it bothers me.
Yeah, it didn't work this time.
No, it didn't work, but I do take him at his word in terms of the way they tried to play it. And, Brock Purdy in that time was shaky. And he was checking down everything. And when he was throwing it down the field, it was a lot of incomplete, inaccurate passes. So they did what they did to set up a 3-point try. And it was a good field goal try. And honestly, you can blame the kicker for aiming it left or kicking it low. But if you watch the replay, there were 4 Packers up with their hands ready to block that. So I don't think that the field goal block did enough to get those guys down or back. So there were a lot of hands up there. And, yeah, the kick was low, and Moody maybe in the wet weather was trying to drive it lower just to make sure he had enough on it to get it there. But it turned out to be a negative result. And then coming out to start the third quarter, that to me is a bigger issue than the way he managed the clock at the second quarter. You came out and you did nothing. You went nowhere, 3 and out. That's where it hurt the most, I think.
Well, I think that most people were saying the same thing throughout the game, which is, why is Christian McCaffrey not touching the ball more? And I know he ended up with plenty of touches, right? Like, what did he end up with? 7 catches, 17 carries. That's 24 touches. That's pretty normal.
Yeah.
That's a normal McCaffrey game. I heard Shasky this morning going, he's got to have 30. He's got to have 30, which is funny because, and I get it, we're at the playoffs now, but all year long, everyone was like, this is too many touches. There's too many touches for Christian McCaffrey. We're going to wear him out. Here we are in the playoffs. So I get it. You wanted to hold those touches for now. But I have no issue with 24 touches. I don't really have some sort of a number of touches that need to happen. I did feel, and that opening drive in the second half was one of them. It's like, why aren't you kind of using that as a baseline? That's what the Packers did. Use it as a baseline. Because if you can get 5 or 6 yards, which is exactly what Christian averaged on the game, 5.8, and I know that he had a long one, so that kind of changes it. But if you can get that 5 or 6 yards on first down, my gosh, that changes everything and makes moving the ball down the field so much easier. It felt like there was too much throwing the ball on first down, especially when you had a quarterback who was struggling.
Yeah. And it's hard because when they would run it on first down, Green Bay was up to it a lot, and you got yourself into second down. You don't want to be too predictable. And I think that losing Deebo Samuel made the whole script a little bit more unpredictable as well, because if you have Deebo in there, now you can bring him in motion. You can hand him the ball. You can put him in the backfield and put McCaffrey out wide. And you saw that the first play of the second half where they did that with Juwan. They put Juwan in the Deebo spot, and they handed it to Juwan, and he lost 2 yards. And it's like, why are you handing it to Juwan? Well, this is the play that they run with Deebo, so you tried it with Juwan, and it didn't work. So,
well, it was also not the play call. It was something that got sort of audible to. Here's what Shanahan said with regard to that play call.
Great question. Those are some of the challenges when something goes down and you call a wristband number, and forgot to tell him not to say Hezzy or not to read Hezzy. But sometimes we just Ron Burgundy our wristbands, and then you look up and Juwan's in the backfield and couldn't stop it.
Okay, so first of all, I love football language because you'll sit there in press conferences and say stuff like this, and none of us have any idea what the hell you're talking about.
Hezzy. It's the Hezzy.
Yeah. Exactly.
He's got that hezzy.
But I get what he means by Ron Burgundy, which is that like we went to the wristband and you just read whatever's there. That's Ron Burgundy.
Totally.
You read whatever the teleprompter
Sometimes
says.
Ron Burgundy the wristband.
And then off we go. And then you realize, oh, that play was for Debo. And so Juwan Jennings gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage.
Right.
And now you're in second and long. And it leads to a 3 and out. Whoops.
So I wonder what he means by the hezzy. Did he mean that that's supposed to be McCaffrey there? And like, because it's not Debo, we don't want to put Juwan back there. And so Christian, who I believe was in the slot for that play, and you had Jennings in the backfield. And I guess you don't want to call timeout when you see it, the first play from scrimmage in the second half. You know, you want to save those timeouts. So you see him break the huddle, and you see the formation, and you figure, all right, we might as well just let this one ride and see how it goes.
Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570 and hear from y'all. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Just finished brunch. And I just want to say, man, that same effort gets them beat against Detroit Lions next week. They need to get significantly better, especially that run defense right in the middle. It's like they're giving up 5-7 yards a pop each time. That pass rush is non-existent. I mean, what's going on with Chase Young and Nick Bosa? They're not getting there. None of them were getting there. That's not going to be good enough. Brock Purdy threw pick sixes that they didn't catch. I mean, you're right, Mark. The whole time I'm watching the game, it felt terrible. I've never had the feeling that they were going to win. I was waiting for another Green Bay touchdown, and that would have been the nail in the coffin if they went up, by 2 scores. But hey, was it the luck of the Irish or Cat's 9 lives? Got lucky. So they need to get significantly better if they want to play in Las Vegas.
I will agree that they need, and Jonathan, thanks. They're going to need to play better this Sunday, but I would wholeheartedly believe that they will. Look, there were some circumstances in play in this one that made it a challenge. I think it's a little simplistic to just go rest versus rust, but there is also something to be said for that. Like, you don't play football for 3 weeks, and then you walk into the pressure cooker, and it's raining the entire night, and the other team is in a flow and feeling confident and all of that. Like, look, playoff games are supposed to be challenging. They're supposed to be challenging. I know Baltimore ran away with it in the second half, but at halftime, they're like, oh, God.
It's a ball game.
Oh, God. What's going on? Buffalo, they lost. You know what I mean?
Tampa was in it for 3 quarters.
Tampa was in it until, they had the ball down 8 with a few minutes to go.
Down 8, yeah.
They were down 8. You don't like that?
I hate that they've tried to go for 2 there, and I know
that's the thing now.
The analytics people, yes, and I still just don't understand it. So you need to go for 2 once, right? If you're down 15, so why not go for the 2 the second time?
No, you don't. They were down 14.
Right. So why go for 2 when you're down?
Because
so you cut it to 8. I don't understand why you go for 2. What's wrong with overtime?
Apparently stats. That's what's wrong. Percentages.
Even in the new overtime realm where you're going to get the ball.
Percentages.
Yeah,
You're playing the percentages, so it's like I can totally agree with you conceptually, but all they're going to respond with is math. We're playing the percentages.
Right.
And the percentages suggest that that's the right thing to do.
So you go for 2, you don't get it.
Yep.
Now you're down 8. And let's say you do score a touchdown.
Now you got to go for 2 again.
But you need the 2 just to get the tie.
Correct.
Whereas if you would have gone for the 1, you're down 7, you score. Then you have a choice where you go for the 2 for the win, or you go for 1 and you get overtime.
Green Bay did this earlier in the year and won a football game. They do not go to the playoffs if they didn't do this in New Orleans earlier this year.
Against New Orleans, yeah.
Yeah, you're down 14, you get the touchdown, you go for 2. If you get it, you're down 6, and now you only need an extra point to win the game. And again, I completely agree with you that it's counterintuitive.
Yeah.
But by the same token, somebody has run the percentages, and apparently that's a better way to do it.
And I guess the 2-point conversion is a 55% play now.
So in theory,
and the PAT is 95.
Right. So in theory, you're going to at least get one of them.
Right.
And so, but you're also giving yourself a chance to win. You're also giving yourself a chance to win.
Right.
So, yeah, there's a couple ways to do it. You can also do that 2-point conversion at the end. That's what the Lions did in Dallas.
Yeah.
And they got it.
How'd that work out for you?
Yeah. Don't get me started.
Didn't get it.
Did get it. Dave in San Francisco. Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
Hi, how are you guys? Great game, love the Niners. I wish they could, sack the quarterback. I was watching Mayfield for the Bills get sacked. For Tampa Bay, and I saw the Bills quarterback get sacked, and quarterbacks were going down all over the place. I just haven't seen that lately with SF. I'd love to see Bosa and Green get some sacks this coming weekend against Goff.
Of course, Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
I wish I could figure out what's going on. I can't. I don't Here's the other thing. I know you love the PFF grades.
Sure.
Apparently, Chase Young played well.
Okay.
That's what PFF says. And there are more. There's more to a pass rush than sacks. Obviously. There's pressures. There's hits. These things all count. And there were a lot of those from the 49ers. But to have that group out there, Hargrave, Armstead, Young, and Bosa, and come away with 0 sacks in any game feels impossible.
Right.
The Green Bay offensive line was fantastic in this game, and it's never a sexy thing to say, but it's true. Football is about the offensive line. You will be a very good team if you have good offensive line play, and Detroit has a good one too. These quarterbacks, you make it to the league, and you're given time, you can make the throws. You can make all the throws. The only way that you can trip these guys up is to pressure them. And that's why Jordan Love looked the way that he did in the first half. They pressured him a little bit more in the second half. They forced him into some mistakes. Obviously, the game flow was part of that too. But I wish I could understand what it is that's going on, what other teams have figured out to neutralize this 49er pass rush.
Well, Nick Bosa is not the game wrecker that he was last year. And, Chase Young, while PFF can say he had a great game, he had 3 tackles, and I saw him get washed out on many run plays his side, and he had no sacks. Nobody had a sack. You had no real pressure up the middle through the A-gap, which is Eric Armstead, and it's Javon Kinlaw and others, and Hargrave. They didn't have any real disruptive pressure. They brought some blitzes, but the Niners don't blitz very often. In the regular year, they were 3rd least in terms of blitz percentage. So they're trying to get home with 4, and if you don't get home with 4, then you're leaving it to the other 7 to rally up and tackle, and for the most part, they did. For me, the bigger problem is Ambry Thomas on the back end, and it's also the fact that, exactly. So if you want to talk about what the biggest issues in the defense were, yes, the D-line was not disruptive, and they were not great against the run, although I don't think that the run defense was as bad as everyone wants to say. To me, it was the 2 big PI plays down the field that allowed them to get it in position, and also the kick return. They got a kick return down to your 25-yard line, which was a huge play. Special teams were gigantic, and I asked Larry Krueger, on Friday, and he was lightweight dismissive of my question, saying, the Niners have a huge edge, Dibs, on special teams. And I was pointing out to him that the Packers were number 1 in the league in kickoff returns, and come to find out, the kickoff return was a huge play in that game and gave him 7 points.
He was also talking about their kicker, though, and he ended up being right about that. That was Don't
defang me right now.
I'm just
Stop
saying,
whopping me.
It got him.
I put him in his place on Friday. I was right. Special teams were a huge Green Bay edge.
I will again point out
Huge.
that you cannot be right when simply asking a question. That's not a point. That's a question.
It was a pointed question.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is what I do, Mark.
Yeah, I know. Here's Nick Bosa on the D-line's performance.
Well, it was a grind. I think I left everything out there, and I was getting to the quarterback a little bit. He was getting rid of it. There was a lot of chips. Didn't really get into the game that we wanted to play as a D-line. Wanted to get some points and kind of have a lead there to really get after him. But he was getting rid of it, and he's a really good quarterback. So.
Yep. I mean, that's, you hear that over and over, and I know to the point where it bothers some 49er fans, but the game plan, it sounds so stupid when you say this out loud. The game plan is to get the lead, which is always the game plan. The game plan is to score more points than the other team.
Get the lead, keep the lead.
But get the lead, and it changes what you can do. I mean, look, why did Jordan Love throw an interception on the last drive?
Because he was feeling desperation.
Maybe.
They were down.
You could also argue he did not want to lead. They only needed a field goal to tie. Maybe he didn't want to go for a field goal because his kicker's not very good. Why did Baker Mayfield, when he got the ball down 8 with 2 minutes to go, second pass, intercepted? It feels like Brock Purdy in Minnesota. This has happened a number of times. When you have the ball late and you are down a score and you are trying to move down the field, it feels like 65% of the time it leads to an interception. Why? Well, because the other team knows exactly what you're going to do. They know that you have to throw, and therefore that allows them to call a package that sort of highlights it highlights pass rush, and it highlights looking over the middle with your linebackers and trying not to let receivers go over the top. So all of that often leads to interceptions. The 49ers got a lead in the second quarter, 7-3, but not like a lead. You know what I mean? They can get that 2-score lead. Would they sack Love a few more times? Maybe. So as usual, the 49ers playing a good first half and getting that 10-0 lead or whatever it is a big deal. It's a big deal, and I like their chances to get that a lot better this weekend.
Yeah, I wonder about that, and we can get into the Detroit game as we get deeper into the week because I think that the Lions are more dangerous than the Packers were in terms of...
Why do you think that?
Because they've got better receivers. They've got as good, if not a better running game, and I think they have a coach who is willing to pull out all the stops and be a little bit more aggressive in terms of play calling, play selection, and going forward on fourth down.
I hear all that. They're a terrible pass defense. Terrible.
Yeah.
Like legitimately.
And the Niners may not have Deebo Samuel. So if you're
not.
a bad pass defense, and I think in terms of the Niners, like in terms of how they like to approach the game, they don't want to attack you through the air very much in terms of their first priority. So no Deebo, and you have a bad pass defense, and you're going up against Ray, Jawan, Conley, and Ayuk, and Kittle.
And Kittle. And
McCaffrey.
And Christian.
I get that.
Yeah, they're fine.
It's not as dangerous as if you had Deebo.
Sure. Yeah, if you miss one of your top players, it's not as dynamic. Sure.
And I look at the 49ers pass defense, which has not been terrific across the board, although we do need to highlight Mooney Ward and that play on the opening drive on third down, the pass breakup in the end zone.
And Lenore had a good game too.
He sure did. And, Ambry Thomas had a tough game.
Oof.
And, that's going to be, I think, a thing that if I'm Detroit, I look at, and the Lions have weapons now.
Yeah, they do.
If you want to look at their weapons versus the Niners' weapons, it's pretty close. I mean, you take McCaffrey.
Yeah, they've got great weapons.
They've got two great different running backs.
They sure do.
They've got an elite pair of wide receivers and a great tight end. So
yeah, and I don't think this. Look, they're a dome team, so
that's a big factor.
Yeah, they're a dome team, so I'm not saying that they would handle rain or whatever. But again, as far as their pass defense, they'll be going on a dry field with the sun out.
Yeah,
and Deebo or not, the 49ers have no reason not to move the ball. They've got no reason not to move the ball. George in Los Altos here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, George. What are you doing?
Well, just thinking back about the game, and there was so much negative going on, but I also see a lot of positive. My biggest concern is Ambry Thomas was getting burned left and right to the point where he had to hug the receiver and get a penalty as opposed to giving up a touchdown pass. That concerned me a lot. And the cornerback position, other than Charvarius Ward, continues to be a concern, as is the pass rush. Having said that, on the positive side, we played a really hot team, a confident team coming in to the game in Green Bay. They had nothing to lose. They were loaded for bear when they came in, and you could tell right off the bat. I think Matt LaFleur called a hell of an offensive game plan, a great plan. And they had us on our heels for a long time, and Brock was through what should have been picks. But you know what? At the end of the day, he got it together. He came back under control. He led us down the field in the fourth quarter, chewed up a clock, and we scored the winning touchdown. I think that's going to do a ton for his confidence. I also think that we'll beat the Lions. I'd love to have Debo, but even without Debo, I think we'll squeak by because Jared Goff is very immobile. And if our pass rush finally comes together, I think we'll put pressure on him and we'll end up winning that game. So I look at the way we ended it as opposed to the way we played for the first three quarters. And that's what gives me hope going into next week. And if Debo comes back and we meet the Ravens in the Super Bowl, let's not forget, we had 258 yards of total offense against the Ravens in the first half. And we're not going to throw 5 picks.
No, they moved the ball against the Ravens great. George, you're not wrong. That's a good breakdown. You know, we had a number of people from Mark Schlereth who said he went back over that game. I know that, Greg Cosell with NFL Films has said the same thing, that if you watch the tape of the Niners-Ravens game, it's a little bit of a weird game. Like the Niners were moving the ball up and down the field. Their stats were actually fantastic. Batted balls are a part of the deal. They got in Brock's face. Those batted balls also happen to land in arms. But I don't think that there's concern about the ability to move the ball against the Ravens if the Niners are so fortunate enough to get there, if the Ravens are fortunate enough to get there. My bigger concern would be Lamar. Like if you've got a pass rush that is not performing at a high level, if they get by this one, Patrick Mahomes or Lamar are both going to be a complete and total headache. I will say this, I checked in with my guy because after a performance like this, remember last week we said if the Niners play the Ravens, the Niners would be a 3.5-point favorite. Mm-hmm. Then the Ravens go out and win by a ton. And the Niners have a game where it felt like they lucked out. And so I said, any change? Spread change between the Niners and Ravens? What do you think?
No change.
A little bit of change. 3.
Instead of 3.5.
Down to 3.
Yeah, but not past the magic number of 3, down to 2.5. And, it all depends on what the matchup tells you. And I think that even though the Niners had no sacks yesterday, and you look at the stats, QB hits, Nick Bosa had 5 of their 6 QB hits, which tells you that by and large they didn't have much pressure outside of Nick Bosa, and yet you only gave up 3 touchdowns, and one of those touchdowns was on a short field, and it was a short field created by your special team. So the defense, everyone wants to rip the defensive line. Yeah, they didn't generate any real pressure. They had no sacks. And the run game, yeah, first time in 51 games, the opponent had a 100-yard rusher in the game. Those two things are not good, yet you only gave up 2 touchdowns. In the red zone, you were pretty stout.
We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Having fun on YouTube with y'all, Twitch as well. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and we're on your calls all day. The Niners are moving on to the NFC title game. ... Again, this is Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
All right, it's Willard.
And
National Credit Union.
Play clock's winding down. They get it off. McCaffrey, right side, big seam. Cut, 30. McCaffrey! Touchdown, San Francisco!
No, Christian's unbelievable. He told me coming out that play was going to score. It was called 18 Mike, and it was part of our openers. We didn't get to it till the second drive, but he goes, that Mike's going to go, it's going to score. Now, we didn't get the exact look we wanted, but we were a little surprised on it, but Christian was right. He was a man of his word.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You know who you are. You know who you are. There's a person at our Niner get-together, and I'm going to protect his name, but you know who you are. And I have a new rule now whenever people are watching big games with me.
Oh, God. Sounds like a fun party. A party with rules.
Listen.
This guy's got rules.
You want to come to the Super Bowl party?
I'm out.
Fine. Be out.
I already got a yellow card last year because I browbeated some 9-year-old who was there.
You did.
Whatever. He had it coming to him. So did the 16-year-old. Both those kids.
He's going to be 17 later this week.
And I'm going to see the 9-year-old here in 6 days, but go ahead. Or 5.
No phones.
No phones?
No phones. Can you help me fix my phone?
That's a 4, Grandy. Well played.
No phones.
Why? Because the tweets?
Because, no, they get notifications.
You know what that is, right?
Yes, it's a notification sensation.
Cha-ching!
And it tells you what happened in the game before we see it.
No way.
Yes.
What are you on, dial-up?
No.
You're on that Xfinity, right?
The notification will come. The broadcast is on delay. That's a rule. So
you must be on DirecTV.
So's ours.
Yeah.
Like people, okay, watch this. 3, 2, 1.
Don't do it. You won't.
That didn't happen just now. It happened 20 seconds ago.
Well, the best way to do it is if I drop another S-bomb, which I won't because I see the boss.
You won't.
You're damn right I won't.
Yeah.
OS.
So
if I drop a classic OS, it takes you 14 seconds to hear it.
Listen. So not only does my son do it a couple times where he's like, field goal's going to be good. And I'm like, will you shut up and put the phone away for crying out loud?
I'm with you on that.
No, but this gets worse. On the McCaffrey touchdown run.
Which one?
The Niners are down 13-7. Okay, the one that we just heard. This guy's sitting there, and he accidentally, like the phone buzzes, and he's like, oh, who's texting me? And he looks at it, and he sees what happens, and he goes, oh, my God, you won't believe it. There's going to be a score on the next play. But he's draped in Niner gear, and he's not happy. He goes, oh, you won't believe it. The Niners had the ball, so we were like, oh, great. He goes, I didn't say it was the Niners. I'm like, oh, for crying out loud, Brock Purdy threw a pick 6.
God.
This season's over. And then he turns around and hands it to Christian. So for a split second, I'm like, you fumbled? And I was about to come after Matt Hagan because of that stupid keyword last week.
Look.
You want to win the McCaffrey jersey? Text the word fumble. I was like,
I came from corporate. I'm out.
I'm going to have this dude's neck. Like, oh, my God. And then McCaffrey breaks through and scores the touchdown. And he looks at everyone and goes, gotcha. I'm like, it's taken everything in my power, and I love this man, to not throw you out the damn house right now.
I hate rules at parties, but I'm with you on
just
that.
did that.
I'm so with you on that.
To everybody, you gave us a heart attack and changed the experience of Christian McCaffrey's touchdown.
Right.
I mean, I'm like, look, people, come on. Like, listen, you want to keep your phone in the pocket, keep your phone in the pocket. But good Lord, are we watching the game together or are we watching the game together?
Exactly.
What are we doing?
I'm totally with you on that.
Anyway.
And that just takes away. And I don't know if we heard it on the call that Grandy just played from Brian Burkhart, but earlier in the pre-call sequence, did I get his name wrong?
Kevin
Burkhart, yeah.
Brian Burkhart.
Brian Baumgartner.
I used to work with Brian Burkhart.
Baldinger.
I worked with Brian Burkhart. Wow, where was that?
Who the hell is Brian Burkhart?
I think he's a former traffic reporter from
that's
Total
exciting.
Traffic decades ago.
Yeah.
But before the play call
Who are you?
got picked up by Grandy, you hear Purdy say to Charlie Warner, no, stay there, because he was about to go in motion, and he told him to stay to the strong side of the formation, and then McCaffrey goes for the touchdown. So that's just one of the small things that Purdy does that nobody realizes.
By the way,
Play clock's one.
yeah, did you
Stay
see?
there.
Did you
Thank
see?
you. One more time.
Stay there.
Yeah, because he's about to
God,
go
he's
in.
even got a high
He
little
was about
voice.
to shift to the other side of the formation,
Cute
and
little
Brock
thing.
had him stay there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grandy.
By the way, did you see what else Brock did? He used our motto on this show. Did you hear it?
What are you
Did
doing?
You see? He did. He did. So late game, when he missed Ray, it looked like an awful throw. I can only imagine, though, Brock thinks Ray turned the wrong way because he was open. And I was like, oh, my God, that was a terrible throw.
He threw it to no one.
Right, because Ray, at least again, I don't know what the play call was.
Right.
Brock certainly thought he was going to turn the other way because they panned right back to Brock and slow-mo. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing, Ray? Get your bleep together. You're supposed to go the other way. We would have had 6.
Yep.
Everything was all out of whack, man.
There was no one over there except the football.
No.
Bouncing to the empty turf.
Look, the whole thing, quite frankly, yes, there were individuals who performed great. Ward, Lenore, Brock on the last drive.
McCaffrey
had a great game. Kittle had a drop. Ayuk had a drop. No one was awesome. Shanahan head-scratching at times. So the whole thing was often out of sync, which I guess is not terribly surprising. I do think, and this is not an excuse, because this came up in baseball again last year, where all the teams that played that first series while the other teams waited came out and played really well and started knocking teams out. I wonder if sometime down the road, this is all sports, I wonder if sometime down the road we're going to change this up a little bit. I get it in football, you really want the rest. You really want to get healthy. But by the same token, we are building up an interesting resume with regard to the idea that sitting and hanging out for 3 weeks is not good. It's not good. It knocks you out of sync, and someone comes in who is fully the opposite. In sync, confident, in the flow. I wonder.
Well, it's going to change in football because they're going to go to 16 teams in the playoffs. That's money. So I think over time here in the next, I'd say 3 to 5 years, that whole thing will go away based on the NFL realizing what we all already realize, which is more football is good football. So we're going to get to 16 teams in the playoffs, I think.
Right, but that probably means 2 teams. They go back to 2 teams with a bye.
No, because if you have 8 and 8, you can't do.
Sure, you can.
You go 3 versus 8.
You got 6 teams. You have 3 games in each conference, and well, let's see. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't work, would it?
No.
Yeah.
No, you'd wind up with 5 teams advancing.
Yeah.
If you have 8 and 8,
maybe you go 4 and 4. Maybe you got 4. Every division winner gets a bye.
And then you wind up with 6 teams left.
Yeah.
It still doesn't work. So then you wind up with 3 teams left.
6 teams left. You have 3 games.
Right, and then you have 3 winners, and now you have 3 teams left.
Yeah, I guess that would.
And then you do a round robin.
Yeah.
I mean, you go to 8. You go to 8 and 8, and there's no more bye.
I mean, you could do that.
I think they will do that. I think that what we found with this is that, I mean, what do we love about Super Wild Card Weekend? We like 3 games, and we had 2 on Monday, and I was wrong about the Monday because I watched both those games on the Monday, and it was kind of cool to have a Monday game at 2 o'clock, and maybe it was because it was MLK Day,
sure,
and we all were off. It was more convenient.
But it always will be.
And if it always will be, then let's have that. Let's put 3 games on Monday.
Yeah.
We could do 2, 3, 3.
You're not going to take them away from the weekend. The numbers on these weekends have been absolutely
But the point is you could do away with the bye very easily. And the other part of what you're saying is Kyle Shanahan told us last week that they practiced really hard and that the rest versus rust thing, it's not a thing. So I'm not giving him that as an excuse as to why they came out and played poorly, because he said we went through hard practices, and so there is no rust.
Well, I wonder, though, in this particular case, because, for instance, the Ravens did it too. This wasn't just a bye. This was double buys.
Sure.
Like Brock Purdy did not play since the Commanders game, we talked about it last week, is not played in the calendar year of 2024 until Saturday, January 20th. So, no, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. Obviously, you can't. It doesn't matter. You have to go out and win the football game, and they did. But you got to also acknowledge, like, you take 3 full weeks off, and then you come out in driving rain to go against a team that's clearly better than what they were early in the year, not really playing like a 7 seed, playing more like a 4 seed. You know, maybe it's no surprise that this thing was tight. Maybe it's no surprise this thing was tight. All right, we're going to get back to your calls coming up next. Plus, Ryan Clark, ESPN. Oh, wait till you hear his Purdy comments. That's coming up. It's a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
It wasn't pretty.
Oh, Deebo Samuel walking into the blue tent.
4 quarters for a reason, you know.
But for the 3rd straight season, the 49ers will play
or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Realistically, need at least 25 yards. Love. Pressure up the middle. Runs away. Throws across his body. And that is picked. 49ers have it. Greenlaw.
Go down.
He needs to get down.
Go down.
Greenlaw's still on his feet.
He's got to go down.
Go down. San Francisco.
Dude.
Score. Takes over.
Oh, yeah, I heard him. But Fred told me I was supposed to get a pick six. So, I mean, it was kind of his fault because he told me, he was like, man, you getting a pick six. So I was trying to get one every time I got that ball. But, yeah, I know I need to go down.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I do not want to be this dude at the party, but it's really not that funny. It's really not.
It's really funny.
It's not that funny.
It's funny until something bad happens.
Yeah. And then it's the worst thing that's ever happened to the organization ever. Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far. I could mention the Roger Craig fumble, the Kyle Williams double muff punt.
Those are all within the framework of playing smart football and playing the game, and fumbles happen. This would be the bonehead of the century.
He only ran around for 9 seconds.
Dibbs.
Mark, I just watched it again. He catches it and slides with 44 ticks left.
Good Lord.
And he's got room to run. He's at the 50. He's kind of at the 45. And then he cuts back at the 40. He runs around at the 35. And now he's near the 30. And he's breaking tackles.
Stop it.
You can't stop him.
Stop it.
Mark, 9 seconds was the total elapsed time.
It was the worst 9 seconds of the night, and there were a lot of bad 9-second windows throughout the night.
I was with you.
Dude, I lost my voice.
Get down.
Get down. Like, what are you doing?
And then after I saw that he wasn't getting down, you know what I said?
What'd you say?
Pitch it. Just lateral it. If you're not going to get down, then let's just make something happen. Make a play.
If you had the Niners with the points, you were fired up that he was trying to get that touchdown.
I did have the Niners with the points. Moody probably would have missed the extra point. I mean, come on.
Wow.
I mean, dude. Like that felt. Do you remember the old movie Tin Cup? Kevin Costner, the golf movie?
Ball. Give me a ball.
Yeah, remember when he just he goes for it for two on the par 5 like 11 times in a row?
Well, the first time he nutted it and he got a bad bounce.
He got a bad break
off the bank.
Beat. What was the woman's name? The actress who was the love interest in the movie starts with an R, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Renee Russo.
Thank you.
I was stuck on Rachel Ward. I knew that was
I kept going to Rachel also. I'm
Renee
Rachel Ray.
Russo.
No, it's not Rachel Ray. Renee Russo. Where like after the 8th time, she goes, "Go for it, Roy. Just go for it. Like whatever, dude." And that's kind of where I was at like second 7 with Dre. Yeah, dude. Fine.
Go score.
You want to blow your whole career? Do it. Do it. Have a blast, bro. Go down. Good Lord. That was flirting with disaster.
It was pretty funny.
It was funny because once he fell.
It's like when you're at a pool party and your buddy's like, "I'm gonna jump off the roof into the pool," and it's like, "Oh God!" I mean, and you think about how bad it could go, and then he does a flip off the roof and he nails it. It's like, "Oh, that was pretty cool."
Yeah,
but still, don't do it again.
No, it made for great press conferences, and I'm here for great press conferences. But dude,
Kyle was happy with the choice.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was hoping he would score and stuff.
I guarantee you there was, at some point, no, okay, no, but for real. Don't ever do that again.
Right.
No, Dre, for real.
Right.
Don't ever do that again.
You've said this before, and you are right when you say it. We're talking about Dre Greenlaw. So you want Dre Greenlaw to live on a certain edge. You want him to live in a certain place.
I know.
And that place where he lives is 4th and 1. I'm coming in and I'm going to try to take Jordan Love's head off.
I'd actually like him to hit the brakes a little bit. There's a couple too many.
No, you can't.
Yeah, but I know you can't.
You can't.
I know you
can't. It's like asking Draymond Green to not, yell at refs and commit flagrants.
Yeah, although the world is now asking him to do just that.
Well, we've seen one game of Draymond Green, and we haven't yet seen Dre Greenlaw be asked to or have to dial that back. So I'm not saying that, he's not going to be talked to. When they do film study today, I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of laughter. And at the end of it, you're probably right. Shanahan will say,
go the bleep down.
Right.
You've got to know what's going on with the time and the space.
Well, I like Greenlaw's answer, which was, Fred Warner told me I was going to get a pick 6, and so what am I supposed to do? My captain told me I was going to get one, so I'm trying to make Fred right. I thought it was great.
That would have been the worst cover of all time. That would have been the worst cover of all time. Your Packers plus 9.5 if you had lost
that. That's a bad beat. 31-21. That was my prediction, by the way. 31-21.
Well,
21-21.
No wonder you wanted Dre to keep running.
I actually wanted him to get down, but honestly, after like 4 or 5 seconds, my thought was, go ahead then.
Yeah.
Just go ahead.
Yes, yeah, whatever.
I'm not going to be sitting here in the East Bay screaming, get down.
The band is on the field. Let's
Pretty
go.
much, right?
Let's have fun. Only live once.
And I couldn't yell too loud because that game went so late that...
Was the baby down?
She was falling asleep on me.
Oh.
Now, I was going to put her down, and Supper was like, we need to take her up. And there's 5 minutes to go, and the Niners have the ball, and they're trailing. And I said, honey, we're going to have to ride this out. And so baby girl is getting fussy, so I pick her up, and she has head on shoulder. And I'm like, okay, this is...
You got to do it.
I mean, this is as happy as I can be right now.
2014 World Series, Giants. 2014 World Series.
Jude is
about 4 months old.
Oh, wow, even younger, yeah.
Well, no. He's about 7 months old.
Yeah, okay.
7 months old. And those games would go, right? And
no doubt.
And
here comes Bumgarner out of the pen.
Dude, Bumgarner's coming out of the pen. And we're just like, I'm watching one of the most epic performances I've ever seen in sport.
Oh, yeah.
And Jude, 7 months old, is asleep on the shoulder, just asleep. And I'll never forget, Abe was old enough to stay up. Let's watch the World Series. He was like 7 years old.
Ella's online shopping.
Ella's like whatever, exactly. She's on Amazon asking for more. And I'll never forget what I did because the energy's all there. Like, pop up, left side, Pablo, he's under it. He makes the catch. And I'm like, yes!
Exactly.
Yeah! And I'm
whisper
looking at that, like whisper screams, like face turning red, but do not make audible noise. Do not wake the baby.
Dude, ever.
We'll play Ryan Clark for you in a second. It'll make you mad. Let's go to Peter in Millbrae. Hi, Peter. What are you doing?
I'm driving around the Bay Area. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Aimlessly?
And no, just driving home.
Okay.
Driving home.
Not a bad.
First thing I want to say is that when it comes to rest versus rut, I was one of those people that when they won against Commanders, play them the first quarter. Play everybody in the first quarter against the Rams, and then take them all out. Because I feel like you're in the perfect position there. And you know, they got a little rusty. I think there was some rust combined with the rain. Also, if we're talking about the run game, Armstead hasn't played for like 8 weeks, so he's our best run stopper. But the big thing I want to get into is that Brock Purdy, he had a bad game. I'm not going to deny that.
Yep.
But every pundit that I've heard said, here's the 4 things we want. Nick Wright. 4 things we want. 1, conditions can't be ideal.
Yep.
2, he has to lose a weapon.
Yep.
3, it has to be trailing in the fourth quarter by 7 or more points.
Yep.
And 4, he has to give him a game-winning drive. Well, if I count it out right, it was raining and they were rusty. Debo got hurt. They were trailing by 7 at the start of the fourth quarter. And Brock Purdy drove him down the field.
Yep, Peter, we lost you, but we get the point. We get the point. It's funny because this is what I said in the crossover. No matter what you thought about Brock Purdy going into this game, you walked away at the end of it going, you were right. Everybody thinks they were right. Amy Trask, I'm sure, was like, see, I told you.
7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock Purdy.
And listen to what Ryan Clark had to say on ESPN.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him. And so when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the people around them benefit from having those sorts of players at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy benefits from having the sort of players he has at the skill positions around him.
Okay, there's more that Ryan said, which we'll play in just a second, but let's start with this. We know that this opinion is out there. We may or may not share it on some level. Here's what I would say. There's one thing in there that Ryan said that is categorically false, which is that Brock Purdy does not raise the level of play of the people around him. The numbers bear it out 100%. But you cannot tell me that Brandon Ayuk has ever looked like this. Period. I told you that a 49er employee told me last week, we now have a quarterback who's unlocked our play caller, meaning that he can now go completely into his bag, which he could not do with Jimmy Garoppolo. Does that not mean it's an elevation sensation? That is elevating. That is elevating the people around you. At the same time, there's another sort of like flaw in this argument. Nobody, even me, Dibs, nobody ever said that Brock Purdy was as talented as Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen. Who said that?
Or Mahomes.
Mahomes is the face of the league.
Yeah.
Nobody ever said that. So the idea that you feel forced to have put those names in a conversation together is more about the MVP race, which is not about who's the most talented.
Right.
It's about the production. It's about the numbers. It's about the team. It's about whatever you get from that position. And put all the numbers together, and he does have similar numbers. In fact, the best numbers of any quarterback in the league. So set that apart. Nobody said he had the raw talent of a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes. Who does? Who does? But in the end, who cares?
Right.
The goal is for your QB to produce. That's it. That's it. And I it's funny to me sometimes where we're like, well, he's back there distributing the ball. What are any of the quarterbacks doing?
Right. Well, Josh Allen's running it, and Lamar Jackson's running it. He ran for over 100 yards.
What's Jordan Love doing?
Jordan Love is
distributing the ball.
Well, he's distributing the ball to the 49ers, unfortunately.
There you go.
In the big moments. And so I don't know about that argument about, him not making the people around him better. I don't even know what that looks like, because ultimately his job is to run the play that's called and execute the play based on the scheme, and I think he does that. So does he not make the people around him better because he doesn't have a huge arm and he doesn't have the ability to run for 100 yards in a game? Is that what makes it so that he's not somebody who makes the people around him better? I see a guy who made the necessary plays to win the game, including a big run on that drive, the touchdown drive that gave him the lead when he pulled it down and ran for 9 or 10 yards on a play where they needed something and it broke down. So does that mean he doesn't make the players around him better? I don't really know what that part of the argument is about. And I understand it's hard for people, especially when he has a game like that, where if you take out the last drive in the fourth quarter, it was a bad game. He had an early pick that they should have had. He threw it right to the Green Bay Packers and they dropped it. He had another one that should have been picked off that wasn't. Those are breaks that sometimes go your way. Sometimes they don't, like Baltimore, where you throw 4 picks and 3 of those were tipped and one was just an absolute giveaway. And ultimately, he'll be judged by how he does on Sunday, and if they win that, how they do in the Super Bowl.
Charles Robinson is a really good writer for Yahoo. You know Charles.
Yeah.
Charles tweeted something out. Let me scroll and find it because I thought that this was, here we go. He tweeted out right after the game, Brock Purdy has 25 starts, including the playoffs, in his career. In his first 2 NFL seasons. He was the 49ers' number 3 QB 18 months ago. He continues to be resilient. He had a vital game-winning drive Saturday in crap conditions. Some of y'all have a hatred of him that borders on weirdo behavior. That's something that I sent out, and I think it's why Ethan got in touch. Ethan Strauss, who wrote an article about this that y'all should go read, House of Strauss. It's really interesting, and it's based on that question of if Brock Purdy had had Jordan Love's game, what would we be doing today? And I think we'd be trying to replace him. A lot of people would be trying to replace Brock Purdy. It is. This is weirdo behavior. It's weirdo behavior. And I know that sometimes the bar starts to fly in the other direction a little bit too much for everybody's taste. Stop bringing up Joe Montana's name or whatever. That's all fine. I don't even really care about that. But it's weirdo behavior. I have never in my life, in any sport, seen somebody come out, play so well, and do it out of a we never saw you coming type place and encounter what this player has encountered. It's usually something that's celebrated. It's usually something that amazes people. It's a story that people want to tell. It's a Disney movie, as we've said. I've never seen the little engine that could come out, perform at such a level, and encounter the negativity that this player creates. It's unbelievable.
It's partly the era in which he's playing, and if this would have happened in Kurt Warner's era, which was 25 years ago, he wouldn't get the same level of backlash because there wasn't the same vehicle for the criticism. And we're in an era now where everything gets criticized. If it's the officials, the play calling, the quarterback play, Ambry Thomas, all of it, there's a certain amount of criticism and blowback that comes with the nature of the gig now more than ever before. And I disagree with you in terms of how many people would be calling for his job if he would have had Jordan Love's performance. I mean, some people would have, sure, but it's a non-starter in terms of the organization. If Brock Purdy goes out on Sunday and has the same line that Jordan Love had, if he goes 21 for 34, throws for 194 and 2 interceptions and 2 touchdowns, if that's Brock Purdy's line on Sunday and they lose to the Lions 24-21, people will be frustrated and upset, but to think that he's going to lose his job is nonsense because of the year he had and what he makes in terms of salary.
Well, but I'm not saying you're wrong there. I don't think the 49ers would be saying that.
Of course not.
And you projecting that forward to the Lions game to me is different. If he went out there in round 1 as a 1 seed with a bye and the 7 seed came to town and he had a lead the whole game and then threw 2 awful fourth quarter picks to lose that game and have the 49ers season end on January 20th, I'm not saying it's rational, but there would be a line of callers today, a line of them, saying that this guy is not the right guy.
Right. And I think that you have the same sentiment when it comes to everything else we've talked about on this station today in terms of the outrage after a win, by the way. And I've had a hard time with that throughout the course of the day in terms of this being a Victory Monday. And people are frustrated with Nick Bosa. Where are you, Nick Bosa? Where are you at, Nick Bosa? Well, he did have 5 QB hits, and he didn't have a sack. And, you know, the defensive line was not disruptive across the board. And Steve Wilks, maybe he's doing things wrong because, you know, the defense didn't look the way we want them to look. Well, they only gave up 3 touchdowns, and one of the touchdowns was because the special teams got the Packers down to about the 20-yard line, and so it was a short field. Green Bay was 2 of 5 in the red zone, which to me is a testimony to a good defense, and people want to run Ambry Thomas out and all of the other outrage that we're all feeling about a victory, I just have a hard time with. And I understand it's the nature of fans and it's the nature of our business, but I think sometimes we have to take a step back and realize that the team won the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the end all, of course. Jan in Mountain View. Hey, Jan, what's going on?
Can you hear me okay?
We got you, Jan.
Okay, what I'm going to bring up is something I haven't heard today, and I've heard all the programming going on since this morning at 6 a.m., and that is that, okay, Shanahan needs to come up with an alternative game plan, for instance, like, a plan B, when, okay, Debo gets injured in the first quarter. Okay, go ahead and, have an alternate, an alternative plan to try to get better. And the same thing goes for the defense, for Wilkes, because I'll tell you something. If they do make it to the Super Bowl, I got news. Andy Reid knows Shanahan backwards and forwards, and I'm sure that the Baltimore coach knows the same. That's all. Thank you very much.
Jan, thanks. I'll say this. I think the world going into these playoffs of the Ravens and the 49ers defenses, and the Ravens defense was fantastic. The Niners were not. I haven't seen any team outside of Baltimore so far in these playoffs that looks like they've got a great defense, Kansas City included. I think all of these teams can play well at times and in certain situations. But, I mean, look at the Super Bowl last year. Not a situation that came down to defense.
Right.
The Niners may need to do that. The Niners may need to do this, what everyone's been asking Brock Purdy to do anyway. They may need to outscore some teams. You might need to outscore Detroit. You might need to score 30 in this one. You might need to score 30 in the Super Bowl. The conditions are all going to be perfect for it. So you got to be willing to play that way because for whatever reason, this defense is not monsters of the Midway right now.
Right, and I think when you look at Detroit's offense and what they've been able to do most of the time this year, they are able to run it and pass it. They are explosive. They can grind you out. I think 30 is going to be needed this Sunday.
Bobby Moon on YouTube, Super Chat. Shanahan didn't kick the field goal at the end of the third, so he could go into the fourth down 7 and snap that 0 for 30 streak of fourth quarter comebacks down 5. So he waited until the fourth quarter to score so that he could snap the stat.
Yeah, genius.
Because if I'm Kyle Shanahan, that's what I'm worried about in the middle of a playoff game as a 1 seed. I'm going to be worried about some statistical oddities.
Well, you had a chance with 33 seconds left where you could have kicked it. Maybe it was the direction of the wind in the field, but it could be what Bobby Moon's talking about because you waited until the first snap of the fourth quarter to kick that thing.
The 49ers are in the NFC title game for the 4th time in 5 years. Your reaction to the stressful game, we'll keep taking your calls at 888-957-9570. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Did you do what I asked you to do? Did you eat the Daisy Dips this weekend? Did it work for you? Niners won, so now you get to go do it again. 2 more games coming up this Sunday, and if I'm you, that's what I'm going to have at my NFC and AFC Championship watch party. I'm going to have Daisy Dips. You know the Daisy Sour Cream brand. You've known it and loved it for years, and now they have put together their own recipe to produce French onion and ranch dip. And very, very easy, all put together for you. All you got to do, pop the top and serve, and it goes well with just about any kind of chip, tortilla chip, corn chip, whatever your favorite is. I personally love that there's no MSG, no other added junk. That makes me feel good about letting the kids join in. Absolutely popping flavor. These things are delicious. You should try them at your party this weekend, the all-new Daisy Dips.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found ya.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their...
Fourth down. Blitz is coming. Purdy has a block. Floating one downfield for Kittle. He's got it. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. Niners NFC Championship, fourth time in 5 years. That's a mixed bag. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, and 35% of the all-time championship games have included the Niners.
It's incredible.
Which is also a mixed bag because they're 7-11 in those games.
Yeah, well, 7-11, obviously it's a hard game. You're not going to win them all. I look at it more in terms of what we're looking at right now. And then even going back to the Harbaugh era, it's like the Niners, man, you could name the NFC title game after them, but they don't have a Super Bowl win.
No.
Like, that's too many near misses. We're heading into Buffalo Bills territory. If the Niners don't get this done one of these times, I think we're kind of heading into that territory a little bit. Like, that's why
They've only lost 2 Super Bowls in a row.
Right. My point, though, is like, if you're in the Final Four 4 times in 5 years, feels like you should come out of there with one.
Yeah.
At least one.
Feels that way.
2019,
you had the blown lead against Kansas City. And then the last 2 conference championship games, you had chances.
Sure.
And last year is kind of an erase it game because of what happened to your quarterback and your backup quarterback. That's one where you look at it and you go, okay, no team ever, anywhere is going to win that game. You're just not going to.
Of course.
Even if your backup came in and survived and didn't get concussed and played well, you still probably lose that game by 2 touchdowns.
You look, though, at the previous 2, the 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, Jaquaski Tart. Obviously, there was more time on the clock, all of that stuff. But, yeah, feels like they probably should have had one by now. And I actually think that's why Saturday night was unsettling to people. They won the game, and that's all that matters. But we've spent the majority of the year with the look. The Niners have always had the look. That looks like the best team in football. That's the favorite in every single game. And you come out of that game, and you're like, I don't know if we have the look anymore. Maybe that's irrelevant, but I think that's what Niner fans want. Niner fans want to look and feel like the best team in football, and over the weekend they didn't. Baltimore did.
Yeah, Baltimore did, I suppose. Baltimore in a spot against, I don't know, would you say that? No, Tampa's probably the worst team remaining of the 8, but Houston
probably
would be, to me, the 7th best team. And Houston played well for the first half, and then that thing just got away from them, and you realize, okay, rookie quarterback on the road in Baltimore against the best team in the AFC. That's the way that game probably should have gone. They hung tight for the first half, and then Baltimore was just better on both sides of the ball after that, and that's kind of the way that one went. I thought last night's game was just an absolute thriller, and your heart goes out to Buffalo again for the missed field goal, and another season where you're left wondering not really about the quarterback, but about Buffalo in general. And, I don't believe in jinxes or curses, but something about that poor franchise just doesn't feel right.
God, no joke. Yeah. The Roast and Goo and FP were phenomenal today with their reactions to the game. You can check that out as well if you haven't already. Make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, you can check out the shows that happened earlier today and get all of their thoughts and the reacts as well on the 49er victory. All right, we played one Ryan Clark comment. There's another one, but if you just joined us, let's go back to the first one. Ryan Clark on ESPN said this about Brock Purdy.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him. And so when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the people around them benefit from having those sorts of players at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy benefits from having the sort of players he has at the skill positions around him.
It's more of the same.
Yeah.
But the idea that Brock Purdy doesn't elevate the people around him, I think, is a crazy take. The other thing that I noticed, especially this time around and listening to it for a second time, do you see the past tense nature of what he's saying? And that's fascinating to me. And it goes to the point I made earlier with regard to the idea that no matter what your Purdy take was before this game, you walked out of it and went, see, I was right.
Right.
And Ryan Clark is speaking about this as it's now been decided. I do not need to speak about Brock Purdy in these terms anymore. And I do not need to put him in the same conversation with other quarterbacks anymore. Well, really, Ryan, I think Brock's playing this weekend.
Yeah.
I saw that tweet pointed at Amy Trask from another people. Looks like 4 terrific quarterbacks are going to be watching Brock Purdy play this weekend.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? Like you can sit here and act like that performance empowered you. It was not a good performance. He did not play well for the majority of the night. But how can you walk out of there feeling empowered about the idea that Brock Purdy is not really that good when he also spent the fourth quarter doing all of the things that everyone's been saying he can't do?
And how can you put it in terms of past tense, even for this season when he's got one game, maybe 2 more games yet to play? And if he goes out against Detroit and he goes 31 of 35 and throws for 330 and 4 touchdowns, and they beat the Lions 41-38.
Now what?
What then?
Yeah.
What do we talk about in terms of being Ryan Clark and other naysayers when he goes to the Super Bowl and he actually is the reason, and Debo doesn't play potentially, and we don't know, and I look forward to getting Doc Pandia's thoughts tomorrow about what he thinks in terms of the injury, because we won't know about Debo until we get much closer to game time. Maybe even he's a game time decision. We won't really know, but what do you say about Brock Purdy if he goes out, balls out, and they win, and then they go to the Super Bowl? So I think it's interesting you pointing that out about Ryan Clark in the past tense nature of the argument, because this is not a done deal. Brock Purdy is still playing, and it's down to Mahomes, MVP, 2-time Super Bowl winner, and Lamar Jackson, 1 MVP, probably getting number 2 here in the matter of 3 weeks. Jared Goff, he's been to a Super Bowl, number 1 overall pick, having a nice year for the upstart Lions, and then Mr. Irrelevant. So do we say that there are 3 terrific quarterbacks and then Brock Purdy?
Apparently. Yeah.
And I'm not trying to pick at Amy Trask because I love Amy, but Ryan Clark is kind of furthering that narrative. You've got Lamar, who's a two-way freak of nature. You've got Mahomes, face of the league, and the best player in football. And you've got Jared Goff, who nobody seems to want to throw shade at anymore because of what he's done against Detroit. And then there's Kyle Shanahan's quarterback.
Right.
And Christian McCaffrey's signal caller.
It's odd.
And George Kittle's thrower of the football.
Oh, he's distributing the ball to his weapons.
Right.
What is Jared Goff doing? What is Mahomes doing?
Right.
I mean,
the Jared
Mahomes
Goff one to me is more interesting because if you want to talk weapons, Kansas City they don't have a lot of weapons.
They've got a couple. They got
a tough running back. They've got maybe the best tight end in football, and we could have a Kittle-Kelsey debate maybe Super Bowl week if it comes to that. And then he's got a bunch of youngsters. And then he's got, Valdez-Scantling,
right,
who actually played well.
Rashee Rice has turned into a real receiver.
Rashee Rice is legit.
He's turned into a receiver.
Mecole Hardman coughing it up at the 1. But it's not like Mahomes has a lot of, quote, weapons. If you wanted to pick any group of weapons in the league, I think you'd be picking between Detroit and the Niners right now.
Yeah, probably, as far as skill position players on the team.
Right.
Ryan Clark wasn't done. The conversation
Not
twisted.
done?
No. We got to talk about Jordan Love first.
Even with Jordan Love throwing an inopportune, inexplicable interception to end the game, I was sitting there watching them going, man, the NFL world should be excited that Jordan Love doesn't play for the San Francisco 49ers. And we are starting, at least in my opinion, to get into the realm the San Francisco 49ers used to be with Jimmy Garoppolo. Where it was, with Kyle Shanahan calling plays, we could be really good. With the players around him, we could be really good. But can our quarterback take us to the next level? And now that it's getting down to the critical football moments, to the moments that turn good players into legends, that turn good teams into teams we never forget, you're starting to see. You don't take Brock Purdy over Jared Goff right now, and you for sure don't take Brock Purdy over the two dudes on the other side in the AFC. So if you're the San Francisco 49ers, you're thinking to yourself right now, this team that we were starting to run through our quarterback better run through Uncle Shannon's nephew, Christian McCaffrey. Because if it doesn't, they're going to find themselves at home again without a ring.
I will tell you this right now. Yes, I do take Brock Purdy over Jared Goff. 100%. And I love Jared Goff. Jared Goff won me $900 here in the 95-7 The Game League.
Putting it out there.
I'm sorry. Yes, he did. Thank you. Thank you, Grandy. I know that was hard for you.
Should have been me.
I know. It should have been. Jared Goff's a good player. Jared Goff is a good player. But when you factor in mobility, youth, certainly price, all of that stuff, yes, I would take Brock Purdy over Jared Goff. That's another question I'd like to ask. Why do we never refer to Brock Purdy as a young player? Why is he supposed to be a finished product? I even remember conversations you and I had after last year where you were like, I don't think he's going to get any better.
How could he?
And I was like, I don't know how he wouldn't.
Yeah.
And
he got better.
Well, that's how everyone feels about Jordan Love. You look at Jordan Love and you're like, ooh, this is going to be good. How come that doesn't apply to 23-year-old Brock Purdy with 25 starts? I don't know.
Yeah, and it does to Jordan Love, who's 25, and he's played in just about as many games as Brock Purdy in terms of his time in Green Bay, yet he gets the young quarterback can still get better label, but Brock Purdy doesn't. I wonder where that lies with so many people who are casting shade on Brock Purdy or giving him that hate, because it's easy to look at the game on Saturday and say, well, if the Niners would have lost that game, then you could put the blame in many ways on Brock Purdy because he was not very good for 3.5 quarters, but then they needed a drive with 6 minutes left, and he led them on a drive. So I don't know what else he could do other than win the game. Yeah, he could play better, but he played well enough when they needed him to, and they won the game.
I'm trying to look up how many games Jordan Love has actually started in his career. He's played in 27.
Yeah.
But some of those have come in relief of Aaron Rodgers. I think it's 18. I think it's 18 games that Jordan Love has started.
18 starts.
Yeah, okay.
Including the playoffs, I think it's 20.
So Brock has 7 more, although one of them he barely got to play. So shouldn't these be comparable players?
Sure.
Shouldn't they be considered like Jordan's had more years in a system? This is his 4th year in the league.
Right.
Learning under Aaron Rodgers. The Garoppolo thing, come on. Come on. Like, look, I'm not. Are there questions about Purdy being able to get over on a Lamar or a Patrick? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I hope after this Sunday we get to see another shot at it and see if he can do it. I think that there are questions about that, and that's fair. Putting Garoppolo's name into this and acting like the 49ers are now a team that just has to hand the ball off, dink, dunk. If it's more than 25 yards down the field, forget about it. It's going to be overthrown or what have you. Kyle Shanahan feels locked up as a play caller. All of that, to me, we're nowhere near that. I don't understand that comment at all.
No, and that's what people are going to do to try to make the comparison between Garoppolo and Purdy to serve their own argument. And you look at, where you were in terms of, the numbers that they had. Garoppolo in 2019, when he went 13-3, His QB rating was 102, not as good as Brock. His yards per attempt, not as good. He almost had 4,000 yards, not quite what Brock had. I know he had 16 games, not 17. The numbers are somewhat similar, but when you just watch what Brock is doing in terms of the throws he makes versus what Jimmy was doing, it's not close.
And he's a second-year player. I'm not going to tell you he's perfect. That would be absurd. He did not play well on Saturday night. For the majority of the game, it was a bad game for him. He's a young player.
Right.
He's a young player.
Jimmy G had only made 10 starts when he started that year in 2019.
Yep.
So he was older, yes, but in terms of his experience level, it was pretty comparable in terms of how many starts.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Let's go to Tim in Berkeley. Hi, Tim. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What the heck are you doing?
Hey, man, you guys are entertaining me for sure. It's a fascinating conversation. I wanted to call and confess that I was wrong last week, I think, and I did change my mind about Purdy. I was all in last week, but I forgot about the wet ball thing that I saw earlier in the season. And when this guy comes out with the glove and then it's no glove, you got problems with that, and that's just really unfortunate. But beyond all that, if it's dry, I got no problems comparing Purdy to any of those other guys, and hopefully he can work out the wet ball. As far as why he doesn't get in the same breath with those other quarterbacks, I think have you guys seen the Joe Montana commercial for Guinness where the guy asked him if he was a tennis player? I think that's what we're looking at with Brock Purdy. He doesn't look like I'm almost 60 years old. When I was a kid, Brock Purdy looked like an NFL quarterback. Now Brock Purdy doesn't look like an NFL quarterback anymore.
Yeah, doesn't even look like a tennis player, Tim,
No,
quite frankly.
No, he doesn't even look like a lacrosse player. I mean, Brock Purdy, maybe this will help people out. Like, Brock Purdy's not as good as Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen. He can't do some of those things. He's not as good. Are we having a hard time with that?
I don't even know what that means.
Thank you.
He's not as good. ...
It doesn't matter.
What does that mean?
He's the highest rated quarterback in the league.
Right, but he's not as good.
You're looking for... He's not as talented. There are things... Like, you watch Josh Allen.
Oh, my God. Last night, I'm watching with the father-in-law.
Yeah.
And he throws that ball to Diggs. And
it's like,
my father-in-law said, how far did that go in the air?
Like 65 yards.
At least.
Yeah.
And it was on the money. Catch the ball, Diggs. Catch the ball. I mean, he laid that thing in. I thought it went 70 yards.
He's incredible.
Might have gone 800 yards.
You know what else he is, though? He's a lot more reckless.
Yeah.
He's a lot more
better
reckless.
Runner.
And,
God, he's tough.
And what? He's been to one AFC Championship game?
Poor guy. Not his fault.
Not his fault, but not his fault.
Well,
I mean, the guy was
he
open.
was terrific last night.
The play before the field goal, he threw it right, like there was an open receiver in the back of the end zone, and he hucked it 5 yards right.
Well, if we want to talk about open receivers, Brock threw probably 8 to 10 yesterday that were straight dirt balls.
He had a bad game.
He can't throw the wet ball. I was right. I had that right last week.
You know what's interesting about that? Because
glove, no glove. What are we doing here, kid?
Okay, so that is a concern, obviously, especially when you get to the playoffs. And it was clearly in his head. He's wearing a glove. He's wiping his hand in the middle of plays, cradling the ball in the left hand. None of that is good. None of that's good. But doesn't that make the last drive that much more impressive? What the hell happened?
It was raining, right?
It was worse.
Well, when Jordan Love got the ball back, it was cats and dogs. I know that.
Correct.
It was pouring, so it was off and on, but mostly on from what I could tell.
That's what I'm getting at. Brock Purdy had a bad night, and then if you transfer this to another player, a more accomplished player, or someone who we think is more talented, if Brady did something like this, where you're just off, you're off all night, you had a couple balls that should have been picked and they weren't, it's just one of them nights. But then you get the ball with 5 minutes to go, and you're down 4, and the rain is driving sideways. And you beepity-boppity-boop right down the field and get a touchdown. If somebody else does that, we go, dude, legend. He found another level when it really mattered most.
Right.
But not Brock. Not Brock. He did it in the end. Not a great game. I definitely think this is a kick the can down the road situation. There's more information to be revealed about Brock Purdy. He's in his second year. He's a young player. But as I said earlier, I've never seen an athlete. I've never seen an athlete, particularly those who kind of come from nowhere, produce at such a level and receive such a reaction. I've never seen anything like this.
Well, the reaction now is based on new information, which is what we saw on Saturday. And to me, there's two different ways to look at it. You can look at it as Brock didn't play well, or you could look at it as Brock didn't play well and then he played great when you needed him to play great. And that's the way I look at it. And it's a victory Monday, and you can look at all the things the Niners didn't do well. And Kyle Shanahan was great in the postgame, talking about all three phases, how they need to be better. But this was a gritty game. This was a game that showed their character because they were down. And you think that the 49ers knew or didn't know that they were playing badly. The D-line knew that they didn't have any sacks. They knew that they were getting run on. Ambry Thomas knew that he'd gotten cooked a couple times. I think that everybody knew that they weren't playing great. Jake Moody knew that he had a kick blocked.
Yep.
And, George Kittle knew that he had a big drop. And all these things, these players know what's going on. And then you get the ball back with 6 minutes left, and you know you need a touchdown, and you go out there and you get it done. So sometimes these wins, to me, are worth more than if you go out, you look good, and you blow a team out.
Well, yeah, the bottom line is the 49ers so far this year didn't win close games.
They didn't have to.
Yeah. Well,
right?
but when it was close, they lost.
True.
So it was painful. It was stressful. Maybe it was the best thing for him.
That was a big-time character performance.
Yeah, no doubt. Rich in Los Altos here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, thanks for letting me on.
Yeah.
I'm a football nut. I'm a Niner nut. I don't understand a couple things. Maybe you guys can help me. It seems like they'd be easy to defend. I mean, they hardly ever throw it deep, but you can't do it. You just can't do it. So I think, it's a good thing Shanahan doesn't have one of those top quarterbacks because I think the league, it'd be like when Durant was over here. It'd break the whole thing. So anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Rich, thanks.
Rich.
What do you consider deep?
I think throws over 20 yards would be deep. Now, what Josh Allen did, attempting that pass to Stephon Diggs, now that's deep. That's a 65 yards in the air deep ball. And the Niners don't do that. They don't run a lot of go routes. They don't give Brock Purdy a 7-step drop and say, just go ahead and cut that thing loose. So for me, deep is anything over 20 yards.
Yeah, and the Niners do that a lot. And you had looked this up about a week or two ago. Air yards downfield. Where was Brock?
I think he was 7th. Yeah, 7th. I looked it up on Friday. And that's intended air yards. So on all throws, the intended air yards. Now, Saturday, they didn't throw the ball deep down the field. And even on plays that were designed, he was checking down a lot early. And that's where I look at the film, and I watched it again today. I'm a little concerned over his confidence level. Was it the wet ball? Was it him feeling really tight? Because there were some throws that were open that he normally would take a chance on, and he didn't.
Yeah, and then there were some chances he took where I was like, dude, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
That pass to Jawan Jennings in between 3 defenders, I don't know how the hell that got home. And so
he climbed the ladder.
Yeah, it was beautiful, and Jawan had an amazing catch, but by the same time, I'm like, no,
we're not doing that.
That's a terrible decision. Right? That's the old no, yes play.
Totally.
That's what that was. All right. Let's see. Raj and RC and Rich and Jonathan, we are coming to you next. Stay right where you are. That's all we want to do today is talk to Niner fans and get the reaction of the win over the weekend, 24-21 over the Packers. On to the NFC title game we go. Lions are coming to town this weekend. It is all brought to you by Safeway, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up Sumo Citrus, an incredibly sweet, easy to peel.
It's a 52-yard field goal try from the rookie Jake Moody, who had one blocked earlier. Snap is down, kick is up, and Moody has got it. The biggie for Moody, and the 49ers creep a little closer.
That's huge. I mean, the one that, getting the one blocked earlier and just get into, I think it was a 52-yarder. It was tough. We probably would have gone for it if it wasn't, what was it, fourth and like 9.5? It was one that we were planning on going for it, but 9.5 seemed a little far, and it was in his range, and I definitely would have wished I went for it if he missed it. And so he made it, and that helps me a lot. Really appreciate him doing that, because that's why we were able to win there at the end.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's kind of a funny way to say it. As
Great honesty. Probably would have wished I went for it if he missed it.
I really appreciate him doing that.
Yeah.
That's his job. I really appreciate him, making a field goal.
Well,
that's what you drafted him to do.
Correct.
Yes.
But 52 yards. He's a rookie in a driving rain.
Yeah.
And one thing that I want to hear more about from the team, and I don't know if we'll ever really get the full explanation, but what was the problem with your cleats? Why didn't you have the correct cleats on
That's a good question.
to start the game? It's your field.
It's a great question.
Thank you, Doc Pandia. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock. It's your field, and you had plenty of opportunity to go out there and figure out your footing, and yet when the game started, you were the team falling down.
Yeah, they were slipping and sliding all over the place.
Yeah.
And the Packers weren't.
You had Mooney Ward fall down on a big pass play, and Gibson fell down once, and it's like, guys, what are we doing here?
No, the Packers, that's the other thing. I mean, you can say, and I wouldn't argue it, that Jordan Love looked pretty good for 3 quarters. Then again, a lot of the receivers he's hitting, I'm like, these dudes are standing by themselves?
Yeah.
Like, everybody's falling down. The throw to the end zone where Gibson falls down, I mean, he still had to toe tap in the back. These guys are by themselves. Any NFL player can make those throws. Give credit to Jordan Love for navigating the pocket, delivering it on time, accurately, and whatnot. But, yeah, the Niner DBs had a very difficult first half. They rallied, got their act together there for the second half. I'm reminded of this, and this is not going to be some cool analysis. That's not what I'm about to say, but we do take one game and project it to the next way more than is reality. You know what I mean? I hear everyone, well, we play like that against Detroit, we're going to lose. Well, that game's not going to look like this game at all. At all. If these things just went week to week, we'd all be rich. We'd all know exactly how these teams were going to perform every week. Well, the Niners would cover the 9.5 or the 10.5 it got up to by kickoff.
Really? It got up to 10.5?
10.5. The sharp money was on the Niners. So,
ouch.
Yeah. You look at this thing, and it doesn't make sense. It's not supposed to make sense. You know how many of you were like, Cleveland's going to the Super Bowl, and they got whacked.
I thought Cleveland would win at Houston,
and they got
waxed.
Yeah. And the best example of the year is, what are the Eagles? What the hell was that?
Who are you?
10-1, and then overnight the Niners come to town, and you literally can't function. the rest of the way.
We're out here trying to function.
They could not function, Dibs.
No, they got broken.
So I don't take any. That's why the final analysis is you won, be happy. Because I don't take anything from, we've had 20 days off, we're in a driving rainstorm, we're going against the Packers, whose offensive line did really good things. They were hot. Jordan Love had not been turning the ball over. All of these things are totally different than what you're suddenly now going into this week. You have that experience of a close game, the playoff feels, you come out and win. Do you want to know what I think that has been driving the Lions so far this playoffs? Is emotion. Like, that is what's happening to the Lions is so special to their fans that building has been an impossible place to go play.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, both of their wins were narrow. 1-score wins. The one over the Rams, a lot of people thought they shouldn't have even had. And they were overwhelmed by the emotion of the arena. They're not going to have that this week.
No, they aren't. But what they will have is they're going to have Detroit fan angst. That does actually travel. And I was getting texts and I was seeing all the tweets. They go up by 15 with about 6 minutes to go. And normally everybody's putting that thing in the bank and the Jello's starting to jiggle and the butter's getting hard. Shout out Chick Hearn. But Lions fans weighing in with, oh, God, here we go. And then Tampa, bippity-boppity-boop. Your guy Baker Mayfield goes right down the field, and they missed the 2, but it's an 8-point game. And Lions fans like, oh, God, here we go. We're gonna find a way to blow this one again. So I think that the Lions fan angst is something that definitely travels, and we'll see how the team does. We'll see how they do outdoors because they've done pretty well outdoors this year. I'm just looking right now.
Yeah, I think they're 4-2. I think I looked it up.
Them at,
4-2?
I'm looking at 4-2 because Dallas is not.
That's a
outdoor.
dome now, right?
Yeah, they beat Kansas City and Green Bay. They beat Tampa. Lost to the Ravens badly. Lost to the Chargers in a shootout, and they lost to the Bears. So,
well, but was the Chargers inside? That was inside too.
Is that an inside?
SoFi?
Yeah, I've never been there.
Yeah.
Is it an indoor-outdoor hybrid or
it's retractable or what? But
who knows?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
In LA, that thing should be an outdoor. What do we do in LA?
Yeah. But look, usually when you think of an indoor team that's going to struggle outdoors, there's a little bit of weather. There's not going to be any weather. The Lions will be able to function, but this is a night game outdoors and a different challenge. I think the matchup is really good for the 49ers. I think it's a really good matchup. I think that they're going to win the football game unless they come out, obviously, and have a really poor effort. But I don't look at last week and think that means that's what's going to happen again. I mean, come on. This is the NFL. We do this every single week.
Right.
Every week we're like, oh, that's not what they looked like last week. So 49ers aren't going to necessarily look like that. If they do, then, yeah, they're a paper tiger.
Well, every matchup is different, and you're right in terms of the weather and the opponent and everything. What Vegas is telling you is that it's going to be a high-scoring game. It's a 7-point spread with the over-under of 50.5. 3:30 kick down at Levi's, so an afternoon game turning into a night game in the second half. The forecast is for good weather. I think the rain's supposed to vacate on Wednesday or Thursday at the latest, so you're going to have a good amount of time to dry out down there. The turf should be in great shape. The weather should be conducive to scoring. And I think that helps Detroit, but it should help Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
And the Detroit Lions, I keep saying this, their pass defense is like flat out not good. It's not like shaky. It's not good. It is down with the Washington Commanders and the worst teams in football as far as the pass defense. So, I'd be fascinated to know what Kyle Shanahan's game plan is this week because here we are all yelling like, come on, McCaffrey, man, like go through McCaffrey. But the right thing to do this week, and we'll see if Debo plays, but the right thing to do this week might be to throw the ball a little bit more. That is the weakness of the Lions defense.
Right, but do you want to get into that sort of an approach when you don't have Debo Samuel and we don't know officially if he'll be in or out. So if you don't have Debo, and let's just play the hypothetical for the sake of this conversation, and your phone calls momentarily, 888-957-9570. If you don't have Debo and you've got Ayuk and Jennings and Ray and Chris Conley, and of course George Kittle, if those are your offensive weapons with McCaffrey and a little bit of use checking the pass game as well, are you better off putting your best foot forward, which is still Christian McCaffrey running the ball out of that 21 personnel with the 2 running backs and the 1 tight end? Do you go away from your best pitch in order to take advantage of them at their weakest?
Yeah.
That'll be fun to watch.
Well, and then the other side of the ball, you're obviously looking for a hell of a lot more production from the pass rush. Never forget the way the Niners build their defense. I know we're all upset at Ambry Thomas, but the truth of the matter is the 49ers run their defense in terms of a scheme and in terms of a philosophy. They go front to back. And they want their DBs to be empowered by the fact that they're not going to give the quarterback a whole lot of time. And Jordan Love had a lot of time. And so those Packers young receivers are fast, man. And I know Ambry is too. I'm not excusing him. He played a terrible game. But part of that is all complimentary football, which the Niners didn't do a great job of over the weekend. And they need, especially with Jared Goff being much more sackable, much more immobile, they need to get him on the ground. They need to get him on the ground, and he's the type of QB that you can force into a mistake as well. I think the DBs will end up looking a lot better this weekend.
You would hope, and you would hope that the pass rush can get home and they can still apply pressure with 4, and you don't want to have to blitz a lot. And I know that they were, I think, the 3rd least likely to blitz team in the regular season, so you want to just go with your base 4, maybe send a 5th guy if possible, but if you have problems in the secondary, and they had some issues yesterday, you don't want to expose Ambry Thomas, for example, to a lot of man-to-man coverage.
Let's get to these phone calls. Everybody wants to weigh in. The Niners are winners, and we'll host the NFC title game in the game for the 4th time in 5 years. Rich in Fremont here with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Rich. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. By the way, guys, you know who pays my check?
We don't.
Okay, that would be Atco Pest Control.
That's right.
Oh, that's right. You have mentioned that before,
Put
Rich.
that rat on the table,
You
Rich.
have.
Please. I don't know, man. I kind of look at it this way. I don't necessarily see everybody, because everybody's saying, Brock had a terrible game and all this type of stuff. I really don't see that. You know what I see? I see a divisional playoff round. You got 2 great teams. They're both playing well, and this is the NFL playoffs. So you have both teams trying to do the same thing. They're trying to win the game. There were some mistakes that Brock did early, and there were some mistakes that Love did late. But in the end, Brock was good when we needed him to be good at a crucial time. So, in my opinion, I think Brock did what he was supposed to do, like any NFL quarterback, okay? He did what he had to do to get the win, okay? We got the win. And guess what? The Packers are sitting at home thinking about it right now, and we're going to the NFC Championship game. And this is with a second-year quarterback. So as far as I'm concerned, Brock's my guy.
Well, yeah, Rich, thanks. He is your guy. If you're a 49er fan, that's your guy.
Ride or die.
And I will take Brock's game over Jordan Love's game every day of the week on Saturday night. That does not mean that he was the better QB for most of the game. He wasn't. But if you offer me somebody who is shaky for 3 quarters, but then is on point in the end, versus somebody who looked pretty good for 3 quarters and then turns the ball over twice in the 4th quarter in crunch time, I know which one I'm taking all the time. Brock got away with some. There's no doubt. He got away with especially one. That would have, could have, should have been a pick 6.
One absolutely should have been. The other one probably could have been.
Could have been. I think sometimes anytime a DB gets their hands on the ball, we're like, should have been picked. Not necessarily.
When it hits you square in the chest,
that one
when it's
for
thrown
sure.
right to you.
Yes, that one should have been.
And that's a walk-in pick 6, too.
Walk-in. Yeah, 10-0.
Yeah.
Same start that Dak went through against this team
exactly
the week before.
Take the crowd out of it, the whole deal.
Yeah, so that one would have lost the game. He got away with it. But for me, it's that simple. You go to that box score, take everything out that you saw. Wet ball, wiping hands, gloves, inaccurate, sailing passes, all of those things. You go to the box score and I see one QB has 2 picks and the other has none, I know which one I'm taking.
Yeah, you don't ever want to lose the turnover battle. And we've talked about this not only with Shanahan teams, but football teams in general. You don't want to lose the turnover battle. And the Niners, I don't believe, turned it over at all. And
that is
there was
correct.
a situation where the Packers almost gave them a third on that big kickoff return. That ball was loose for quite a while, and the Packers were able to hustle on top of it. So you don't ever want to lose the turnover battle. And the second of the Jordan Love picks, you can understand in terms of the game situation. Although, as Guru mentioned, and he's right, it was first down. You didn't have to make that throw. It's not like there was 8 seconds left and you were absolutely desperate. You would have liked to see Jordan Love pull that down and run and maybe slide and live to play another day.
Yeah, it's a bad decision. It's a bad decision because it wasn't even close. Again, if Dre doesn't pick that off, Fred probably does. The receiver was like the 4th guy in line to get a hand on that ball. So bad decision by Jordan Love, no doubt. RC in Napa is next up. Hi, RC. What are you doing?
Willie and Debbie, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, RC.
I can trace anything bad that happens back to Brock Purdy, back to Debbie, but I'm not going to go there because I don't want to jinx him. The reality is that his strengths are intangibles, and they're hard to measure. So I would tell you that I'm an unabashed supporter. After he came into the game, after Garoppolo got hurt against Miami, after the first series, I texted my kids Pro Football Hall of Fame. The reason is he gets better with his mistakes. So this game was poor, but he didn't turn the ball over, okay? You can't have an awful game as a quarterback and not turn the ball over. You have awful games when you turn the ball over. I would go back and tell you that he's better than Patrick Mahomes in year 2. He's certainly better than Josh Allen now because he doesn't do stupid things over and over again. Now, Mahomes has mastered it. He's not doing much stupid. We'll see if Lamar Jackson does something stupid in this game against Kansas City. Brock Purdy didn't do anything stupid in that game. So what I would tell you is you've got to see his intangibles grow again. He didn't do something stupid in a bad game.
Well, RC, yeah, thanks. He did, and he got away with it at the beginning of the game. Again, sometimes we do this. I've made this comparison again with the Heisman Trophy race, for example. You'll see a player go out there, a quarterback, and his team will score 37 points, and the opponent scores 40. And we go, well, now you can't win the Heisman anymore. You lost your biggest game. It's like we scored almost every time we touched the ball. I'm the quarterback. I can't play defense also. So in other words, I bring that up because you're only responsible for what actions you go out on the field and do. Brock Purdy is responsible for a terrible decision that should have been a pick six, and he got away with it. Sometimes this makes us uncomfortable because we want our team to be the best. Championships take a lot of luck. They take a lot of luck. And the 49ers got some. They got some. Whether you want to look at the 4th down spot of Jordan Love, that was dicey at best. Mm-hmm. They missed a kick. They dropped the pick six. All of these things, you probably win the football game if any of them go the other way.
Right.
But they didn't.
No.
They didn't.
Well, and the
life
49ers,
is also about taking advantage of the opportunities that are presented to you.
And the 49ers can look at a blocked field goal and a fumble on a kickoff that maybe bounces their way instead of bouncing to a Packer player. So there's always going to be things in a football game that go your way or don't go your way. And a game like that comes down to one team getting the ball and having to go down and make a play and have a drive. And Brock Purdy did that. It doesn't mean that because he didn't throw a pick that you can't look at his first 3 quarters and say he played badly. That, RC, is too simplistic in my opinion.
Let's go to Hawaii, brother. Al. Al is in Hawaii. Hi, Al. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? Just watching my son right now. Listening to you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. Ryan Clark not elevating the play of the players around him. I mean, what is he supposed to do? Throw the ball to them and run it for them? Or, he's doing the best that he can, right? Getting the ball out to the receivers, doing his job. I just look at it as, who is Ryan Clark anyway? Right? He's a defensive player.
Yep.
Don't know anything about playing quarterback. I don't know why people even listen to him as far as when it comes to quarterback play, which is the reason why I listen to, like, Chase Daniel, J.T. O'Sullivan, Kurt Warner, and they all give Purdy his flowers, like, they know what they're looking at. So, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't understand how people can listen to these guys.
Well, look, I mean, Al, thanks. I mean, Ryan Clark is a media member now. And so, I mean, you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. We never played quarterback, and you listen to what we have to say about all of this. So I'm not going to, remove Ryan Clark's credentials because we don't like what he's saying. But by the same token, what he's saying, I think, is factually incorrect. I don't know how you could look at the 49er offense this year. Look at all the numbers. Debo, all-purpose 1,000 yards. George Kittle, 1,000-yard receiver. Brandon Ayuk, 1,000-yard receiver. Christian McCaffrey, 2,000 all-purpose yards. How can you look at that and utter the statement the quarterback didn't elevate their play? He didn't elevate the people around him. Of course he did. Of course he did. He set a record for the most passing yards ever in the history of the 49ers. That's not elevating the people around you? These guys did not look like this in the Garoppolo era. They did not. So,
he didn't have Christian McCaffrey in the Garoppolo era.
He did at the end.
Right, but Garoppolo's best year when he went 13-3, he had almost very Purdy-esque numbers. His rating, his QBR weren't quite as high, and he was just short of 4,000 yards in 16 games. Brock got the extra game. Yards per game, very similar. Brock had a slightly better year, but in terms of, the idea of elevating the teammates, I don't even know what that means in terms of one quarterback versus another. If the quarterback throws you the football and you get 8 yards versus another quarterback throws you the same pass and you get no yards, is the quarterback who gave it to you and you got 8 yards a better QB? Does he elevate your play? I don't know what that means in terms of a quarterback elevating the play of the guys around him.
Well, I think that it means that everybody on offense becomes more dynamic, and they have.
Right.
They absolutely have. They get the ball downfield more. He's more accurate. He's more mobile. Everybody's numbers are going to go up. You're right. I mean, Jimmy had a nice year in 2019. It's fewer yards. It's fewer touchdowns. It's more interceptions. It's all of those things. Sure, he was. That was his best year. But even that one, and part of this is numbers, and then the other part is our eyes. Jimmy Garoppolo never played quarterback at this level for the 49ers.
Right. They didn't make the same throws that Brock Purdy does, and they don't run the same plays that Brock Purdy does because Shanahan's got more faith in Brock Purdy than he did in Jimmy G.
Let's see. Let's go to Rob in Concord. Hey, Rob, what are you doing? Rob?
How you doing? Happy Monday.
Hi.
Hello.
What's going on?
Hi. Well, I just wanted to chime in on the 49ers. I do believe that, again, the X factor and heading in from the regular season going into the postseason, it's been the offensive line. If the 49ers can just, and I say that, I know it's easier said than done, if they can protect and give Brock a little bit more time than being under duress, being pressured to throw the ball, I think we'll see an offense that can score more points. Now, on the defensive side, again, if they can get into the A-gaps where they can hopefully tackle and not miss tackles when as an example, with the running back that have, the way he was running, it just seemed that was allowing the Packers to open up the passing game. So, again, if the 49ers can get to stopping the running game, I think they'll have success at getting to Jared Goff because that will force them to just pass more than rush.
Rob, I'll tell you this. Thank you, Rob. I'll tell you this. I watched almost every Lions game this year. If the 49ers bottle up, thank you.
He had Amon-Ra St. Brown on his team.
And Jared Goff.
That's right.
And in the family league, I had Jahmyr Gibbs. There was a lot on the line, Dibbs. And I watch those guys every week. If they are not letting David Montgomery put them in second and medium and second and short, the Lions have no chance. No chance. They're very much cut from the 49ers cloth. They will often run it first, and they want to use that to make it a short passing game where Goff can use timing to go to Amon-Ra and Sam Laporta. And he's very, very good at that. He's very accurate. It's a timing offense. But if the Niners are bottling up David Montgomery, and at times it'll be Jahmyr Gibbs as well, you bottle him up to 2 or 3 yards on first down, that becomes a team that is completely out of sorts. That is not the way they want to play.
Right. They want to be, any team wants to be in second and medium and third and short if they can be. And that's, I think, as much a case of the Lions as it is any other team. They have a good tight end. They have a couple of good receivers who can beat you, but they do live on the play action. It's what Jared Goff has been doing throughout the entirety of his NFL career. So that, I think, is a condition for any team. And it might be even more of a factor for the Niners if they don't have Deebo Samuel. We don't know if he's going to be healthy enough to go, because if you don't only have one of your starting 2 wide receivers, then you definitely want to avoid second and third and long.
Word on Deebo is 50-50. That was per Adam Schefter earlier. The other comments, Ian Rappaport and beyond, have said there is cautious optimism. Deebo does not have a fracture in the shoulder like he did earlier in the year. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We're heading in to the 5 o'clock hour and ready to take all of your 49er reaction phone calls on Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
You know, there are words sometimes that go together like quarterback and touchdown. I find the words French and onion to be 2 of those words. It's freaking delicious. And it is my favorite flavor. There's ranch dip also, which is also delicious in the all-new Daisy Dips, and I really suggest that you try them, especially with all the games coming up this weekend. It's a perfect thing to have at your Niners party. Absolutely game-changing flavor and the ease of just pop the top and get after it. It is my new party pleasure, Daisy Dips. You know the Daisy Sour Cream brand, been around forever. Well, now they've put their special recipes together for these French onion and ranch dips. No MSG, no added junk. Amazing taste. Try them this weekend. Daisy Dips.
It wasn't pretty.
Oh, Deebo Samuel.
they'll take this field goal attempt here and try to make it a 7-point game.
Yeah, here's Anders Carlson, 41-yard try for him. Carlson, no! Wide left and a big miss for the young kicker. And it stays a 4-point lead.
What's up?
McCaffrey scores! 49ers in front!
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
How'd you react? Take me inside the room when McCaffrey went in. 24-21.
It was more of it was more of a sigh of relief than it was an exultation sensation. Yes, I was exulting. There was a celebration, but it was more of a feeling of relief. Like, okay, thank God. And you laid it out perfectly at the top of the show where it's two prongs. One prong is I'm a 49er fan, and I want to see them win the whole thing. I want the quest for 6 to end in the Super Bowl, in the parade, and I've kind of gotten addicted to the winning that we've had around here. Yep. It's not to say I'm taking it for granted. 10, 12, and 14 were great, and the Warriors getting 4 were phenomenal, and the Niners haven't joined the party. And you mentioned it earlier. This is their best chance to join said party. So that part of it is real. I want them to win it. I'm a grown man. I'm 55. I have a baby. I got 2 adult children. I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems, as Guru would say famously in his drop. So if they do lose, I'm bummed, but I can get over it. The other part of it is what we do for a living. And we are in, as I mentioned, I think I mentioned it to my father-in-law at the end of the meal last night, at the end of the Bills game. I said, the Niners, if they lose on Saturday, we enter into a sports desert of sorts. We get a week out of I'm so mad, fire Kyle, trade Brock, all the rest of it. We get a week of outrage, and then we get to January 29th, and we enter into a sports desert because your guy, Farhan Zaidi, hasn't done much of anything worth discussing. And the Warriors, God bless them, they are going through something that nobody would ever want to go through. And we'll have Steve Kerr on tomorrow, and we can have what I can only imagine will be a very emotional conversation because he'll share his feelings about losing an assistant coach in that manner. But once we get past that, we get back to basketball, they are about as, I don't want to say boring because you still have the chef.
No,
but they're in a spot where they're not as...
They're in transition.
Right.
They're in a transition.
So if we don't have the Niners, we enter into a bit of a sports desert, and I'm not ready to get out there into that desert, Mark.
Well, the Giants they're saving the Bellinger signing for right after the Niners season is over.
We got a box of doughs on it.
Yeah, we do.
Box of donuts.
888-957-9570.
Totally.
We'll get to all your calls. If you haven't already, subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app because you're a jerk if you don't. It's really that simple.
Man.
Come on. You're listening. Subscribe to the pod.
Come on, people.
Seriously. And you can do it wherever you get your podcast. While you're there, listen and subscribe to the Roast and Steiny and Goo as well. Don't be exclusionary. That stinks too. So check out their stuff. They were great today in reacting to this victory. And I know it's funny. It feels like a victory, but it doesn't feel like all the victories. I think that the 49ers, and again, you will never hear me say it needs to look a certain way. Like that is too entitled as a fan, for sure. It doesn't need to look a certain way. But for those of you who thought, hey, the Niners needed a win like this, I don't disagree. It was painful, but they needed, they can definitely draw something from that, and they do. Now it's kind of the other way around. Now I think if you're going to go take on the Ravens or the Chiefs, you need a performance where you look like the 49ers, where you look like they did earlier this year when they went on either one of their winning streaks. That's what I'm looking for on Sunday.
I get what you're saying, but I'm going to use your own words and weaponize them against you.
Oh, that's always exciting.
It's always fun because what you said, I believe. And you said that if healthy, they're the best team in football and they should be able to win any game that they have to play. So I'm still thinking about it in those terms. So if you play Detroit and you play like you did on Saturday and it doesn't look great and it doesn't feel great, but you win and you get a couple of weeks and you do get everyone healthy, I'll take that and feel good about the fact that what you said is true. If healthy, they are the best team in football, and on a neutral field that they'd be facing in Vegas against the AFC winner, I'll take their chances.
They'll be favored.
Yeah.
They'll be favored.
No doubt. Even if they're not totally healthy.
It's funny. I wonder if everybody believes me when I say that. You know, I was talking to Ephraim last night, and I said, guess the spread. Thank you. What if the Niners play the Ravens? After what we've just watched this weekend.
Yeah.
He goes, Ravens by 4.5.
Jeez.
I go, okay, Ravens by 4.5. And then I go, so here's what I want you to do, big guy.
Wow.
I want you to go, as soon as we're done, go have a sit-down chat with your wife. And you've had a great career, both playing in the NFL and after. And you've built a great life for your two sons. Very, very successful man. And I'm sure you have socked away a lot of money for their future, and that's really smart. But I want you to take all of it, and put it on the Ravens. Because if your perception is that the Ravens are a 4.5-point favorite on the 49ers, what you're actually going to get is over a touchdown better in the other direction.
In value.
Right now, the Niners will be a 3-point favorite if that matchup comes to pass, and I believe it will, because the colors of the Super Bowl logo are red and purple, and I'm starting to feel like the NFL might be scripted.
Wow. That's a hot take.
Thank you.
And I know that we've had this, somebody had this before, where just look at the colors of the Super Bowl logo, and that'll tell you far in advance who the Super Bowl teams will be. And it is red and purple this year, so I guess it can't be Chiefs and Ravens.
Nope. And the Lions are Honolulu blue.
Yeah.
So that's a no from them, dog.
Right.
And Niners Ravens. That's going to be your Super Bowl.
Well, no matter who it would be, if the Niners win the NFC Championship game, it would be a revenge game of sorts.
Yes.
The last two Super Bowls the Niners lost were against the Chiefs and Ravens.
Actually,
so there's that.
I saw this thrown out earlier today, whatever you think about revenge and like what qualifies it, but every single possible matchup is a rematch of sorts, if you will. Like, I know the Niners didn't play the Chiefs this year, but in a recent Super Bowl battle against one another, the Niners played the Ravens on Christmas Day. The Lions and Chiefs played on the NFL opener this year, and the Lions kind of stole one from them. Kadarius Toney, how you doing? And the Ravens embarrassed the hell out of the Lions back in like week 5, week 6, somewhere in there.
Yeah, in Baltimore.
Yeah, so these are all going to be rematches. All right, Willard and Dibbs, let's get back to your calls. Steven in the city. Hi, Steven. What's up?
First off, love your show, Dibbs, but that bit's a run. So, real quick, what they mean by the Super Bowl logo colors, red and purple, is the true winner of the Super Bowl is playing next weekend. Now, back to the call. That's a 4. Okay.
You can't get Steven. Steven, you got to slow your roll. You can't give yourself numbers.
Yeah, it immediately goes down to a 3 with the self-anointed 4. The uptick was good, though. I like the tick.
Appreciate you guys. My favorite number's 3. I'll take it. Okay, here's where we're at. Purdy is not as great as Willard's numbers prove him to be. Yet, he's not as bad as everybody wants him to be. He's somewhere in the middle. Now then, if he wins this weekend, which I don't think he will, I think it's Detroit's year.
Okay.
If he wins this weekend, he can be your Kurt Warner, because that's how it goes. But you have to win. You're allowed to look shaky and still win, but he's not as great as you guys are trying to make him be.
Well, I'm not trying to do anything. We're sharing our perspective, and I've never been, Dibbs knows this, Steven, I'm not a stats guy. You have to use them to a certain degree, but I look at this whole thing, okay, Brock Purdy's the top-rated quarterback in the league. Does that mean that I think he's the best quarterback in the league, or I would take him first if we were drafting the league? Of course not. I would take Patrick Mahomes. That's what I would do. So, but let me throw those numbers at you. Stephen, why with Brock do some of the numbers not count?
Let's go with the first play of the game that they called.
Okay.
From what I remember, it was a lateral pass down the line to one of his playmakers, and that's to get him comfortable. I get it. But that's why. And 20 yards downfield, not a deep ball.
I am so glad that that you just said that, because I want to read something to you. Stephen, stay right there, okay?
Don't you move, Stephen.
Stay right there. I want to read something to you. You ready for this?
Go.
Okay, because Brock Purdy, he just threw the ball to Debo right down the line, right? All right. I know you love stats. I got stats for you. Completions of 30-plus air yards this weekend. Purdy, 1. Josh Allen, none. Completions of 20-plus air yards this weekend. Purdy, 2. Allen, none. Completions of 10-plus air yards. This means no yak, Stephen. Purdy, 5. Allen, 2. Completions over 5 air yards. Purdy, 7. Allen, 2. And what about if you say, well, Stephon Diggs dropped the ball? Okay, forget completions. How about attempts? Attempts of 10-plus air yards this weekend. Purdy, 11. Allen, 7. Your response, please.
My response is this, simply this. He's replacing Garoppolo, who replaced Trey Young, who replaced Garoppolo, who replaced who's the other 2 quarterbacks? I can't remember.
Well, are we going back to?
I don't know.
Yes.
They were all backups. I'm just saying they're all backups.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is Brock Purdy glows like the Holy Grail compared to the backups you've had there recently.
I don't argue that. I don't argue that, Stephen, but you're moving the goalposts. Because the point you just made was that Brock just dinks and dunks and does it behind the line of scrimmage. And it's not accurate. It's like we have numbers from the ceiling to the floor that will tell you that's not the case. Dibbs just said it a half hour ago. Air yards, intended air yards this year by all quarterbacks, Purdy was 7th in the league. I'm not telling you that Purdy's better than Josh Allen. That's not what I'm saying. But I do want to at least debunk a misconception when I hear it.
Fair enough. I mean, this is your show. You guys' show.
Well, no, I don't.
I support you. I mean, that's your opinion. No. This is Homerism at its greatest.
But what I just gave you is not an opinion, Stephen. It's facts. I just gave you numbers.
And he doesn't like numbers.
I don't like. I'm not a numbers guy. No.
Yeah, neither am I.
I got to see it.
Neither am I. Yeah, but you're not seeing it, Stephen. Your hands are over your face during the game. That's what I'm telling you. You think something's happening out there that's not happening, which is that Brock Purdy just tosses the ball to Debo in the flat, and then he runs for 12 yards, and Brock becomes an MVP candidate. We have, data forever that can debunk this.
If you throw it to the flat, what are you opening up? The pump and go. Down the seam or down the end. You're just doing Kyle's a genius. It's on there. Say it. Kyle's a genius.
No, that's all right.
That's how he helps his quarterback. I get it.
All right, Stephen. Thank you very much. It's kind of wild, actually. Did you completions of over 5+ air yards? Josh Allen 2.
Wow,
that's crazy.
In last night's game.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
Isn't that wild? 5 yards.
5 yards.
2.
He only had 2. Where are you getting these numbers, Mark?
Twitter. Past charts. Past charts.
Oh, the old past charts.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a low number to me.
He threw for under 200 yards.
Yeah. Would he run for about 100?
Yeah, that's what they're doing to move the chains. He's running. I'll never understand why Josh Allen hasn't gotten hurt yet. I'll never understand it. It's the craziest thing in the whole league.
Well, if you watch him when it comes time for impact, he's usually bracing for the impact, and he's a big dude. He doesn't expose himself to a lot of big-time hits. He either slides or, he squares guys up. He's a tough guy to really line up because he's, 6'5", 240?
No, he's huge.
Big dude.
Yeah, he's huge, but still.
And he's sneaky fast.
Oh, he's incredibly fast. Yeah. He's a great player. I would take Josh Allen over Brock Purdy every day of the week. But don't call Brock Purdy a dink and dunk quarterback because he's not. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's keep it going. How about Debbie in San Jose? Hi, Debbie. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm waiting to talk to you.
Not anymore.
Okay, so I have two things. This is a couple of days after, the game, and I'm questioning whether the Packers really did outplay the Niners for most of the game. If you really look at it, which I've been thinking a lot, no team was ever more than one score ahead, and it went back and forth throughout the game. The Niners got 3 touchdowns. Packers only got 2. Niners settled for 1 field goal and missed 1. Packers settled for 2 field goals and missed 1. So to me, I don't think they outplayed the Niners. What do you think?
Debbie, thanks. You think they got outplayed? I felt that way in the moment.
I mean, outplayed is, I think, a little bit of an overstatement. If you look at how the game flow went, it felt like in the first half, the Packers had the better chances. And if you look at just the raw numbers of the game, they're almost identical in terms of yardage.
Yep.
330 for the Packers. The Niners had 363. And it was the 2 turnovers. So I don't think that you can look at the game and think that the Niners got outplayed. If you're a Packer fan, you see opportunity where you could have won that game in a number of different ways.
Yeah.
A pick 6 that you could have had that you dropped, a missed field goal that if you make it, then you're probably tied in that last drive. And, Jordan Love can play for overtime and maybe he doesn't make the same mistake that he made. I think that the game was pretty evenly played for the majority of the football game. I didn't see either team have the upper hand much at all.
She might be right based on the fact that when we look at this stuff, that's where our emotion comes into play. Our emotion comes in is when we're rooting for the 49ers, we're like they're getting outplayed. They're getting outplayed because they definitely did not look like we thought that they would look, like we wanted them to look.
Well, we thought that they would win by 10 or more. The spread was 10,
Yep.
and I think all of us, I know you and I both thought that they would win by the 10 points and cover the spread. So as that game goes on, and they're not only not covering the spread, but they're not winning, it feels like they're getting, quote, outplayed. But I agree with Debbie that, they weren't really ever getting totally outplayed. They were down by a touchdown at the end of 3 quarters, and that was a surprise, but it wasn't like that they were only in the game because of a couple of fluke plays that went their way.
No, a simpler way to say it, if you play a football game and nobody is ever up by more than 1 score, it's a tight game. Game, yeah. The 2 teams are pretty evenly matched. But yeah, it feels like the Niners got outplayed because they were behind more than they were ahead in the second half and because of expectation. So I think Debbie's got a point. Mark in Oakland next up. Hi, Mark. What you doing?
Hey, guys. It's been a while. I'm calling in with Mark, the wannabe closer's State of the Union of the 49ers.
A little bit of an early call for you, Mark. So let's see you do something special with it.
Well, my whole schedule changed. That's why I haven't been able to call in lately. So here's what it is. First of all, they almost got outplayed, but they didn't. Second of all, I have called all year going, I don't care about the stats. I'm not sold on Brock Purdy being great yet, or the team. And so here's what I feel like I've seen. Here's what I feel like they're becoming. And then I have a larger question for both of you about the AFC versus the NFC. What I feel like they were is a team that can really get on a roll when everything's on schedule, is the fancy term, I guess, and the game plan's working, and they're connecting, and that keeps Purdy confident, and that's awesome. Didn't mean a lot to me because I don't think that's what wins Super Bowl. So the stats argument you guys talking about, that doesn't even matter to me. What I did see, though, was a team that gets shaky when they're in a tough game, under pressure. I saw a quarterback that does. I see a coach that does, and I feel like it's sort of psychologically the whole team. I think it's maybe even a residue from losing 2 Super Bowls. Now, what I feel like we saw this week was that team in the first half. It's shaky. They're up against a hot team. Everything's on the line. What I also feel like we saw is that possible, I hope it sticks, but at least for one game and an important game, we saw a transformation. Purdy got it done. They got it done in the gritty, hard game when it was all on the line. That's what I wanted to see. Shanahan didn't do anything weird coaching. They got the win. Will they keep doing it? I don't know, because here's my question. But I think I'm happy with what I saw. This is the best way to see them win for me. It's what I wanted to see. But AFC, NFC reminds me of the old years when the Bills would just get destroyed by the NFC. You know, I feel like AFC's grittier. It's not as big a disparity as there used to be. But what do you guys think on that? But this kind of win will help them beat the AFC if they get to the Super Bowl. Because it seems like those AFC teams just gnash at each other and beat each other up, but they're tough when they get in the Super Bowl. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, Mark, you might be onto something there. Thanks, Mark. Great to hear from you always. 888-957-9570. AFC, more battle-tested. Baltimore's going to have a harder road just by virtue of facing Mahomes, period. Just by virtue of playing Mahomes, I'll buy it. Harder road for them. And, I mean, look, Baltimore comes out of a division where everybody had a winning record.
Right.
Like, everybody was good. I know Cincinnati sort of fell off there at the end when Burrow was out, but, like, these were all good teams. So
3 playoff teams.
That's what they're playing every single week. And does that, whether that's battle-tested or whether that shapes our opinions about these teams, that is something that I worry about. Like, I wonder if the 49ers look a little bit better than they are because of who they played. You know what I mean? Like, we even, what did we get excited about throughout the year? Oh, they blew out Dallas. Well, how's that look now?
Yeah.
They blew out Philly. Well, how's that look a few weeks later?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, who did the Niners beat that's super impressive? They blew out Jacksonville. Turned out that wasn't even a playoff team.
Exactly.
So
you lost to the Rams.
There's a measure.
Without your real team. You lost to Cleveland, a playoff team. And, you know, you look at the rest of your wins, and even your quality wins don't look that high quality anymore. The win over Pittsburgh quietly turns out to be one of your better wins in the year because Pittsburgh was a playoff team. And you mentioned the Dallas win, which looked great at the time, but looking back, maybe not so much. In Philadelphia, you broke the Eagles, but they probably were broken already, even though they were 10-1 at the time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, yeah, look through their schedule now, especially when it's like, okay, you mentioned Pittsburgh. That feels like it was a year ago.
Right.
And the other 3 teams in that division, the Niners lost to all 3. They lost to all 3, and the Ravens really took it to them. Niners beat the Seahawks twice. They beat the Bucks. These are like, they're playoff teams or playoff contenders. Jaguars, all this stuff. And it's just like, like looking back on their year, you go, what's the signature win? And I don't think it's changed. It's still Dallas and Philly.
Yeah.
But those aren't as great of wins as we thought they were at the time. That's for sure.
And I also think that the whole idea that Mark was putting out there about battle-tested, I think it doesn't even really matter when you get to the Super Bowl and you have 2 weeks off and you're 60 minutes away from either being Super Bowl champ or not. I don't think at that point you look at either team and think, well, they've got the edge because they're battle-tested. If it's Niners and Baltimore, you can look at Baltimore and say they have the edge because they beat the Niners, and that was only 6 weeks ago when the Super Bowl comes up. And you could look at that game and you could say, well, the Niners have the edge because they outplayed Baltimore for the most part, other than 3 tipped passes that turned into interceptions. So you can look at that game and look at actual game tape and see who had the edge in that game. Kansas City's an interesting one because it's Pat Mahomes. And even though, and you and I have had this conversation on this very show, and that's kind of why I took Kansas City to beat Buffalo, is there's something about that guy. He finds a way to get it done. And even that game last night, Buffalo, I don't know if they should have won, but they absolutely could have won.
They could have won.
They had that game. It was going back and forth, and I was talking to my father-in-law, and he said, this feels like one of those last team to have it kind of games is going to win it. And then the fourth quarter turned into a defensive slugfest.
Yeah, although if Mecole Hardman doesn't fumble at the 1-inch line, Kansas City's got that game.
Right, but didn't Buffalo turn it over before that to give Kansas City the ball back?
They went for it on 4th down, yes,
right,
and didn't get it. So that gave short field to Kansas City, and they were inside the 5 on the very next play. Pacheco went on a long run, set them up.
Yeah.
And if the Chiefs go in there, they're up by 10, and that puppy's cooked. But obviously they didn't. Kept Buffalo in the game for now. Jay in the city here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Jay. What are you doing?
Picking up my wife from work. Okay, so Niners are a different team after going in and smoking Philadelphia for whatever reason, but they're not the same juggernaut that we were prior to that game. We would be in trouble against Baltimore. Lamar Jackson is 25-1 against the NFC. They came here and beat us, and obviously you guys just talked about that. But I'm worried, and I'm not sure what I should do. and we're still favorites. And Vegas still has us as favorites. I mean, we're plus 125 and Baltimore's plus 200. So
yes, of course they're
I can't wrap my head around it.
Worry about Detroit first would be my advice. And then if we get through Detroit, you'll know who they're going to play because that game's first on Sunday. But if it is Baltimore, then we can spend 2 weeks worrying about Baltimore and Lamar being 25-1 against the NFC. I'm squarely focused on Detroit. Once we get past looking back at the Saturday victory, you start to look at Detroit and you realize 7-point spread, but they're a very live underdog in this game for a number of reasons.
Maybe. I get where you're coming from. Look, Detroit's good. I've never thought differently over the last year and a half of football. The Detroit Lions are very good, and so obviously they are a threat coming in this weekend. The other side to this, though, is we look at the last time we saw a team and then totally kind of overrate, I think, what that means about that team. So I'm hearing a lot of people today. It's fair to be concerned about certain specifics, but I don't think that game means that that's who the Niners are every single week. Like, you can take all kinds of negatives. You can take all kinds of positives. Every week in the NFL is completely different. This is going to be a different matchup, different weather, different time of day, different everything, and I expect a different look as well. I think it's going to be a more wide-open football game.
Agreed. I think that if it is a more wide-open football game, then the area that I would look at, number one, as not a concern, but something that needs to be different is the pass rush. And yes, the run defense was not stellar, although I think if you take out the 52-yard run, the numbers do look a little bit better, and people would be less appalled that they gave up 100 yards on the ground for the first time in 51 games to one individual. That's a definite factor, but I look at the pass rush against a Detroit offense that Jared Goff is not as mobile. He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Pat Mahomes. He's not Jordan Love in terms of his ability to move and get away from the pass rush. So if you can collapse him from the inside, and I'm looking at Armstead and Hargrave and the other interior pass rushers, if you collapse the pocket, Jared Goff's going to have a really long day.
95.7 The Game has just put this poll up on its Twitter feed, so you can go vote on this and also weigh in here. I wonder what you would say. I think I have an idea of what you'll say here.
Okay.
What aspect of the 49ers has you most concerned after the close win? Number 1, quarterback play. Number 2, Debo's health. Number 3, defensive line. Or number 4, other. And please explain.
Please explain.
Yeah,
Thank you, Roxy Bernstein.
Yeah, exactly. How would you answer that?
already voted in this poll.
As did I. I bet we voted the same.
I bet we didn't.
No.
I voted for Debo Samuel.
Oh, interesting.
I voted for Debo.
That is the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Yes.
54% of the vote is coming in on Debo's health.
I'm more concerned about Debo's health because I think that's more of an actual question. I think that the defense and the defensive line, I think that they're going to be fine. I think this was a game where they didn't play great. Maybe it was the fact that they had the wrong cleats on for a quarter. Maybe it was a little bit of rust. Maybe it was that Green Bay had a good game plan and that they were able to neutralize the ends, especially on a lot of those runs. The old pick and pull, or the pin and pull, rather, where you have the wide receiver come down and they pin the defensive end. It was Chase Young. It was Nick Bosa a couple of times. And then you pull the guard out to pick up the linebacker or the safety. They did that a bunch in the run game, and the Niners didn't make the adjustment. I think the Niners will make the adjustment, and I also think that Detroit runs a little bit more of a standard run game. I know I watched a lot of David Montgomery this year. He was my fantasy back, except for the 1 week I had him on my bench.
Yeah, when you decided not to play.
Lost to Steiny, that was a heartbreaker, but they run a lot more between the tackles. I think that they do a lot less of an exotic run scheme, so I'm less worried about the D-line than I am Deebo Samuel, because I saw the shoulder injury. He hurts it, and he stays down. Then he comes back in the game for a play or two, and then he goes to the locker room.
Yep.
And I know the reports are that nothing is broken in the shoulder, but it might be a torn labrum, might be separated shoulder, it might be something where he goes in again for a play or two, and then that's it. He can't go.
Well, he was injured earlier this year, I think the New York Giants game, and they put him out there, but they kind of put him out there as a decoy.
Right.
And he barely touched the ball. Actually, it wasn't the Giants game. He was fantastic in that game. It might have been the game after that, because I think he was a little bit dinged up. One of those games this year, they used Deebo pretty much as a decoy. There is value in that. I get that. I understand that. To me, that's sort of an extension of the answer quarterback play. And the poll is up on YouTube now as well, so you can get in there and vote on that. But Deebo's health, to me, suggests that if Deebo's not healthy, you have a lack of confidence of what the 49er offense can do. I still think that they can play very well. I look at this game, and to me, it is very similar to what we said about the Packers. If those running backs, Gibbs and Montgomery, are not chunking plays on first down, if you're putting Goff in obvious pass situations, you're going to be able to get to him. They've got a good offensive line, but he doesn't move well, and you can go get him. And if the Niners do that, they're going to have a ton of success this weekend.
Yeah, I like that as a blueprint in terms of stopping Detroit early on early downs. The reason why I voted for Deebo in this poll is because he does so much for Kyle Shanahan's offense, even when he doesn't have the ball. The Deebo motion and putting him in the backfield and putting McCaffrey on the line of scrimmage and all the sleight of hand stuff that Deebo allows you to do, that all goes away. And we saw it in the opening snap of the second half when he had 3rd and Jawan back there. Well, it was first down, and that's not what Jawan does. You handed it to him. He lost a yard, and that, I think, was indicative of what the offense can't be when Deebo's out.
888-957-9570. How about Dan in Vallejo? Hi, Dan. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just on the way home. Guess what? You know what? Packer fan here. Love what my team did this year, and I'm going to tell you what. Secret is this. The 7th seed came in, took out Dallas, and almost took the Niners out. You know why? They studied tape, right? And guess what? We looked at the Ravens game against you guys. Guess what? Almost got you. You know what? Detroit, division winner coming in, gonna do the same thing. Your defense is not what it is. Purdy's a program quarterback. He's got his toys all around him. He's got a lot of talent. But if you do what the Ravens did in that Christmas Eve game, I think it was Christmas Eve, they're going to tear them up. I'm telling you. They were down by 10 point negatives by Vegas. They had, the Niners were predicted. They're 7 now against Detroit. You keep saying, they're going to come in, your Niners are going to have success. Guess what? Everybody's on to what's going on in San Francisco.
So, Dan, let me hear about that. I'd love to hear about it. Because there's no problem with coming in with smart takes, but I'd love to challenge you to actually speak to it, because nobody in the history of ever has ever gotten ready for a football game without watching tape. That's what all of them do. So the idea that somebody got figured out as we go to the Final Four is, I'll be straight with you, man, that's funny to me. That's funny to me. And the Niners, you take away the batted balls that all got turned over against Baltimore, were absolutely hot knifing the Ravens defense for a good portion of that first half, and then they got down and obviously into a bad spot. So you tell me, Dan, what is it that everyone's figured out about the Niners?
Well, and Purdy, if you get Deebo's going to probably, if he's in the game, you're going to be lucky. You take away some of it, like I said, some of his key safety nets, as to say, and guess what? He becomes your average. He's Wilson in the Jets almost. He's a man. He's a game manager.
Man.
He doesn't have. If he has all the talent,
man,
he's going to do well. He doesn't.
He's a program quarterback, Mark.
Come on, man. You just called him Zach Wilson of the Jets?
That's disrespectful,
Like, come on, man. GTFOH. I know you got some beer still in you from Saturday night, but come on, man. Come on.
And cheese, too. There's some cheese involved.
What's that?
I said 7th seed almost unseat you.
Right,
Think about that.
But they didn't. But they didn't, Dan.
Think about that.
They didn't. Think about the fact that Zach Wilson can barely win a game. Okay? Think about the fact that Brock Purdy has been the starter for 2 years in this league, and the Niners have ended up in the NFC Championship both times. So I'm not going to, dismiss every point that you're making. I wouldn't do that. But you got to come in with something that's not 50 miles in the other direction. Calling Brock Purdy Zach Wilson is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, well, guess what? Detroit's coming strong. They're going to beat you.
Hey, Dan, you want to bet?
Huh?
You want to?
Yeah, sure.
You want to bet? Okay.
I'll come back on. I'll come back on next Monday.
No spread, Dan. No spread. We're talking about who's
win or loss.
okay.
Win or loss.
What do you
all
want?
that stuff is garbage. You see what it was. Dallas was supposed to beat the Packers. You guys were supposed to beat them by 10. Hey, guess what?
Yeah, the Packers.
That Vegas spread is out when it comes to the North.
The Packers are better. Well, now you're talking divisionally. I don't even know what that means, as if all those teams are the same. Green Bay is better than what they were at the beginning of the year. Nobody's questioning that, Dan. Your team put together a really nice playoff run. Great effort. I think the hell of LaFleur. He's a fantastic coach. But to come in and say that the Niners are basically frauds in the NFC title game for the 4th time in 5 years, compare Brock Purdy to, quite frankly, maybe the worst starting quarterback in the entire NFL. Dan, you're over your skis, dude. You're over your skis. And you tell me, what do you want to bet?
What do you want to bet? I'm not betting a lot of money, but what do you want to bet?
Yeah, no. Where do you live, Dan? You live in Vallejo?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here, go talk to Lucas. Lucas, just get Dan's number, and we'll call you back. I'm not.
Let's just agree. You buy him lunch if the Niners lose, and right.
I gotta go to lunch with him now.
No, you can send his Grubhub.
Yeah,
he hung up.
Grubhub.
You didn't have an opportunity to get his info.
That's my bad. I hung up on him. That's my fault.
He ran him.
But he said he was going to call back.
Him.
Yeah,
you don't want a piece of Dan.
I don't want any of that smoke.
I mean, he's the one who has to hold the L. He just lost to Zach Wilson.
Yeah. I mean,
I like what he was talking about in terms of what they saw on tape and they were able to exploit, and whether or not the Lions can do the same thing. The Packers obviously didn't do it well enough to win the game. They were close, and you get credit for being a 7 seed and beating Dallas.
Yeah, they're good.
And you get some credit for coming in here and giving the Niners a game, but you don't get to boast about an almost in a situation where it came down to a fourth quarter and one quarterback, I call him Zach Wilson West is what I call him. Wilson West. He got the ball. Zachy West got the ball and was able to somehow, get the ball to his guys. He's a program quarterback.
Yep.
And he ran the program, and he was better than Jordan Love.
Look, Brock Purdy did not have a great night. Nobody is going to try to throw that narrative out there. He was very wobbly for most of the night. But he absolutely gets credit for saving the best for last. And that was what everyone said that he couldn't do. But no matter what he did the other night, let's keep Zach Wilson out of this.
I agree.
I mean, what are we doing?
That's inflammatory.
Well, it's like, why does he trigger people at such a level?
Because he's a program quarterback, Mark.
Ryan Clark on ESPN earlier today.
I'm about to make a confession. The single hardest thing I had to do this year was act like Brock Purdy deserved to be in the conversations with the other people we're mentioning in that tweet. Because he was playing extremely well and operating in that offense and distributing the ball to Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, we had to continue to include him in conversations with the Lamar Jacksons. We had to continue to include him in conversations with the Josh Allen. Those things are not alike. Brock Purdy is a fine player. Brock Purdy can operate in Kyle Shanahan's offense at an extremely efficient level. Brock Purdy doesn't raise the level of play of anyone around him. And so when you talk about Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the people around them benefit from having those sorts of players at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy benefits from having the sort of players he has at the skill positions around him.
Brock Purdy does not elevate the players around him. I mean, Brandon Ayuk went for 1,342 yards. Last year, he barely eclipsed 1,000, and that was in 17 games. The year before that, he went for 826 in 17 games. This year, he only played 16. He went for 1,342 and solidified himself as somebody that the 49ers want to break off this offseason. So, Ryan, call Brandon and ask if Brock Purdy elevated his play because his bank account is about to flourish.
It's about to explode.
Yes.
No doubt. And this is even in light of, the game that you had against Green Bay where the Packers did look at some things that the Ravens did in that Christmas night game, and then they emulated it. Part of it was getting out in the flats and containing Christian McCaffrey in the pass game, 7 catches for 30 yards. McCaffrey was unable to get a lot going in that dump-off short passing game. And also Green Bay did a good job of taking away the middle of the field in many instances, and that's including the opening drive where you had a near pick six. Brock Purdy had a bunch of defenders in the middle of the field. He didn't see it, and he threw it right to him. So whether or not Detroit can do the same thing, and you were mentioning their pass defense, not very good. I think they're 29th in yards per attempt against. They give up, I think, 6.4 yards per pass attempt, which is only better than 3 teams. So if Brock Purdy can get some time, and if Detroit doesn't replicate what worked against them, and Green Bay did a good job in many ways against the Niners in their pass attack.
This game, it is even more important than normal to get that lead earlier. I think the Detroit Lions, they play a lot like the 49ers. It's a timing offense. They have running backs that they like to feed, and they like to move the ball methodically down the field with those running backs. And then once they're in second and medium or third and short, they love to take their shots and use Amon-Ra, Laporta, and Jared Goff if he's on time and in his right spot is very, very good. If somebody is ever down by 10 in this football game, they're up a creek. They're going to be up a creek real fast because that's going to make them one-dimensional, and it's not a dimension that either one of them are very comfortable with. Let's go to Bill in San Mateo. Hi, Bill. What are you doing?
Mr. Willard, Mr. Dibley. Hey, I think Vince from Vallejo his cheesehead hat is a little too tight on the head, right? I mean, wow.
His name is Dan. Let's get it right if we're going to shoot shots at him, Bill.
Sorry, Mark.
No. I just want him, if you're going to call someone out, let's make sure that he feels that embarrassment. You know what I mean?
Done intentionally. Sorry. Hey, the only guy that touched on the kind of the obvious thing in the room was Dante Whitner postgame. LaFleur and Dib just pointed it out moments ago. LaFleur was putting people right in the middle of a bunch of patterns yesterday, just like all over the field. I mean, it was not really even talked about when I rewatched the game last night at 11 o'clock at night or whatever it was. But big point, and that was a bigger kind of like behind the scenes thing than anything else that was going on Green Bay's side of the ball. And Kyle's got to adjust, and he's got to adjust. Anyways, guys, out.
Yeah, Bill, thanks. Kyle Shanahan's got to adjust.
Well, and they did. They started to throw the ball toward the boundary, and the catch by Conway was a great example. Conley,
yeah.
And Juwan with his catch, also on the boundary, and that's something that is going to be made more difficult if you don't have Deebo Samuel. We don't know his status, but Brandon Ayuk does so well on the in-breaking routes, but Green Bay was definitely crowding the middle of the field, taking a lot of that away, and they also were getting out to the flats for the Christian McCaffrey plays and also the Deebo Samuel end arounds while he was in the game.
Yeah, like that said, I also am always hesitant when a team has a great year and then you ask them to suddenly be someone totally different when they get to the playoffs. That's what the Dallas defense did, and they got it absolutely handed to them. So LaFleur knows Shanahan obviously very, very well. Dan Campbell does not. They've all got film. They all get it. Blocking the middle of the field and the crossing routes against Brock Purdy is obvious. Of course you're going to do that. But I want Kyle to call the plays that he's been calling. It's been a hell of a year.
Right.
It's been a hell of a year. Outside of one game, statistically, he and his quarterback did very, very well almost every time they went out.
Absolutely, but part of that has been adjusting to what you see and figuring out what the defense is trying to take away. And when you have an offense that's this good and a play caller who is this smart, you make the adjustment. And you could see it early on in the first half on the George Kittle touchdown where he goes down the middle of the field and it's man coverage and he just goes right by the defender and you put the ball up and wasn't a beautiful pass, but it was on time and on target. Touchdown. And you make the adjustments if you're Kyle Shanahan. And part of this is the challenge of the Deebo Samuel situation because I'm sure there are a bunch of plays he wants to install, but if Deebo's not going to be healthy enough to play, then you've got to change your approach somewhat.
No doubt. And you're in a better spot to do that if you know. You know, that's one thing that maybe we haven't discussed enough about. Like, it's not just losing Deebo, it's losing him very early. And your game plan gets blown up. And so maybe that had a lot to do with why the Niners were struggling on offense throughout the middle of the game. And then they get to the fourth quarter and things start to normalize a little bit because they were able to make those adjustments. Buzz in Cocoa, Florida. Hey, Buzz, what are you doing?
Hey, Mark. Hey, Dibs. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, Dibs. I used to call you when you were on another station. My son was teammates with Madison Bumgarner in high school.
Nice. I remember your calls.
Anyway,
they were great.
You remember? Yeah, so I got good connections out there. Hey, guys, explain something to me. What happens to Shanahan in the playoffs? Does he get a severe brain cramp or something? Guys, explain to me what his thinking was at the end of the first half when he screwed up that clock management. He had 4:09 left to go, and he did close. The best we could do is get a 48-yard field goal. What happens to him in the playoffs? Does he get severe brain cramps or what? What's going on with him?
A lemon booty is the answer.
No, not as far as that. You can point to not giving McCaffrey the ball enough, but Buzz, when it comes to that particular thing, we talked about this earlier. I'm sure you missed it. No worries. But this is one of the, I look at it this way. Anybody in a relationship, does your significant other have a quirk that makes you kind of roll your eyes? But you're like, but I love this person and this person's amazing. So we're going to be good with that. It's like, it's all good. This is Kyle Shanahan's. He's a really good coach. He goes to the NFC title game almost every year. This is his thing. He does not want to give the other team the ball right before halftime. He wants to possess it for 5 minutes going into the half, 5 minutes coming out of the half. Is it effective? It wasn't Saturday. It has been in the past. It's part of his philosophy. I'm willing to deal with it. And they weren't just laying back for a field goal. The plays that they called didn't work. They didn't work. But if he puts that 3 on the board and then the Niners come out and even get another field goal with that opening drive, they didn't.
Right.
But you see the thought process, and,
yes.
and to me, it makes sense if it works. It didn't work this week.
I don't like it, and I know what he's trying to do, and I think I speak for many fans in saying I'd like him to be more aggressive. I'm looking at the log right now. 4:09, McCaffrey goes for a yard. You let the clock run. Purdy goes to Jennings for 12 yards with 3:26 to go. You let the clock run. McCaffrey goes for 2 yards. Then that bleeds you all the way down to the 2-minute warning. So now you have all 3 timeouts.
Yep.
2nd and 8 at your own 40 with 3 timeouts. Pass to McCaffrey for 9. That's the time I would like to see him use the timeout. Instead, you let the time run. 1st and 10 at your own 49. McCaffrey runs out of bounds. Then McCaffrey goes for 3. Then you use your first timeout with 1:19 to go, setting up the 3rd down. You get the 3rd down. You use your second timeout. But at this point, we're down to 28 seconds. And you could have had a minute and change still left and had the 1 timeout. It just feels like he was playing for the field goal too early. And that's, I think, what frustrates fans.
Yeah.
Your point is a good one, though, in terms of the relationship, because the Niners are married to Kyle Shanahan, and this is something that he believes in. So to think that he's going to change, and I won't mention my lovely wife and her quirks, because I will out-quirk her 10-1 for sure.
That's probably true.
But there's a couple, and it's like, God, I wish that she would fill in the blank. But at some point, you got to realize she's not going to do these things. It's a part of her personality, and this is a part of his personality, and it didn't work on Saturday, and it becomes more frustrating when that happens.
No doubt. But I do get it. I get the concept.
I do too.
And I also get leaning conservative on a rainy day. You know what I mean? Like Kyle, here's another obsession he has. Don't turn the ball over. And by the way, why did the Niners win? Because Green Bay turned it over and the Niners didn't.
Yeah.
Period. That's why they won. And so you can make fun of these obsessions and nothing works 100% of the time. But by the same token, I get it. If you win that turnover battle, you're going to usually win the football game.
Right, but it leaves you in a situation where the margin is much smaller than it would be. And maybe you're more aggressive at the end of the second quarter and he throws a pick. And Green Bay has that chance and they go down and they score. And that's what Kyle's more afraid of the turnover than he is covetous of the touchdown. He would rather do it the way he did it and be conservative and set his kicker up for what turned out to be, a 48-yarder.
48.
That was blocked, a makeable kick. It's blocked. He would rather do that as opposed to take a big risk and maybe have an interception turn into points the other way.
Let's go to Brian in Hayward. Hey, Brian, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
First off, I want to say I'm ready and waiting for the, substance abuse screening with the callers. I don't know why we haven't had that in place already, but you guys run the show, not me. And the other thing I want to bring up is I was trying to explain to a family member who is a casual 49ers Bay Area native fan why people hate the quarterback of the 49ers. It doesn't matter who it is. For the last few years, Jimmy G got a lot of heat for being Jimmy G, okay? And I kind of had to explain it to him in the sense like, hey, we've got a stacked roster on both ends of the field, okay? And each one of these guys is really, really good. They're one of the better position players in the league. And by the time you make your list, make your way down the list, and there's Brock Purdy, he's not one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He's a good quarterback, but he's not one of the best.
Yep.
So traditionally, we look at the quarterback as the leader. Whenever the quarterback isn't like far and away the best player on the team, everybody wants to give them a hard time for it. So he looks like he's 17 years old. We shouldn't treat him like he's a 40-year-old man, who's been failing. I think in the short amount of time he's been around, what'd you say, Willard, like 2 years, 2 seasons?
Yeah.
He's barely been starter for 2 seasons. Come on, man. Give the guy a break. He's doing a phenomenal job. I used to watch Jimmy G and stick up for the guy because I knew he had a good personality and all that. He was our old school Antoine Jameson. Okay, great guy, great for the team. Wasn't really producing as much as we could have had out of the guy. But at the end of the day, man, we should be very, very fortunate to have a quarterback like Brock Purdy. We were very fortunate to have a quarterback like Jimmy G.
No doubt. Yeah, Brian, we got to run, but thank you very much. Listen, when you do what they did in the draft 3 years ago, it usually craters your franchise and you get fired.
Sure.
Brock Purdy saved your bacon, San Francisco.
Yep.
He saved your freaking bacon. So you can call him whatever you want. He saved this franchise from embarrassment and probably transition.
No doubt.
We're sponsored by Safeway. More of your calls next on Willard and Dibbs.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up Sumo Citrus.
Realistically, need at least 25 yards. Love. Pressure up the middle. Runs away. Throws across his body. And that is picked. 49ers have it. Greenlaw. Still up. He needs to get down. Greenlaw still on his feet.
He's got to go down.
Just go down and the game's over. San Francisco takes over.
Were you yelling for Dre to get down on that second?
I think the whole stadium was yelling.
Crazy.
I think I could hear you guys up there yelling him to get down. Yeah, see, they were in the back. Goodness gracious. You know what? I was like, dude, Dre, what do you find backyard football? Oh, my goodness. Like, the game, just go down. Especially, like, every time he cut, it was like an NBA crossover. I was like, oh, my God. So, yeah, that might have been the most stressful part of the night was his interception. Both of them. Just didn't want to follow the convoy. It is what it is. We'll learn from it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. You can hear it from George Kittle. I think Kittle's kind of in my camp. It's like, that's funny. That's not funny. Don't do that, dude. Don't do that. And Fred Warner talked about it too, where he's like, I turned around to celebrate, and I turned back around, and Dre's not only still running, but he's like swinging the ball like a chicken wing.
It's pretty funny.
Running around out there. It's like, dude, there was still 40-something seconds on the clock. If you drop that ball, the Packers need 20 yards, and they're going to tie this game. If that guy could kick the ball straight, which I don't know. But still, like, it's all something we can laugh about now, but that had the potential to be awful.
It also had the potential to be fantastic. And I'm with you, Dre. If you're out there listening, I know you are. A couple more cutbacks, and you might have taken that thing all the way to his house. And I'm here for it. Make a play, Dre. He already was the player of the game on defense.
No doubt.
With the 2 picks and the big tackle on 4th and 1. He and Armstead combining to deny, quote-unquote, Jordan Love on that 4th down play.
Kyle Shanahan on the conference call today, still addressing Dre Greenlaw not falling down.
I think he's glad that it ended the way he did, and I don't think he'll ever make that mistake again. We didn't get on him too hard, but he could tell how big of a deal it was after. We're very appreciative he made the play, but stuff can flip very fast, and you can ruin some of the best plays ever if you give a team any more of a chance. And the way that game was going, man, we didn't need to give them any more chances. So I think he learned his lesson, and hopefully we'll never have to deal with that again.
So we didn't get on him too hard, but we got on him a little hard.
Right.
Yeah.
How are you going to get on him too hard when he had 2 picks in the game and was fantastic?
Yeah, but at the same time, man, I mean, I know you're kind of doing this tongue in cheek.
A little bit.
But the bottom line is everybody appreciates smart sports, and nobody appreciates taking liberties with something that really matters to everybody. Like, do you know how much money's on the line as he's running around with the ball and his wrist? Like, if the Niners somehow got eliminated from the playoffs because of that, like, so again, I'm not trying to be nervous Nelly.
Man, all you nervous Nellies.
I sound like my mom right now, but what if you dropped it?
Dre!
But, like.
It's my Ellen.
Yeah, but don't do that. Don't do that, and don't do that ever again.
There's a teaching moment, certainly, and, I would imagine that next time Dre Greenlaw's in that spot, well, he's going to do the exact same thing, because that's how Dre Greenlaw plays.
You think?
I do think so, yeah.
I
mean,
don't.
Dre's out there playing with a passion that you need. He plays with fire and flash. And, he didn't do anything wrong.
Sure he did.
The only thing he didn't do right was he didn't make it to the end zone. He didn't fumble the ball.
Right. I know you're being.
He made the game-sealing pick. He got up, and he had some turf in front of him. If he scores a touchdown there, it seals the game.
If a running back needs a first down to end the game, and they run around the right side, and they get the 2 yards that's necessary, but then they go out of bounds. We're ripping the guy.
Right.
You've got to think about where you are on the field and what will happen. Like, this is what I was taught playing Little League Baseball. Every single pitch. What do I do if the ball comes to me? Dre Greenlaw, look at the clock. What do I do if the ball comes to me? I catch it, and I stay down.
Score. Score.
Come on, boy.
Let's get to the end.
That's not funny. Let's go to Connor in San Leandro. Hi, Connor. What are you doing?
Hey guys, just hanging out with my kid right now and listening to all the commentary. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised at the energy. I think we've been, so anxious about this over the last 48 hours. It's time to shake it off as a fan base. I mean, going into this, everyone said rust or rest, rust or rest. Well, what is that? It's an ailment of great teams. And if it was rust, it would have looked exactly like this. We had a game plan around Deebo Samuel. He gets hurt early. We have a quarterback who didn't realize the way that rain was going to affect him. Well, that stuff happens, but by the fourth quarter, we shook it off. And I'm really concerned that we're going to keep listening to what other people say about us and not hold them accountable. It's like, oh, it's rust or rest, and then this happens, and then they say, I knew it. Brock Purdy is a fraud. That's not what you all said. You said that 10 points was too much of a point spread for us to beat the Packers with. Going into this Lions game, I really hope that towards the end of the week, we rediscover what we knew all regular season long, that this is going to be a fun ride, and we need to get rid of that scarcity mindset. We've got a great quarterback, and if we get to the Super Bowl, it needs to be a fun ride for all of us. We got to stop with the hand wringing at some point, and I hope it starts tomorrow.
Well, Connor, I don't disagree with you at all. It's a good call, but I'll also say this. Sometimes when a fan base is overconfident or spoiled, and you could accuse the 49er fan base of both, sometimes when that's the case, we won't, like, the opposite of what you're saying is true. Like, we won't acknowledge it when there are shortcomings because we're like, no, 49ers are the best team in football because I said so, because I've thought that all year. And then you go out there and you show some shortcomings and you don't acknowledge it. You go, oh, well, we're rusty. Maybe. We've been doing this with the Warriors for 2 seasons now. 2 seasons. It's, well, Draymond's out and Clay's a slow starter and Wiggins has got something going on. And, yeah, at a certain point, and I think we finally all arrived, it's like they're getting older and they're not as good anymore. I'm not saying I think that about the 49ers, but they've got questions to answer this weekend. They absolutely do.
Well, and you also have to remember that the team that they're playing against is not only full of paid professionals, but they're a good team too.
They're good, yes.
They're good. And Green Bay came in hot, and they went to Dallas, and we can all think what we want to think now about Dallas, but Dallas was a good team, and that was a very impressive road win by a Green Bay team that came here and thought that they could win the game. And then they played like they could win the game. So a lot of times we look at our own team's shortcomings and we don't realize that the team they played against schemed all week and planned all week to beat the 49ers, and they gave it a good effort. So it's not as simple as the Niners are the best team, and if they don't win the way we think they should win, then we do all this hand-wringing and throw our hands up in the air.
No, you just got to win. You just got to win.
Survive in advance, and they won.
Yeah, and they did. But I'm not going to lie. I want them to look better this weekend. I would like individuals to look better than they did in this game. I think that's fair.
You want them to win. And then beyond them winning, you want them to look good and win.
Right, but I want the quarterback to look more in command. I want the quarterback to not have balls slipping out of his hands.
Sure.
I want Ambry Thomas to not commit pass interference. I want Logan Ryan to not get a jersey this weekend. That's okay too. I want the.
I mean, who are you going to play in his place? That's the problem.
I hope the Jair Brown is back.
Right.
I like him better. But I hope that the defensive line gets some sacks. I think that's okay.
It's all
That's
okay.
not being spoiled.
It's not, but I do think that it all is not even secondary. It's further down the list to the obvious, which is win the game. And I know that you're saying that as well. The win, we're taking that as the absolute goal, and beyond that, you want them to look good in a victory. You don't want them to look good. Ambry Thomas, no PI, and Logan Ryan looks great, and the pass rush has 7 sacks, and you look up and you lost the game. You'd rather have them win the game with, with 2 PIs again, and Ryan getting crushed in the secondary, and the pass rush not getting home, but you still win. Then we can talk again next Monday about what they need to do in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And talk about, can they look better then?
Shimmy in Redwood City. Hey, Shimmy, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Shimmy.
Good. Hey, I pretty much agree with everything you guys were saying. Debo going out early, the performance of the line, I think the Shanahan's calls. I think the thing the question for me is watching Purdy during the regular season. He was so good, set our expectations to a certain level. And then, the sample set we had of him in the playoffs last year were pretty good. Seattle game, he had a great second half. The Dallas game was a little tighter. Then he was out in the Eagles game. This is the next first sight we see at him in a high-pressure game, and he was the big reason. I mean, we're all talking about it. He was off. I think that was worse for me than the Shanahan play calling, because if he makes those throws that he made all year, that's a totally different game. I was at that game sitting in the Packers section, and it was intense for almost all of the game until that last drive. And I even said, if you make this drive, this is how you go down, and Niners legendary. So, and this guy comparing him to Josh Allen, all this stuff that he says is not on the level. You watched Josh Allen yesterday. He made every throw he needed to make in the pressure because he's been in those playoff situations over and over and over. The question is going to be, as we get more time to average out Purdy in playoffs, to see how well he handles that kind of pressure,
Yeah, absolutely. Shimmy, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've said it a few times today. This is still a young quarterback. So this is just my answer. I tossed this around a little bit over the weekend. Was Saturday a good day for Brock Purdy or not?
It's mixed. It's not as easy as good or bad. It was bad, and then it became good.
I guess, does the good outweigh the bad?
The good does for me.
I agree.
Because what he did is he came back and won. And we all have been waiting for him to do that very thing, and he did it in bad conditions and after having a bad game. It'd be one thing if he had thrown for 370 and then he still had to come back. That would be nice, but he did it in foul weather in the playoffs after being down. Good day for Brock.
Here comes Grandy. He's going to start off with the key reactions from the morning roast. Bonte and Joe, you'll hear their voices coming up, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, a full hour with Grandy. As for you, Dan Dibley, you want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, yeah.
Okay, then we will. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Please shoot your shot because it's all you got. That's not funny. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found you.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gigabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires pay plus plan and auto-pay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
For too long, I've waited around on medical appointments for me and my family. But now that Prime offers 24/7 virtual care through One Medical, I decide when our visit starts. It seems we're not so different, them and I.
Mom, I think it's supposed to be they and I.
I think you're supposed to be resting while I text with the doctor right now. Smart little minion.
Your care team on call. A new add-on from Prime.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's